Okay, Volume 4, Part 1. The prologue. The blizzard stopped after the Lord of Winter was slain, allowing the sun to finally show itself and brighten the hallways. Just seeing all the light streaming in brightened Lamprecht's mood as he hurried to the Knights Commander's office. Hopefully this is about to giving me a time off. Having to manage the purge on top of the Lord of Winter hunt had made the start of the season busier than ever. Knights of the Order had needed to be involved in both, so most of them had barely even had a chance to visit home. Lamprecht in particular was being worked to the bone by his father since he was a guard for the Archducal family, and apparently had plenty of time on his hands while his lord was at the Royal Academy. I can't talk. The only knights who weren't working to such a ruthless schedule were those serving Rozemyne. They were still being allowed time off, meaning theirs were days when Lamprecht didn't even see them. Meanwhile, I was only allowed to go home when my wife was giving birth. She gave birth already? Awesome! Because his lord was away at the Royal Academy, it should have been easier for Lamprecht to secure days off, but that hadn't been the case at all this year. The purge had been carried out at the start of winter rather than at the end, and Lord of Winterhunt had needed to be done by a much smaller force than usual. It had been a cruel season as a result. Well, I mean, you guys really had to do that then because you didn't know what the firm of Veronica faction was planning, and you couldn't really wait, essentially. Now that the hunt was over, the knights were gradually being allocated time away from work, but as this was happening in order of status, starting with the lay nobles, Lamprecht still wasn't able to return home. "Excuse me," Lamprecht said as he entered the office. Karstedt was waiting outside and holding a board, or waiting inside, which he waved at his son with a look of exhaustion. "Lamprecht, take this to the northern building. I'm giving you 2 days off starting tomorrow. It isn't much, but spend it with your family." "Yes, sir." The board was an official directive from the Knight's Order instructing Lamprecht to take some downtime. He accepted it and then looked at Karstedt with somewhat resentful eyes and said, "Why did you give Rozemyne's guard knights so much more time off than the rest of us? I want breaks too." "Idiot. Cornelius and the others were only exempt from training because they had to stay in the temple. They were responding to a call for aid from Ob Ehrenfest and Hartmut the High Priest. It wasn't time off." Rozemyne was staying at the Royal Academy this term, so Lamprecht had assumed that her knights wouldn't need to go to the temple. In truth, however, her retainers were having to fill the gap left by her absence. "Can't really announce that Archducal retainers are doing the work of blue priests, can we?" Karstedt said. "That's why I said they were exempt from training, but that's had its own problems. If people think I'm showing favoritism towards Rozemyne's guard knights or giving them more time off than anyone else, it'll undermine my authority going forward." He started massaging his brows. "What a headache. Though maybe it won't be so bad now that the Zent recognize the utility of rituals." Lamprecht remembered the attendants complaining when they were asked to prepare ceremonial robes for Lord Wolfried. Reports from the Royal Academy had said the Rozemyne's rampage was especially bad this year. So, Father's trying to manage her craziness as well as the Knight's Order. That must be rough. For the first time, Lamprecht took a closer look at his father's face. It was weary from fatigue. His decision to start with the lay nobles when allocating to leave meant that he'd probably taken less time off than anyone. He had probably found at least some time to rest in the night storm, but he certainly hadn't been able to go home. "I hope you get some time off soon, Commander," Lamprecht said. Would be nice to get a break before the Interduchy tournament. I'm looking forward to going home." It seemed that he was particularly eager to meet his first grandchild. Smiling at that last remark, Lamprecht left the commander's office with the board in hand and went straight to the northern building. "Get some time off at last, Lamprecht? That's great. Make sure you rest up." After arriving at the retainer's room, Lamprecht had shown the board to the others in Wolfried's service, and they had all congratulated him without missing a beat. The attendants and scholars had found it much easier to secure time away from work. Lamprecht completed the necessary arrangements, then gave the other retainers a satisfied grin. From there, he sent ordinances to his mother Elvira and wife Aurelia to inform them of the good news. They replied immediately. "This is Elvira. Aurelia is currently in my care. Return to the main building today, though only after you have thoroughly cleansed yourself and changed your clothes. I do not want the stench of blood and battle sullying my estate. This is Aurelia. I wait your return." The other retainers let out whistles and exchanged intimidating glances. They had been listening to the ordinances as well. "Lady Elvira sure is scary," one said. "She took her son's wife from Ahrensbach into her care." "She doesn't like the smell of blood, huh?" added another, "even though she's the first wife of the Knight Commander." Lamprecht sighed. "It may seem as if she's trying to get more power over Aurelia, but she's actually working to ease everyone's suspicions about her being from Ahrensbach. Bettina had married into Ehrenfest around the same time as Aurelia and was espoused to the son of Guy Wiltord, but when it was revealed that her in-laws had given their names to Georgine and that Bettina herself was communicating with Georgine through her home family in Ahrensbach, she was captured and executed." Ooh! Dang! Oh well, she was doing it to herself. Aurelia had been under Elvira's care ever since marrying into Ehrenfest. She trusted Elvira to pick whom she interacted with, so she had never ended up socializing with Ahrensbach or nobles of the former Veronica faction. As a result, during the Purge, she hadn't even been taken away for questioning. Incidentally, Mother's request not to bring the stench of blood into the house must be because of the baby. Thanks to Lamprecht, Elvira was now a grandmother. It was clear that she was fighting hard to protect Aurelia and the newborn. That seems pretty overcautious, one of the knight retainers said. Nobody's going to imprison your wife, Lamprecht. You're a guard knight serving Lord Wolfried, the next Archduke. We could have been arrested for what we did for Lady Veronica, but you can see for yourself that none of us were. Several of the Archducal couple's retainers had already been relieved of duty or imprisoned and punished, whereas Wolfried's retainers were completely undisturbed. Either out of optimism or a deliberate attempt to avoid reality, they were all trusting the Lord to keep their families safe. But retainers can't be relieved of duty until their lord or lady returns. If there are any criminals among us, they won't be punished before Lord Wolfried comes back. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait till then, and oh boy, that's gonna be fun! Lamprecht couldn't bring himself to be anywhere near as hopeful, though he kept that fact to himself. He didn't want to inspire chaos or cause anyone to run away. Following his mother's instructions, Lamprecht cleansed himself and changed clothes in the dormitory before flying off on his high beast. The cold winter air prickled his skin like tiny daggers, but the sunlight was warm. He felt good for the first time in a while. Welcome home, Aurelia said upon his return. Elvira was with her. It's good to be back, Lamprecht replied. Oh, you weren't wearing your veil? I was told in no uncertain terms that our child must be able to see his mother's face. Oh, it's a son! Nice! I see, and where is our little boy? Lamprecht hadn't been home since attending the birth. He was looking forward to seeing his baby's face, so not spotting him here made him anxious. I understand how you feel, but wait until after we've had dinner, Elvira said chidingly. A lot of arrangements were made so that you could eat with Aurelia. Do not let her nurse's efforts or her own go to waste. Because the baby's mana was so dependent on its mother, it was her duty to feed it. Lamprecht understood that much, but he hadn't understood how much work was necessary for something so simple as if sharing a meal with his wife. You may rest easy, Elvira continued. Our house's successor is growing steadily. Now to the dining hall. We must hurry and eat. Eckert's move to Ahrensbach had required him to choose either Lamprecht or Cornelius to take over in his stead and temporarily manage his things. The two brothers had thus needed to discuss which one of them would leave the house. Cornelius's marriage to Lenore would be exceptionally beneficial to the Leisegangs, so the family wanted them as the house's successors. Many also rejected the idea of a first wife from Ahrensbach becoming the future head of the estate. Lamprecht had no real interest in taking over. He knew that Aurelia would struggle with socializing with the less accepting members of their family. So he had suggested that they both leave and that Cornelius and Lenore move into a side building. However, Elvira had refused the idea outright. After the purge, how the public sees Aurelia will change immensely depending on if she resides in the estate of the Knight Commander, she had said. It makes no difference to our house whether you or Cornelius become its successor, so prioritize your pregnant wife from another duchy and secure a safe place for her to live. It would have been easy for Elvira to send Lamprecht and Aurelia out of the state, and it would have satisfied their extended family. Despite that, she had chosen to put the safety of Aurelia and the baby above all else. It had warmed Lamprecht's heart, and the knowledge that his mother was looking after his wife had put him at ease, even when he was unable to return home because of the purge and the Lord of Winterhunt. I did not think she would be staying in one of the main building's guest rooms, Lamprecht said. Putting her in a side building would have been too dangerous, Elvira replied simply. Because she was from Ahrensbach, Aurelia often received meeting requests from punished members of the former Veronica faction and those with close ties to Georgine. The smallest spark of controversy had the potential to make her a suspect, which was why Elvira had moved her to the main building and rejected all the letters under her own name. Have you felt safe here, Aurelia? Lamprecht asked. Indeed, our son and I have been at peace, and there has been nary a moment of unease. Under normal circumstances, I would have been questioned by the Knight's Order immediately after giving birth. But Lady Elvira stopped even that for my sake. Please be sure to show her your gratitude. Aurelia had managed to avoid a summons from the Knight's Order by putting her social life, and everything else for that matter, entirely in Elvira's hands. Karstad knew about Aurelia's circumstances as well, and had broken his back trying to assist her, even going as far as to very slightly abuse his authority. Lamprecht sighed in relief and thanked Elvira, well aware of the situation. There is no need for that, Elvira replied. You are aware that the purge has turned the public against the former Veronica faction and those from Ahrensbach, correct? Correct. I heard that even some of the Archducal couple's retainers were imprisoned. Indeed, such is the fate of criminals, though their loved ones and close friends are going to struggle as well. In truth, Trudelade was also detained. She took great pride in her time as Lady Veronica's attendant and did a little too much work for her in the shadows. Ooh. Trudelade was Karstad's second wife, whom he had married at Veronica's orders. Elvira, his first wife, had disapproved of the way she acted. So she had taken advantage of the purge to give the Knight's Order evidence of the crimes Trudelade had committed for Veronica. Her son, Nikolaus, is staying at the castle for now, Elvira continued. Keep a close eye on him so that he does not approach Rozemyne as her paternal half-brother. Cornelius tells me she has a soft spot for those younger than her. I do not want her asking us to save Trudelade or reduce her punishment for her own son's sake. Nor do I want her asking for him to be moved to the main building. Rozemyne had a tendency to rush to the aid of anyone in trouble, and if a noble of the former Veronica faction exploited that, the end result would never be good. That said, guiding Rozemyne was supposed to be the duty of her retainers. Lamprecht rarely interacted with her. I was Lady Detlinda's guard knight before my marriage, Aurelia said. Back then, when I was in peak form, a child yet to join the Royal Academy wouldn't have been a threat. But right now, well... You don't need to force yourself, Lamprecht replied. I'll warn Rozemyne. I don't want Nikolaus in the main building either. Nikolaus had started training as an apprentice knight and was taller and stronger than most others his age. Lamprecht didn't want him near Aurelia, who hadn't yet recovered from giving birth, or their newborn baby. Furthermore, Elvira said, we have closed down the building where Trudelade was living. All those who served there have now been dispersed, and not a single one of them is allowed into the main building. Has that abrupt dismissal not put them in a very troublesome position, Lamprecht asked? The commoner servants who had planned to spend the entire winter with Trudelade certainly had not made any winter preparations of their own. Lamprecht felt bad that they had been forced out into the cold, but Elvira just sighed. What else could be done? I suggested that they seek work with the Knight's Order, which was hiring servants to look after the detained nobles, and that is the most I will do for them. My duty is to protect this estate, my son's wife, and my new grandson. Thus I cannot let those who serve Trudelade into the main building. Elvira had made her priorities clear, and she would eliminate anyone who posed even the slightest threat to them. It seemed a little harsh, but as the Knight Commander's first wife, she had a sharp nose for danger. She continued, because of these circumstances, I am keeping the baby's existence hidden from even our family. I realize this is unfortunate, both for you and Aurelia and for the newborn, but any celebrations will need to wait until your son's baptism. After our baby's mana was checked, it was customary to inform one's closest family and celebrate the birth, but none of that was going to happen this time. Lamprecht had thought that Elvira was being excessively cautious, but her vigilance was also the reason he had been so comfortable leaving his wife in her care. Lord Lamprecht, may I ask that you would at least inform Lady Rozemyne, Aurelia asked in a quiet voice. She has treated me well and was very much looking forward to the birth of our child. Do tell her personally. Lamprecht already knew the reason for his wife's request. Rozemyne had done so much to make Aurelia feel comfortable in her new home. She had spoken to her when she first married into Ehrenfest, stayed with her when making a new cloth trend, and prepared an Ehrensbach dish for her when she was pregnant. I could secretly inform Rozemyne at the castle, Lamprecht said, his gaze wandering to Elvira, but would it not be better for mothers to summon her here? I doubt anyone will suspect we have had a baby from that alone. No, Elvira replied simply and with a smile. We must keep her away from here for the time being, so that nobles of the former Veronica faction do not realize she is close to Aurelia, and so that the Leisegang's trying to make her into the next Ob do not make unnecessary hopeful. Do not become unnecessarily hopeful. Cannot talk right. The first reason was fair enough, but the second made Lamprecht's eyes widen in shock. How were the Leisgang still a concern, he asked. Hasn't the engagement made it clear that Lord Wolfred is going to be the next Ob and Rozemyne his second wife? Or first wife, I mean? Oh, we can see her face! She looks nice! She looks cute! She is not mean looking! Y'all are crazy! The purge swept away the lust for revenge that was clouding Guy Leisgang and Meritus' heart. Elvira said, finally at peace, he recently climbed the tower and Oh, he died! Great-grandfather died! No! I knew it was going to happen sooner or later! As an Archducal Guard Knight, Lamprecht had been told the names of those who were executed as punishment, but he hadn't known about any deaths beyond that. The fact that he was only hearing this now made it all the more tragic. There really hadn't been much time for him to socialize this winter. But great-grandfather hated the thought of Lord Wolfred becoming the next Ob more than anyone, Lamprecht exclaimed. How does his passing change anything? Elvira heaved a frustrated sigh. He saw the purge as an act of revenge that would eliminate his enemies. Little wonder, then, that his dying wish was for Rozemyne to become the next Ob. The ununified elders are working to make that happen as we speak. Some are even trying to regain what Lady Veronica took from them. Their efforts to make Rozemyne the next Ob wasn't going to include her parents, since they wouldn't respond positively to the Leisegang's demands. Still, the crimes committed by Lady Veronica and her lackeys have nothing to do with Lord Wolfried and the Ob, do they? I understand that Lady Veronica abused the Leisegangs, but the Archducal family can't be tarred with the same brush. Not when they cast aside their own faction for the benefit of the duchy. Elvira merely laughed off at such an obvious protest. Goodness, what are you saying? During the Purge, so many innocent people were detained and punished for the crimes of their relatives. Those attending the Royal Academy had managed to escape punishment by giving their names, but the adults hadn't been so fortunate. Not all of them had been executed, but many had received punishments of varying severities. According to Elvira, the Leisegangs expected the Archducal family, Veronica's own blood, to be treated similarly. But years had passed since Lady Veronica was... You would do well to realize that elders perceive time differently than you do, Elvira said. Her eyes sharp. 2 years for you is 6 to them. On top of that, Veronica had put them through more than 3 decades of misery. Lamprecht had yet to be born when it all started, and his head spun as he finally understood the extent of their suffering and the depth of their fury. Elvira continued, it must have been another story if Lord Sylvester had detained Lady Veronica immediately upon coming into power, but instead he remained inactive for the longest time. Consider also that she took charge of Lord Wolfried's baptism. It should come as no surprise that so few nobles can separate the three in their mind. In all his time spent serving the Wolfried, Lamprecht had never once considered such points. He had been targeted by Veronica before, but maybe due to how quickly it had passed, or his own optimism, he hadn't been able to understand what would inspire the Leisegangs to cling to their hatred so fervently and for so long. Putting his past actions aside, Elvira said, I praise the Ob for having carried out the recent purge, even at the cost of destroying his own faction. However, this also made Leisegang the dominant force in both strength and numbers, meaning its influence will be considerably harder to resist. The Archducal family will need to become a tight-knit unit going forward. As far as Lamprecht was concerned, the Archducal family was already as close as could be. Was there even much else for them to do? As he racked his brain for ideas, he remembered having discussed the matter with his fellow retainers. The passage of time will not be enough for Lord Wolfried and the Ob to escape Lady Veronica's shadow, Elvira said. Likewise, no matter how great a wedge we try to drive between them, Rozemyne will always have a connection to Leisegang. In that case, we should just get Rozemyne to gather the Leisegangs under her and... Lamprecht was repeating verbatim what his fellow retainers had said to him, but he must not have paid enough attention to what he was saying. Elvira's eyes sharpened as she swiftly cut him down. Do not be foolish. How can you expect so much from her when the Ob and we have kept her from socializing with them, fearing that they might absorb her even now that she's been adopted into the Archducal family? It would not be possible, especially considering her upbringing in the temple. His proposal in tatters, Lamprecht desperately searched for the words needed to avoid his mother's wrath. He knew from experience that the last thing he wanted to do was displease her and put her in an uncomfortable, uncooperative mood. Without her assistance, it would be much harder for him to gain information on the Leisegangs and work for the sake of his lord. The printing industry she's leading might have had its start in the province of her former retainer Bridget, but its recent expansions have all been in provinces belonging to Gives and her family. I thought she might have been using that as an opportunity to socialize with them. Then you could say that Rozemyne is socializing with the Leisegangs exactly as often as Lord Wolfried, who visits each province as a representative of the printing industry, and you accompanied him as his guard knight, did you not? I can only imagine how deep your bonds with our family must be. This time Lamprecht fell completely silent. He had indeed traveled to various provinces with Wolfried to make sure preparations for the printing industry were complete, but he hadn't socialized with any of the Gives' family. So, Rozemyne's the same way? Good grief, Elvira said. You have been socializing with our family since you were but a child, Lamprecht, so what you are much closer to them than Rozemyne is. Even if your lord asked her to lead the Leisegangs, do not allow it. Shield her from them, if anything. Lamprecht hadn't really socialized with his Leisegang family since he had started serving Wolfried, doubly so since he had married Aurelia from Arensbach. Being told to shield Rozemyne felt unreasonable as a result, but he couldn't say something so weak in front of his wife. She was probably worrying that their marriage had caused all these problems in the first place. It's not your fault, Aurelia. It's other stuff that's happened. We kept Rozemyne away from her family so that she would not become the next Ob, Elvira concluded. If you or anyone else serving Lord Wolfried wishes to close the distance we have so carefully established, then you are still outrageous fools without the slightest talent for gathering intelligence. It was precisely as Elvira had said. Now that Wolfried was engaged and guaranteed to become the next Archduke, his retainers were becoming too lax when it came to gathering information. Still, he couldn't bring himself to just nod in agreement. How you gather intelligence and serve your lord is up to you, Elvira remarked. However, with the former Veronica faction now in such dire straits, you must be in a very tough position. Be as considerate about Lord Wolfried as you wish, but he always favors the former Veronica faction. My lord would not be foolish enough to do that, Lamprecht said flatly. He always has an honest personality and listens to the opinions of others. Although the nobles all treated Wilfrid as a member of the former Veronica faction, he had been torn away from Veronica just after his baptism, and the 6 years since he had spent living by the rules of the archducal family. He also wasn't the kind of person to show favoritism when it came to factions. I see, Elvira muttered with a heavy sigh. Then I shall leave convincing him to you. Rozemyne cannot be made to control the Leisegangs, as it will only create an opening for them to exploit. After that final nail in his coffin, Lamprecht felt an overwhelming urge to sigh. He would need to discuss matters with Cornelius and Rozemyne so that they could work with him without Elvira knowing. You must be careful, Elvira warned. Most troublesome of all is that the Leisegangs almost have Lord Bonifacius on their side. It seems he strongly disapproves of Rozemyne being involved with the temple. Grandfather does? That's odd. Yes, and securing his help will make the extremist faction more than capable of eliminating Lord Wilfrid. The Ivory Tower incident has not been forgotten, and the only reason your lord can still become the next Ob is because he is engaged to Rozemyne. Everyone knows she would be the obvious choice to rule if he did not exist, and what follows from that logic need not even be stated. Lamprecht broke out into a cold sweat. It had never even crossed his mind that Bonifacius might become their enemy. The very idea was disastrous. Oh yeah, definitely. We cannot have that. Come on, grandfather, don't do this to us. You should inform Lord Wilfrid that the absolute last thing he wants to do right now is provoke the Leisegangs. At the very least, he should wait until the archducal couple has finished meting out punishments and rearranging its retainers, or until after he is married and the Leisegangs have been forced to give up. Lamprecht nodded at his mother's warning. It wouldn't take too long for the archducal couple to reform its retainers. Lady Aurelia, may I have a moment? As Nurse asked, interrupting their meal. The baby is hungry. Aurelia apologized and took her leave. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to enjoy her dinner after all. A mother's life revolves around her child, Elvira said, fixing her own son with a glare. Although this is your first holiday in some time, you must not let Aurelia tend to you. Instead, you should tend to her. She went on to speak at length about the difficulties a woman faced after giving birth, drawing generously from her own experiences. Lamprecht was pretty certain that her lectures had gotten even longer than usual, maybe because she was writing so many stories as of late. Aurelia could not summon her family for this birth, Elvira continued, and the purge has required her to move from the side building to the main one. Not even I can say how tense she must be at the current moment. Plus, even when I am working my hardest, there is only so much I can do as her mother-in-law. She needs her husband to support her, too. Now, in my case, Karlstad would... Then, as you suggest, Mother, I will act entirely for her sake, Lamprecht interrupted, having sensed that there would be no end to her rant. He had listened to her go on about what had happened after his birth multiple times than he could count, and he was far more interested in seeing his newborn baby. After more or less fleeing the room, Lamprecht had one of the attendants guide him to where his wife and son were staying. Along the way, he was reminded of the fact that they were living in a guest room. I assumed she would use my room, if any. Your room is full of magic weaponry, Lord Lamprecht. It would be much too dangerous for your wife and child to stay there. Lady Aurelia was also opposed to changing or moving furniture so soon after giving birth. Aurelia had apparently said that she wanted to avoid any unnecessary hassle, which is why she had instead moved to a room furnished with everything she would need. It was an understandable decision, and one that was very much like her. The baby is currently being fed, the attendant noted. Enter quietly so as to not startle him. Lamprecht carefully entered the room, and there he was, his baby boy. As he recalled, his son's face had been so red and mushy when he was first born that he had actually looked more like a tiny animal than with human features. He had also been small enough for Lamprecht to hold in his hands, but now he would need to be cradled in both arms. His chubby little body looked soft to the touch. As he watched the baby eagerly breastfeed, Lamprecht felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He's getting bigger, he said. Indeed, Aurelia replied with a giggle. I am sure he grows heavier with each passing day. How's life in the main building? Is it tough living in Mother's care? Not in the least, she said. She has been refusing all invitations on my behalf and spoke with Lord Karlstad so that I would not have to visit the Knight's Order so soon after giving birth. She also secured me a trustworthy nurse and is preventing any suspicious individuals from infiltrating the building. It is thanks to her that I can focus on caring for our baby. Seeing the peaceful smile on his wife's face was enough for Lamprecht to confirm that she was speaking from the heart. Aurelia continued, My birth mother is no longer with us. I do not have a good relationship with my little sister, and I do not think my father's first wife would have treated me so lovingly if I had married with an Ahrensbach. Lady Elvira truly is the reason we can be so comfortable. Please thank her on behalf of us both. Upon learning that Trudele was imprisoned as part of the purge, Aurelia had assumed that she would suffer an even worse fate. Dang it. considering that she was from Ahrensbach. However, Elvira had dealt with the knight's order for her and even advised her to retreat to the main building. Our marriage has put you in a difficult position, hasn't it? Aurelia said. It pains me to know that I am the reason you cannot even debut your child to your family. You don't need to worry about that. Really, I'm the one who feels bad. You're in such a scary situation right now, but I haven't been here for you when you needed me most. Lamprecht looked carefully at his son. He wanted to be around to see him grow, and that thought instilled in him a strong fatherly urge to protect this little being. An archducal retainer needs to prioritize their lord above all else. I understand that much, Aurelia replied. It was only for a short time, but I did serve Lady Detlinde. Oh God, I feel bad for you. Lamprecht wasn't serving Rozemyne. Instead, he was a guard knight for Wilfrid, whose retinue was full of people from the faction that had just been purged. He could somewhat predict what his position among them was going to be in the future. Lord Wilfrid isn't as fixated on factions as people think, he said. It shouldn't take much for him to listen to reason. I am worried about Lady Rozemyne, too. She was concerned about me when I was pregnant and married various considerate arrangements for my sake, remember? I do not want to be the reason she is embroiled in family troubles. Aurelia had chosen the knight course on her father's order. Then, after Alsted's demotion to the rank of an archnoble, she had then been made to serve Detlinde to get close to Georgine. It had ended up being a terrible experience, and she didn't want Rozemyne going through the same thing. Mother's thinking ahead and worrying about all sorts of things. That's just the kind of person she is, but at the same time, it means she has a bunch of plans. Rozemyne doesn't intend to be the next Ob, and that fact won't change no matter what the elders in Leisegang say. Not to mention the Archduke candidates are all on good terms and working around Lord Wilfrid. He smiled and added, a small matter like this won't even strain their relationship. Oh, you have no idea what's going to be happening, dude. Considering what just happened in the last story of the last volume that we just finished. At that moment, the baby opened its tiny mouth with an equally small pop. Lamprecht watched closely as Aurelia picked up her son and patted him on the back. The infant gazed up at his father, looking him straight in the eye, and then burped. He's smiling, Lamprecht said. He must be satisfied from eating so much. Oh my, can you recognize your father, little one? Aurelia asked, holding the baby's teeny hand. Let's ask him to hurry up and think of a name for you, then. Lamprecht smiled. I came up with a lot of names while we were apart. My first choice would be Sigrid. During these peaceful days with his wife and child, Lamprecht was unaware of the trouble to come. He didn't know that Wilfrid would swallow Ortwin's words wholesale and return for the Royal Academy mistrusting Rozemyne, or that there was someone among Wilfrid's retainers actively fanning the flames of that discord. Oh God. Is it Oswald? Come on, guys. Really? I thought he was a nice guy. No! Oh boy. Here we go. Returning home in everyone's situation. Ah, Rozemyne, you're back. No sooner had I teleported back to the castle than I was met with a deafening roar. It was Bonifacius, of course, and he was charging right at me with open arms. His every step produced what might as well have been a resounding boom, and I recoiled in shock despite myself. Before I could be thoroughly crushed, my retainer sprang into action. Angelica and Cornelius each seized one of Bonifacius' arms while Damiel grabbed his cape. Then, in a combined effort, they pulled him back and shouted, "Calm down, you're scaring her!" After eventually coming to a stop, Bonifacius gave me an anxious look, trying to gauge what I was feeling. I'm not scary, right, Rozemyne? I shook my head. I was just surprised to see your incredible speed, Grandfather. I'm glad to be home. Just stay careful from now on. Under normal circumstances, Karstedt, Elvira, the Archducal couple, and the rest of the gang would all be here to welcome me, but I could only see Bonifacius, the Archducal Guard Knights, and several other knights from the Order. Sylvester had also directed us Archduke candidates to return at the same time, rather than in order of our academic year. For some reason, this break in tradition left me feeling a bit uneasy. Rozemyne, should you get off the magic circle so that Charlotte could teleport over, Wilfrid said. He had arrived immediately before me and was standing off to the side surrounded by his guard knights. I nodded in response and moved out of the way with Friarda. My guard knights soon gathered around me in the same way that Wilfrid's had gathered around him. Welcome back, Lady Rozemyne. Thank you, Damiel, Cornelius, Angelica, I replied. Oh, and where my heart might be. Ottilie is keeping an eye on him while he bemoans not being here. Only we knights received permission to come greet you. Mothers certainly are strong. Containing him cannot be an easy feat. I know. Oh no, that portion, you gotta keep it away from Hartmut. You definitely need to. He'll have a shrine made out to that thing in no time at all. Oh God. I can actually see him doing that. While my guard knights were telling me about Ottilie's battle with her son, Charlotte arrived with her attendant. Her guard knights moved to protect her, then Bonifacius raised a hand to get our attention. Right, let us get you all to your rooms. Fear not, for I am going to guard you until you reach the northern building. At his signal, Wilfrid and Charlotte began to mobilize, their guards staying in formation around them. I started to follow, only to notice that Bonifacius was standing still and offering me his hand. Grandfather, is that really safe? Don't worry, you can take his hand, Cornelius assured me. We made sure he doesn't hurt you. Cornelius, Bonifacius shouted, a fierce look in his eyes, but Cornelius merely shrugged without so much as faltering. That wasn't my concern, I muttered. Still, I grabbed one of Bonifacius' fingers, and together we started making our way to the northern building. I attended my first award ceremony this year. I went on stage and was celebrated for coming first in class. Oh, I also received praise straight from the Zent himself. Bonifacius rejoiced sincerely as if my achievements were his own. Unlike last year, however, he wasn't just looking at me, he was extremely wary of our surroundings. Grandfather, I said, could it be that things are especially dangerous at the moment? They've calmed down, but a group of Archduke candidates returning altogether is a significant event. Nobles might come to plead for a reduced sentence or even use that as a cover to attack. People will probably assume you are easy targets since you didn't punish the students at the Royal Academy. Caution is needed. Is it only dangerous in the castle with all its nobles, or will it also be dangerous outside? Now that I was back at Ehrenfest, I planned to go straight to my new library. But if simply moving from the main building to the northern building was being treated with this much caution, I doubted that would be possible. Bonifacius shook his head, wearing a stern frown. I hate to say it, but the only place you can all move around freely is the northern building. At the very least, you'll need to be patient until the feast celebrating spring ends, and the nobles start leaving. Melchior's been waiting there all winter. As his big sister, I'm sure you can manage too. The start of the purge had inevitably made things more dangerous, which was why Melchior had been told not to leave the northern building without permission. He had even been forbidden from going to the playroom, meaning he was essentially under house arrest. Spend some time with Melchior, Bonifacius said to me. I'm looking forward to dinner with you all tonight. He then pointed toward the northern building, and there was Melchior standing with his retainers at the very edge of the hall. Welcome home, brother, sisters. Staying in the northern building all on my own was very boring. I didn't get to see mother or father anywhere near as often as when I was in the main building. Then, to make things even worse, I get told that I couldn't go to the playroom. I'm not allowed to be around the other children in case someone whose parents were detained goes crazy and does something. We had accepted Melchior's invitation to tea, and were listening to him vent about his winter while our attendants took our things to our rooms. The plan had originally been for the purge to happen during the second half of the season, but the intelligence we received from Matthias and the others had made it necessary to start much earlier. As a result, almost immediately after we students left for the Royal Academy, Melchior was locked away in the northern building. He had apparently been very forlorn, having to spend his first winter after his baptism alone in the northern building. Florencia had tried to weave visits in between the busy periods, but it had still paled in comparison to when he'd see her every day. It hadn't been long before I started to feel depressed. I only ever got to speak with my retainers, so I'm glad you've all come back, he concluded. I noted we cannot leave until the feast celebration celebrating spring is over, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves in the meantime. And so we played cards, and such until our attendants called us for dinner. The entire archducal family was present, and we discussed what had occurred at the Royal Academy. Melchior was overjoyed to finally be able to be having a lively meal again. His eyes sparkled as he listened to us speak about our duchy's books, spreading through the whole population, and the importance of prayer being recognized due to its connection to obtaining divine protections. Many more students obtained honor-level grades this year than last, Florencia said. It is wonderful that you were all rewarded for participating in so many research projects. I'm impressed you managed to hold the dormitory together, Bonifacius added. I thought for certain it would collapse. Good job. Sylvester nodded. You all did more as Ehrenfest Archduke candidates than we had ever hoped. As your father and the Archduke, I am proud of you all. Now, I want you to use your leadership skills to help guide the duchy out of the internal chaos this purge has created. Understood. We spent dinner being showered with praise, but as everything began to wind down, Sylvester's expression turned abruptly serious. This was our first meal together in a long time, he said. I chose the topics carefully so that we could all enjoy ourselves, but 2 days from now, at third bell, we're going to have an archducal family meeting. It won't be pleasant, but we'll need to get through it together. 2 days from now, third bell. I swallowed hard. The prickliness in Sylvester's eyes seems to embody the entire atmosphere of the castle right now. Over breakfast the next morning, I introduced my new retainers from the Royal Academy to my retainers who had stayed home in Ehrenfest. Theodore wasn't present. As per our agreement, he only served me at the academy, but everyone else was here. Matthias, Lorenz, Mariella, and Grisha have given their names to me and are now my retainers, I said. The plan is for Mariella to one day entrust her name to my mother, Elvira, instead. Matthias and Lorenz, Cornelius repeated, the sons of Gebe Gerlach and Gebe Wiltord respectfully, his face twisted in the slightest grimace. Matthias's and Lorenz families had been central figures among the nobles who had given their names to Georgine. Cornelius, do not glare at them, I said protectively, moving in front of the four. They have given me their names already. He sighed and patted my head. I gathered from the introductory tournament and graduation ceremonies that they weren't directly act against you. But many nobles are still calling for their punishments. On the other side of things, there are just as many voices saying their punishment should be reduced. Cornelius isn't doubting their loyalty or suggesting that they mean you any harm, Daniel interjected. He's just worried that any anger and dissatisfaction meant for them will end up being directed at you instead. I whispered my thanks to Cornelius. It didn't surprise me that the situation in Airfest wasn't as calm as in the Royal Academy, but things were apparently a lot grimmer than I expected. You all know Hartmut from when he came to the Academy for the ritual, correct? I asked my retainers from the dormitory. Audley is his mother and my attendant. As for Daniel, Cornelius, and Angelica, they were my other guard knights. Those of you who are knights as well should follow Daniel's instructions when it comes to work. Daniel, choose the order in which the knights will visit the temple. Matthias and Lorenz included. Scholars may distribute work identically to last year, while apprentice attendants may continue cleaning up. After delegating work to my retainers, I took the magic tool given to me by Ferdinand and out of my luggage. I was also very curious about the mana-resistant leather bag containing a second magic tool and a top-secret note. I shall open this in my hidden room, I said. Do lend me the magic tool once you have listened to its messages, Leiselang chirped. I will make it into a shoe mill. I smiled and nodded. Then I hid in my hidden room, set the letter bag down, and played the first magic tool that Ferdinand had given me. It starts with chidings, as I recall, but I'm sure that's because he saved all the good messages for last, I declared, pumping myself up. I believe in you, Ferdinand. He's gonna... Who knows what he's gonna say? I don't really know anymore. It could be scoldings, it could be praise, it could be both for all we know, it could be warnings for all we know. I touched the face stone and the recordings began to play. There was nothing but criticisms from start to finish. So mean, Ferdinand. You could have put in at least one line of praise in here. It didn't need to be a rare and valuable very good or anything like that. A simple not bad would have been sufficed. Crestfallen, I opened up the leather bag and took out the other magic tool and a piece of paper. The bag was empty now, but it still felt strangely heavy. I dug around inside, wondering whether there was something I'd missed, but to no avail. Wait, does it have a false bottom? Cool! They got false bottom bags in this! Nice! I hadn't noticed due to the weight and shape of the magic tool, but the underside of the leather bag was hiding a secret. I opened the note and could tell from the handwriting that it was from Ferdinand. As per your request, this magic tool contains words of praise. Keep it inside the bag at all times and ensure that nobody else hears its messages. Further, only use it within the library's hidden room. If you violate any of these rules, the praise will automatically be deleted. Hold on, what? When did you come up with this? In the library's hidden room. He definitely hadn't mentioned making a magic tool that could delete its own recordings. I read the note over and over again, then returned the tool to the bag. I'm glad I didn't touch the magic tool first, I muttered. It would have been so easy for me to accidentally break one of the rules and cause such rare words of praise to be deleted. Thankfully, I'm naturally drawn to reading above all else. I was very curious about the praise, but Ferdinand had gone out of his way to record it on another magic tool so that other people wouldn't hear it. Plus, I would be profoundly upset if my own impatience caused all the messages to disappear. I decided to keep it inside the leather bag and not take it out of my hidden room. The last thing I wanted was someone accidentally touching it and activating the trap. Later, I said, this magic tool contains nothing but harsh words. Turning it into a shoe mill might just result in the most critical stuffed animal, or most critical stuffed toy known to man. Are you sure you want to burst such a creation? Of course, Leiselang replied, accepting the magic tool with an overjoyed smile. She adored any and all shoe mills, even a tiny Ferdinand one that would do nothing but admonish you. Wow, her love of shoe mills is unrivaled. Lady Rozemyne, where is the magic bag? Still in my hidden room. It contains a second magic tool that speaks words of praise, but Lord Ferdinand rigged it with a trap that will erase them all if they're played at the wrong time or place. Riarda cackled. How like him. He must be shy about saying nice things. That may be so, but that's no reason to create an elaborate self-deletion trap. Oh boy, here we go. Lamprecht and Nikolaus. After leaving my hidden room, I stored information with the scholars until third bell, then practiced Hearthstone with my siblings and started reading the books I borrowed. This was for Melchior's sake, since he had spent such a long time by himself. My sincerest apologies, Lady Rozemyne, Lamprecht said, but may I have a moment of your time this afternoon? There's much I wish to discuss with you. I stared at him in surprise. It was rare for him to address me so formally. I also wasn't sure how to respond. How could I meet with him when I couldn't leave the northern building? Riarda, I said. It must be urgent for him to have asked, she replied. As you have no plans this afternoon, you may speak with him. Use your room, but have Lenore and Angelica stay with you. I was engaged now, so it made sense to have some of the girls accompany me. I turned back to Lamprecht and said, very well, this afternoon then. Lamprecht came almost immediately after lunch. Our attendants poured us some tea, then swiftly took their leave. It's rare for you to approach me directly, Lamprecht. Well, this is something I need to tell you myself. He scratched his cheek and gave me a kind smile that I recognized in an instant. Your baby was born, I presume? Yep, at the beginning of winter. We were expecting him in autumn, but he must not have been in much of a hurry. Congratulations! Let us begin the celebration at once. Nope. We assumed you would go nuts upon hearing the news, Cornelius interjected and rolled his eyes. That was why we've been keeping quiet about it. He then told me that I wasn't to make the information public under any circumstances. But why, I asked? We're siblings. It should be time for us to celebrate the birth, right? Florencia was having a baby too, but I wouldn't even be able to meet the child until they were baptized. Lamprecht was my brother, though, which meant I was allowed to see his kid whenever. I'm glad that you're so excited, Lamprecht said, but we're planning to keep the birth of household secret for now. A celebration would complicate that. A secret? Why is that? The commoner way of celebrating a birth was to tell everyone about it so that it would stick in their memory. Nobles only told those close to them until the child was baptized, but they rarely made a conscious effort to keep the birth a secret. And there was no rule against celebrating. The purge targeted those who gave their names to Georgine and the nobles of the Veronica faction, Lamprecht began. Those with Arensbach blood, or who had shown favoritism to the faction, were likewise punished. As you know, my wife is from Arensbach as well, so I worry that she and her child will not be treated kindly. To spare them any abuse, we want to keep this news exclusively among our close family. Cornelius nodded and continued with the hard expression he wore at work. Those of us who didn't go with you to the Royal Academy were at the front lines of the purge, and it's impossible to say who holds a grudge against us. That's why we don't want any large-scale celebrations. Aurelia's become very sensitive to the movements of Arensbach of blind nobles, and we want to make things as peaceful as we can for her. Keep this a secret for us, Rozemyne, as she and our baby can be safe as possible. Lamprecht has always been come across as kind of unreliable, but his expression as he spoke about protecting his family reminded me of Dad. It actually warmed my heart a little. Got it, I said. I won't tell a soul. I did want to see your baby right away and throw a huge celebration, but safety comes first. You're trying to protect your family, after all. I can ask you questions while we're here, though, right? Is the baby doing well? Lamprecht broke into a smile. Aurelia's been in a bit of a daze, maybe because she keeps having to wake up in the night to breastfeed, but the baby is very healthy. He's even started to hold his head up for safety's sake. They're living in the main building instead of a side one. Apparently, Lamprecht had joked about how Aurelia was only ever sleeping or breastfeeding. Elvira had immediately scolded him for that, saying that it was just went to show how hard it was being a mother. Thoughts of life with a baby made me think of my short time with Camille. By the way, Cornelius, when do you and Lenore plan to marry? I asked, turning to look at the couple who were sitting beside one another. Cornelius had been given Eckert's estate, so maybe their starbind ceremony would be as early as this summer? You're making exactly the same face as Mother when she's about to tease us, Cornelius replied, then made eye contact with his future wife. The preparations normally take a year or two. We're already engaged, so why rush the ceremony? I feel the same way, Lenore agreed. It would also be best to wait until the situation in Ehrenfest has calmed down. It was good to see them getting along so well. Well, whenever your starbind ceremony happens, you can count on me, I assured them. I'll give you the blessing of a lifetime. A normal blessing will do, Cornelius sputtered. A normal one. Nothing good will come of you going all out. No, that won't do, I protested. This is my brother's wedding we're talking about. I'll give you a blessing that will rival even the one given to the royal family. No, don't! Not during the royal family starbinding, no. Please no, Cornelius exclaimed, waving his hands in a desperate attempt to stop me. Lenore giggled in amusement as she watched him panic. Anyway, that's all the good news, Lamprecht said, interrupting our back and forth. We need to speak about Nikolaus. Everyone's expression hardened. Nikolaus was Karstedt's son with his second wife, Trudelade, which made him my half-brother. But his mother's distaste for Ferdinand and history serving Veronica meant I'd been told to avoid him. Trudelade was in prison too, Lamprecht continued. You know that, right? I do. She was really invested in Lady Veronica and was evidently doing a lot behind the scenes. Well, as we speak, Nikolaus is in the playroom. My eyes widened. Still? Has Father not taken him in and brought him home? My face twisted into a grimace. It seems too cruel to make him spend an entire season in the playroom when he has a parent so close by. Cornelius frowned. Father led the purge. He goes to speak with Nikolaus on a couple of occasions, but actually taking him in isn't an option. We can't have a kid his age all alone in a side building, can we? A side building, I repeated. Why would he go there when Mother is in the main building? Nikolaus isn't her son. Why would Mother agree to care for him, Lamprecht asked. Cornelius looked just as taken aback. Why wouldn't she? Lenore chimed in. Are you perhaps not aware of the distinction between siblings who share a mother and those who don't? You were raised in the temple and were baptized as Lady Elvira's child, after all. It would be okay for her to stop caring for Nikolaus with his mother's permission. Or start caring for him. But Lady Trudelade is imprisoned, meaning her thoughts on the whole matter cannot be confirmed. Cornelius and Lamprecht nodded, only now realizing why this was so hard for me to grasp. Dang it, friggin' stopped up throat. Angelica nodded too, seeming to suggest that she understood. In order for Mother to take in Nikolaus without his birth mother's permission, she would need to adopt him, Lamprecht explained. And that would cause problems upon Trudelade's eventual return from her punishment. Mother herself said it would be best for him to stay in the playroom. We can't start caring for him when his own mother is unable to consent. I was shocked. Even though we lived in the same estate, Nikolaus was being treated as though he were from another family entirely. If not sharing the same mother was this big of a deal, then there are probably more children left in the playroom than I thought. I murmured, but if a child in the situation had their father's support, I'm sure the others otherwise would look after them, at least to some degree, half relation or not. Nikolaus, Matthias, and the others haven't been deemed guilty by association, but that doesn't change the fact that their parents are criminals. Though they have escaped punishment, that won't change how society views them. I expect few would want to take such children into their home. Even back on Earth, the families of criminals have been harshly scrutinized. The most I could do was quietly respond that Nikolaus was still only 9 years old. Only? Cornelius repeated. Rozemyne, he is already 9 years old. Considering how Trudelade might have raised him and how he must feel about his own father imprisoning her, I do not want him in the main building, especially since he is training to become a knight. Lamprecht nodded. I care more about the safety of Aurelia and our baby than a mere half-brother, and I am opposed to putting an apprentice knight who might get emotional in the main building. It doesn't help that Nikolaus is tall, in good shape, and very talented according to grandfather. If my wife were in peak condition, she could easily take him down. But she's still recovering from the birth. Gotta admit, I'm finding it hard to imagine a woman who hides behind a veil and meekly shuffles around taking down an apprentice knight. I know she took the knight course, but she doesn't seem to fit her personality at all. Trudelade was devoted to Lady Veronica and against Lord Ferdinand, Lamprecht continued. She mocked our mother both when Edgar gave Lord Ferdinand his name and when she took you in from the temple. She rarely showed her face in the main building, but I despise her, and I don't want her to take in anyone whom she raised. It's best for Nikolaus to stay in the playroom until her punishment is over. I guess. I understood the circumstances surrounding Nikolaus, but something still didn't feel right. He was being treated way too harshly for someone who hadn't done a single thing wrong. How many children are going to be left in the playroom after the feast celebrating spring, I asked. Could we perhaps move them to the orphanage? My hope was to get them somewhere that could be more at ease. Cornelius's and Lenore's eyes shot wide open. Rozemyne, what are you thinking? Lady Rozemyne, making such a drastic move on a whim is simply too much. Maybe she was right, but I couldn't bear to leave the kids stranded where they were. Living in the castle's main building meant they were always exposed to the judgmental eyes of adult nobles. Lamprecht, I said, believe one of Charlotte's retainers is looking after the playroom. I want to speak with them about this. Cornelius summoned Hartman. I have questions about the current status of the orphanage. Oh my god, you're charging forward again without thinking! You guys need to stop her! Someone smack her or something. Or not smack her. Instruction, Lamprecht and Cornelius exited the room, both wearing looks of resignation. Hartman came in immediately after, wearing a broad smile. It was like he was waiting right outside the door. You called, Lady Rozemyne? I asked Hartman about Nikolaus, the status of the orphanage, and how many of the children were going to have their parents come for them in spring. There have been 5 requests thus far. I should note that the children of second and third wives are much more likely to be abandoned, and we have received no news regarding the children without magic tools. I see. Do you think the orphanage will have enough room for those who end up being left in that playroom? Hartman cast his orange eyes down in thought. Housing them would not be an issue. The funding could still come from their parents and the purged nobles, but unlike the pre-baptism children, those in the playroom are already being treated as nobles. I do not know whether they would obediently listen to grave priests and shrine maidens, and they would presumably struggle to live as and with grave robes. As he said, while the pre-baptism children weren't yet officially nobles, the children in the playroom absolutely were. Lady Rozemyne came gracious voice. Lord Wolfried requests permission to enter. I nodded and immediately he came inside looking worried. Lamprecht told me you're about to cause trouble again, he said. What are you planning this time? The prospect looks grim, I said with a shake of my head, then explained the general ideas of moving the abandoned children from the playroom to the temple's orphanage. Wolfried gave me a look of momentary exasperation and sighed. You want to shelter them from the eyes of society because you feel sorry for them? Hiding them won't change anything, you know. Their parents committed crimes and were punished as a result. Instead, shouldn't you tell them to puff out their chests and live with pride? That they hadn't done anything to be ashamed of? He was looking straight ahead all the while, and it was clear that he was speaking from experience. No matter how much someone tried to hide, there would always be nobles backbiting them. Well, hiding them from the public eye is one reason to move them, but Melchior couldn't go to the playroom with this winter, right? He said that he spent the entire winter with his retainers, studying. He did say that. If all the teachers were with him, then what was the winter like for those in the playroom? How can they receive a proper noble education without someone to guide them? This is outside of your purview, Wolfried said plainly. Mother is in charge of the playroom, so speak with her if you have some concerns. Don't go butting into people's lives when they haven't asked you to. He was right, and that realization made me loosen up a little. I could speak with Florencia about this problem, but it was ultimately something for her to resolve. Besides, you don't need to think about all those kids, just focus on Nikolaus. On Nikolaus, I repeated, blinking in confusion. Yeah, Wilfred replied with a nod. He's petitioning to serve the archducal family as an archknight, and you're his foremost choice. It seems that he wants Lord Bonifacius to dote on him like he does on Cornelius and Angelica, plus he envies your relationship with Cornelius. I was at a loss for words. Nobody had told me before. But you've been kept away from him because you don't have the same mother, Wilfred continued. He said that he hasn't been able to speak a single word to you, and when he told his parents that he wants to serve you, they instantly shot him down. For the record, our father wasn't the one who refused him, Lamprecht clarified with a sigh. It was his mother, Trudelaide. She said that she would not permit him to serve someone who was raised in the temple. In other words, it was true that Nikolaus had asked to be my retainer. I gazed at Cornelius, who had forbidden me from meeting with him. I didn't even know that he wanted to serve me. This is my first time hearing any of this. That is because we decided to be better for him to serve Lord Wilfred, Cornelius replied with a smile. His wish to become an archducal retainer would still be granted, and Trudelaide wouldn't complain about her son serving Lady Veronica's precious grandson. He could even start getting to know his siblings thanks to Lamprecht being there too. Wilfred glared at Cornelius and shook his head. Nikolaus isn't asking to serve me, though. He wants to serve Rozemyne. Is it not bad enough that he's been abandoned in the playroom? How can we deny him the future he desires on top of that? We should at least let the kids who weren't punished choose their own lords or ladies. Cornelius' smile became very obviously forced. Perhaps I would share your perspective, as this was the child of anyone but Trudelaide, who was still persistently loyal to Lady Veronica. Furthermore, whether the students who evaded punishment by association get to choose whom they serve depends on whether they choose to give their names. Maybe I would trust Nikolaus a little more if he gave his name as Matthias and the others did. In response, Wilfred suddenly looked a little more wooden. Wooden? What the fuck? Lamprecht glowered at Cornelius and sighed. Lord Wilfred, Trudelaide is a dangerously biased woman. She was of the firm belief that Rozemyne worked with Lord Ferdinand to deceive the Ob and secure her adoption, all the while using underhanded means to trick the former High Bishop and subsequently incriminate Lady Veronica. Well, it would be more accurate to say that Ferdinand used me. Lady Veronica and the High Bishop then walked straight into his trap, due in no small part to Sylvester's intervention. I thought back to that time inside. I couldn't help feeling bad for Nikolaus, since I'd never met Trudelaide myself, but I also couldn't blame Elvira and Cornelius for not wanting to take him in. Rozemyne, Cornelius said, interjecting before I could even speak, you are so sympathetic to the children because they have committed no crimes, and are without guilt, but as your guard knight, I cannot allow you to create openings for dangerous people to exploit. You are at risk enough already. The sight of my guard knights all collectively nodding was enough for me to realize what a challenge it would be to trying to speak with Nikolaus. I really want to have a face-to-face conversation with him, though, at least once. I want to continue, but I gotta stop. Anyway, I'll get to work on everything, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Archducal family meeting. At third bell the next day, we Archduke candidates left the northern building with all of our guard knights, plus one scholar and attendant each. The situation was definitely being treated with more caution than was normal. Instead of our usual meeting room, we were gathering in the one closest of all to the northern building. Sylvester, Florencia, Bonifacius, Wilfred, Charlotte, and I all went inside. Melchior and his retainers now took the spot that had once belonged to Ferdinand. Thus began our meeting. There's a lot to report this time, Sylvester said. First, Florencia's pregnancy. We expect her to give birth either around the end of summer or the start of autumn. I want to distribute our current workload with her inevitable ill health in mind. His announcement caused a stir. This was going to complicate both the plan for him to take a second wife and administration as a whole. So he actually is going to take a second wife. If he actually is, that sucks. But while everyone was exchanging looks of concern, I didn't even blink. I already knew about Florencia's pregnancy, so I took the opportunity to extend words of celebration. Congratulations, I said to her. I look forward to autumn. I thank you ever so much, Rozemyne, she replied, her expression softening into a smile. Melchior beamed and spoke up as well. Congratulations, Mother. This means I'm getting a little brother or sister, right? Yep, Sylvester replied on her behalf, then gazed across all the gathered retainers. But keep it a secret for now, all right? Charlotte had been looking down at her feet, her expression stiff, but she finally looked up again in an apparent show of resolve. We would not wish to put Mother in danger, she said. We will keep this a secret, and I will provide all the support I can. I appreciate that. Now moving on. I want to focus next on the purge carried out over the winter. We all understand that getting Ehrenfest back on its feet is our highest priority, yeah? And so the reports began. The purge had started earlier than planned after Matthias and the others gave us an urgent update, and those who were found to have been given their names to Georgine were targeted first. The most notable raid was on Gerlach's estate. Many of the people there had committed suicide, and only a few of them had been registered as Ehrenfest nobles. Father, I don't understand, Wolfried said. Does that mean there was a large group of people from outside Ehrenfest in Gerlach's estate? You know how your mana is registered to a medal when you're baptized, right? The mana from those medals can be compared to the mana from a noble's corpse to confirm their background. In this case, there was a number of corpses that we couldn't identify. His phrasing sent a shudder down my spine, but I already had an idea of who those corpses might have once been. Perhaps they were devouring soldiers. They were used when I was ambushed and Charlotte kidnapped, correct? There had also been the time when, after visiting Gerlach during my first spring baptism, or first spring prayer as a shrine maiden, Tully and I were almost kidnapped in the lower city. And the time when the Grey Priests were abducted. Right, Sylvester said. The soldiers who exploded when attacking Charlotte's baptism ceremony were also unidentifiable. We expect them to be the same. Did Gerlach explode too? I asked, looking at Bonifacius, who had charged into his winter estate. Somehow I find that hard to believe. Bonifacius frowned. The situation led me to conclude that he did, but I did not see it with my own eyes. The thing is, I went to charge in and grab him with my staff, but I was told that it would be too aggressive. And, of course, the butler at the door tried to keep us from going in at all. That gave the Geeb all the time he needed. By the time we reached the room where he was holding his meeting, it was all up in flames. There was nothing left inside but burning flesh. Although his explanation was quite bare, the state of the room sounded so nightmarish that I didn't even want to imagine it. Part of me had wanted to cover my ears when he started telling us how the butler had also exploded the moment Bonifacius charged at the doorway. But I ended up listening anyway, rubbing my goosebumps-covered arms while trying to fend off the gory visuals. We compared our medals with whatever limbs still remained, but several of them couldn't be identified. We were found a left hand with Gerlach's ring and that crest, and that did respond to a medal. But I don't buy that it was really him. There had to be more to it. There was far too little left behind. But Bonifacius' warrior instincts meant he was skeptical, but after seeing this thing with his own eyes, he still wasn't confident that Gerlach was dead. Is it possible that he just cut off his hand and ran away? Wolfried asked. Bonifacius crossed his arms and grunted. I could tell from the smell of the blood and the warmth of the corpses that I got in there right after he exploded. The estate was surrounded by knights who didn't see any fleeing high beasts, and escaping through the sewers with its mana-eaters would be next to impossible for a noble. We also had commoner soldiers watching all other exits, and we received no reports of any of them getting hurt or acting suspiciously. Sylvester nodded. I raised the city's barrier to its maximum strength so that no nobles will be able to escape, assigned knights to even the northern gate, and told the commoner guards not to let a single carriage or wagon through. The reports say that no high beast or carriages left Ehrenfest that day, but even with that much evidence, Bonifacius hadn't been able to accept that Gerlach was dead. Bonifacius was still doubtful, so we took the medals of all those Matthias confirmed were names sworn to Georgine and carried out formal executions. You mean the God of Darkness method? I asked timidly, recalling the executions in Haas. It was one of the spells I had learned when Ferdinand was helping me cram for the Archduke candidate course. Despite my vague description, there were people here who weren't Archduke candidates, so I needed to be careful. Sylvester seemed to understand. He nodded, his expression stern. But I thought the spell wouldn't work on those out of the Ob's realm of control, or not in the Ob's realm of control. Rozemyne, how could someone escape Ehrenfest if not by high beast or a carriage? I paused to consider the abrupt question. A teleportation circle, maybe? Gerlach wouldn't have been able to use one, Sylvester answered exasperated. Magic circles that can teleport people requires the Ob's authority. I'd also heard as much from Ferdinand when he was teaching me about magic circles. Human teleportation was so consequential that only Ob's can make and operate the means to it. Anyway, he said, moving the conversation along, we used the medals that matched corpses found on the estate to carry out the executions. Gerlach, real name Grossum, is dead. I want us to move forward on that basis. Our problem right now is figuring out whether other nobles are name-sworn. The process tends to be carried out in secret, and while the names that Matthias gave us seem to have been accurate, even their memories were distorted from Trug. Continuing our investigation hasn't been easy. As things stood, they had no choice but to make guesses based on the criminals' associations. It was a precarious situation. They needed to be very careful not to execute any innocents. Ah, that reminds me, Sylvester said. Rozemyne, Wolfried, Charlotte. As part of their investigation, the Knights Order will need to borrow those who gave their names to you. As it turned out, they specifically wanted children of the Geebs who have sworn themselves to Georgine, Gerlach, Wolfried, and Wiltord and Bessel, were given special mention. Sylvester continued, after the purge, the Order began inspecting the Geeves' summer estates, but such mansions are teeming with doors that only open for the registered family members. Those hidden rooms and such will have become completely inaccessible once new Geeves are assigned, so we want to investigate them before then. Re-registering my mana with a hidden room in the orphanage director's chambers would cause my old room to be lost forevermore. In the same vein, if the Geeves were replaced and the registrations redone, several places in our estates would become inaccessible. I understand why it's urgent for the estates to be investigated, I said, then Shotcar said a very deliberate look. I will instruct Matthias, Lorenz, and Muriella to cooperate with the Knight's Order, so please treat them well. They are my retainers now. He nodded with a reliable smile. I will make sure the Knights are well aware. Of course, we will treat those serving Lord Wolfrid and Lady Charlotte with just as much consideration. Then his features began to harden, and a stern light arose in his light blue eyes. But in return, we ask you, their lord and ladies, to stress that they are not to hide the crimes of their families. Understood, I replied, aware that they would need to cooperate if they wanted to survive. Wolfrid and Charlotte nodded as well. Moving on, Sylvester said, as an adult myself, it pains me to admit this, but... He trailed off, then very wearily tapped a stack of boards. Ehrenfest has spent such a long time at the bottom of the rankings that not many of us know how to interact with top-ranking duchies. You know that, yeah? We're now so high up that we need to start acting like a top-ranking duchy ourselves. Again, we nodded. We had been made well aware of all this during our time at the Royal Academy. However, he continued, the purge has left Ehrenfest with even fewer nobles, and the rest are now plotting to secure the positions left by those who were imprisoned. We need to prioritize getting our internals in order now, changing how we deal with other duchies. As he said, the execution of several Geeves in such quick succession meant the remaining nobles were now jostling for their titles. It was hardly a good time to be focused elsewhere. We know how hard you kids are working. Even among the purge of the chaos of the purge, the three of you managed to unify the dorm and raise our grades and rank even higher than before. However, pathetically enough, we adults can't keep up with you. That's why we all want you to hold our current position in the Royal Academy, or even knock us down to 10th. My jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. I'd assumed that the adults would do their best to match our new ranking in Jurgensmith, but here they were even humoring the idea of climbing back down a little. Is that really what you all want, I asked? During our time at the Royal Academy, we had divided ourselves into teams and all worked so hard to improve our duchy's position. I could still picture the students' proud smiles after their professors had praised their high grades. And what about our retainers? They had all run themselves ragged, using trial and error to figure out how to properly manage Ehrenfest's new place among the top-ranking duchies. How could I ask them to cast all that aside, all of their hard work? Rozemyne Karstedt said from where he was standing behind Sylvester, looking noticeably bitter. This is the will of your support base, of the Leisegangs. The Leisegangs? Yes, the purge was carried out early, and almost all of our duchy's most powerful Ahrensbach-associated nobles were removed from their posts or eliminated. Satisfied that his lifetime rivals had at last met a grisly end, Geeb Leisegang and Meritus climbed the towering stairway to the distant heights. My eyes widened. Great-grandfather has gone to the distant heights? Yep, he's finally dead. He was finally at peace, confident in his belief that you were sent from the gods to aid Leisegang. His last request was for you to become Alb after his passing. Not happening. I thought back to my last meeting with Geeb Leisegang and Meritus, who had come across as a ball of extreme hatred and resentment toward Ahrensbach and Veronica. My assumption had been that he calmed down after speaking with Wolfrid and making their promise, but apparently not. It was pretty disturbing to hear that he died of pure glee over the purge, which he had said was thanks to me, and that even in his dying breath he had asked for me to rule Ehrenfest. Father, what does his passing have to do with our duchy's ranking? Wolfrid asked, confused. Florencia cast her eyes down a little. His climb to the distant heights means that we no longer have to oppose the Born Veronica faction. Our need to climb the ranks to defeat Ahrensbach has disappeared. From this point forward, we will need to devote ourselves to sorting out our internal matters. And, given the pressure that Ehrenfest is already under, the Leisegangs believe that nobody will rejoice over our rank rising even further. I'd already known that the adults were struggling to keep up, but it was a surprise to hear them say that nobody would appreciate our progress. Do you mean to say we shouldn't have worked together at the Royal Academy to boost our rankings? My efforts to improve Ehrenfest's position hadn't been for the sake of the Leisegangs. It was just a good way to unify the dorm and make sure that Ferdinand wasn't looked down upon in Ahrensbach, but after asking me to help our duchy climb the rankings, Sylvester was telling me to drop it back down to 10th. How was I even supposed to respond to that? You said that because Ferdinand is in Ahrensbach, serving as a tutor for Lady Letizia, Ehrenfest needs to work hard too, didn't you? This may sound a bit extreme, Sylvester said to me, but you're the only one who's actively interacting with top-ranking duchies and forming connections with the royal family. The nobles believe that if you tone things down, our rank will stop going up. Dude, didn't you ask Anastasius to not raise your rank this year? Didn't you not have to worry about that? Hello? Can't you just ask him not to raise your rank anymore until, things have calmed down with Ehrenfest? Why can't you do that? In other words, you stood out too much. You're continually coming first in class and getting closer with royalty. If you do any more, we're going to face unnecessary conflict over who should become the next Ob. We want you to act very carefully from now on. He was basically saying that it was better for me not to work hard. Was that why Ferdinand hadn't praised me this year? Because my achievements had caused Ehrenfest more trouble than anything? The moment that occurred to me, my excitement about having come first in class and the celebration I'd seen from atop the stage started to fade away. The world around me was losing its color. The Geebs who have spoken with you know that you don't want to become that Ob, Sylvester said, but everyone else seems to think that you do. You have no choice but to prove them wrong. So, to prevent any weird disputes over who should be the next Ob, I need to keep myself out of the spotlight. Would it be better if I wasn't here at all? Don't be thinking that, dude. The pride I took in my duties, my desire to work hard, it felt like those integral parts of me were shriveling up and dying. I wanted to lock myself away in my library so that people would stop complaining about everything I did. Well, good, I said with a smile. My absence when the factions are shifting and rewards and punishments are being divvied out will surely change their perspective. I entrust getting Ehrenfest in order and controlling the noble population to you and Wilfrid, the current and future Obs. This really was for the best. After all, once I was at my library at the temple, which had the added benefit of being so close to the lower city, I wouldn't have the motivation to do much else. Wilfrid nodded and said, right, I'll focus on settling the chaos in the castle and noble society as a whole and get them to recognize me as the next Ob in the process. He was accepting his new duty with a dazzling smile. Do you not think something about being told that everyone's hard work in the Royal Academy was for nothing? That we've been asked to give up the rank we all worked so hard to secure? We were both part of the same conversation, so how was he giving such a hope-filled smile? It was too bizarre to understand, but whatever. I continued to unload all my burdens. I went to the Royal Academy's library and copied out the schematics for the stage and the magic circle used in the spring ritual. The two of you may use them for the sake of your faction. At this point, I was just getting rid of anything that might get me called back to the castle. But rather than turn his nose up at the extra work, Wilfrid rejoiced and thanked me. You are both helping me ever so much, I said. How can I focus on the temple in the lower city? This was a win for us all, or so I thought. Sylvester shook his head at me with a troubled frown. No, we want you to take on Florencia's duties while she's dealing with her pregnancy. He was asking me to start unifying the female nobles while socializing in tea parties and propping up Wilfrid as his fiancé. To be honest, I wasn't crazy about doing any of that. Now that Ferdinand was gone, there was nobody I could consult about temple work, and I really wasn't sure whether the temple could function with just my retainers. Plus, now that there was no need for me to work hard in the Royal Academy, I didn't have the slightest bit of motivation to attend any annoying tea parties. Maybe I should make a few very deliberate mistakes to lower our rank. I understand why these tasks would normally fall to me, because I'm engaged to Wilfrid, but Charlotte is much better suited to socializing and administrative work. I would rather focus on my duties as the High Bishop, overseeing the orphanage and directing the merchants. I really couldn't afford to slack when it came to preparing to host more merchants from other duchies. If we revealed to them that our internals were such a mess right now, our interduchy relations would surely suffer. Sylvester thought for a moment, then nodded and said, you're right. Even now, I still work hard for everyone in the lower city. As I worked on pulling my scattered feelings back together, focusing in particular on my promise with Dad, Wilfrid started pointing at Sylvester. Father, don't be so lenient with Rozemyne, he said. She needs to hurry up and get more socializing experience for next year at the Royal Academy. I decided not to say what was really on my mind. Why the heck should I bother when I don't need to give two hoots about our ranking? And instead gave him a ladylike tilt on my head. But who will take care of all the temple work and business with the Merchants Guild if not I? Surely I'm not expected to do everything. I had only recently been put in charge of the temple work, and our scholars weren't yet capable of understanding the lower city merchants' intentions. We were so lacking in competent manpower that I wanted to weep openly about having lost justice. I was the only one who could do this work. I can understand you being needed in the temple, but why can't you lead the Merchants Guild to the scholars, Wilfrid asked. They dealt with them before, didn't they? Getting more socializing experience is far more important, especially with next year in mind. It was only because I was actively balancing the needs of the nobles with the realities of the merchants that we were getting by at all. How, then, had he convinced himself that we could entrust things to the old scholars? It was clear as day that they would ignore the commoner circumstances, make unreasonable demands, and ultimately cause everything to blow up in their faces. I wonder which scholars are you referring to, I replied. Surely not the ones who are incapable of adjusting to our new rank and who continue to work with the mindset of a bottom-ranking duchy. Not even Hartmut, who is very skilled at speaking with lower city commoners, has the knowledge and experience necessary for business discussions. He would struggle to negotiate without me there. So if we have race scholars, then whom we can entrust with such matters, then this is my first time hearing of them. I would even welcome such unique talent as my retainers. Well, I mean, Wilfrid stuttered, his eyes wandering around the room. Evidently there were no such scholars. As I glared at Wilfrid, Charlotte heaved an exasperated sigh. Wilfrid, I understand your wish for Rozemyne to secure more experience, but she makes an excellent point. I can take her place and socialize with other noblewomen, but no one else is equipped to manage the temple and cooperate with merchants. I will serve as Mother's representative in her stead. Oh, Charlotte, you're so smart and considerate. To think I was going to hole up in my library in the temple. She was dazzling and so very reliable. It made me feel a little guilty for not wanting to work hard anymore. Charlotte, Florencia said, getting Rozemyne to socialize more is our highest priority. Even the reports we received made it clear that interacting with other nobles is her greatest weakness at the moment. I could tell that I'd caused her plenty of headaches and immediately averted my eyes, feeling awkward. In contrast to my own reactions, Charlotte began to grimace. She looked from me to Wilfrid to Sylvester to Florencia, then gazed down and said, Now that Uncle is gone, there's so much more to be done. Temple work, managing the orphanage, which has grown in size due to the purge, negotiating with the merchants, transporting the Gutenbergs, serving as an advisor for the printing industry. There is so much that only Rozemyne can do, and she already has more to balance than most adults, let alone other students. You snubbed her hard work at the Royal Academy, and now you want her to obtain more socializing experience? How will she find the time when you won't even give her any extra manpower? And on top of that, all that, you expect her to take Mother's place? Every single one of you is in the wrong. Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte, for standing up for this. She finally looked up again, her indigo eyes now scathingly critical. I do not believe for a moment that learning to socialize is Rozemyne's highest priority. Mother, Father, you are both healthy and young enough to be having a new child. We have at least a decade before Rozemyne will need to start serving as the first wife and fulfilling all the relative duties. Thank you. Have her do socializing as a secondary thing in the Royal Academy. Have her focus on getting what she has to do done, because more than likely y'all will be here at least 10 years from now before you guys even have to started being the next Ob and the first wife. Hello? She could socialize then, once she's done at the Royal Academy. Charlotte? I was touched that she would get so angry for my sake. My world seemed to get just a little bit brighter. I took a moment to relish my newly restored optimism. Right, I'll continue working hard for just a little bit longer. While I was reveling in delight, everyone else was staring at Charlotte in shock. She was being openly critical of not just Wilfrid, but the Archducal couple as well. Still, that did nothing to slow her. With a quiet countenance, she continued expressing her opinions. Father, it was clear to you that the purge would put Ehrenfest in very dire straits, yet you continued to refuse a second wife, and even impregnated Mother on top of that. If anyone should need to take Mother's place, it should be us, her blood relatives. I see no reason why Rozemyne should need to pick up the pieces. In truth, I did think it was a shame that Sylvester, who had married the woman he loved, was now being asked to take a second wife entirely for political reasons. For his sake, I even hoped it would never come to that. I also had no qualms about him having another baby. The extent of my reaction to that news was nice. Charlotte didn't share my opinions, however. She was born and raised as a purebred member of the Archducal family, so she had an entirely different perspective when it came to second wives. She felt anger and scorn toward our Archduke, who had chosen to impregnate his first wife yet again, when he was still refusing to take a second. Also, she continued, how are we going to fulfill our agreement with Groschel when Mother is pregnant? One of my retainers is from Groschel, and as I understand it, we are due to perform an Entwicklung this spring. Entwicklungs were large-scale spells with the power to reform an entire city. Casting one required so much mana that the entire Archducal family would need to chug rejuvenation potions, and while the lower city in Groschel was smaller than the one in Ehrenfest, it was still sure to be a costly endeavor. We're already a man down because Ferdinand's gone, and now Florencia's not going to be able to do it because she's pregnant and is going to have to put mana into her baby. So we're already down 2 people here. Yeah, we already had been 1 man down now that Ferdinand was in Ehrenfest, but Florencia needing to provide mana for her baby would make the original schedule that much harder to stick to. Sylvester paused. Spring might not be feasible anymore, but we could manage in time for autumn. For something on the scale of an Entwicklung, no mistakes can be permitted. The nobles in Groschel are already on a knife edge. Do you truly expect them to be able to prepare for next summer's merchants? After such a sudden change of plans, Charlotte asked. Judging by the confidence with which she spoke, she already discussed the matter with her Groschel retainer. She continued, still glaring at Sylvester. I do not wish to see my retainer suffer. Rozemyne, you also have a Groschel noble in your service, do you not? You are also more knowledgeable about merchants in lower cities than anyone else here. Will changing the date of the end to a cone truly be acceptable? I started racking my brain, desperate to meet my little sister's expectations. Brunhilde had already told me how things were going in Groschel. I'd even been there before. They wouldn't be entirely incapable of preparing. Groschel had sent its craftspeople to train in Ehrenfest when it was adopting the printing and papermaking industries. It already had connections with the Gutenbergs, and by communicating with the printing guild, could prepare shots for books and paper at a moment's notice. Plus, presumably at Brunhilde's direction, it had been working with the Gilberta Company to create more stores that dealt primarily in hair ornaments. The problems were that it fundamentally lacked enough inns to support merchants from other duchies, and its lower city was outright filthy. Even after an end to a cone, it was unknown whether the people there would manage to keep things clean. We have made all the preparations necessary to open their stores, I said. The main questions are whether they will be able to establish their inns and keep the city clean. Bear in mind that they will need to sort out furniture and other interior decorations, secure and train personnel. Giving them half a year less to get everything ready would disturb things enormously. And Twicone could only be used to make plain white buildings, meaning they wouldn't have furniture, wooden frames, or even doors at all at first. That was why the current schedule was for the spell to be cast in spring, the exteriors to be sorted out during summer and autumn, and the furniture to be made over the winter. Postponing the end to autumn would create all sorts of chaos, and it seemed unreasonable to expect the craftspeople to work outside in all the snow. Under those circumstances, would it even be possible for Groschel to furnish all the buildings and supply them with trained personnel in time for the following summer? Not likely. You believe so too? Charlotte asked. Back when my room in the northern building was being prepared, it took us 2 years to choose the specialist craftspeople we needed and arrange the necessary carpets, curtains, furniture, and so on. It is hard to imagine that performing the Entuicon in autumn will give Groschel enough time to prepare for the merchants coming in the following summer. Of course, furniture and rooms for commoner merchants wouldn't take anywhere near as long to prepare as furniture and rooms for a member of the archducal family. After my experience of both the monastery and the Italian restaurant, however, I understood that carpentry workshops still needed plenty of time to finish such jobs. As I was thinking of ways we could save more time, Wilfred peered from Charlotte, who was getting into her stride, to Florencia, who was looking quite unwell. We will still need to change our plans, Charlotte, he snapped. The Entuicon requires too much mana for Mother to participate. Do you want to put her in danger? That isn't my intention at all, she retorted. I simply fear that Groschel will criticize the archducal family for changing the plan to meet our own needs. Should we not try to avoid provoking them when the duchy is already so unstable from the purge? She was right. Forcing unreasonable demands on the Groschel now of all times would inevitably provoke the Leisegang faction. Sylvester's go-to method of pushing his work onto those below him would only lead us into a classic pitfall. Father, if you wish to avoid backlash from Groschel and the Leisegang faction, you must promise not to make any new business deals during the upcoming Archduke Conference. Charlotte concluded. Sylvester and his retainers grimaced. They were sure to be questioned about this year's business loss, and which duchies they would go to. Ehrenfest's abrupt rise to the rankings meant we wanted to stay in everyone's good graces, so it was going to be rough having to turn down so many interested parties. Charlotte, Wilfred said, we need to prioritize interduchy relations over appeasing the Leisegangs. The royal family told us to rethink how we deal with other duchies. He made a good point. The Leisegangs were Ehrenfest nobles, meaning it was possible to quash their protests using Sylvester's authority as the Archduke. But that solution wouldn't work on other duchies. It made sense that Wilfred was more conscious of this fact than Charlotte was, since Anastasis had directly warned him about it. It certainly is scary to think of making enemies out of other duchies as well as the Leisegangs. In its current state, Ehrenfest needed to satisfy other duchies as well as its known nobles. If this was a negative consequence of our new rank, then perhaps I needed to take responsibility for it. I know that keeping our own nobles in order is important, I said, but interduchy relations are important too, right? Yes, Sylvester answered. In that case, I think we should focus on making Groschel usable by next summer. Though this will require you, the Archduke, to take the lead. You cannot simply leave the matter to keep Groschel. Trying to pass the buck would be disastrous. If everything ended up falling apart, then Groschel would receive all the blame. Having the Archduke be accountable instead was sure to smooth things over. What are you saying? Sylvester exclaimed wide-eyed. You would have the Archduke take responsibility for Groschel? Florencia asked, looking equally as surprised. I would. We're borrowing its lower city because our own isn't large enough to host all the merchants. If the Archduke is willing to take responsibility for the preparations, then Charlotte's fears should be taken care of. No? To be more specific, Charlotte was worried that Groschel wouldn't be able to follow the new, unreasonable schedule, and would end up being blamed for the failure, which would cause backlash and further destabilize Ehrenfest. Charlotte nodded and said that she was also worried about my workload getting too excessive, which was very cute. She then carefully eyed Sylvester, awaiting his response. Rozemyne, Sylvester muttered, wilting beneath the stern, silent look from his daughter. If you are going to vastly modify the schedule based on personal circumstances, then you should also be ready to provide your full support. The preparations won't be completed in time if you leave this to Grosschel, but if you provide most of the mana and funding while offering to accept the blame for any failures, you might just be able to manage. Oh-ho, and how is that? Sylvester asked, clapping a hand on his cheek before leaning forward intrigued. Now that I had his attention, I decided to launch into my explanation. Scholars need to make precise schematics for the end to account, correct? In particular, we'll need diagrams for the ends. If we can get those and work out the precise measurements, we can order the doors, window frames, and those such things well in advance from separate carpentry workshops. We had an enormous order on our hands, and exclusivity culture would only slow things down. Though I understood that it was important for the lower city craftsmen to have regular customers and a steady supply of work, it would really get in the way in times like this. I continued, half a year should be enough time for a workshop to complete the interior decorations for a single room. And if we ask for the doors and window frames to be prioritized, we have those to put in place immediately after the Entwickeln. The craftsmen will work even harder if we make them compete with one another and reward those who do the best. Getting the doors and window frames made first was key. If we waited until after winter, snow would sweep into all the newly built homes and create a huge mess, which would only delay things further. That said, I went on, the workshops in Grosschel won't have enough builders and carpenters to complete everything in time. We'll also need to send orders to the provinces surrounding it and to our own lower city. That is one of many reasons why I think the Ob should take charge. Geeb Grosschel asking another Geeb would turn into a disaster depending on what they wanted in return, but an archducal order would smooth all that over. There was a glint in Sylvester's dark green eyes which brought an immediate smile to my face. His expression was that of someone who had just found the path to victory. The problem from there is going to be the furniture, I said. Just as Charlotte fears, Grosschel will need to rely on carpentry workshops, and there simply wouldn't be enough time for them to prepare furniture for every room. We cannot afford to settle for half measures either. The visiting merchants are going to be from some of the wealthiest in all the top-ranking duchies, and their tastes are bound to be just as rich. But with the Ob himself at the helm, that won't be an issue. How so? You're responsible for the estates and nobles crushed during the purge, are you not? Simply confiscate the furniture. We'll already be using a different workshop for each inn, so having a variety of styles shouldn't be an issue. And think about how much money it will save us. It would also save us all the tedious bureaucracy of needing to budget for, inquire, and pass down the furniture. Furthermore, I said, unlike instruments or magic tools, the furniture taken from the nobles' estates won't be needed by the children who avoided punishment. They were going to be living in the orphanage, the castle playroom, or somewhere in the dormitories, all places that were already furnished. I continued, we'll also need to account for the time it will take to train personnel. If we move the potential new workers from Grosschel to our lower city as soon as possible, they can start getting some fun, hands-on experience. Coordinating the move wouldn't be easy, but it would give those from Grosschel an entire half year of experience doing business with merchants from other duchies. Meanwhile, our lower city would receive extra manpower during such a busy season. Or busy period. It seemed like a beneficial arrangement for both parties. It is my duty to make such arrangements with the merchants, so you may leave this to me, I concluded, assuming that you'll take responsibility as the Ob, that is. After a short pause, Sylvester said, all right, I'll do it. Florencia looked from her husband to me, concerned, while Wilfred stared down at the floor with pursed lips. Charlotte muttered that in the end, I still ended up having more work thrust upon me. I cackled a little. Thank you for worrying about me, Charlotte, but I've been told to stay in the shadows. As such, while there are my suggestions, the Ob will be the one actually carrying them out. Charlotte's eyes widened a little, then she smiled and let out an amused giggle. Now I can hide away in the temple and get more opportunities to see everyone in the lower city, all according to plan. It was then that Melchior, who had been listening in silence, suddenly shot his hand up. Sister, is there anything I can do? I want to be useful to Ehrenfest too. Well, could you assist me then, Melchior? Of course, he replied, smiling brightly. What do you need me to do? To be honest, there wasn't really anything Melchior could do. He couldn't provide mana because he hadn't been taught how to control it, and it didn't seem feasible to bring him to religious ceremonies. Still, it was best to encourage his motivation, even if he himself couldn't be of much use. The retainers with him at all times were another story. These are people who could take over, who could assist me with my temple work. You can study the details of temple work, I said. You will need to be ready to serve as the High Bishop by the time I come of age, will you not? The purge means we have even fewer blue priests than before, so preparing my successor was more important than ever. Otherwise, the temple would outright collapse when I came of age and departed with all my retainers. Oh, definitely. Sorting out my successor should also give me more time to spend in my library. I will take over training Melchior and his retainers, I declared. Sylvester grimaced at the very idea and muttered, that's one way to make me worry about his future. His reluctance was irrelevant, though. Somebody needed to train my successor, and nobody was better suited to the position than I, especially when we were already so short-handed. Lady Rozemyne, would you really send our lord to the temple straight after his baptism? Asked one of the people in Melchior's service. They didn't let it show on their faces, but he and some of his fellow retainers, particularly the older ones, seemed less than pleased with the idea. I was made High Bishop immediately after my baptism, I replied, unwilling to let such valuable manpower slip through my fingers. In my case, I was raised in the temple. I could rely on Lord Ferdinand to help me with my work and train my retainers. But who will provide this support to Melchior? My retainers are unlikely to stay in the temple after I come of age. I shot Hartman a glance. He smiled in response, requested permission to speak with Melchior and his retainers, and then said, indeed, we should start his training as soon as possible. Lady Rozemyne is the only person whom I will serve, and my intention is to leave the temple as soon as she does. Only 3 years remain before Lord Melchior is due to become the High Bishop. Are you all prepared to support him then? Melchior recoiled and stared at his retainers. 3 years, he muttered, then turned to Sylvester and said, Father, I want to help my sister in the temple. There's nothing I can do here in the castle, but I'm a nurse to Canada too. I want to be of some assistance. Wait a minute. Melchior is probably, 7, almost 8 at this point? Surely he'll be starting at the Royal Academy in 3 years, or already be at the Royal Academy in 3 years, depending on if he's 7 or 8. So he's going to have to prioritize coming home for the dedication ritual, so like Rozemyne, so he's not going to be able to do much socializing like she did. Okay, so this would actually possibly work. All right, Sylvester eventually said, caving. Melchior, I hereby order you and your retainers to help in the temple. Melchior's older retainers grimaced, but the knights seemed quite interested. My mana compression method aside, they had probably heard the students back from the Royal Academy talking about getting divine protections through prayer. Let's work hard together, Melchior. Right. From there, our meeting came to a close. Melchior was the only one to stand up with a bright smile. Everyone else appeared to be swallowing some very bitter remarks. Sylvester, Florencia, and the retainers looked particularly unwell, likely because of the mountain of work that awaited them, while Wilfred and Charlotte seemed to be brooding over something. Bonifacius strode to the door, ignoring the heavy atmosphere entirely. He then stopped, waved to me, and said, Rozemyne, what do you need? What you need is some archducal work in the castle. If you want to leave the temple, just ask me for help. Huh? A stir ran through the room. Sylvester, Florencia, and Wilfred all tensed up. Our meeting was supposed to be over, but now we were getting drawn back into it. In truth, my mind was already elsewhere. I only had 3 years before my coming of age, so I was thinking about how to train scholars to do business with merchants and how to plan for France and my other attendants' futures. As a result, I responded without even trying to sugarcoat my feelings. If you wish to help me, grandfather, then make it so that I can remain in the temple forever, even after coming of age. What? What the fuck, dude? You have to pay attention to what you're saying! Sylvester and the others loosened up at once, but Bonifacius went rigid with shock. I cocked my head at him, unsure why he was so surprised, but he simply took his leave with a somewhat saddened expression. Oh! Is that kind of defeating the purpose of him wanting her to be the Ob? Oh, nice! Nice one, Rozemyne. You kind of defeated that without even noticing it. Maybe. Melchior preparing for the temple. Rozemyne, what can I expect now that I'm helping out at the temple? Melchior asked, the instant we left the meeting room and started making our way back to the northern building. His indigo eyes sparkling with excitement for his new job, and it brought me peace to see him so motivated. Your life in the castle will stay mostly the same, I replied, but you'll be working at the temple between 3rd and 5th bells. Traveling on your retainer's high beach should make the commute much easier. As for your tasks, you can memorize words of prayer in the high priest chambers and offer up your mana. You won't be able to participate in this year's spring prayer since you haven't yet learned to control your mana, but if you start practicing now, then you might be able to help with the harvest festival in autumn. Right. The plan had always been for Melchior to practice mana replenishment with Bonifacius during the Spring Archduke Conference, then participate in the Harvest Festival. In other words, the only difference here was that he would memorize prayers in the temple instead of the castle. You're going to be working to your existing schedule for the most part, I noted, but it really is important that you come to the temple and offer your mana to the gods. Hoping to make Melchior's older retainers more receptive to sending their lord off to the temple, I started to explain how one obtained more divine protections at the Royal Academy depending on how often one prayed and the amount of mana one offered to the gods. This was now common knowledge among the students, but I wasn't sure whether it had reached the older generations. Through our joint research with Dunkelfelder, we demonstrated that people who pray regularly and offer up lots of mana receive more divine protections, I said. Drwankel seems to have begun looking into the most efficient way to obtain protections, and our plan for next year is to research religious ceremonies and harvests with Fremmeltag. These developments, coupled with the royal family's participation in the dedication ritual we held at the Royal Academy have brought a lot more attention to the temple and religious ceremonies. Ehrenfest knows more about these things than any other duchy, and my hope is that we'll start taking more pride in that fact. Oh ho! The older retainers' expressions changed. As expected, being stuck in the northern building due to the purge meant that they hadn't known much of what was happening outside. It probably hadn't helped that most of Melchior's student retainers were from lower grades, specifically so that they can continue serving him after he himself enrolled. I did my best to show the value of the temple so that Melchior's retainers would be more open to their lord going there. I wanted to make them more cooperative and improve their attitude toward the Grey Priest, which would make them easier to deal with. Melchior, do you know that Wilfrid was gifted divine protections from 12 gods, I asked? That was because he, unlike other Archduke candidates, participated in Spring Prayer and the Harvest Festival. Yes, he replied. Mother found out from one of our reports and told me over dinner. Father said that you earned even more protections, Rozemyne. They told me to work hard so that I could earn plenty like you. Wait, what? Like me? That gave me pause. His phrasing seemed to suggest the Archducal couple was pleased about my divine protections, but they had said the complete opposite during our meeting. If I participate in religious ceremonies like you and Wilfrid do, will I be able to attain divine protections too, he asked. Indeed, performing duties in the temple will also help. I intend to look into whether those who have already done the ritual can perform it again here in Ehrenfest. My retainers were all praying in preparation for this. At once the guard knights of the other archducal candidates all perked up. The divine protections ritual can be repeated, they asked. Melchior's retainer nodded and said, We have been told that the graduating students who participated in our joint research were given a second chance. It seemed that they were aware that some graduates, such as Lenore and Leisegang, had managed to get extra protections. We haven't yet done any experiments, I said, so I am unsure whether we will see any success, but I plan to begin my research with my adult retainers. Obtaining many divine protections improves the efficiency of one's mana, so it should benefit even those who have finished their growth period and struggle to increase their mana through compression. This topic wasn't of much interest to Melchior, who still had mana compression and a growth period ahead of him, but I was captivating his adult retainers. They were older than Cornelius' generation, and the growth periods had already come and gone by the time my compression method was first being spread. Of course, they would still receive some benefit from my method, but the younger generations were already ahead. The older adults had presumably been worried that this new revelation about divine protections would make the chasm even wider, but their eyes now gleamed at the thought of getting to repeat the ritual. I continued, but even if you do repeat the ritual, you will not receive any new protections unless you pray to the gods and offer your mana. My retainers do this already, and are unlikely to encounter any issues as a result, but the same cannot be said for those who have done nothing of the sort. Without missing a beat, Melchior's retainers began appealing to their lord. Lord Melchior, do bring me with you to the temple. No, by all means bring me. It was good to see them all so eager to go to the temple, even though serving Wilfrid and Charlotte were listening with great interest. I gave a satisfied nod that suggested that Melchior's retainers come up with a rotating schedule. No matter how much they all wanted to go to the temple, the guard knights also needed to train with the Knight's Order. They would need to take turns. Lady Rozemyne, how do your retainers do it? They asked, and while Cornelius began to explain, Hartman smiled at me. Lady Rozemyne, he said, I understand your need to convey the importance of visiting the temple, but there are other arrangements we must mention. I was able to use the High Priest's chambers as they were when I took over from Lord Ferdinand, but Lord Melchior would need to make some additional preparations before he can enter the temple. Would you care to elaborate? Melchior's attendant asked. Melchior was also looking at us, especially curious. I had simply inherited the orphanage director's chambers, and all the preparations for my room had been made while I was being baptized in the nobles' quarter. Now that I thought about it, though, preparing an entire room really was a huge endeavor. I mused, blue priests from lay nobles and med noble families should have some leftover furniture in the temple, and we could use that to prepare a room at once. However, I was made to order brand new furniture when I was adopted, so I doubt Melchior, a fellow Archduke candidate, would be able to use hand-me-down stuff either. Is the plan for Lord Melchior to visit the temple immediately after the feast celebrating spring? The attendant asked, worried. There wasn't much time until then. My lady, not everything needs to be newly made, Riardo informed me. There was unused furniture in the castle that would be appropriate, so why not send a few pieces to the temple? It would alleviate the problem of some furnishings taking too long to commission from scratch. Melchior's attendant gave a relieved nod and promptly inquired about what they would need. I visualized the furnishings of my own room. He will be eating lunch at the temple, so the kitchen will need to be stocked and new chefs hired, I said. A closet of some boxes will need to be prepared to store Melchior's clothing. Also some bookshelves and crates for storing documents. Otherwise, he should only need a bathroom and washroom. He will be studying in the orphanage director's and the high priest's chambers for some time, so a work desk and such can come later. The attendant was wearing a serious expression, hoping that Melchior would assist us with temple work was easy enough. But actually preparing a room for him was a lot more complicated. They would need to go through the castle's furnishers and pick out pieces for him. Rozemyne, will I be able to eat lunch with you at the temple? Melchior asked. Of course, I replied. Food tastes nowhere near as good when eaten alone. We will need to separate chefs, though. Retainers were given leftovers and could never actually eat with me, so I was genuinely excited about having someone of equal status at the temple. I didn't want him skimping on chefs, though, especially when we had to account for guests, clearly delineate the budget, and send more divine gifts to the orphanage. You could ask Sylvester to send one of the court chefs to the temple, I suggested. A skilled great shrine maiden could serve as his assistant, or we could ask for a referral from an eatery I know. Blue priests are required to provide the orphanage with leftovers, so their chefs would need to make food, even when their lord or lady is absent. Melchior was free to bring one of the chefs he was used to from the castle, but he would need another who could stay in the temple. In that regard, it was better to hire someone new than use a court chef. I continued. Ceremonial robes will need to be ordered before the autumn harvest festival, and a bed will need to be prepared before winter. Trying to get through the heavy blizzards that occurred during the dedication ritual to enter the return to the castle is quite a nightmare. Carriages were out of the question, and riding on a retainer's high beast still wouldn't do anything to alleviate the bitter cold. It was therefore inevitable that Melchior would need to spend nights at the temple to participate in the dedication ritual. The silver lining was that reusing furniture left behind by the old blue priests and shrine maidens would make it easier to prepare room for his retainers. This is getting expensive, Melchior said. Indeed, I replied, we will need to consult the Ob and arrange a budget for the temple. If only we had thought of this earlier during our meeting. Actually, you've timed this well, Hartman said. We need to hold another more targeted meeting with the Ob about the purge having further reduced the number of blue priests in the temple. It was inevitable that some would need to leave due to family circumstances, but there are a number whom we want brought back. I was aware that we had fewer blue priests now, but I was surprised to hear that we'd lost enough to impact the running of the temple. Fewer blue priests meant less mana being offered and less food for the orphanage. It also meant more work for those who remained, and more grace priests and shrine maidens returning to the orphanage. To be honest with you, Hartman continued, the temple has lost so many blue priests that it now lacks the mana to support Ehrenfest. We could rely on your mana, Lady Rozemyne, but that would not make for an abysmal solution in the long term. He was speaking from his perspective as an interim high priest, and always took my future retirement as high bishop into account. I nodded. Dedicating mana to the temple is one of my duties as the high bishop, but doing that at the expense of supplying the duchy's foundation is like putting the cart before the horse. The archducal family is meant to support the foundation above all else, so rather than relying on me, we should prioritize coming up with ways to produce more blue priests and shrine maidens. Lady Rozemyne is correct, Hartman said. I expect more nobles to come to the temple and offer their mana in hopes of obtaining more divine protections. He looked in particular at the retainers who shared that motivation, but that may not last, depending on the results of our future research. As he said, we couldn't rely on people who would turn their back on the temple the moment they thought it stopped benefiting them. You know, Hartman, what if we were to treat the children in the playroom as apprentice blue priests? If we use the money confiscated from their parents and get them to live in the noble section, rather than the orphanage, but they can continue to be treated as noble children, right? Hartman blinked his orange eyes and put a contemplative hand on his chin. He had rejected the idea of taking them into the orphanage before, but now he seemed at least a little bit more receptive. I continued, they aren't even students yet, and will need to build up mana for their lessons, so there won't be much they can offer us, so I consider it better than nothing at all. Though, and it will contribute to hiding them from the searching eyes of other nobles. Hartman began to consider my suggestion even more seriously. The children's room in the castle were already being funded by the money confiscated from their home families in the duchy's budget, so it didn't seem like my idea would require much extra cash. Like me, they would be both nobles and temple functionarians, I said. And a line will surely be drawn connecting them to the pre-baptism children in the orphanage. Above all else, it would be wonderful if we could educate them now and get them to regularly visit the temple to offer their mana. And that would also, doing the whole prayer thing, that would also help them with getting divine protections once they start going to the academy. Hartman was likely thinking exclusively about the mana shortage, but it would be a tremendous help to the orphanage to assign them attendants and chefs. Plus, if they were educated in the orphanage, the other kids there would have a clearer goal to work toward. I continued, furthermore, the apprentice blue priests and shrine maidens would get to associate with Melchior when he visits the temple. Would that not make it easier for him to protect them from scorn or unreasonable treatment in the next playroom or at the Royal Academy? I could pull out all the stops to prevent discrimination while I was a student myself, but we needed something in place for after I graduated. If the children in the orphanage do not end up being baptized as nobles, then I think this would also be a good way to give them options in the future. Ideally, the blue priests would be able to live even without support from their houses. If we could come up with jobs for the blue priests or some other way they could support themselves, it would potentially open up a way for Dirk and Conrad to live as blue priests. Maybe even children like Conrad would start being entrusted in the temple. After listening to all my thoughts, Hartman smiled. You seem to have many ideas, but how will you convince the Archducal couple to implement them? When you were just told not to stand out anymore. I won't be leaving the temple, so I shouldn't stand out at all. And as long as I frame all this as a way to reduce the burden on Florencia, I am sure the Archducal couple will accept. But as I clenched my fist in determination, Charlotte, who had just spent our journey thus far staring at her feet, looked up. Were those tears in her eyes? Sister, she murmured, as I said during the meeting, I do not believe you should increase your workload any further. Thank you for worrying about me, Charlotte, I said with a smile, but replacing the blue priests we have lost, increasing the amount of workable mana in the temple, and providing a future for the children of the orphanage are my duties as the High Bishop. Also, remember that you're going to be supporting Florencia. If we can save her even just one job, we'll be helping you in turn. But I want to help you, she replied. It was very cute. In that case, come visit the temple, I said, offering a piece of very stealthy advice. If you do, I am sure you will receive more divine protections next year. She smiled a bit. I intend to hold up in the temple, but I wonder, if I present this as my way of raising our duchy's next generation of nobles, will people view me more favorably as the next first wife? Charlotte cast her eyes down again, her lip trembling. How can you be so positive after being told such cruel things, sister? And why are you still coming up with ways to help Mother? Because I want to spend all of my time between my library and the temple. That was my resolve, but Charlotte seemed completely dissatisfied with the outcome of our meeting. She glared at Wilfrid, her brow tightly knit, and said, Brother, how could you agree with Father so readily? Do you think nothing of us being told to lower Ehrenfest's rank? It seemed that I wasn't the only one who had found this lack of a response strange. Wilfrid glared back at Charlotte, then glared at Melchior and me as well. I hate it, he exclaimed. Of course I do. Father and I both. Excuse me, what? He bit his tongue, then more calmly retorted, I just understand that there are things we need to prioritize more. And with that, he marched on ahead and returned to his room. Y'all can't even hope to do things with the top-ranking judges without taking care of the internal stuff first. Once y'all take care of the internal stuff within your own duchy, then y'all can focus on the top duchy stuff. And besides, Prince Anastasia said that he wasn't going to raise y'all's rank. Sylvester even said, either lower the rank or keep it the same. He didn't say you had to lower it. He said you could keep it the same. You don't have to go down. Charlotte sighed and shook her head. I have no idea what he and Father are hiding, but I cannot agree with them, even if this really is the will of the Leisegangs. What are we supposed to say to everyone who's been working so hard at the Royal Academy? Wait, my resolve to hide away had cooled my head a little, but now there was something nagging me. The will of the Leisegangs? Father's stance during that meeting was nothing like what he had said to us at the Ehrenfest dormitory and to Dunkelfelder and the royal family during the Energy tournament. He encouraged us. I do not know how I can continue to believe in him. She's right, this doesn't add up at all. It was the same feeling of discontent as when I had spoken with Melchior about divine protections. Sylvester's actions were inconsistent and completely messed up. Something had surely happened between our return from the Royal Academy and that meeting. Charlotte, I said, it may be too soon to lose faith in him. Sister, we're missing something. An important detail. Let's raise our rank and make something happen, yeah. Let's teach everyone to act the way nobles from a top-ranking duchy should. Let's use the purge to get rid of all the dangerous people and unite Ehrenfest. Sylvester of the past was always saying things to push us forward. He was always ambitious and ready for change, but not the man I just met. It was like the Sylvester at the meeting was an entirely different person from the Sylvester we knew. And as for Wilfrid, he had been the very best when it came to unifying the students in the dormitory and urging them forward. He had worked hard to lead them and rejoiced when they succeeded. I didn't want to believe that his excitement back then had been for show. The will of the Leisegangs, I repeated. I think that phrase is the key to all this. Charlotte watched me closely. Her indigo eyes were desperately begging me to prove that those merciless, soul-crushing words hadn't come from her own family. Let's go to our rooms and see what the Leisegangs have to say about this, I said, but Charlotte shook her head. I'm afraid we cannot invite Guy Leisegang to the northern building. We don't need to. Now we have Leisegangs right here with us, I replied, then looked up at Hartman and Cornelius, who had attended the meeting with us. They were both adults, and neither one of them had attended the Royal Academy this term. Even if they had been busy sorting out the temple's dedication ritual, I was sure they had participated in winter socializing at least to some degree. I continued, I will gather all the Leisegang retainers to discuss this matter. I want to know what they think of the Ob's reference to their wishes. Do the students agree? Were my adult retainers already aware? Hartman smiled at me and said, then let us hurry to your room. The look on his face seemed to say, I was waiting for you to notice, which proved to me that there was more to all this than meet the eye. Leisegang awaits to see what decision you will make. Okay, I'm going to have to end this off here, guys. I will see you on the next one. Part 3, I guess. The Will of the Leisegangs. Upon returning to my room, I summoned the Leisegang retainers who had been waiting in my chambers, unable to attend the Archducal family meeting. Riarda, Audley, Angelica, Hartmut, Cornelius, Lenore, and Brunhilde were all present. I started by explaining what we had discussed with Sylvester and the others and asked my questions. Was the Ob correct in saying this was all the will of the Leisegangs? Lenore and Brunhilde, who had spent the winter attending the Royal Academy with me, immediately went pale. I would rather he not phrase it as if we were all in agreement, Lenore said flatly, making her displeasure clear. At no point was I consulted about this matter. Brunhilde's expression grew clouded, like she was searching for the right words. I was not consulted either, so this certainly was not the will of all the Leisegangs. Perhaps it could instead be described as the will of those from the generation before our duchies climbed through the rankings. I have heard voices of discontent about how our adults are struggling to keep up with our rank. And many have said that the culture among us students is diverging more and more from that of our forebears. Incidentally, the belief that I was better suited to being the next Ob than Wilfrid had remained strong within the Leisegangs during this entire time. My visits to the temple and overall poor health had sown seeds of doubt, but now that I was recovering and our joint research had proven the importance of religious ceremonies, the voices in support of me grew growing louder. I see, I replied. Riarda, did you know about this in advance of our meeting? She gave me a thin smile, her hands balled into trembling fists. I would not have found myself grappling with a sudden urge to avoid Lord Sylvester, to scold Lord Sylvester then and there. So what if this is the will of the Leisegangs, that our own Ob is acting as an ordonnance for Gibbs is pathetic? Riarda had ultimately managed to keep her emotions under control, which I greatly admired, but seeing her so worked up was genuinely scary. As expected then, nobody at the Royal Academy knew about this. I started scanning the rest of the group. Angelica put a hand on her cheek and gave a troubled smile the very instant my eyes met hers, so I decided not to even bother questioning her. Did you know Cornelius? Lamprecht told me a few things, but my knowledge of the situation is pretty bare bones. Now that the Von Veronica faction's major powers have been removed, their survival depends almost entirely on Lord Wilfrid and his retainers. The Leisegangs have the upper hand, however, and will only support him becoming the next Archduke if all of their demands are met. So, Wilfrid was carrying out secret instructions to prove that he was fit to be the next Ob. He was keeping them very close to his chest and wasn't relying on anyone else. Lamprecht asked me to help in any way I could without letting the Leisegangs find out, Cornelius went on, wearing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. But after our meeting, I think I would rather sit back and see whether Lord Wilfrid wins the Leisegangs over by himself. How can I possibly be of any use to him when he won't even explain his situation to us? Besides, the stage schematics that you've offered us are more than enough. In conclusion, he thought that Wilfrid needed no further support whatsoever. Oddly, you were here in the castle the entire time, weren't you? I asked. Did you hear anything? I received many a question from Leisegang nobles, she replied. They wished to know your interests, the times you had grown emotional, what you hold dear, what you protect, the people you have cut off. They were really quite thorough. I told them that you treasure those close to you and practice meritocracy. But how did that lead to their request for our rank to be lowered, I asked, not understanding the connection at all. Arlie looked at me as quizzically as I was looking at her. I found it curious as well. As I understand it, Lady Elvira and the others were also accosted quite often, and they found it all very troublesome. She was Elvira's friend and a fellow member of the Florencia faction, so she had presumably been told all this during tea parties. She continued, Lady Florencia's pregnancy is still not known to the majority of nobles, which is precisely why so many noblewomen are calling for you to associate with her more. The duchy is already in a state of chaos, and they wish for you to prioritize female socializing if you intend to become our first wife. Well, unfortunately, I had wanted to say that I didn't have the time, but Audley nodded and cut me off. Lady Elvira and I are well aware. She said that with Lord Ferdinand gone, you have more work than the temple and with the printing industry, and therefore do not have the time for socializing. I regret to inform you that this excuse was not enough. The firm response was that you should be dedicated to the work of women instead of taking that of men. It was because of my accomplishments in the temple and the Royal Academy that my decision to abandon female socializing that everyone seemed to assume that I was aiming to become the next Ob. They thought that I was bringing attention to myself while at the same time making zero effort to prop up Wilfrid as his first wife. To be fair, they're not wrong. Yeah, they're not wrong on that one. Anytime I was focused on the printing industry and doing business with the merchants of other duchies, or mobilizing the Gutenbergs, or working hard as part of the Better Grades Committee, my only aim was to succeed. I was so focused on profits and efficiency that trying to make Wilfried look good or keeping my head down as his future first wife never even occurred to me. It certainly hadn't helped that Lutz, Benno, Ferdinand, and Sylvester hadn't even ever urged me to consider such things. Although I now understand why it was important for me to stand down, it was too late for me to lead the work of repairing a fractured duchy to the boys. I didn't know which duties to give up or when, nor was there anyone who could take my place. In other words, I'm not very well suited to being Wilfried's first wife, huh? Though I suppose I wouldn't be well suited to being anyone's first wife, considering my complete lack of interest in romance and marriage. Lady Elvira often said that Ehrenfest would not be able to function without Lord Ferdinand, Audley remarked. I believe she was correct. There is no one to give a clear and grounded explanation for the Ob's decisions, create environments in which you can effectively socialize, or confirm and manage all of our intentions. Even if we were all operating individually, Ferdinand would have found a way to unify us and make things work. Now that he was gone, however, Audley was convinced that everything was falling apart. Were he here now, she continued, he would have arranged a meeting for you and the Ob to confirm one another's intentions. That no such thing occurred is because... Pardon me, Mother, Hartman interjected. That particular detail has nothing to do with Lord Ferdinand. I think you will find the Leisegangs are the ones responsible. I turned to look at him, and immediately he smiled at me. He looked so bright and casual that I couldn't help but being suspicious. Hartman, I said, my eyes narrowed, you knew what the Ob was going to say during today's meeting, didn't you? Or rather, what he had been told to say. What makes you think that? He asked in response. There was a gleeful sparkle in his eyes that told me I was correct. Your eyes, I said to him. Any time someone disrespects me, whether they be a blue priest from a top-ranking duchy, or a member of the royal family, you always give them this very scary look. What made those occasions doubly scary was that he would maintain a casual smile the entire time, but not once during or after our meeting had he gotten that look in his eye, even though Riarda was angrily clenching her fists. Hartman broke into a grin, then knelt before me with a very severe look on his face. Oh, God. Oh, my revered Lady Rozemyne, there is no need for you to tolerate an Ob who would speak so cruelly, nor his son who follows in his footsteps. Just as you now lead those of the Royal Academy under one banner, you must seek to unify Ehrenfest, bringing even Leisegangs into your fold. The students whom you have protected so carefully are waiting for you to rise up and take your rightful place as our future Ob. Hartman, shut up, we're not doing this here. His tone was dry, but also strangely performative. It was clear that he didn't really believe what he was saying. Thank God. Did the Leisegang faction tell you to rile me up after the meeting, I asked? That is correct. The Leisegang's desire is to eliminate all traces of Lady Veronica's influence, and not a drop of her blood flows through your veins. They believe that now is their best chance to make you the next Ob, as Ob Ehrenfest has just cast aside his support base in full. The purge had been carried out to protect Ehrenfest, but it was important to remember that over half of the Ob's supporters had been of the former Veronica faction. Many of his own retainers had been punished, even. Hartman had said that Sylvester had cleansed the duchy's rot so thoroughly that he had destroyed his own footing in the process. Those who had given their names to Georgine were executed, those who had committed crimes to earn Veronica's favor were punished, and the former Veronica faction was effectively destroyed in one fell swoop. Now the only members of the faction with any influence were the Ob and his children, but the hardliners of the Leisegang faction were too fixated on their own wounds to support even them. The Leisegangs would have accepted things as they are now if all of the remaining Archduke candidates were related to Lady Veronica, Hartman continued, but there is you, Lady Rozemyne. Indeed, I was an exception, perhaps particularly because of my ties to Karlstadt's mother and for the fascists. I was part of an archducal branch family rich with Leisegang blood. Though I'm actually a commoner from the lower city who was born with the devouring. But they don't know that. The only ones who know that are Ferdinand, Karlstadt, and Sylvester. As far as I know. In addition to your bloodline, Hartman said, you came first in class 3 years in a row, have deep connections to top-ranking duchies, and socialized with the royal family. You have also brought new industries to Ehrenfest and started new trends. Lady Rozemyne, the famous saint of Ehrenfest, is best suited to becoming the next Ob, the Leisegangs proclaim, and they are correct. Is it just me, or are Hartman's exaggerated reports making the Leisegang faction hold me in even higher regard? It must be my imagination. But I thought I made it clear to Gibbs, Leisegang, Groschel, and Holdenzel that I have no intention of becoming the next Ob, I muttered. Yes, the top members of the Leisegang faction are aware of this. But the purge has provided too great an opportunity. You must also consider your great-grandfather's dying wish, and the efforts of your grandfather, Lord Bonifacius. Grandfather? That reminded me. Bonifacius had said something strange at the end of our meeting. I'd never expected it when he was supposed to be supporting the Archduke. Hartman nodded. It seems that Lord Bonifacius does not look kindly upon you visiting the temple. As it turned out, Bonifacius had said, Rozemyne is clearly the most competent of all the Archduke candidates, so why is she being relegated to the temple? I understand that the work there needs to be done, but if the duty must fall to an Archduke candidate, send Charlotte or the already disgraced Wilfrid instead. He was trying to save me from the temple, arguing that there was no need for me to do jobs that would have belittled me in the Royal Academy of the Sovereignty. If you can't make Wilfrid the High Bishop because he's already the next Ob, then make Rozemyne the next Ob instead, he had apparently continued. She has the largest support base and the skills required for the position. But I want to spend as much time at the temple as I can. In short, Hartman said, there is much at play here. Those of Bonifacius hope to make you the next Ob to save you from the temple. The hardliners wish to purge every drop of Lady Veronica's blood from Ehrenfest, while those in the mainstream just want an Ob with a familial connection to the Leisegangs if possible. Those who are less motivated will support your claim to the Archducal seat only if you desire it, while the more meritocratic feel that the role should go to whomever has the most mana. All those varying opinions can hardly be considered unified, but if one were to take a more holistic approach, the will of the Leisegangs will certainly be for you to become the next Ob. Some of the Leisegangs would apparently cooperate with raising our judge's rank for the sake of an Ob in their blood, but absolutely not for one related to Veronica. It sounds like a very disparate consensus, I noted. Surely a light prod would be enough to make their collective wish shatter into pieces. The bonds connecting them may seem weak now, but that isn't how they appear from the outside. Plus, with their own faction having been purged, there are almost no nobles remaining that support the Ob and Lord Wilfrid. The will of the Leisegangs surely feels much greater than it really is. As he said, there are barely any nobles left who supported Sylvester and Wilfrid. The only ones who came to mind were the retainers, those who were against me becoming the Ob, and our current momentum being maintained, those who wanted Ehrenfest to stay as they knew it, and those who were too old to receive new divine protections, and my mana compression method and were annoyed about the younger generation overtaking them. Nobles from the former Veronica faction who had avoided punishment were supporting Wilfrid too, apparently. That said, Hartman added, the Leisegangs were faced with the dilemma. How were they to make you the next Ob when you have no interest in the position? The solution they came up with was to pit you against the rest of the Archducal family and ultimately have you isolated. They made arrangements for you to lose your faith in the Ob, hoping to compel you to rise up to protect your faction. That was when they approached Lord Bonifacius and pleaded for his aid in freeing you from the temple. Bonifacius' main concern was getting me out of the temple. Although he truly believed that I would make a better Ob, he understood the many trials and tribulations that a ruling Archduchess faced and was happy for me to become a first wife instead. That meant I would need to receive a proper education, though, with Florencia guiding me instead of merely leaving me in the temple. So that's why Florencia was pushing for me to socialize. Hartman continued, Leisegang nobles told Lord Bonifacius that, as the rumors suppose, you have been forced into a position wherein you cannot speak your honest thoughts. That's being a noble in general, dude. That's being a noble in general when you cannot voice your honest opinion because you are a noble, you have to keep your emotions in check. And also being a member of the Archducal family, you kind of can't really voice your true thoughts anyway, still. They asked him to keep watch so that the Ob does not discreetly force your hand, and he agreed. He also said that he would confirm your intentions. It was due to Bonifacius keeping such a close eye on things that Sylvester hadn't been able to invite me to a pre-meeting to discuss the topics that would come up during our meeting with the whole family. Naturally, they made various advances toward the Ob himself, laying foundations for their own moves. He could not tell me the details, so I am your retainer, but I did learn that the Leisegangs were using their support as bait to engineer a falling out within the Archducal family. I can only assume that the Ob's hands were tied, not only because he had lost his support base, but also because of the weakness created by Lady Florencia's pregnancy. Much like Bonifacius, Hartman had been assigned an observational role. His task was to see whether Wilfrid and the Archducal couple actually swallowed the Leisegangs' demands without calling me for a meeting or making any unreasonable requests of their own. As your retainer, I was asked to confirm your aims. Of course, if you wish to become the next Ob, I would ensure that it happened without the assistance of the Leisegangs. But I am well aware that is not the case. Indeed, I replied, then fixed Hartman with a stern glare. But why did you keep all this a secret from me? He teasingly raised an eyebrow at me and said, "There are many things that I wish to confirm. What preparations did the Leisegangs make now that the Veronica faction is out of the picture? How would Lord Wolfrid and the Archducal family maneuver them? How would you view the Archducal family afterward?" And so on. Hartman had spent the entire meeting standing behind me and quietly observing. What had he thought of the proceedings, and what conclusions had he drawn from them? But as I was pondering those things, Brunhilde gave a profound grimace. How pitiful are the Leisegangs when Ehrenfest needs to unify and prepare to face other duchies in the face of this extortion. Is Groschel still asking the Archducal family to perform its Entwicklung? She shook her head. "I never thought the day would come when I would be ashamed to be a Leisegang." "You sure are fastidious," Brunhilde, Hartman said with a smile. Though they were constantly fighting for power, both the Veronica and the Leisegang factions have always been Ehrenfest nobles at heart. It is far from unusual that they would think in the same way. Their main concerns are protecting their own status and lifestyle. They do not care about raising our duchy's rank or matching the Archducal family's efforts to keep up with our new status. You spend too much time gazing skyward that you're now blind to everything around you, much like Lady Rozemyne. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? In that case, Hartman, what in the world are you seeing? Brunhilde asked him. What are you thinking? I only ever think of granting Lady Rozemyne's wishes, but if you would allow me to voice a more personal desire... He trailed off, then a menacing smile spread across his lips. It was the same face that Ferdinand made whenever he was plotting. Ooh, he's taking after Ferdinand on this one. At this point, Lady Rozemyne has gone far beyond being a mere saint. She is grand enough to be called a genuine goddess. Yet these worthless Giebs think she would meant to rule their equally worthless duchy. I wish for nothing more than to crush them into dust and scatter them to the wind. Holy! Isn't that a big stream? As we all watched in shock, our mouths hanging open, Hartman continued his eloquent speech. Lady Rozemyne desires books, as well as the printing and papermaking industries required to create them. Yes, such things are currently spreading through the Leisegang provinces, but that is purely because they were given priority as family. Do not forget that Ilgner was the first province to create its own workshops. He was right, the printing industry wasn't at all reliant on the Leisegangs. I had only prioritized sending Gutenbergs to their provinces, because everyone had said that I should reward the faction supporting me. Hartman persisted. Because the Ob has cut down his support base once again, he requires the support and cooperation of the Leisegangs, now the largest of our duchy's factions, to unify Ehrenfest. You, however, do not require their support at all. I wouldn't go that far, I replied, losing confidence in arguments. I still need them a bit longer, right? Or I still need them a little bit, right? I tried to find some reassurance in the room, and my Leisegang retainers were all deep in thought. Even Angelica looked contemplative, though I could tell it was just an act. There is no longer any need for the Leisegangs, Hartman concluded. At this point, even nobles of other duchies are attempting to adopt the printing industry. And as you wish to spread printing all throughout the country and produce countless new books, Lady Rozemyne, we should start focusing beyond our duchy's borders, instead of messing around with this Leisegang farce. Lenore nodded and said, Hartman is correct, Lady Rozemyne does not require the Leisegang support whatsoever. She actually looked quite impressed with Hartman, and while that wasn't what I'd wanted, I couldn't really blame her. I was impressed too. As he had said, my only desires were to spread printing and completely fill the world with books. His grasp on the situation was so good that it was scary. Foolishly enough, the Leisegangs believe that being Lady Rozemyne's family and greatest supports means they can control her. They are merely mistaken. These old simpletons are completely oblivious to their current standing. Indeed, trying to direct Lady Rozemyne was a grueling and almost impossible task even for Lord Ferdinand. Nuh-uh, that's not true. Ferdinand had me in the palm of his hand. He kinda did. Thankfully, he wasn't working with the Leisegangs, or she would never freaking know. I wanted to protest, but Brunhilde then added that even attending tea parties with me was exhausting. Instead, I pursed my lips and averted my eyes. The Leisegangs' conspiratorial nature did not change when Lady Veronica came into power, and it persists even now that they have regained dominance, Hartman said. Plus, because they were raised as Ehrenfest nobles, Lord Wolfrid and the Ob will be highly susceptible to these old methods, which means they would be more likely to fall through the Leisegangs' plots. They wouldn't think twice about manipulating others either. However, Hartman continued, they fundamentally cannot understand that Lady Rozemyne wishes to be in the temple, or that she would be most happy staying in a library for the rest of her days. Hartman says that, but he was raised to follow the same culture too, wasn't he? How has he managed to transcend it? That's what scares me. Even Ferdinand hasn't done that yet. I considered it a good thing that our Archducal family was so close and got along better than perhaps any other in Jurgensmith, he said. I wish to treasure the atmosphere that allows you to smile, Lady Rozemyne. The last thing I want is for a mistake to rupture your connection, isolate anyone, or have you oppose one another. But that's what ended up happening, I muttered. After sitting through the meeting and witnessing Wilfrid and Charlotte's exchange after it was hard to imagine things ever going as smoothly as they had in the past. It need only be mended, Hartman replied. A group at odds with itself can easily be united through the introduction of a common enemy. That was a technique you employed at the Royal Academy, was it not? To unify the former Veronica faction and the rest of the Ehrenfest students, I had gotten everyone to focus on beating other duchies. Hartman was saying that we should take a similar approach to bring the Archducal family back together. As our duchy's breadbasket, he continued, Leisegang cares not about interduchy relations or our position within Jürgenschmidt. That is why its people have no qualms about telling us to lower our rank. The elderly have never experienced the advantages that come with our higher position, nor have they witnessed the way it affects how other duchies treat us. They do not understand how we feel as we work to raise our duchy's rank. As the younger generation, we have so much to gain from strong relations with other duchies, friendships, new marriage prospects, better treatment, ease of gathering intelligence. Hartman listed all the advantages, then said that he wasn't about to abandon them for the sake of the elderly's lame demands. Though they cannot admit it here in Ehrenfest in front of the adults, there are many among the younger generation who wish to overturn this so-called will of the Leisegangs, Hartman said. Should we not gather them in a new support base for the Ob who similarly wishes to change the duchy? Our enemy should not be one faction or another. Instead, we should oppose the old fools who do not want Ehrenfest to grow. Hearing his firmly spoken argument, I tried to gauge the reaction of my other retainers. They were all Leisegangs, but they seemed more than willing to oppose the parent will of their faction. Had they been corrupted while serving me and working to raise our duchy's rank? Lenore added, we can see from Lord Melchior's retainers as well as the students of the former Veronica faction with whom he interacted at the Royal Academy that there is a great interest in obtaining new divine protections. You shouldn't have any trouble bringing the younger generation together, and you might even be able to win over enough people to create a faction. She then adopted a very calculating expression, coldly tallying the number of people who had received my mana compression method, and all the lay nobles who had expressed an interest in learning it. Even though she was suggesting we oppose her own parents' generation, she didn't seem the slightest bit hesitant. On the instinct, I turned to Cornelius. He gave me an amused grin and said, You know, Rozemyne, I do have an idea. If you don't mind me speaking as your older brother for a moment. Leisegang takes great pride in being the duchy's breadbasket, right? Then why don't we embrace that? We'll always need people who can produce food through traditional methods, and if we respectfully emphasize that fact, I'm sure we can satisfy them. The fact of the matter was that the Leisegangs were my supporters. Cornelius' approach would allow us to elevate them instead of cutting them off, while simultaneously relegating the conservative, change-opposing adults to their backwater provinces. He seemed to be in agreement with Hartman. Lady Rozemyne oddly interjected, If you have no desire to become the next Ob, then I would advise you to leave gathering the younger generation and creating a faction to Lord Wolfried. Give him the suggestion and then withdraw. You are busy with the temple and do not need to involve yourself with the work of men. In essence, it will be unwise for me to ignore the calls of the noblewomen. Mother is correct, Hartman added. As you do not require the support of a faction, there is no need for you to make one. Hartman, I said, propose the idea to Lord Wolfried and then let him take care of the rest. He will consider it his duty as the next Archduke and work hard to complete it. If that proves too much for him, even with that silver spoon so firmly in his mouth, then he truly is irredeemably incompetent. I decided it was probably best to ignore that last line. Hartman was a bit of an extremist, but he was still technically thinking of ways to prop up Wolfried and unify Ehrenfest. His harshness surely came from his high expectations. Yeah, like I said, he's kind of like Ferdinand in that regard. Let us end these troublesome matters at once and return to the temple as soon as possible, he concluded. I am tremendously eager to repeat the ritual for obtaining divine protections. As anyone should realize, succeeding with religious matters is infinitely more important for the saintly Lady Rozemyne. At last, his true motivation comes to light. Now that I understood what was really driving Hartman, all of my nerves seemed to melt away. There was no point in dwelling on the matter any further. I would make the faction suggestion so that the Archducal family could start healing and advocate at Sylvester acquire a new support base, after casting aside his old one for the sake of the duchy. Well then, let us gather together the men, motivated and ambitious youth, and cause a generational shift in Ehrenfest. Booyah! Speaking with the Ob. After getting reordered to deliver my request for a meeting with Sylvester, I reunited with Charlotte, who had presumably been asking her own retainers about the will of the Leisegangs. She explained that she hadn't actually learned much from them. She had considerably fewer Leisegangs in her service than I did to mine, so that was probably why. But she had received a lot of very important information from Florencia's retinue. As it turned out, extremist nobles were actually hoping to assassinate Wolfried, believing that the best way to make me Ehrenfest's next Ob was to remove him from the picture entirely. Yeah, it's the last resort there, but yeah. In response, I mentioned that the Leisegangs were giving Sylvester and Wolfried secret demands to complete. This made Charlotte look very worried. Is it possible that the Leisegangs are tricking them, she asked. Well, it does seem more suspicious alongside that claim of them wanting Wolfried dead. I can't say for sure, though. I expect the Leisegangs are pressuring them and making demands they cannot refuse. Thus, I believe the things they said to us during our meetings were not their true opinions. It is frustrating that we were not made privy to these details, Charlotte murmured, apparently feeling left out. Is it because we are unreliable? No, you are as reliable as can be, Charlotte. Perhaps they chose to keep us in the dark as a way to protect us during these uncertain times. Sister, were I not the figurehead of the Leisegangs, I imagine Sylvester would not be caught under their thumb and stuck having to lower Ehrenfest's rank at their demand. At the moment, I feel that he is protecting me. Sylvester obviously knew that Florencia's retainers were feeding Charlotte information. It would have been so easy for him to kill me and put an end to all this chaos. I was a mere commoner, so that was entirely within his power. But instead, he was protecting me and trying to complete the Leisegang's demands. For that reason, I want to help Sylvester in turn, I said, then revealed our plan to speed up the generational shift and create a brand new faction for Sylvester and Wilfried. Please assist me with this, Charlotte. It is only an idea for now, but would it not make their position so much more stable? I agree that it would be effective, but it will be quite some time before the younger generation can operate as father's faction. On their own, they will not have the influence necessary to restrain the Leisegangs. She was calmly asserting that while our desire to make use of the chaos was admirable, our actual plan wasn't good enough. Furthermore, she continued, concern about and resistance to the changing climate are not felt exclusively among the adults. Even within the Ehrenfest dormitory, there was opposition to the children of the former Veronica faction being treated on the same level as everyone else, and to the idea that the archnobles should earn their own money. The lay nobles and men nobles had accepted my suggestion that those who wished to learn my mana compression method should earn the money themselves, but archnobles who had never done such work before had openly despised the idea. Charlotte had found out about this through her retainers. Their resistance waned only as a result of your archnoble retainers leading by example. So we will need to guide them again. We must extend a hand to those who are struggling to keep up with all these dramatic changes. Charlotte was very talented when it came to reconciling the perspectives of others, so I took her advice to heart. I also asked how we could get everyone to accept the coming revolution. Above all else, she replied, I think father should take a Leisegang as his second wife. Why is that? Leisegangs have always secured their power through marriage, have they not? By taking an especially progressive member of their faction as a second wife, father could simultaneously appease the Leisegangs and support the generational shift. I expect this method would settle things more peacefully than any other. She cast her eyes down, but mother's pregnancy means it is no longer an option. Babies were very sensitive to mana, so Sylvester wouldn't be able to take a second wife until at least a year after Florencia gave birth. In fact, he would probably end up needing to wait 2. While a newborn was mostly dependent on his mother's mana, the fathers played a role as well. It was all too far down the line to remedy any of the chaos currently affecting the duchy. Charlotte gave me a self-deprecating smile. Unlike you, sister, I am unable to come up with the novel ideas. I cannot see beyond the customs of noble culture that have been hammered into me since birth. And since I cannot provide no better options, I shall do my best to help father and Wilfried obtain a new faction. I spoke of Melchior's retainers as well, but they couldn't offer anything that I didn't already know. Right now, it seemed that I was more knowledgeable about the Leisegangs than anyone. Melchior's retainers were most concerned about the temple, and they bombarded me with all sorts of questions. I assured them that I would use my meeting with the Ob to secure them a budget, as well as permission to move existing furniture to the temple. I also spoke with those serving Wilfried, but it was a complete waste of time. They offered absolutely nothing in the way of new information, repeating only that their lord was working hard, and that I should support him as his fiancé. I responded that as his fiancé, I was going to advise the Ob to create a new faction, and that I was going to be too busy in the temple to do much else. The next day, Matthias and the others went with the Knight's Order to investigate the Gibbs estates. They were aiming to be back before the feast, which meant they didn't have much time at all. Karstedt hadn't gone with them. He needed to guard Sylvester. But he had made good on his word and emphasized that the retainers were to be treated well. These students gave their names to the archducal family and served them as retainers, he had said. Do not look down on them. The following days were all spent busily despite the fact that we had to stay in the northern building, and eventually it came time for my meeting with Sylvester. He was coming to me in part because I wasn't allowed to go to him, or also because there was a barrier here and a sizable portion of the Knight's Order was absent for the investigation. But if Bonifacius wanted to join, is that all right? Sylvester asked upon his arrival. I had wanted this to be a secret conversation, but maybe Bonifacius was continuing his role as a monitor for the Leisegangs. Well, he's part of the archducal family too, so it would make sense to get him on our side. There was no reason to consider him an enemy. Sure, he was going along with the Leisegangs, but that was because he was concerned about me and wanted to save me from the temple. He wasn't part of the group that was absolutely dead set on making me the next Ob. I think my being here is reasonable enough, Bonifacius said. Now that Ferdinand is gone, I'm needed to come out of retirement to help with paperwork. You have nothing to hide, right? I smiled, shook my head, and gestured for him and Sylvester to sit opposite me. You are more than welcome to join us, grandfather. It must be tiresome doing all that work. We have no secrets to keep from you, and if anything comes up that we would rather not have our retainers know, we will simply use sound-blocking magic tools. Karstad was standing behind Sylvester as always. It was strange having Bonifacius here instead of Ferdinand. He was so much broader and more muscular than the chair looked tiny in comparison, and the air he exuded was a lot more oppressive. No sooner had I sipped my tea and eaten one of the sweets from the table, the usual routine to prove that nothing had been poisoned, that Bonifacius began to dig in. It's been about a year since we had tea like this, he said to me. I thought back to our breaks together during last year's Archduke conference. Tea parties like this were a much simpler affair since I didn't need to hold his hand and risk losing limbs in the process. Sorry to say this, but we won't be able to spend time together like this during this year's Archduke conference, I noted. I was asked to assist the royal family. Though, if you were to come to the temple, we could always have tea there. Bonifacius frowned and muttered the temple. It seemed that he really did find it unpleasant. Melchior's retainers will soon start going there on a regular basis, so as will mine, I said. I will not force you to come, but I would suggest that you drop by at least once. The temple is not what you might expect. I will welcome you with sweets, and I am sure Angelica will be overjoyed to see you. Bonifacius continued to knit his brow, but said that he would consider it. I really wanted to change his impression of the temple, no matter how long it might take. I turned to Sylvester. Now, about Melchior entering the temple. This was the primary reason I had given for our meeting. I explained what preparations Melchior would need, and asked that he be given a budget. I must also ask that you give us permission to take some of the furniture being stored in the castle for use in the temple. Oh, and we require a cook from the court kitchens. We can offer a great shrine maiden to serve as an assistant. You can even hire a new one, and have them trained to one day work in the Italian restaurant. You want to train a cook in Melchior's kitchen? Bonifacius asked, his light blue eyes widening. Using already trained chefs was common practice, but he had never even considered training one from the ground up. Sylvester nodded on my behalf and noted that this was normal in my kitchens. The lower city's Italian restaurant is a place that merchants of all duchies wishes to visit at least once, I said. If we are to open an Italian restaurant in Grosschel after performing its Entwickeln, then we will need to start training chefs now, otherwise we will not have time. Naturally, I intended to train chefs in my own kitchens as well. Ella had already made it clear that she wanted to have children, so this will give her a chance to take some time off. Also, I continued, Charlotte has informed me that the children of the playroom were mostly abandoned over the winter. I don't think that's true, Sylvester protested, and once they were given food, looked after by the playroom's attendants, and allowed to meet with any of their parents who came to visit. I shook my head. I don't mean their living conditions were poor. I was told that because the teachers were all going to the northern building for Melchior, the children of the playroom received no education whatsoever. You must keep in mind that they no longer have parents to hire family tutors for them. If something does not change, their education will end up in a truly dire state. Bonifacius was blinking in disbelief, but Sylvester merely said, and? I could tell that he was wanting me to get to the point. I intended to host them in the temple as apprentice blue shrine maidens and blue priests and shrine maidens. Why? To educate them, supply the temple with mana, and distance them from the malice of the gossiping nobles. Of course, this will all come at a price, and the expenses will need to come from the children's parents. But I think it will do the children a lot more good than staying in the playroom. What do you think? Sylvester stroked his chin and thought. Meanwhile, Bonifacius gave me an incredulous look and said, Rozemyne, why are you going to such lengths for the children of criminals? They did not commit any crimes themselves, and it makes no sense to punish the innocent, I replied plainly. Further, Ehrenfest is already suffering from a lack of nobles. Yes, crushing those children would be simple, but why would we deny ourselves such valuable manpower? Though it may require some effort, we are much better off aiding them, educating them, and getting them to work for the duchy. Bonifacius stared at me bemused. So you're acting out of self-interest. As I always do, I evaluate the situation as a member of the archducal family and determine that this is the best response. Others may call me a saint, but I am nothing of the sort, nor do I presume that I can save everyone for free. I explained that Ehrenfest had a small population for a middle duchy, and that we had to pay close attention to the rituals and mana that have supported our harvests. Bonifacius might not have realized it yet because he didn't attend the interduchy tournament, but the general consensus about religious ceremonies was changing all across Jürgensmith. After returning my attention to Sylvester, I continued, taking the children left in the playroom as apprentice blue priests and shrine maidens would give Florencia one less job to do. It would help both her and Charlotte. So how do you feel about it? I don't mind, but what will the Leisegang say? Sylvester adopted a thoroughly exasperated expression and turned to Bonifacius, who was presumably his window into the Leisegang's collective mind. Oh, have the Leisegangs already offered to look after the children? I asked. I cannot think of any other reason why the Odd would need to be concerned about the opinions of Gibbs. I gave a very exaggerated sigh and then said, "It seems that you've been carrying out many unreasonable tasks for the Leisegangs in return for their support and cooperation. My existence has caused so many issues, dear adoptive father, and I thank you ever so much for shouldering the burden of dealing with them all." "Rozemyne, how do you know that?" Bonifacius exclaimed. He looked at Sylvester, who hadn't reacted anywhere near as much, and then at Karsten, who put up his hands to say that he wasn't to blame. It was a likely sign that Bonifacius had been keeping a close eye on his and Navarro's movements after completely cutting off my contact with Sylvester. Sylvester acted so unlike his usual self during our meeting the other day, and it was easy to infer that something must be happening beneath the surface. Thus, I gathered intelligence from my Leisegang retainers. I do not know the details, but Sylvester, you and Wilfrid were given some manner of task to complete, were you not? This time, Sylvester reacted strongly. His features hardened into a look of complete outrage, which he directed at Bonifacius as he shouted, "What is the meaning of this? I was told that as long as I accepted their conditions, my children wouldn't be dragged into this. Explain." "I was unaware of this," Bonifacius replied, frowning. It seemed that he were all relying on mere fragments of the whole picture. "As I understand it," I said, "extremists within the Leisegang faction are trying to divide the Archducal family. Charlotte is worried that the tasks being forced upon Wilfrid are part of a plan to make me the next Ob." "What in the—" Sylvester muttered, the blood draining from his face. Bonifacius wasn't looking too good either. It seemed that they had different information from the Leisegangs. "Rozemyne, have you told Wilfrid about the danger of his task?" Sylvester asked. "His retainers weren't willing to communicate with me. It's possible that one of the tasks he was given was to make me act more like a first wife. Considering they kept telling me to support him as his fiancée, they must consider me a latent enemy because I already have the Leisegang support." I'd assumed this was all par for the course, but Bonifacius was far from amused. "They would treat you, his fiancée, as an enemy," he roared. I raised an eyebrow at him. "But are you not behaving like our enemy too, keeping an eye on Sylvester and me at the Leisegang's request? You have had a scary look on your face ever since I returned from the Royal Academy." "That's not true. I'm not scary, right?" "Do I look scary?" Bonifacius stammered, clapping his hands against his cheeks. It was such an unexpected sight that Sylvester burst into laughter, and the tension in the room immediately dissipated. "You don't look scary anymore," I said, chuckling as well. "You're just worried about me, right? You'll always be on my side." "Of course." "Then know that Sylvester is not treating me poorly in the least, and try not to look so terrifying in the future." "Right." I smiled at Bonifacius, who gave me a conflicted nod, and then looked back at Sylvester. "I only know what Hartman and the others have told me, so I cannot say whether my understanding of the situation is the truth. I was told not to be intrusive in meetings, and I was worried that this discussion might seem meddlesome, but—" "Nah, I owe you one," Sylvester said, shaking his head in all seriousness. "Now that Ferdinand is gone, my information network is crippled." In the past, it had apparently been common for Ferdinand to compile Justice's intelligence into curated reports, which he would send to Sylvester alongside a few notes on how to react. Sylvester really was struggling without him. "I'm impressed that Hartman knows so as much as he does," Sylvester added. "Well, Justice did teach him in the temple. Hartman hasn't managed to cast as wide a net. But he certainly does know a lot about the Leisegangs. I promise to pass his findings straight on to Sylvester going forward." Bonifacius gave me a stern look. "Rozemyne, why do you trust Sylvester this much? Do you not worry that he's trying to deceive you?" "Of course not. Were he so cruel, he would have simply killed me to save himself the trouble. Or he could have ended my adoption and returned me to the rank of an archnoble, stripping me of my claim to the archducal seat. He's done neither of those things. On the contrary, he's shouldering all of the Leisegang's demands for my sake. Why would I not trust him when he's doing so much to protect me?" One could argue that getting rid of me wasn't even an option for Sylvester. My mana contribution to the archducal family was too essential now that Ferdinand was gone. Still, he was dealing with the problems that I was making instead of giving up on them, and that deserved praise in itself. "Yes, Sylvester complains about his work and tries to shirk his duties on a regular basis," I said. "He can also do some very doltish things, like impregnating my adoptive mother during these chaotic times, but when it counts, he really does put his neck on the line to protect me. I won't hesitate to help him when I can." "Rozemyne, in truth, I'm far more troubled by the Leisegangs who are stirring up chaos while claiming to be my supporters." And that brought me to the true focus of our meeting, our plan to enact a generational shift that would snuff out the will of the Leisegangs for good. I understand why people might be opposed to sudden change, but the Zant himself asked us to begin acting like a proper top-ranking duchy. We might as well consider that a royal decree, no? Sylvester grinned. "Yeah, you're not wrong. Thus, I believe we should establish a clear delineation of roles within the duchy." "A delineation of roles," Bonifacius repeated. "Yes, grandfather, Ehrenfest's rise to the rankings is unlikely to affect the Giebs overseeing our duchy's crops. So I think we should have some of our most conservative nobles replace those who were removed during the purge. Gieb Gerlach, Wiltord, and the others start complete pandemonium with their decisions to give their names to Lady Georgine. But there were no problems with their leadership. To my knowledge, their harvests were always bountiful as well." I was familiar enough with the crop yield of every province because I reported them to the Ob after the harvest festival. The Giebs in question had done fine jobs. For that reason, I continued, we should replace the removed Giebs with people who value consistency and are likely to follow exactly in their predecessors' footsteps. People who know the struggles of sudden change all too well. That should make the transition to power easy on the farmers and the servants in those provinces. Sylvester gave an amused smile. Makes sense, but there are always some hiccups when taking on a new role. Plus, we don't want to officially make them Giebs and to discover they don't have what it takes, so I'll give each of them a 3-year trial period. You Archduke candidates can speak with the farmers and servants when you visit the provinces for spring prayer or the harvest festival. If you discover that the new Giebs are doing well, I'll allow them to keep their positions. This should ensure that they work hard to prove themselves and aren't unfair to their people. As for the more ambitious and forward-thinking nobles, let us assign them duties in the castle no matter their faction. No matter their faction, Bonifacius cried. I didn't consider any of my suggestions to be particularly strange. But he was taken aback by them all. It just went to show how much my way of thinking differed from that of standard nobles. Now that I thought about it, were Ferdinand and Sylvester strange for actually listening to my ideas and adopting the ones they agreed with? Those who committed crimes have already been punished or distanced, have they not? I asked. The former Veronica faction is as good as gone, and we cannot afford to cast aside talented and motivated individuals. That said, Charlotte did identify a weakness in this plan. I went on to explain Charlotte's concern on top of what we had discussed with my retainers. I see, Sylvester murmured. It is a good idea, but doesn't stand strong enough on its own. Charlotte has a keen eye. Indeed she does. She also said that taking a second wife from Leisegang would serve as the most peaceful resolution. This seems to overlap with Dunkelfelger's advice that we should have a first wife who focuses on interduchy diplomacy and a second wife who keeps our nobles under control. In response, Sylvester gave a bit of a gloomy expression. He don't want to. He only wants Florencia. But I mean, yes, he loves Florencia, really, a lot. But he does need to take this in consideration here. Let's see. How long have I been recording? 41 minutes. I'll do one more. Brunhilde's suggestion. May I have permission to speak, Ob Ehrenfest? Brunhilde asked, stepping forward from among my otherwise silent retainers. She looked tense, but her amber eyes were full of resolve. Sylvester nodded. After offering a few words of thanks, Brunhilde gracefully approached Sylvester. She knelt in front of him, crossed her arms, and declared, I am Brunhilde, daughter of Gieb Groschow. I have just finished my 5th year at the Royal Academy. Yeah, you are recognized as an honor student, Sylvester replied offhandedly. I saw you at the introductory tournament and during the award ceremony. I am honored to have received your attention, Brunhilde said. She then looked at Sylvester straight in the eye and asked, What? Will you grant me the position of your second wife, Ob Ehrenfest? What the fuck? Brunhilde, what are you doing? I guess it makes sense, sort of. She is a Leisegang, and it would need to be someone that wouldn't, try anything in the shadows, or feed the Leisegang's information, I guess would be our best option. The room fell dead silent, and we all stared at the kneeling Brunhilde. I couldn't even process what I had just heard, and had completely out of the blue. The Ob's second wife? Brunhilde? Brunhilde marrying Sylvester? As soon as I managed to connect the dots, I was overcome with panic. I practically leaped to my feet with a loud clatter and managed a single step toward my kneeling retainer. What? Hold on. Hold your horses. Take a deep breath, Brunhilde. You need to get a grip. I think you need to get a grip, Sylvester retorted. He stood up as well, came to my side of the table, and started rubbing my back. Breathe. What are those noises? He just kind of came out. What do they mean, I wonder? How the heck am I supposed to know? Calm down. Oh my god. I took in my surroundings wide-eyed. Sylvester seemed entirely unmoved by Brunhilde's explosive suggestion, while Bonifacius was fidgeting a little, no doubt concerned that I was losing my marbles. Grandfather, I don't know how to calm down. I know exactly how you feel, Rozemyne. As we both wriggled and squirmed, Leiselang quietly approached. Excuse me, she said, and produced a stuffed shoe meal from seemingly nowhere. Contain yourself, fools, and Leiselang, you're awesome! Thank you! That was the right call there. Thank you, Ferdinand was actually right on this one. That needed to happen. It said a familiar voice. It was Ferdinand. Well, his shoe meal equivalent. Breathe in. I snapped back to reality and reflexively began sucking in air. I gulped down more and more, waiting for him to tell me to breathe out again, but he never did. My lungs soon became too full to hold out anymore, and when it hurt too much to bear any longer, I finally exhaled. Just how much air did you want me to breathe in, Ferdinand? I snapped at the stuffed shoe mill, my eyes brimming with tears. Leisegang smiled. I'm glad you remember the deep breathing technique, Lady Rozemyne. I now ask that you remember to act more like a noblewoman. Holding the cute shoe mill in her arms, she activated the magic tool again. And you call yourself an Archduke candidate, it said. Embarrassing. Wow! How did he manage to make it apply to what he was actually saying? Oh my god. Or what was actually going on? I swiftly returned to my chair and sat up straight. I'm fine now. I'm calm. Let us continue our discussion. That works, huh? Sylvester mused aloud. Good job. You can stand down. After praising Leisegang for her quick-wittedness, he went back to his seat and cast his eyes from me to Brunhilde. Judging by Rozemyne's reaction, I assume you didn't consult her about this, he said. That is correct, Brunhilde replied in a hushed voice. I did not discuss this with Lady Rozemyne, nor with my father, Guy Groschel. Lady Florencia and the other Archduke candidates know not about this either. So essentially, she did this on a whim. Sylvester's eyebrow twitched, but he let her continue. Lady Rozemyne is only slightly aware of this, but she is a dominant power within the Leisegang faction. My father, Guy Groschel, also holds great influence. Had I discussed this with them in advance and put my request to you formally, Ob Ehrenfest, then it would have been very hard for you to refuse. That is why I am acting independently. If you oppose my suggestion, then you can pretend it was merely a spur-of-the-moment jest. It seemed that she had concluded that this was the only way we could discuss the idea without it being chained to the will of the Leisegangs. Brunhilde continued, I also believe that rather than having me forced upon you as your second wife, you should choose someone whom you think will be able to lead Ehrenfest. I am told that you decided to pair Lord Wolfried with Lady Rozemyne for the sake of the duchy, so I expect you will take another wife for the same reason. Let's translate that. You need to pick a second wife instead of pushing everything onto your son and adopted daughter. Stop trying to run away from your duty. Sylvester looked away from Brunhilde for a moment as if conceding to her straightforward stare, then met her gaze again. I'll hear you out, he said. My gratitude is yours, Brunhilde replied. Then in a calm voice and while continuing to kneel, she said, I did not know this before hearing Lady Charlotte's position and proactively gathering intelligence within the Leisegang faction, but it seems that Leisegang considers the Archducal family's position that prioritizing a union with the top-ranking duchy is more important than marrying a noble within Ehrenfest, even so soon after the purge, to be very dangerous. They are once again starting to doubt that Lady Rozemyne will end up marrying Lord Wolfried. This position had reignited claims that I should be the duchy's next ruler, instead strengthened the argument that neither Sylvester nor the next Ob needed a wife from a top-ranking duchy, and given birth to the opinion that we don't want any brides from top-ranking duchies here. If raising our rank means we have to take them in, then we'd rather not raise our rank at all. Up until this point, the Leisegangs have strengthened their bond with the Ob through marriage. You can assume most of their concerns simply by taking a second wife, Leisegang wife, and indicating that you respect them. She managed to find out all that since my meeting with Charlotte. My retainers are super talented. It seemed that Hartman wasn't the only skilled intelligence gatherer in my service, or maybe being a Leisegang had made it easier for her. A second wife can have a tremendous impact on a duchy's future, Brunhilde continued, and I realized that even making this suggestion would normally require a lot more groundwork. I really did not intend to come forward, but I could no longer bear to watch matters as they were. She looked sympathetically at Sylvester and his retainers. My decision to speak is based on the understanding that Ehrenfest is in dire straits wherein every moment counts. Every moment counts, I repeated, cocking my head. What do you mean? It seems to me that during the purge, Ob Ehrenfest punished more than half of his retinue. The situation is so serious that he needed to borrow Lady Florencia's retainers just to come here to the northern building. I imagine these conditions are having a significant impact on the archducal couple's duties. What? Sylvester and Florencia were my adoptive parents, but I didn't see them often enough to have memorized their retainers. My eyes widened and I stared at Sylvester in shock. Brunhilde explained, despite knowing each of your children's workloads, you as Ob Ehrenfest sought Lady Rozemyne's help rather than your blood daughter, Lady Charlotte, during the archducal family meeting. I assume you did this not just because you were concerned about Lady Florencia's pregnancy, but also because you needed Lady Rozemyne's help to replenish your retinue. With her supporting Lady Rozemyne, Lady Florencia, it would be easier to take Leisegang nobles as retainers. You wish to obtain the Leisegang support even though such indirect methods, or through such indirect methods. Is that correct, Ob Ehrenfest? Sylvester's lips shifted up a bit, but he didn't respond. The fact that he hadn't rejected the idea was enough to guess that her analysis was correct. If one also considers how Ob Ehrenfest is relying on Lord Bonifacius to obtain intelligence, it becomes clear how urgently he required the support of the Leisegangs. In light of Lady Florencia's condition, however, he will not be able to take a second wife for at least 2 years. Oof, he's completely boxed in. However, as it is obvious, I am underage. Considering the 1-year engagement period that would start after I graduate, we would need to wait at least 2 years for our starbind ceremony. By then, there would no longer be any risk of any mana influencing Lady Florentia's pregnancy and birth. Brunhilde's amber eyes contained an unmistakable sparkle as she continued. If you announced that you were going to take a second wife from the Leisegang faction, I expect that their concerns will gradually fade, much like they have in the past. Marrying the daughter of the province that was both Lady Veronica's home and the one most aggressively opposed to her would mean more to the Leisegangs than you anticipate, Aberenfest, she smiled. And with a fiancé, it would be much easier for you to refuse any marriage proposals you received during the Archduke Conference. Brunhilde had employed that last remark precisely because she knew that Sylvester wasn't at all motivated to take a wife from another duchy, and was agonizing over the inevitable flow of proposals. Lady Rozemyne often spends time locked away in the temple, but I, her attendant, am mostly in the castle, Brunhilde said. It would therefore be more than possible for me to stand at the forefront of socializing with the Leisegangs. I was also part of the same faction as Lady Florencia to begin with, meaning I would provide her support and never oppose her. I can make up for her absence while cooperating with Lady Charlotte, whom I even socialized alongside the Royal Academy. Brunhilde puffed out her chest and continued. I was a central figure in all of Lady Rozemyne's tea parties and meetings with top-ranking duchies and the royal family, for I took charge of preparing for them and hosting the guests. I am confident that I have more experience socializing with top-ranking duchies than almost anyone else in Ehrenfest. Were I to become the Ob's fiancé, I would be able to cooperate with Lady Charlotte while simultaneously training attendants who would be going to the Archduke Conference. Yep, it all works out. As the retainer of an adopted daughter, Brunhilde would struggle to speak authoritatively to the adult retainers of the archducal couple and others. As the second wife working hard to support the first, however, she would be able to do whatever was needed. It would become much easier for her to use her experience to produce attendants capable of dealing with top-ranking duchies. If we can compensate for Lady Florentia's absence and make quick progress on the generational shift that Lady Rozemyne has suggested, it should become easier to make use of the younger members of the former Veronica faction, Brunhilde said. That should also allow you to bring back the retainers who were forced to distance. Sylvester narrowed his eyes just a little, watching her closely. You're obviously a lot more observant than I expected, and nobody can deny that you've considered all this very carefully. However, I'm not sure you should be so readily offering to become my second wife, and that's right, I exclaimed. Brunhilde, you are so considerate, talented, and amazing. It would be a complete waste for you to become the second wife of Sylvester of all people. You're so much cooler and more reliable than he is. Burn! Rozemyne, Sylvester said, his mouth twitching as everyone else tried to stifle their laughter. His frustration meant nothing to me, though I was speaking the truth. I mean, he already has Florencia. He loves her more than anyone, doesn't have eyes for any other woman, and complains nonstop that he doesn't want to take a second wife. I can't see a future unless when you're happy being married to a man like him, and that's why I'm opposed to it. If you're going to marry anyone, I want it to be a man who will treat you right and show you nothing but love and respect. Brunhilde's eyes widened in bewilderment. If that's the case, then why did you agree to marry Lord Wolfried? Do you expect him to show you love and consideration? No, but he won't mind me using Ehrenfest's bookroom as I please. Our union will also help advance the printing industry, so you agree that love has no place in matters of marriage. Ah! She's turning it on you! You can't be you're being a hypocrite on this one. You can't say that love is important in a marriage when you're not even doing that for yourself, you know? That's right. The only love I've considered is my love of books. As someone who was already engaged, I should have chosen my words more carefully instead of saying the first thing that came to mind. I desperately racked my brain trying to figure out how I could recover from this. But, you know, Wilfred and I love each other as family. We've always been on good terms, and his promise to Ferdinand and Leisegang means that we'll stay that way. Even if our marriage is a political one, I don't think he'll ever treat me poorly. Brunhilde gave me a very uncomfortable look while Sylvester grimaced. Rozemyne, do you think I'll treat Brunhilde poorly, he asked me. She's the daughter of Guy Groschel. How could you think I'd do something so foolish? I guess that as Ehrenfest, you would indeed put some effort into being nice to her. Some effort? Take this, you little fiend. Sylvester prodded my cheeks, looking very thoroughly displeased. It actually hurt, so I called out for Bonifacius to help me. In one smooth motion, my savior smacked Sylvester's hand away with a loud, hold back a little, will you? Jeez. Do you need me to heal you, Sylvester? I asked. I think I heard something crack. Nah, the important thing right now is that your retainer wants to be my second wife and is ready for whatever that entails. While you seem entirely against the idea, should I take this as your official stance? I turned to Brunhilde for her opinion. Lady Rozemyne, she said with a very pretty smile, I sought to be a retainer because I wished to market your trends. I am glad that my wish was granted, but now I can take this even further as the Ob's second wife, marketing trends through you and Lady Florencia. Her face lit up with hope and ambition. I would also appreciate the opportunity to challenge myself and set my own trends as a member of the Archducal family. This wasn't the stance of someone sacrificing themselves to contain the Leisegangs. Rather, she had found the perfect opportunity to make her dream come true and was using it to the fullest. Brunhilde is way too cool! As a second wife, Lady Rozemyne, I could take care of socializing within the duchy in your stead. There would be no need for you to learn all the ways of the old world. They are a thing of the past. I wish to unite Ehrenfest so that there are no problems whatsoever when it comes time for you and to rule with Lord Wilfrid. The attitude of a model retainer, Bonifacius remarked. Very respectable. I acknowledge you as Sylvester's second wife. Grandfather likes her! Wait, what just happened? Paying my confusion no mind, Bonifacius sat back down with a satisfied grin and returned to sipping his tea. Brunhilde was giving me a fixed stare, waiting for me to either approve or refuse her suggestion. I think Brunhilde's decision is best for Ehrenfest, I eventually said, but I would not like to lose her as a retainer. Brunhilde gave a small smile. Then please allow me to serve you until my graduation at least. That is when most female retainers are expected to resign and get married anyway, is it not? That's true, but... I will train Brunhilde and Gracia so that you are not troubled without me. Please rest assured. In the majority of cases, women who came of age would resign almost immediately to get married. Sylvester had thus told me to train new retainers and welcome some of the mature women who had already had children into my service. Looking at those of my retainers who came very close to coming of age actually made me a little sad. Sylvester sighed, having watched our exchange. Brunhilde, what about Grossel's successor? He asked. Aren't you expected to take a husband who can support you being the next Gieb? Oh yeah, Brunhilde was in fact supposed to become the next Gieb Groschel. Maybe her father would forbid her from becoming the Ob's second wife, but before we could dwell on the idea for much longer, Brunhilde dismissed the notion with a somewhat bitter smile. Perhaps I could go out and find a husband to that end, but my little sister Brunhilde will certainly find someone much more talented than I once I am Ehrenfest's second wife, and Groschel has finished its transformation into a commerce city. Besides, father's second wife seems to have given birth to a boy who may end up being the successor instead. Oh, okay. If a family had a son available, they would generally make him their successor. As such, even though Gieb Groschel wouldn't announce it until his newborn son came of age, we could guess that Brunhilde had already been told that she wouldn't be the next Gieb. I knew it was tradition, but it saddened me to think that the hard work preparing for the role had effectively been stomped on. I think what matters most for Groschel right now is working with the Archducal family and making sure this Entwickeln succeeds, Brunhilde said. She had been planning to marry a skilled and competent man from another duchy to help support her province, but few talented men would want to marry into a province that failed its revolution. In particular, with Florencia's pregnancy shifting the schedule and causing various plans to change, Brunhilde thought about that bringing a husband into Groschel was less important than marrying in the Archducal family, and using her position as second wife to ensure that Entwickeln succeeded. Ehrenfest could take responsibility for renovating Groschel, but my father would feel disrespected and may even protest, Brunhilde explained. By having me arbitrate as a second wife, however, we can instead make him feel as if he is receiving special treatment. She really was overflowing with the resolve to make her province's Entwickeln succeed no matter the cost. In my opinion, there was no one better suited to becoming the next Gieb. I should note that I have my own reasons for wanting to become second wife, Brunhilde said, but I am not seeking the Ob's favor. Rather, I wish to use my skills to their fullest in service of supporting Ehrenfest. She then confidently reiterated that Sylvester was free to refuse her proposal since she had deliberately acted alone. Sylvester chuckled, went over to Brunhilde, and extended a hand to her. Your spirits won me over, he said. I'll request a meeting with Gieb Groschel, prepare an outfit good enough to be worn outstage during the upcoming feast, and a proposal face down. I am honored, Brunhilde replied, taking his hand with a victorious smile, her flowing crimson hair cascading down her back. Brunhilde marrying Sylvester? Yeah, that's not what I expected to happen. I was never expecting Sylvester to take a second wife, to be completely honest with you. I was not. I figured he would just avoid it forever, essentially. But nope. Actually, this is the best case scenario. It's one of Rozemyne's retainers. Someone who already knows everything that she needs and what she needs to do, what needs to be improved on, and she can act in her stead. This is perfect. Wonder what Florencia would think about this. This was something she wanted, and I knew it would be best for Ehrenfest, but still, I couldn't really throw my hands up and celebrate. My head was a mess of conflicting emotions. I wasn't used to the whole concept of second wives to begin with. Hearing about it in passing was fine, since I could just write it off as part of the culture in this world, but the thought that it was going to happen to someone close to me just felt wrong. Especially when Sylvester truly loves his second wife. And his first wife, I mean. Here in Jürgen Schmidt, it was normal to have your father decide your partner for you, as the fact that Brunhilde had fought for and won an engagement she wanted could be seen as a huge victory. At the same time, however, I thought it was concerning that this had all been decided while the first wife was absent and pregnant. I was worried about how Florencia would take the news. Yeah. And Ordonnance, Bonifacius suddenly muttered, setting down the sweet in his hand and glaring out the window. We all followed his gaze, but there was nothing there. I don't see anything, I said. Give it a moment. About 10 seconds later, a rough outline of the Ordonnance came into view. It flew into the room and perched on Karstadt's arm, all while I was still reeling over the absurd strength of Bonifacius' eyesight. Commander, the bird said, this is a report from Gerlach. We all stared intently at the Ordonnance. The knight's order had taken Matthias and the others to investigate Gerlach. Had something happened there? After we investigated several hidden rooms it contained, Gerlach's son suggested that the Guide might yet live. We ask that you come to the scene as soon as you can. Bonifacius was the first to stand. He met Sylvester's gaze and nodded. Stay here, Karlstadt, Sylvester said. I need focus on winning over the Leisegangs. Right, Bonifacius said. And there won't be any mistakes this time. I refuse to come back empty-handed. And with that, he flew out of the room, his retainers hot on his heels. Matthias and the others, before I could even finish, Sylvester replied, they'll be supporting Bonifacius. Karlstadt, I'm going. Karlstadt gave a firm nod in response. His fists were clenched like he really wanted to rush off as well. Sylvester looked back down at me, then flicked me on the forehead. Your retainers are there, Rozemyne. You don't need to go too. I understand your impatience, but the Ferdinand was the one who always looked after you, and he's not here anymore. There's no longer anyone who could save you from whatever mess you end up in. Right. That goes for the both of us, he said. We'll be in for a world of trouble if we keep acting like we used to. And then, like Bonifacius, he briskly exited the room. Brunhilde, do you need any help with your outfit or proposal face down? I asked, my eyes still fixed on the door that Sylvester and the others had just left through. You don't have much time, do you? Will you be able to manage? We had returned to Ehrenfest first out of all the Royal Academy students, so we had more time before the spring feast than usual, but that still didn't amount to much. I would struggle to order new clothes on such short notice, and wearing them would lead to negative assumptions that I had been planning this for some time, she replied. Thus, I simply intend to alter what I wore at the start of winter socializing to make it a bit fancier. As for the face tone, thanks to you, I already have some rather high-quality specimens. I am sure one will suffice. It will be best to begin making it now, but I must wait for Abbe Ehrenfest to speak with Father. It was important to make it look as though Sylvester was proactively seeking the Leisegang support instead of merely acting as Brunhilde's suggestion. We would all need to pretend we hadn't heard of anything until the discussion with Guy Gerlach took place. Brunhilde concluded, I expect that I will receive a sudden summons from Father, then rush home to begin preparing. Very well, I said, I am going to be spending the time until the spring feast at my leisure. I cannot leave the Northern Building under any circumstances, nor can we summon the planting company here when wide-scale punishments have put the castle in such a grim state. Our yearly book sale is going to be cancelled too, so you may dedicate yourself to your preparations. Arlie and Leiselang nodded along with me, wearing reassuring smiles, while Grisha declared that she would be working hard too. Riarda, in contrast, stepped forward with a bit of stony expression, like she was agonizing over something. Milady, it truly does pain me to say this, but I have a heartfelt request. If possible, might you permit me to return to Lord Sylvester's side? It had been Sylvester who assigned Riarda to me in the first place back when I became his adopted daughter. She had supported me when I was still adjusting to life as a noble, and trained my retainers when I barely had any. You now have plenty of retainers, Riarda said, both from the Leisegang and the former Veronica faction. They will all serve you properly and work very well together. Thus, I would like to return to serving Lord Sylvester, who has so few retainers right now that he is having to share with his wife. I understand your concern very well, Riarda. It really is hard when you don't have retainers you can trust. The demands placed on the Archducal family required us to entrust our work, our comfort, and even our lives to our retainers. I was more aware than anyone that you couldn't just act as you pleased. Doing that would get you in trouble with those in your service, and in short, trying to function without retainers because you trust was borderline impossible. Your entire world would crumble around you. I couldn't even begin to imagine what my life would be like if I abruptly lost more than half of my current retinue. Now that Brunhilde is becoming Ehrenfest's second wife, it would also be best for someone to arbitrate between her and Lady Florencia, Riarda continued. Brunhilde will surely feel more comfortable during the engagement if she can see someone familiar by the Archducal couple's side. I appreciate your concern, Brunhilde said, and your being there will definitely help me, but will Lady Rozemyne not struggle if she loses 2 attendants at once? That was a good question. I pondered it while looking over my attendants. Once the feast celebrating spring is over, Milady will return to the temple, Riarda said. Arlie and Leiselang will suffice for as long as she is there, and while Grisha's education in the castle is not yet adequate, She is more than competent and will start catching up soon enough. You will remain her attendant at the Royal Academy, and Brunhilde is expected to join her service. I do not believe she will be nearly as troubled as the Archducal family is now. Not all of Wolfried's attendants had been replaced, meaning there were still a few members of the Vormvertica faction among them. But I didn't know the details of what had happened to them. Melchior should have been in the winter playroom with the other kids, starting to pick his own retainers, but instead he was isolated in the northern building. He only had the adult retainers his parents had chosen for him, and 3 older student retainers to guide him. Riarda is correct, I said. Out of everyone in the Archducal family, Charlotte and I have the most stable entourage right now. It would be better for me to let Riarda go than have Charlotte move her retainers to support Florencia, especially as I intend to hide away in the temple. Plus, Riarda had served Sylvester to begin with. She would be able to resume her duties under him without the need for any adjustment or training. Brunhilde nodded. In that case, I will have a long conversation with Lady Elvira and make sure that Brunhilde's education is completed by next winter. She had already begun planning for the future. I turned my attention from Brunhilde to Riarda. From the castle and the Royal Academy, to the Royal Academy, you have always been there to support me. I am going to feel very lonely without you, I must admit. But I know that my adopted father is struggling even more. Please lend him your support. You have my thanks, milady. I informed those in my service that Audley was soon to be my new head attendant, then sent an ordinance to Sylvester. I am returning Riarda to you, it said. Please employ her as a retainer. I am not about to steal more of your retainers, came his immediate and very loud response, but I paid it no mind. Riarda, I said, this is my last order for you as your lady. Give my adopted father a firm spanking, and make sure he does all of his paperwork. Also, I would ask that you manage the main building such that news about Brunhilde becoming Ehrenfest's second wife does not bother my adoptive mother during her pregnancy. My wish is that she welcome Brunhilde as an ally. Consider it all done, milady, and everyone, I entrust Lady Rozemyne to you. You may count on us. From there, I sent Riarda on her way. Sylvester would have no choice but to accept her now that I was pretty much forcing her upon him. Plus, he was literally desperate for retainers he could trust right now. That much was obvious. Sometime later, I received an ordinance from Sylvester thanking me. Riarda had evidently managed to change his mind. Okay, I'm going to have to end this off here, and I'll see everybody in the next one. Woo-wee! What a bombshell that was dropped! I'll see you on the next one. Okay. Let's do part 4. Well, we just got a big old bombshell in the last video. To be honest, I was not expecting that to happen. Changing surroundings and the feast celebrating spring. Sylvester took immediate action against Geeb, Groschel, and the Leisegang faction. It was possible that Riarda was hurrying him, or maybe having her by his side had made it easier to speak with the Leisegangs. Perhaps he was simply able to move freely now that Bonifacius had departed for Gerlach. Though I wasn't entirely sure of the reason, one thing was clear: it was happening. Brunhilde received a summons from her family the next evening while Cornelius and Lamprecht were summoned by the Elvira for questioning. Everyone around me had suddenly become very busy, but I was still stuck in the northern building. This gave me an unusual abundance of spare time, so I started reading the books that Handler had lent me. The first volume contained religious tales that hadn't made it into the Bible, and they were really entertaining. Most of the stories in the Bible were about the gods performing heroic and awe-inspiring feats. But these were more about their relationship with one another. Surprisingly enough, among the stories contained in the book was one we had gathered during Operation Grimm. In it, Flutrain, the goddess of water, bathed with her subordinates, sharing her power with them and washing away Eivoglaid, the god of life. She had given her healing to Leidenschaft and Schitzaria as well, apparently. The tale also mentioned there being a barrier to block out men, a consequence of Leidenschaft's subordinates trying to peek while the women were bathing, of course. Of course. And a fey plant called Sealor, which extended its branches and produced white flowers from which green droplets fell. The droplets had potent restoration properties, which reminded me of the Rayran nectar we had gathered. Speaking of which, Ferdinand and the other boys encountered a barrier at the goddess's bath, didn't they? They could still see us, though, so maybe it wasn't working right? I wonder, is there another bathing spot like that in Dunkelfelder? Maybe? I continued to read, comparing the stories to similar ones we'd gathered from the provinces until an ordinance flew into the room. It was from Matthias and the others. We are doing fine. Using his masterfully honed instincts, Lord Bonifacius is moving the investigation along. Grandfather sure is incredible, I replied. I hope you all can return soon. For some reason, from that point on, I started to receive frequent ordinances about Bonifacius' many achievements. It seemed pretty obvious that he wanted me to praise his efforts. I did my best to oblige him for the sake of Matthias and the others. But you know, Grandfather, All these reports are interrupting my reading. I got Hartman to convey Bonifacio's grand achievements to Sylvester. He was no doubt receiving similar reports from the Knight's Order, but hearing things from another perspective was sure to be of use to him. At least that was the excuse I was going with. My true intention was to sneak him intelligence about the Leisegangs and the state of the northern building. Doing so would give me enough leverage to have him give back the blue priest who didn't have any concerning memories. In particular, I really wanted to have Freetik return to me. He had developed into a real expert when it came to temple work. 2 days after Brunhilde's return to her home estate, Sylvester contacted me. He said that we had an important matter to discuss and that I was to eat dinner in the main building today. This was obviously to do with their engagement, so I got ready and went to the dining hall. It was a little strange to see Riarda standing behind Sylvester, hastily directing attendants while serving his food. After we had eaten, Sylvester made his announcement. I will be taking Brunhilde, the daughter of Guy Groschel, as a second wife. I already have the Guy's permission, and am steadily obtaining the approval of the Leisegangs. Our engagement will be announced after the feast celebrating spring. He declared that this was his decision as Ob, described the importance of working with Leisegangs and Groschel, then put emphasis on his intentions to compromise with the Leisegangs. Brunhilde, Wilfried asked, furrowing his brow at me. Rozemyne, isn't she one of your apprentice attendants? I nodded. Her father asked that she return home once, and now I understand why. If only I had been consulted, I could have provided my support, but alas. I noticed what I was doing and shrugged. It might have been easy with your support, but I needed to prove that this decision to align with the Leisegangs was my own. I regret having to take one of your attendants, though. There were just so few Leisegang girls at the right age. Any who had already come of age would affect Florencia's unborn child, but that wasn't the main problem. Most of them, like Lenore, were already engaged, and they couldn't just cast their fiancé aside to become the Ob's second wife. In more ways than one, Brunhilde was the perfect catch. I am glad that Brunhilde accepted your proposal, Florencia said. After the ravaging impact of the Purge, it would have been difficult to take a second wife from an influential duchy. Further, from now until the day I give birth, Brunhilde has offered to socialize with Ehrenfest's noblewomen in Rozemyne's stead. She worked with Charlotte in the Royal Academy and said she would like to continue that cooperative relationship. I had been most worried about how Florencia would react, so it was reassuring to see her welcoming Brunhilde with such open arms. Charlotte gave a relieved smile. Brunhilde has yet to come of age, so the actual starbind ceremony will not take place for some time. I also believe that a daughter of Guy Groschel will make a perfect partner for our duchy's Ob. Congratulations, father. Melchior spoke a few words of congratulations as well, though his poor understanding of the situation made it clear that he was just copying Charlotte. Meanwhile, Wilfried said nothing. He offered no more than a look of uncertainty, and with that, our meal came to an end. Oh boy. I can't wait to see that come to a head. So arrived the feast celebrating spring. We were waiting in the room closest to the grand hall, having been told to join everyone as late as we reasonably could. Our retainers arrived a short while later. Matthias, Lorenz, Miriella, welcome back, I said. Only 5 days have passed, but it feels like forever. Your work must have been very taxing. You may have tomorrow off, so please do your best for today's feast. We are honored. The feast was meant to be an occasion for all nobles to gather, so it had been postponed until the Knight's Order returned from its investigation. I can only imagine how exhausting it must have been investigating the Gibbs estates under the time constraints. The reports I'd received hadn't mentioned much beyond Bonifacio's achievements, but their efforts had apparently borne fruit. Miriella was drained, and rightly so. She had needed to fly back to Ehrenfest after Seven fell, and was now going to participate in the feast without a moment of rest. Matthias and Lorenz, on the other hand, both seemed quite lively, though there was a particular woodenness to Matthias's expression. Matthias, I said, you have on a most intimidating face. If you have already informed the Ob about your investigation, you may relax. You can report to me some other day. It was already more or less confirmed that Gerlach was still alive, so the details could wait. At the very least, we didn't need to rush through them right before the feast. Soon enough, Audley guided us into the grand hall. The Leisegangs were grinning from ear to ear, doubtless having heard about the former Veronica faction's eradication and of Brunhilde's engagement to the Ob. And indeed, Brunhilde was at the center of them all, wearing a spring outfit that made her crimson hair stand out wonderfully. She was speaking brightly to the elderly nobles, her back straight and her expression regal, while Elvira offered support beside her. I also spotted Bertilde, who was watching her big sister carefully. Seems safe to leave the Leisegangs in to Brunhilde, but we'll need to deal with the nobles over there. In contrast to the beaming Leisegangs, there were plenty of nobles lurking by the edge of the room, wearing sullen or otherwise antisocial expressions. They were presumably those of the former Veronica faction who had been punished less severely. I can't tell whether it's because fewer were executed than I thought, or more have returned from their sentences, but it doesn't seem like the noble population has changed much at all, I said. You'll only think that because you've been isolated from it all, Wilfried replied, focused on the crowd. Even those who managed to avoid execution by association were still punished. I was made to distance several of my retainers. It hurt, having to turn my back on people who have supported me my whole life, even though they did nothing wrong. I followed his eyes to Oswald, his former head attendant. He had resigned 2 days after our return from the Royal Academy, saying that he could not risk creating an opening for the Leisegangs to exploit. So, Wilfrid ended up losing retainers just like Sylvester did. Hopefully, as we align with the Leisegang nobles, we'll also start hiring skilled nobles of the former Veronica faction soon, I said. Then you can take them as retainers again. We had suggested that underage retainers be spared punishment, and those who hadn't committed any crimes be given jobs to accelerate the generational shift. It was up to Wilfrid and Sylvester to carefully consider the situation and decide both whom to hire in the castle and where to direct the nobility. I wished them luck in their endeavors so they can that he could get his retainers back. You make it sound as though it has nothing to do with you. I simply have my own work to do. My orders are to keep my head down and to trust such matters to you, our next ob. Not to mention, I'm leaving female socializing to Brunhilde and Charlotte. My intention is to hide in the temple and stay as far away from the public eye as I can. Wilfrid escorted me to the front row with a stiff expression, and not long after, the archducal couple seemed to appear from behind us. Without giving anyone time to greet him, Sylvester announced the beginning of the feast. Flutran, the goddess of water's pure streams, have washed away Abiglade, the god of life, and rescued Geduld, the goddess of earth. Blessed be the melting of the snow. First came an announcement of our grades at the Royal Academy. I was the only one from Ehrenfest to have come first in class this year, but we had plenty of honor students. We 3 Archduke candidates and several of our retainers climbed on stage to receive praise and rewards, as was now the norm. It was a joyous occasion for there to be so many skilled students among those who will one day support Ehrenfest, Sylvester said. Hone your talents and maintain your grades. Sylvester then told the gathered nobles what had occurred at the Royal Academy this year. He mentioned the students receiving an extraordinary number of divine protections, our decision to research the phenomenon with Duckelfelger, the royal family's participation in our dedication ritual, and that several graduating students had obtained new protections after repeating their protection ceremonies. The family members who had visited the academy for the introductory tournament already knew some of this, but the others were a lot more surprised. The newfound role that religious ceremonies play in obtaining divine protections has led the sovereignty to re-evaluate them en masse, Sylvester announced. Ehrenfest is at the forefront of this trend since our Archduke candidates play such an active role in our duchy's own ceremonies. Thus, as Rozemyne will retire from her position as High Bishop upon coming of age, I am assigning Melchior to spend the next 3 years as an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden in preparation for taking her place. The Leisegang nobles cried out in surprise when they heard that the royal family had participated in a religious ceremony, and that ceremonies as a whole were under review. They also seemed pretty accepting of another Archduke candidate following in my footsteps and going to the temple. They were all wearing very bright expressions. Rozemyne, when am I going to the temple? Melchior asked. We'll start going together after we've discussed things with those in the winter playroom. Once we've checked the rooms in the temple and made sure there's enough space and such, we will need to select attendants to care for you. By the time I returned my attention to Sylvester, he had already moved on. He stated that the purged Giebs were being replaced by Leisegang nobles, and that they would need to undergo a 3-year trial period before their new titles were finalized. This, too, was accepted with cries of joy. This winter, the crimes of many were exposed all at once, Sylvester said. Tragic though it was, I do not want this to be the end of those who were innocent but punished through association. Those who resigned willingly out of tradition, or even those who committed minor crimes and have already served their punishments. My intention is to provide you all with jobs suited to your skills. Do not allow this stumble to keep you down for good. Work hard to earn your status once again. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to relax a little, but that was quickly undone when Sylvester began to focus on the purge. He explained that while the dangerous nobles who had given their names to the first wife of another duchy had all been targeted, some had escaped to that other duchy and remained a threat to Ehrenfest. Oh, great. So, Gerlach is now in Ehrensbach. Great. Ferdinand's going to have to deal with that now. Though I'm sure he can handle it. I hope. Because, I mean, he might be... Gerlach might not be as much of a threat, in combat when it comes to Ferdinand, but he's got Georgine on his side, so who knows if he'll be able to do anything against him. The Leisegang nobles assigned us Giebs are to oppose that threat, Sylvester announced. If you notice anything unusual or suspicious, contact the Knight's Order at once. In other words, the Leisegangs will be held responsible for any failures. A sea of previously overjoyed faces hardened as they realized that life still wasn't entirely good, even now that the former Veronica faction was destroyed. Furthermore, I will be taking responsibility for the Entwickeln and Groschel, which will be held this autumn. I shall arrange for a more concrete decision with the Giebs of the surrounding provinces and ask for their support, such that we are not looked down upon by the merchants visiting Ehrenfest from other duchies. Sylvester had chosen his words wisely. Saying that we didn't want the nobles of top-ranking duchies to look down on us would have elicited responses of, but we're a bottom-ranking duchy. They're going to look down on us no matter what. Implying that commoner merchants would turn their noses up was another story. Brunhilde often said that even the slightest change in phrasing could go a long way. As you can see, I intend to clasp hands with the Leisegang faction to work with its nobles to lead Ehrenfest. At the same time, I wish to hire members of the younger generation to work in the castle, for they are better used to interacting with other duchies. To prove my resolve, I am taking as my second wife the daughter of Guy Groschel. During her time serving Rozemyne as an apprentice attendant, she has contributed more than any other to dealing with the royal family and top-ranking duchies. At once, those of the Leisegang faction began to cheer and applaud. Some of the nobles were watching with wide-eyed surprise, but there had been such firm pressure on Sylvester to take a second wife that nobody criticized his decision. Brunhilde, to the stand, Sylvester said, beckoning her over. She glanced over once in my direction, then ascended the stage with her attendant, holding her head much higher than usual and wearing a resolute expression. Her attendant was carrying a small box, which I took to mean that she had obtained a proper engagement face-stone. Brunhilde slowly knelt, and her attendant did the same and cast her eyes down. Riarda was carrying Sylvester's face-stone, and when she saw that Brunhilde was prepared, delicately opened up the box it was sitting in. Sylvester took the face-stone from within and held it out to his bride-to-be. Oh boy. Oh, Brunhilde, daughter of Guy Groschel, chosen by... Dang it, how do I say this? Roi Chaleren, the god of guidance. Will you become our flute train to support and heal this shaken duchy? Yeah, they're going to need the help on this one. Sylvester was alluding to the goddess of water's duties of supporting the goddess of light and healing the goddess of earth. Audley had said that second wives were more often compared to minor subordinate gods, so I could only assume that Brunhilde was very highly valued. She had also said that second wives were never to be compared to the goddess of light in public. Such a privilege was reserved for first wives. I will assume the duty with honor, Brunhilde said, accepting Sylvester's face-stone before offering her own. I am here by the will of Roi Chaleren, the god of guidance of Ehrenfest. If you desire me as Ehrenfest flute train, then that is what it shall become. It is all by dang it, how am I going to say this right? Roi Chaleren's guidance. Sylvester accepted the face-stone from his smiling new fiancée, then offered her his hand. She took it and stood it aside. Thus the engagement is formed, Sylvester concluded. The audience clapped and shone their staffs in celebration. Of course, I did the same. Please let Brunhilde find happiness in this union. Ah. Whoop! What the fuck? All of a sudden, a blessing shot out of me that was a little too bright. It seemed that I'd prayed too much. Oopsie. Rozemyne? It's fine, Wilfred. It won't stand out that much. Of course it will. Shut up. I rushed to put away my staff and tried to look innocent, but all the nobles looking my way suggested that Wilfred was right. Whoopsie. My shoulders slumped. This had only happened because it was harder for me to control my staff now, but Feline gave me a comforting smile. This is an auspicious day for one of your retainers, Lady Rozemyne. That you would grant her a blessing was well within our expectations. This much is more than acceptable. Okay, then, good. She's not standing out more than she already has, which is a lot. Feline is right, Judith added. That was a far cry from the pillars of light we saw on the Royal Academy, and nothing at all compared to giving a random blessing during class. Everyone will forget about this in no time. For some reason, their words didn't console me at all. It felt more like their weirdness sensors were completely busted. If given the chance, I believe you could have filled the entire Grand Hall with your light, Hartman said. Clarissa and I would be over the moon if you could follow your heart and grant us an overflowing blessing during our starbind ceremony. Now I'm worried about Hartman and Clarissa's starbinding. Oh, great. Okay, how long have I been doing this? Only 16 minutes. Wow, that was fast. It was the day touring the temple. It was the day of our tour, and our high beast soared through the air in a single file as we made our way to the temple. The children from the playroom were chatting away in my panda bus. They were going to experience life in the temple before we asked them to choose between living there and in the castle. And Melchior decided whom he wanted to serve as his temple attendants. Thus the 4 children who had been left in the playroom, 2 boys and 2 girls, with Nikolaus being among them. Dang it, I hate that. The parents of one of the girls had been executed, while the parents of the other children wouldn't return from their punishments for years to come. Incidentally, the parents who had only been lightly punished had already retrieved their children. Far more were taken back from the playroom than from the temple. In this world, pre-baptism children sure are treated differently. Yeah, sadly. This is the temple, I said upon our arrival at the front entrance. Everyone do step out. You've been behaving excellently so far. Inside my panda bus, the seating arrangement was as follows. Judith and Lenore at the front, then Melchior and a guard knight behind them, then the playroom children, then Cornelius and Lemuel at the very back. We had used Shutsaria's shield before leaving to confirm that nobody held any malice. But even so, the guard knights had been adamant about keeping a close watch over the children. That was their job, so I was letting them do as they liked. Your high beast is so cool, Rozemyne, Melchior said. I've never seen one get so big. I want one just like it. I would love for us to have matching high beasts, I replied, but that only made his retainers grimace. Lord Melchior once said, clearly uncomfortable. Grunts are, as the son of the Ob, tradition dictates that you must use a lion as your high beast, another added. Well, I mean, he could always use a lion as the front portion of his, like she has panda for hers. He could use a lion for his. Why not? He could still do it. The scholar and attendant who had been riding with their own high beasts put them away. Meanwhile, everyone else marched out of Leslie. I watched the children gazing up at the temple out of the corner of my eye as I went over to Hartman, who was clad in blue robes and my temple attendants. Preparing for today must have been quite the ordeal, I said. I greatly appreciate your efforts, Hartman. He gave a bright smile. I am glad to have been of use to you, Lady Rozemyne. After discussing matters with the temple attendants, and considering what would be safest, we have decided to show them to the chambers of not the High Bishop, but the High Priest. I intend to serve as their guide, so you may dismiss your High Beast and change clothes in the meantime. Grateful that Hartman was taking care of showing our visitors around, I checked to make sure that everyone had gotten out of my panda bus, then morphed it back into a face-stem. After that, I went with Fran, Zom, and Monica to the High Bishop's chambers. Daniel and Lenore accompanied us as guards, and my other retainers took the job of guiding Melchior's group and looking out for the children. Judith and Feline were great at handling kids, maybe because they had both had younger brothers. Back at last, I said. It's been some time. Has the temple changed in my absence? Fran and the others replied with their usual peaceful expressions. The tension immediately drained from my shoulders, and the muscles of my face, weary from the fake smiles I constantly needed to wear at the castle, started to feel more at ease. The High Bishop's chambers are the same as always, Fran reported. The orphanage, on the other hand, has changed quite considerably as a result of all the new children. I nodded, at which point Monica added with a smile. Wilma is there now, preparing to welcome everyone. Nicola has also made sweets for our guests, as per Lord Hartman's instructions. That must have been difficult, since neither Hugo nor Ella is here, I replied. I was only visiting the temple for this tour, so my personal chefs had stayed behind in the castle. She made Peru cakes, as I understand it, so it was very manageable for her alone. The Perus were supplied to us by Guntra and the orphanage children. They timed it well, since the Perus go bad if not eaten quickly. They had gone out of their way to put away some Perus for me, since they knew how much I enjoyed eating them. That was nice. Daniel was bound to be pleased too, considering that he looked forward to Peru cakes each winter. Gil and Fritz finished their work for the morning and directed them those in the orphanage to clean the temple, Zom said. The Grey Priest will also be gathered in the orphanage by the time everyone arrives. Thank you, Zom. From there I got Monica to help me change clothes. It had been quite some time since I last donned the High Bishop's robes. Monica, will you invite the Merchants Guild and the Plantain and Gilberta companies here 3 days from now? I asked. There is an urgent matter we must discuss. As you will, she replied while dressing me. It will be wise to have the Gilberta company alter these robes. The hem comes up much higher than before. On closer inspection, she was right. The hem had originally been tailored to go down past my shins, but now it sat just below my knees. Yes, I'm growing so much taller. Yay! This was the first time I'd ever... the hem had originally been tailored to go past my shin, but it sat just below her knee. So her shin and then her knee. So, yeah, she is growing a little bit. Ever seen such a clear indicator of my growth? It was probably the result of the Jarif melting away all my mana clumps. Or was it because I wasn't compressing my mana anywhere near as much anymore? Either way, I was happy. Once I was changed, I went to the High Priest's chambers with Brian and the others. Melchior's guard knight was standing in front of the door for some reason, but he let us through without issue. Why is Melchior's guard knight stationed outside, I asked. Because I said that I would guard the inside, Angelica replied. They made a show of standing in front of the inside of the door, as if proving that she was doing her job. I could imagine that she had declared she would take a pretty usual position, leaving Melchior's guard knight with no choice but to stand outside on his own. To be honest, it seemed more logical to have Melchior's guard knight standing inside of his lord, while they were both still unfamiliar with the layout of the temple. But if everyone else was fine with this arrangement, then so was I. Welcome back, Lady Rozemyne, Nicola said. We are serving Peru cakes today. A sweet aroma tickled my nose while Nicola and Lothar brought in Peru cakes. The familiar scent was sheer heaven. I took in Nicola's gleaming smile, allowing its radiance to heal my soul while Ymir pulled my chair back from me. Then, the very moment I sat down, Fran, Monica, and Hartmut's students attendants began preparing tea. The children were all staring at the Peru cakes, overflowing with anticipation, but Melchior's retainers were carefully watching the work of the temple attendants. I smiled, recalling how Brunhilde had shot appraising looks every which way. Well trained, aren't they? I said. Hartmut's and my attendants were all trained by Lord Ferdinand. My retainers also watched them carefully at first to see how much Grey Priests are capable of. Melchior's retainers looked up with a start, then their expressions softened a little. It certainly is remarkable, one said. It seemed that Fran and the others had earned their approval. Nice. Hartmut gave a slight smile and gazed at his attendants. I was surprised at first, too. It was because of how carefully Lord Ferdinand trained them that I could perform my temple duties without getting lost. I plan to assign one of my attendants to Lord Melchior so that his scholars can learn. Lothar, if you would. Understood came a voice, then a man stepped forward. My name is Lothar. I remembered him as the calmest of all the attendants who had once served Ferdinand. As far as I was concerned, he was a perfect fit for working with Melchior. For his other attendant, Herman continued, he will turn to the orphanage. It will be wise to choose from among those who once served blue priests. They already know the expectations for serving nobles and would require no training in that regard. On top of that, they also know how life is in the temple, the yearly religious ceremonies, and the facilities in the noble section. The children weren't paying attention at all, and were instead staring longingly at the suites, acting as though they had nothing to do with them. I called out to them and noted that if they ended up living in the temple, they would need to pick attendants as well. Aren't our attendants in the temple supposed to keep an eye on us? Nikolaus asked, blinking in surprise. Should we really be picking them ourselves? I nodded. Your attendants will report on how your lives are going and whether you've gotten sick or some such. But as you're going to be spending so much time with them, it would make more sense for you to choose them yourselves, would it not? It was outright painful needing to spend time with an attendant who wasn't on your wavelength. As someone who had gone from being a commoner to having many attendants, I understood that fact better than most. The kids stared up at me, at least somewhat interested in the idea of picking their own attendants. Back when I first met them in the playroom, they had all been staring at their feet, looking so lifeless that it actually concerned me. All the children around them had returned to their families, whereas they had lost their parents and their futures as nobles. It was nice to see them looking a little more positive. Here you are, Lady Rozemyne. Thank you, Fran. That looks delicious. Everyone, this is a Peru cake, a sweet that can only be found in the temple during winter. It is made from Perus harvested by those of the orphanage and the lower city. I sipped my tea and took a bite of the Peru cake so that the others could start eating too. Well, the only ones actually sitting down with me were Hartmut, Melchior, and the playroom children. Melchior's and my retainers were waiting at the leftovers. It's been so long. How I love Peru cakes. Because I hadn't returned to Ehrenfest for the dedication ritual, this was likely the only chance I would get to eat Peru cakes this year. The flavor reminded me of the lower city, which I was more nostalgic for than anything else. I wonder how Mom and Dad are doing. These taste so good, Melchior remarked. Don't they? I replied. As I said, winter is the only time we can have them. Perus go bad almost immediately after it gets warm out. So my attendant stored some in the ice room for when I returned and could eat them. Melchior held the most status of all of our guests, so only after he gleefully dug in did the other children begin reaching for Peru cakes. They were all doing their best to appear elegant, but I could see how quickly they finished their sweets. Nikolaus said, we don't have much time on our hands, so tell the retainers to take turns eating now while we have the chance. Daniel in particular is fond of Peru cakes, so please give him a few extra. At once, Hartmut raised an eyebrow at me. Lady Rozemyne, Daniel and Cornelius ate Peru cakes during the dedication ritual. There is no need to give them special treatment. Oh my, they enjoyed them without me. Then give them the same amount as everyone else. I had considered it a shame that Daniel would only have this one chance to eat them, but this new information changed things. Daniel stiffened and then glared at Hartmut. You said those were a reward for helping with the dedication ritual, didn't you? Do you not consider it arrogant to accept special treatment from Lady Rozemyne after having already received a reward from me? I sipped my tea, resolved to leave them to their squabbling. Fran had given me the blend that Ferdinand enjoyed most, and the strong aroma took me back. Though I can't imagine these chambers were this full of chatter when Ferdinand was the high priest. Lady Rozemyne, Nikolaus began, clenching his fists and pressing them against his lap as if expecting to get yelled at. You are... Yes, Nikolaus? You are my elder sister, correct? Indeed, you are my paternal half-sibling. Cornelius tried to interrupt saying my name in a very low voice, but I chose to ignore him. I was only speaking the truth. I am the obs-adopted daughter, I continued. I am forbidden from treating even Cornelius and Lamprecht, my full siblings, as brothers in public. Thus, I cannot show you any favoritism either. I imagine Cornelius would be none too pleased. Cornelius and Nikolaus both gave me looks of relief. I'm glad you understand, Cornelius said. So you do think of me as family, Nikolaus muttered at the same time. He had worried that because we had never so much as spoken before, and our mothers were on such bad terms, I was rejecting him completely. I assumed you would not even tolerate me speaking to you, but I'm glad to hear that you don't hate me. Nikolaus gave a shy smile while gazing down at me. He was taller than I was. Well, of course. Almost everybody's taller than you, girl. Despite being my younger brother, getting along with him like this was actually kind of nice. But as I smiled back, I noticed that Cornelius was giving me a very stern look. That look speaks volumes. Don't be soft on him just because he's younger than you. I know, but you can't even smile at him? By using Shutsaria's shield, we had already confirmed that Nikolaus didn't mean us any harm. It seemed that Cornelius was still on guard against him, though. Lady Rozemyne, regarding our plans for later, I believe it would be best to check the rooms before going to the orphanage. I expect Lord Melchior's attendants are more concerned about that matter than anything else. I turned my attention away from Nikolaus. There were a lot of decisions that could only be made after seeing the rooms, so of course that was a priority for her attendants who desperately needed to make furniture arrangements. Then we shall do just that, I said. Furthermore, Hartman continued, I have successfully arranged for Freytek's return. Please secure his attendance so that they are not taken by anyone else. Thank you, and well done. Splendid work as always. Hartman's negotiations with Sylvester had worked in our favor, which was great to hear. Freytek's return would make our administrative work here in the temple a little easier. Even performing spring prayer was going to be difficult with so few blue priests. After our meal, we immediately began touring the rooms. I stepped out into the hallway and pointed at the doors around the high priest's chambers. These rooms are used by blue priests from arch-noble houses, I said, then headed to one door in particular. This is planned to be Melchior's room. Under normal circumstances, it would be best to clear the high priest's chambers for him, but we required the space while we have so many people working here. Melchior will move into the high bishop's chambers once the handover is complete. While his most suitable retainer will take over as high priest and use the high priest's chambers. In the meantime, however, I ask that you make do with what we can provide. Right, we had chosen this room for Melchior because it was the largest one available, not including the high bishop's and high priest's chambers, and was in close proximity to plenty of empty rooms, which would be convenient for when his retainer slept over here overnight. Melchior's attendants accepted my reasoning and started measuring the exact dimensions of the room, while the adults discussed the beds and the placement of the desk, among other things. The children gazed around curiously. It was rare to see a room that was completely empty. Now, let us proceed to the other rooms, I said, leaving Zom to look after Melchior's attendants while I moved everyone else along. Those for the girls are up this stairway by the front entrance. Shared spaces here, much like in the castle and the Royal Academy. The temple even had separate stairs for boys and girls. I'd never actually visited the Blue Shrine Maiden's rooms before now, so I moved straight from the orphanage director's chambers to the High Bishop's chambers, and thus never had a reason to, but I wasn't going to reveal that fact. Nikolaus said a short while later as our tour continued elsewhere. Over here is where you are going to stay. As an archnoble, he normally would have also been given a room in the northernmost part of the temple, but guard knights who didn't trust him were going to be frequenting the area around the high bishop's and high priest chambers, as well as Melchior's room. Thus, somewhere on the border between the archnobles and men-nobles seemed best. I continued, everyone else will take rooms to the south. The size of the room that you stay in will depend on the funding that you receive from your home. They should suffice since you have not yet begun to attend the Royal Academy. Fran opened the door to a room that still contained the furniture from his previous Blue Priest document. It was ready to be used pretty much as soon as 2 or 3 attendants were chosen from the orphanage and a chef was hired. One of the girls looked around and asked, "Can we bring furniture from our own rooms here?" It seemed that years had passed since this room was last occupied, so most of the furnishings were neglected and scratched. I didn't see that as much of an issue, but these children who have been born and raised as nobles thought otherwise. "You can," I replied, "assuming that you have people who will move it for you. The Abbot will need to give his permission for any furniture that has been confiscated, but I can make such requests for you." The children cast their eyes down, likely because they didn't know whether their furniture would be sent over. Had there been any adults willing to help them, the kids likely wouldn't have been left in the playroom to begin with. After you enter the temple and don your blue robes, I said, you will awake each morning and eat in your rooms, then go to the orphanage to study. We have resources to cover the first few years of the Royal Academy's written lessons, and my musician will teach you as well. From there, I mentioned that the pre-baptism children were working hard to be baptized as nobles. To be honest, their position is far less stable than your own. They might not end up being treated as nobles, yet they are still doing their best in the orphanage. Some of them may even be your younger siblings. A few of the kids shot their heads up. Perhaps they had rung a bell. Now let us go to the orphanage, I said, already leading the way. Seeing the pre-baptism children should help you to understand what life is like here. Plus, Melchior needs to select his temple attendants. Lady Rozemyne, one of the girls gingerly said, might I also pick some attendants while we're at the orphanage? If we're allowed to study here, I would rather live in the temple than in the castle. My big brother told me that everyone studies together in the Royal Academy and receives good grades, which earns them praise from the professors and recipes for new sweets. I am sincerely looking forward to going there myself. Hearing about the collaborative atmosphere in the Royal Academy had inspired this girl to live in the temple with the other kids, it seems. I feel the same, Nikolaus said, though having time to train for knighthood would make this even better. You are sure to have opportunities to train with my guard knights while I'm here, though I cannot guarantee anything aside from that, I said. The Great Priest hadn't exactly trained to become apprentice guard knights, so trying to fit something like that into their daily schedule wouldn't be easy. I contemplated how hard best to resolve this, conscious that I hadn't really done that kind of training either. Cornelius shook his head, wearing a look of thorough displeasure. Nikolaus, shouldn't you be staying in the castle? Trudelade wouldn't like you living here in the temple. She'd probably start complaining to Mother again. Nikolaus seemed troubled as he replied, she bothers me as much as she does any of you. Ooh! Then he turned to me for help. Cornelius said, his father is too busy to take him in. Nikolaus should get to choose whether he lives in the castle or the temple. Shudzaria's shield was able to alleviate your immediate suspicions, was it not? I don't know, he muttered, averting his eyes in a show of annoyance. Even now that Nikolaus had proven he felt no malice toward us, everyone assured me he was dangerous. Still, I wanted to hear him out while we had this opportunity to speak face to face. I am not asking to take Nikolaus as a retainer, I said. My request is merely that he be allowed to choose where he lives. I realize that it may be hard to consider a noble child separately from his parents, but I think we are fine to treat Nikolaus as an individual with his own thoughts and intentions, at least while he is here in the temple. Yes, it was possible that Trudelade would complain about her son's move to the temple. Well, we could always silence her by saying that she was to blame for committing the crimes that had put him in this situation to begin with. My firm appeal made Nikolaus loosen up a little, but Cornelius just rubbed his forehead. Your mindset is admirable, but this is very likely to end with you taking him as a temporary retainer at the Royal Academy, much like your arrangements with Theodore. Oh, I didn't think of that. You're very smart, Cornelius, I said. The idea hadn't even occurred to me. You shouldn't have said anything! Cornelius clapped a hand over his mouth in shock, while Lenore gave him a few comforting pats on the shoulder. After leaving the noble section of the temple, the orphanage came into sight. Fran and the others opened the door and guided us into the dining hall where my attendants Wilma, Fritz, and Gil were all kneeling. Behind them were the Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens of the orphanage, also on their knees, and even further back were the apprentice and pre-baptism children. Welcome back, Lady Rozemyne, they said. Lord Melchior, we have been awaiting your arrival. It seemed a lot busier here than usual. There are plenty more children around the same age as Dirk and Conrad, likely those sent here as a result of the purge, and more Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens because of the Blue Priests who had returned to their homes. Seeing them all made me realize the true scale of the purge. To think there are all these people in the orphanage, Melchior murmured. There weren't as many here before, I replied in a quiet voice. It just goes to show how many Blue Priests we lost. Not to mention, more children came this winter. I stepped forward to address my attendants. Wilma, Gil, Fritz, thank you for summoning everyone. As the person in charge of mobilizing the priests, Hartman took over from there. He said that we were here to select attendants for Melchior and the children who would soon be joining the temple as Blue Priests, then looked their way with a dazzling smile. Select at least one former attendant with experience serving a Blue Priest, he said. Otherwise, you may choose from anyone who has been baptized. Those here at the orphanage are well trained and quick to learn new duties. You may even select those of your age to be your apprentice attendants. Melchior looked at the crowd of grey robes, his eyes brimming of curiosity. Hartman continued, Lord Melchior, you may pick 5. Everybody else pick 3, including someone who can help you cook your meals. We will start by gathering together those who already have experience serving as an attendant. Gil, Fritz. Gil and Fritz did as instructed, after which Hartman began hand-picking the most ideal candidates from among the Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens. Using his perspective as a noble, he divided all those with attendant experience into 2 groups, left and right, and then told the former to stand down. Those still standing before you have worked assiduously here in the orphanage, never showing even a trace of dissatisfaction about having lost their place beside a Blue Priest, Hartman explained. They have sharp eyes and always consider the needs of others. I am sure they will serve even a young lord of great diligence. Some of the Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens had apparently complained about needing to work in the orphanage again and taken their frustration out on others. I was surprised to hear that. I never realized just how much Hartman knows about the orphanage, I muttered. Feline overheard me and giggled. He visited more than anyone and remained in close contact with your attendants. Dirk and Conrad really admire him, and he uses their youthful perspective to gather information. It seems they state their opinions without any reservation. Daniel added in a whisper, Hartman's good relationship with the Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens might seem innocent enough, but you should remember that he views them at all in terms of how they would perform as your attendants, Lady Rozemyne. His grading is very harsh. Roderick nodded and then said that Hartman was just as harsh when grading his own fellow retainers. It seemed that his excellence made others fearful at times like this. So it's kind of like Ferdinand in a way. Hartman and Ferdinand would really get along very well, I think. Except for Hartman's accession, of course, but still. Nikolaus carefully listened to Hartman while waiting for Melchior to make his first choice. Meanwhile, the Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens with that attendant experience waited in place, motionless, surprised, and scared about Hartman's ruthless selection process. Wilma summoned the pre-baptism children, I instructed, and watched the children too young to be taken as attendants were lined up. As well as Dirk and Conrad, these were the new faces they would join this winter. I watched out of the corner of my eye as Feline and Conrad met one another's gaze, and then, Brother! One of the children I cried out in surprise, and followed the boy's eyes led me straight to Lorenz. Is that your younger brother, Lorenz? I asked. Yes, my lady, we only share a father, but my mother planned to take him in for his baptism since his own mother passed away. Seeing the warm smile on Lorenz's face as he looked at the boy, Bertram reminded me that he had welcomed the orphanage arrangement for saving his younger brother. Once we are done here, you may speak with him at your leisure, I said. Next, I asked the children how their studies were going and whether anything troubling had happened over the winter. They responded in slightly quavering voices that they were getting better at cards and playing cards. As it turned out, some were even managing to beat Dirk and Conrad, who had utterly trounced them at the start. They had been very dedicated to their harpsichord practice as well, Wilma said. I am their only music tutor at the moment, but once you properly return to the temple, they will also have Rozemyne to guide them. She went on to tell me what practice she was doing with the especially skilled children. I was pleased to hear that even those who had initially struggled with the temple's lifestyle had managed to adapt. Dirk and Conrad served as fine examples for the other children and offered help to those who needed it, Wilma added. I see. Dirk, Conrad, thank you both, I praised their efforts, then promised to get them perused cakes later. We had some left over from our tea party. Do share with Delia and Lily as well, Wilma said to me. They have been doing more to look after all these new children than anyone else. I turned to look at the two girls who were standing further back. Neither of them could be chosen as attendants, Delia because she was forbidden from leaving the orphanage, and Lily because her child had yet to be baptized. I am grateful to you both as well, I said. Please enjoy the Peru cakes with Dirk and Conrad. We are honored. After hearing how things had gone over the winter, I addressed the gathered children. I came bearing some good news. 5 of you are going to be returned to your parents at their request, and they will come to pick you up soon. I called out the names of the 5 children, and their faces lit up with glee. All the other kids immediately deflated crestfallen. That is not all, I said. The Ob has a message for those of you who remain. He will meet each of you in the autumn and decide then whether you are to be treated as nobles. Those who receive his approval will be baptized in the winter. This is not how you hoped things would go, I am sure, but please work hard so that you may become nobles. Understood, exclaimed Lorenzo's little brother Bertram, unmistakably determined. I could guess from his height and speech that he was close to his baptism ceremony. And the look in his eyes made it clear he was resolved to live as a noble. The other kids raised their heads as well, seemingly inspired. That is all from me, I concluded. Perhaps you could show me the fruits of your studies while Melchior and the others are picking their attendants. Lorenz, Feline, you may speak with your little brothers. I took my retainers to the corner with books, toys, and instruments while Lorenz and Feline went to their siblings. Matthias and the others who were visiting the orphanage and temple for the first time widened their eyes at the lined-up harpspiels. There are this many harpspiels in the orphanage, Matthias asked. We retrieved them from the children's various estates so they could practice before their debuts, I replied. This is my first time seeing them all together as well. There were 10 small harpspiels lined up on a tall shelf, which made the corner feel a lot like the music room of an elementary school. They were probably being kept just out of reach so that the little children wouldn't mess with them. The harpspiels aren't the only surprise, he continued. Although there aren't any textbooks on them, the bookshelves here look the same as the ones in the Royal Academy. These textbooks are important, but yes, these shelves are impressive, are they not? You might also notice the book of commoner stories that we made when testing the printing press. The stories from around Grosschel that Lutz and Gil had compiled into a book had a very unique appeal compared to those sold by nobles. And since the book wasn't for sale, most nobles couldn't read them. Do give it a look if you're curious, I said. You might find it entertaining to glimpse what life is like for the commoners. In a blink of an eye, Mariella poked her head out from behind Matthias. Of course. As I will be participating in the printing industry henceforth, I shall take you up on that offer, Lady Rozemyne. And her green eyes sparkling with wonderment, she fluttered over to the bookshelf. She was an avid lover of romance stories, so I had to wonder if she would take to tales from the lower city. If nobles actually do like commoner stories, that should dramatically expand the kinds of books I can print. Fingers crossed. As my mind wandered, I took in the melody of the children strumming their harpspiels and watched some of the others read. After playing a few more notes, one of the girls playing harpspiel stopped and gazed somberly at the children selecting their attendants. Why is my big brother not joining us in the orphanage, she asked, almost certainly referring to the boy who wasn't Nikolaus. He has already been baptized as a noble, meaning that simply isn't an option for him, I explained. That said, he will be staying in the temple as an apprentice blue priest. When you next get a chance, be sure to tell him all about your studies and how your life has been here. Oh. I understood why she wanted them to live together as siblings, but there was a stark difference between those who were baptized as nobles and children yet to be baptized at all. They could come together to study in the orphanage, but that was about it. The orphans were forbidden from going to the noble section of the temple. There would have been easy to make an exception for siblings, but more and more nobles were going to be visiting the temple for things like meetings, with merchants and the divine protection ceremony. Letting the children roam freely would be much too dangerous. As the unbaptized children of criminals, their position was as weak as my own back during my days as a commoner shrine maiden. We couldn't predict what kinds of complaints the nobles might come up with to punish them. Thus, while living with one's own family in the temple sounded easy enough, the reality was far more complicated. You'll get to spend time with your elder brother when everyone comes to the orphanage to study, I assured the girl. If you work hard and are baptized as a noble, you will be able to live with him in the noble section of the temple. Please work your hardest with that in mind. Right. I smiled at the girl who now had a goal to work toward, but I was actually feeling a little blue. If working hard was all that was necessary for me to spend time with my family, I wouldn't have any qualms about pouring my blood, sweat, and tears into whatever I needed to do. As I wishfully longed for a chance to at least see my family, I overheard someone say, I don't believe working hard in the temple will help me as a noble. I looked up and saw Lorenz trying to hush his younger brother. Come on, Bertram. Am I not right, the boy asked. Getting on my hands and knees to clean, drawing water from the well, putting on my own clothes, and making my own bed, digging through snow in the forest to search for things to eat. None of those things are things a noble should be doing. Is that really what you've been put through? Lorenz muttered, giving his little brother and the other children a look of pity. Perhaps it all seemed wretched to nobles used to having attendants and being waited on hand and foot, but a simple change of perspective was enough to realize that one gained a lot of experience from living in the orphanage. It certainly is a struggle having to go without the help of attendants and embrace the self-sufficiency of the orphanage, I said. To be honest with you, were I to attempt it, I simply would not survive, because that's your poor health right there. If you didn't have the poor health, you probably would be able to, big time. My retainers who knew of my poor health all nodded in agreement. It was far from something to brag about, but I was the prime example of a person who couldn't live without help. Yet even then, my experience in the lower city had been of so much use to me in noble society. That said, I continued, there are ways for your experiences in the orphanage to benefit you as a noble. You must find them for yourselves, though. What? Bertram asked, blinking in surprise. He must not have expected anyone to disagree with him. I smiled. Merchants with my favor pay visits to the workshop, do they not? That gives you plenty of chances to see what products are being made, which are being sold, make connections with those merchants, and convey their words to nobles in a way that would serve both parties. If you pay close enough attention, you will realize that this place is a wellspring of valuable knowledge. Learn as much as you can from the merchants. I already knew from Benno and the others that the merchants wanted more connections to nobles with whom they could speak properly. Things were much too unstable while I was filling that role alone, and any noble looking to improve the situation would surely have their every question answered in turn. Well, the merchants might frown a little like when I ask them questions, but I can't imagine Benno will start grinding his fists to get any of their heads. Yeah. Those who can learn to cooperate with merchants will secure themselves a very firm place in the Iron Festa tomorrow, I declared. Such a skill is in tremendously high demand among our scholars. The girl who had resolved to enter the temple as a blue shrine maiden shot us a very curious look. She probably wanted to be a scholar when she grew up. Furthermore, I said, you will receive more opportunities to visit the forest once it gets warmer outside, will you not? Summer is also when merchants from other duchies will start visiting Ehrenfest. On your way to the forest, there may be times when you overhear what those merchants desire or what they are dissatisfied with. Perhaps you might receive such information from the commoners who accompany you to the lower city. There are countless ways to make your current situation benefit your future as a noble. In response to my assertion, most of the surprise came not from the children but from our noble retainers. If the kids raised in this orphanage use their experience well, they can become fairly talented scholars. I'll also... yes, would you like me to show you a secret technique that came from my temple upbringing? One that regular nobles cannot use? Perhaps seeing it will inspire you to broaden your horizons. I got up to demonstrate, and a familiar voice asked me what I was about to do. I turned just in time to see Hartman, his eyes positively sparkling from where he was standing right beside me. How long have you been there? Weren't you helping Melchior and the others to pick attendance? I was taken aback, but then I saw Melchior coming over as well, looking curious. It seemed safe to assume that the selection process had just concluded. Well, whatever. There was no point in thinking too hard about Hartman's shenanigans. I asked the children to step back for safety's sake, then took out my high beast face stone while looking at the well-cleaned, well-polished white floor. This is my high beast face stone, I announced. As you are the children of nobles, can I assume you all have seen high beasts and know that those stones can freely change shape? Bertram nodded, though he appeared a little on guard. Observe, I said, then expanded the face stone into a balloon, much like I had once done with Ferdinand. My control over my mana was now good enough that I could pop it without firing shards all over the place, so that was what I did. The face stone broke apart into chunks which dropped to the floor into puzzle pieces. Your high beast face stone! How will you get back to the castle now? Paying no attention to the children's surprise, I gathered together to gather pieces, channeled my mana into them, and chanted, ball up, ball up. Then with my chest puffed out, I presented the face stone to everyone in its original spherical glory. What? It's back to normal. That can't be. As the nobles cried out in shock, similarly to how Ferdinand had called my little stunt unnatural, I smiled at Bertram. Dried out clay will merely crumble apart in your hands if you try to roll it all together, but add water, and it becomes soft and malleable. In a similar sense, it becomes possible to reform a face stone if you channel mana into it and squeeze the pieces together. But softening of shattered face stone shouldn't be possible. Well, it's possible for her. She's done it. You guys saw it. The nobles stared at my reformed face stone as though they couldn't believe their eyes. But, well, we didn't have the same common sense. What was impossible to them was possible to me. The important part is to visualize moving the mana, I said. Do not limit yourself to what you think is possible. Anything that you do here might prove useful one day, be it touching the earth, putting on your clothes, or cleaning the floor. How you capitalize on these experiences is up to you. My retainers must have remembered my claim that experience made it easy to visualize the mana compression process. They began looking around the orphanages searching for hints. Seems you're gonna have more fun here than you would living as a regular noble, Lorenz said, patting his little brother on the back. Good luck, Bertram. Bertram responded only with a nod. Although he didn't seem entirely convinced, I at least got the feeling that he would make every experience here useful in one way or another. Rozemyne, I want to have lots of experiences too, Melchior said, a glint in his indigo eyes. I want to have loads of talents like you. It's so amazing how you can do things that nobody else can. I smiled at him. Most other nobles are lacking experience in the temple, so you may use your time here to the fullest. Going to the temple meant traveling through farming towns for ceremonies, so he was sure to have many interesting experiences. Right. Melchior's enthusiasm, despite being a member of the Archducal family, seemed to make the other children more optimistic about their new life in the temple and their upcoming experiences. But as I was enjoying the satisfaction of having raised their spirits, Daniel leaned over and whispered in my ear, Lady Rozemyne, I struggle to see why that display cheered them up. They won't be able to reform face stones without having an enormous mana capacity. Daniel, shh! The children all selected their attendants and would be accepted as apprentice blue robes after spring prayer. In the meantime, their attendants discussed setting up rooms for whomever they were serving. Talk of chefs and food would need to wait until after a meeting with Benno and Frida. Hartmut the High Priest looked around the newly chosen attendants. All of you will be making preparations for your new lord or lady. I will provide instructions for their education as blues at a later date. They will start visiting the orphanage after spring prayer and under Lord Melchior's leadership, though worry not. My own frequent visits have already paved the way for you. He seems kind of proud about the last part, but blue priests aren't really supposed to visit the orphanage so often. I had always been hoping for the culture in the orphanage and among the blue priests to change, and it seemed to be happening faster than I ever thought. Back when I first started going to the orphanage as an apprentice blue shrine maiden, I was pretty sure it hadn't been a place where an archduke candidate could show up at will. Still, Melchior's retainers seem to have an entirely different view of the temple now, and as I hoped that these positive changes would continue, Hartmut began his last farewell. Let us offer our prayers to the mighty king and queen of the endless skies, the mighty eternal five who rule the mortal realm, Flutrain, the goddess of water, Leidenschaft, the god of fire, Shutzaria, the goddess of wind, Geduld, the goddess of earth, Eviglade, the god of life, and finally, Lady Rozemyne, the saint of air and fest. Praise be to the gods! The great priests and shrine men shot their arms and right leg up in prayer. Even the children who had only entered the temple this winter performed the gesture without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, those who were completely new to the temple, Matthias, Lorenz, Melchior's retainers, and the children of the playroom, looked slightly repulsed. Wait, what was that last part? Hartmut had delivered the prayer so naturally that I paid the words no mind, but now that I thought about it, had he included my name among those of the gods? I was overcome with a certain urge to shout, "What's the meaning of this?" and interrogate him, but we were in full view with so many people. In the end, I took my leave without a word of protest, although there was nothing I could do to keep a forced smile from twitching. Okay, I'll get to work on the next post, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, part 5. Preparing the ritual. After returning to the castle and gathering with everyone for dinner, I reported the summary of our tour to Sylvester, then inquired about budgets and moving furniture. Our discussion proceeded without incident, as expected, since he generally gave permission for everything I asked. The temple is ready to accept Melchior and the other children, I said, but there is still a mountain of problems to deal with, such as... We lack the manpower for spring prayer. Ferdinand is gone, and Melchior is still too young to be of any use. We had yet to make up for losing Ferdinand, a loss so great that my guard knights had needed to participate in our duchy's most recent dedication ritual. And now the purge had cost the temple many blue priests. The burden on those who remained would be immense during this year's spring prayer, so planning how we were going to delegate the work was of the utmost importance. There is no helping that Melchior has not yet learned to channel mana, but something needs to be done, I said. The original plan had been for Melchior to begin his practice during last year's Archduke Conference, so that he could assist us with this year's spring prayer, but during that same Archduke Conference, Ferdinand and Linda's engagement had been announced. How had the engagement ended up affecting Melchior? Well, Ferdinand had spent his remaining time in Ehrenfest educating me and preparing his successors, which meant he had seldom left the temple or contributed mana to the Foundation. This reduced supply of mana had forced the Archducal couple to work overtime, so Florencia and Bonifacius had been too busy supplying the Foundation to support Melchior. On top of that, everyone's schedule had more or less exploded when the purge occurred earlier than expected. And of course, Florencia's pregnancy had then necessitated that Melchior be moved to the northern building. Charlotte had an entire season to practice before her first spring prayer, I noted. But it still ended up being a struggle for her. It would be outright dangerous for Melchior when he has no prior experience to rely on. But I really want to participate this year, Melchior interjected, clearly vexed. Sylvester and Florencia exchanged troubled looks. After everything that had happened over the past year, they had both been much too busy to help their son prepare. It may not be feasible for you to practice supplying mana to the castle foundation, I said to Melchior, but you can practice offering up mana in the temple. If you take it seriously, you should be ready to join us next year. Having him participate this year was entirely out of the question. I continued, as you know, for spring prayer, the Gabe-ruled provinces are given chalices and nothing else. We are not required to perform religious ceremonies for them as we do for the farming towns of the central district. No grey priests are required, so we could solve our management problem by sending my retainers to the various provinces instead. The only issues are that the bulk of my adult retainers are guard knights, and those who are still underage cannot leave the city. For obvious reasons, we can't risk cutting back on your knights, Sylvester said. I nodded. That was clear to anyone, and it was the greatest fault with my idea. Cornelius had mentioned it when I brought this up before. We can throw money at most of our problems, I said. The carriages, food, chefs, attendants, and ceremonial robes. A few simple payments can take them off our minds. But nothing can be done about our lack of manpower. Wolfried, who had been listening in silence, suddenly looked up. What if Charlotte and I go from province to province with the remaining blue priests, while Hartman and you circle the central district? What? I replied, but you and Charlotte are busy enough, are you not? The process might only involve visiting the Giebs and giving them chalices, but it takes several days and can be physically draining. Since the temple has been entrusted to me, I thought it would be best for those who are already occupied to only help with the nearest parts of the central district. Wolfried shrugged. If I want the Leisegang's support, I'll need to meet with them as many times as I can. Not to mention having Charlotte and me go to those provinces will make it clear to all the nobles that we are involved with religious ceremonies too. In the past, we mana-rich Archduke candidates had circled the central district to minimize travel time and improve its harvest to match those of the Giebs provinces. This apparently led to the nobles to assume that Wilfrid and Charlotte weren't doing anything. The nobles have all heard about your Gutenberg's travels and the Haldensdale miracle, but the only ones who know about Charlotte's and my involvement are retainers. And even that's just because they accompany us. It seems to me that the Leisgangs think you're the only one being made to perform religious ceremonies. Lamprecht mentioned as much after gathering some intelligence. I hadn't noticed that at all. I'd only elected to visit the provinces myself because my panda bus was the most efficient way to move large groups of adults from one place to another. It hadn't occurred to me that my efforts were making other nobles assume that I was being worked to the bone. I agree with Wilfrid. It might be a good idea for us to visit the Giebs, Charlotte said. We may have further to travel as a result, but that shouldn't be an issue when we have our high beast to rely on. Like me, she had a drivable high beast capable of transporting the chalices. That would save a lot of time. Wilfrid nodded at her. It might be a good idea to have the blue priests circle the central district instead. I want to meet with as many Giebs as I can. Perhaps it would be best for you to focus on the south of Ehrenfest, Charlotte suggested. As the next Archduke, you will need to greet the new tentative Giebs. Wilfrid paused in thought, then nodded again. Yeah, most of the new Giebs are in the south, so I should go there and go to Groschel. It seemed that he really was focused on making connections with Leisgang nobles. In that case, I said, I will take care of the central district. I would also like to visit Karnburgger, so I plan to take the Gutenbergs there. Sylvester eyed me carefully. It won't be easy having to give mana to all those farming villages, but spring prayer has a direct impact on our harvest. There's also our joint research with Frembeltag. I'm counting on you, Rozemyne. I nodded, relieved that we had solved our problem. Rozemyne, Wilfrid said, you mentioned that you're going to be spending all your time in the temple realm, right? Could you bring the ritual for obtaining divine protections forward a little? If we can demonstrate that even adults can secure new protections by participating in religious ceremonies, then my retainers should be more open to my doing all this. As it turned out, his retainers had made it very clear that they didn't want him participating in spring prayer. They thought it would be too dangerous for him to travel all around the duchy. Wilfrid had tried to argue that it was his duty as an Archduke candidate, but to be honest, I understood where they were coming from. I myself had been attacked during my first spring prayer. If you are going to be in danger, then perhaps I should make some protective charms for you and Charlotte, I mused aloud. Maybe I should give those two each. or them to each, one to block physical attacks and another to block a mana attack. This would keep them safe during the start of an ambush, and their guard knights would be able to deal with things from there. As I was considering which of the charms I was wearing would work best, Charlotte smiled at me. Though he won't be joining us for spring prayer, Melchior will surely pout if we don't give him some charms as well. I turned to look at Melchior, who puffed out his cheeks and muttered, "I won't pout." I decided to make some charms for him too. Sylvester clapped his hands together, trying to regain our attention. Rozemyne received correspondence from Ferdinand this afternoon. He wants some of his personal belongings to be sent to Arensbach, alongside his engagement gifts. He has asked that you oversee this request since you have the key to his estate, but assures us that the attendant he left behind will take care of things if shown the letter. Send a scholar of yours later on. Understood, I replied. Is Ferdinand doing well? I couldn't imagine that much had changed since our reunion for the introductory tournament. Sylvester frowned. He seems fine, but things are getting complicated over there. He's going to be performing Arensbach's spring prayer. What? That didn't make any sense. Ferdinand wasn't yet married to Detlinde, meaning he was formally still a citizen of Ehrenfest. Not to mention, other duchies were strongly biased against the temple and religious ceremonies, so why on earth would Arensbach want a member of its archducal family involved in one? Arensbach is suffering a mana shortage, Sylvester said, but Ferdinand still can't help to supply its foundation. This is just an assumption, but I think Ob Arensbach has passed away, and they've started dyeing their foundational magics with his successor's mana. I don't think they're doing that yet. Florencia, whom I could guess had already seen the letter, put a hand on her cheek and sighed. It seems that Lady Letizia will be taking part as well. Lady Detlinde was apparently trying to make her supply the foundation directly, and with that practice, since she heard that our baptized Archduke candidates have been providing their mana. It sounds as if some very important details about our ceremonies have been misconstrued, Charlotte said, looking worried. Children who weren't used to controlling their mana would struggle immensely when trying to channel it into something. They needed guidance from an adult before anything else, which was why Florencia and Bonifacius, being so busy, had put Melchior in such an unfortunate position. It wouldn't have been so much of a concern if he had already started attending the Royal Academy and learned the process there. But he still didn't know his limits and was at great risk of getting caught up in the adult's mana flow. To minimize the danger of new participants being completely drained of mana, children were made to practice by drawing mana out of a face stone. Learning to control their mana would prevent them from passing out during actual ceremonies, but even that was exhausting for those without much experience to rely on. Trying to make someone perform mana replenishment without any training can only end in disaster. It had been impossible to predict what Detlinde might force Letizia to do while Ferdinand was absent, which was why it had been decided that Letizia would attend spring prayer as well. She would practice controlling her mana along the way. I see, I murmured. In that case, we should inform Lady Letizia that the kindness-filled rejuvenation potions she'll receive are not a cruel prank, so as Wilfred and Charlotte once assumed. I was worried that she would end up hating Ferdinand despite his good intentions, but it seemed that Wilfred was more concerned about something else. Rozemyne, he exclaimed, that's the last thing for us to be worried about. Focus on how other duchies are misunderstanding our religious ceremonies. I mean, you're not wrong, but most people should know from experience that supplying mana is exhausting. Few would make a little kid attempt it without any training. Yes, few would, but that hadn't stopped Ferdinand from working me half to death for my first spring prayer and dedication ritual. All of a sudden, leaving Letizia in his care seemed extremely dangerous. His standards were completely twisted at times, maybe because of the unique circumstances of his birth, or maybe because of the unreasonable expectations that Veronica had forced upon him. Hopefully they can stop him. Lady Detlinde's misunderstandings certainly are a concern, I said, but what concerns me more is that Lady Georgine did nothing to intervene. Sylvester, was Ferdinand told about the results of this purge? We have been told not to speak with each other duchies about Ehrenfest's situation, and to reveal only as much as Sylvester permitted. But I had to wonder, was Ferdinand aware of the likelihood that Gerlach had survived the purge? Matthias had mentioned that one of the hidden rooms in which his father stored magic tools had been in a complete state of disarray when he and the others carried out their investigation. Gerlach had always kept his rooms well organized for the sake of convenience, or so I was told. So it seemed that he had grabbed all the tools he would need in a frenzy before the knight's order reached his estate. Lorenz didn't think the state of the room was a sign of anything unusual, though. He said that in his own hidden room there isn't even a space to move around. Matthias hadn't been able to enter Gerlach's most private hidden room, so the order hadn't been able to see inside either. Bonifacius had spotted some glossy silver cloth wedged in the doorframe, though. He had torn it away without a moment's hesitation, insisting that it was very strange indeed. But nobody else had batted an eye. I told him a couple of things Sylvester said in response to my question. He mentioned in his letter that he'll try to see if Gerlach is with Georgine. I see, I replied. That's good. I'm impressed you managed to get all this past inspection. We have more than a few systems in place that allow for secret communication, he explained, then gave me a very meaningful look. Even when you read the letter yourself, you won't be able to decipher them. It seemed that I wasn't the only one who had a secret method of communicating with Ferdinand. That's good. That's good. Now we have at least a couple of ways of communicating with Ferdinand to get it past inspection besides the disappearing ink. After dinner, while Hartman was busy fetching me a copy of the new letter, I took my previous letter from Ferdinand into my hidden room. I detailed the results of his research into the divine protection ritual, though it was all written in invisible ink, meaning I would need to transcribe it before anyone else could read it. The letter mentioned that his handmade version of the magic circle was among the magic tools moved from his temple workshop to his estate, and that I was free to use it as long as I sent him my findings afterward. Well, I'm going to be sending stuff to him anyway, so it wouldn't be too much trouble to include a letter of my results. Why is he giving me this condition in the first place? He already said that everything in his estate belongs to me now, isn't it? Isn't this a bit cruel? Of course, his letter offered no room for debate. I couldn't expect anything less from Ferdinand, and that fact brought a smile to my face. For him to have made a magic circle on such a large scale with that many assistants, he must have had a lot of time on his hands when he first joined the temple. I muttered to myself, it was surely too big for a normal experiment if the circle I'd seen at the Royal Academy was anything to go by. Only a mad scientist would have gone and made it anyway. I came out of my hidden room and found that Hartman had returned with a transcription of the new letter. Thank you, Hartman. Just as you know, I intend to go to the library tomorrow. Ferdinand wants me to look for something that he says is necessary for the divine protection ritual. He said that he experimented with it once before. As one would expect from him, I suppose. I took the transcribed letter from Hartman and in turn gave him the transcription that I had just written. Feline, my apologies, but could you send an ordinance to Brunhilde, I asked? Give her the date and time of our upcoming meeting with the merchants and ask her to attend. Considering its relevance to Groschel, it makes sense for her to be there, would you not think? Tell her to bring several scholars as well. Understood. Oddly, Leiselang, Grisha, after visiting the library tomorrow, I will return to the temple. This is going to be an extended stay, so please make the necessary preparations. My attendants were the best of the best, so that was as much as I needed to say. They would sort out my clothes and daily necessities, contact Rozemyne and my chefs, and arrange for carriages to transport them. Furthermore, continued, the Gilberta Company will soon be called to the temple to alter my ceremonial robes. I will use that opportunity to order my summer clothes as well, so please be sure to visit that day. Understood. As I gave out one instruction after another, I read through the letter that Sylvester's scholar had transcribed. The section describing how Ferdinand was doing was very brief and contained nothing that Sylvester hadn't already told me. The rest was a simple list of all the things that Ferdinand wanted sent to Ahrensbach. It wasn't written in his handwriting. The scholar had transcribed it after all. So I reached the end swiftly and without getting sentimental. Ferdinand wrote only in extended euphemisms, but it was clear as day that Linde's return from the Royal Academy was causing him all sorts of problems. Letizia's education kept getting delayed as a result. Letizia might actually appreciate that, though. I remember her struggling to cope with Ferdinand's intensity. Oh, but now they're going to be together for all of spring prayer. Sending her some additional sweets was going to be crucial, and so was informing her about the kindness-filled potions. I was absolutely certain that things would end poorly if she thought they were a spiteful joke. A spiteful prank. The day after, I needed to prepare for the Divine Protections ritual and send Ferdinand his things, then accompanying everyone to my library. My library. That had such a nice ring to it. I giggled to myself, my eyes fixed on my library. I assumed that's Spanish, my bibliothèque, as I made a beeline to it. Of course, I hadn't failed to bring the bag containing the praise-filled magic tool. Today would be the day I was showered with kind words. We'll see, I don't know. I stood in front of the door, then grabbed the key hanging from a chain around my neck and slotted it into the keyhole. Red mana lines streaked across the door, which opened on its own with a drawn-out creak. Welcome, Lady Rozemyne, said the attendant waiting on the other side. His name was Losfam, and he was about as old as Ferdinand. I had seen Losfam several times before, including when we had moved the luggage here and when Lindy had visited. He had a peaceful demeanor, a calm voice, and a strong spirit despite his reserved nature. 3 traits that he shared with Fran and Zom. One could tell at a glance why Ferdinand had taken a liking to him, and he was easy to speak with because he came across as so familiar. It's been a while, Losfam, I said. As I mentioned in my ordinance to you, could I ask you to prepare Ferdinand's belongings? The castle will deliver them alongside the gifts we send over. In the meantime, I'm going to be reading in my library's bookroom, searching through the workshop, reading in my library's bookroom, making my hidden room, and have I mentioned reading in my library's bookroom? Yes, you mentioned it 3 times. Losfam had already seen me being dragged out of the library by Ferdinand, my arms still desperately wrapped around the book. There was no need for Hay to put on a front around him. Even if I tried to, it would crumble in a blink of an eye. Losfam briskly read through the letter I gave him, then looked up. Lady Rozemyne, I must ask that you open the doors before you enter the bookroom. As it turned out, there were several that only I could open as the owner of the estate, and some led to rooms containing Ferdinand's belongings. I did as Losfam had instructed, then headed to the workshop. which also couldn't be opened without me, with Hartman and the others. The security here was impressive, but also highly inconvenient, crushed within my dreams of rushing straight to the bookroom. The magic circle for the Divine Protections ritual is somewhere within the magic tools he brought back from the temple, I said. I gave the letter containing the details to Hartman, so search well, everyone. I'm going to make my hidden room and then delve into some books. As if on cue, Angelica stepped forward. You must have a guard at all times, Lady Rozemyne. Even here in your estate, I won't be of much help with finding the magic circle, so I volunteer. Everyone else seemed enthralled by the mass of magic tools, so Angelica was the only one who accompanied me. We took our leave and started upstairs to my room. You know, why are the rooms for girls always on the top floor, I wondered aloud. Because that's what people expect, right? Angelica replied. They'll get confused if they put them down somewhere else. I could tell that we weren't quite on the same page, but I decided not to address it. Instead, I continued onward and entered my room. Inside was all the furniture of the previous occupant. It was pretty old, but still in good condition. This room had been used by a woman who had accompanied Ferdinand to Ehrenfest when he was brought here before his baptism. He had looked up to her as though she were his mother, but then he had been taken to the castle to prepare for his baptism. By the time Ferdinand had returned to the estate, she had vanished. He assumed that Veronica had eliminated her. I wasn't at all invested in buying new furniture, nor was I going to sell these relics of the past that Ferdinand clearly valued. For these reasons, I intended to leave the room largely unchanged. To think Ferdinand saw the previous occupant of this room as a mother figure. I wondered what she was like. Angelica, do fetch that chair for me, I said, while making my way over to the hidden room by the bed. I registered my mana with it, then opened the door and got her to put the chair inside. Once that was done and she had come back out, I went inside and shut the door behind me. Now alone in my hidden room, I sat on the chair, reached into the bag on my hip, and took out the sound recording magic tool. A message from Ferdinand began to play. You are listening to this in the hidden room of the library I gave you, correct? He asked. Of course, I replied with a self-assured grin. There was a pause, then Ferdinand cut to the chase. He said that Georgine had moved to her villa and vanished from sight not long after the start of the winter. There were rumors that she had taken more retainers, and her servants were being watched so closely that not even justice could slip into their ranks. Something must have happened during the winter, Ferdinand continued. There is a chance that survivors of the purge had fled to Georgine's side. You must tell Sylvester not to lower his guard under any circumstances. Moreover, there are several boxes among my belongings that contain documents necessary for controlling the Leisegangs. Sylvester must learn to assuage the Leisegangs on his own, so leave the documents be for now. Bring them out only if you determine that he will not be able to manage otherwise. There sure are a lot of Sylvester-related warnings on this thing. How long until the part where he praises me? Probably the last thing! I understood all this was critical intelligence, but my hopes were so high that any disappointment would be devastating. My shoulders slumped. I continued to listen. Also, as a warning for you in particular. Enough warnings! Praise me already! Sylvester informed me that Ehrenfest will not be offering more business slots this year. Any duchess that take issue with this decision may become aggressive, so be wary. We are also nearing the time of year when the merchants cautiously adjusting to Ehrenfest will attempt their usual subterfuge. And once I recalled the time that Klassenberger tried to force Corinne on us, Ferdinand was saying that we should expect more incidents like that going forward. A marriage agreed upon by both parties would not be too great an issue, but we cannot discount the prospect of merchants resorting to more violent methods. As it stands, the craftspeople you raised are generating most of the profit in Ehrenfest. Be it they're printing or making hairpins, they are very likely to be targeted. Most of the Gutenbergs would be busy in Karnburgger, but Tully, our most talented hairpin craftswoman, was going to be in the lower city, as were Benno and Mark. How can I keep them all safe? I couldn't guard them at all times, and my charms required too much mana for commoners to be able to use them. The most I could do was warn them of the danger, but it seemed safe to assume that Benno and the others already understood the risks of doing business. They likely understood them even better than I did. For that reason, Ferdinand continued, I will teach you how to make protective charms that even commoners can use. Have those you care about wear them. Wow, okay. From there, he launched straight into his instructions. I rushed to grab my diptych and started writing everything down. These charms for commoners were made slightly differently and used separate ingredients from those meant for nobles. The ingredients you will need can be found within the library's workshop, Ferdinand said. Yeah, and I suppose you could use refilling the mana of those charms as an excuse to invite the recipients to the temple. Such charms will also serve as convenient gifts for celebration, much like the hair ornaments I gave you. Or the hair ornament I gave you. I paused and thought. Tully was going to come of age at the end of summer, and it seemed that Ferdinand was very subtly encouraging me to use that opportunity to give her a present. You're as hard to understand as ever, I muttered, pursing my lips at the now silent magic tool. If you had just included a few words of praise, that message would have been perfect. Alas, I had been a fool to expect any kind words from Ferdinand. I heaved a very disappointed sigh, but just as I went to put away the magic tool, I believe you are working hard, came his voice again. What? I brought the tool back to my ear, wondering whether I simply misheard, and then... Very good. Hearing those 2 words sent a wave of pride through me, like all of my hard work had at last been rewarded. Maybe it was because he so rarely handed out praise that it felt so meaningful. I slid off the chair, a hand pressed against my naturally smiling face. Then I returned the magic tool to its bag and set it down in my seat. I could re-listen to these words of praise whenever I wanted. He acknowledged my request and praised me, so I need to work hard as well. To hear this praise again, I would need to get the results to earn it. All right, I explained. Now I'm motivated. I'm going to make charms for everyone. I threw open the door to my hidden room, and with a great big smile on my face, marched straight to the workshop. Re-obtaining divine protections. While everyone else was searching through the magic tools, I dedicated myself to making charms. I was going to need a lot of them, since I intended to give them to my lower city family and the Gutenbergs. So I was thankful that Ferdinand was providing the materials. I would need to give the Guildmaster one as well, considering that I was summoning him alongside the Gilberta and Planta companies. Okay, that should be enough for now. After giving up my reading time to make a bunch of charms, I was still surprised that I'd given up my reading time to begin with. I arranged for everything that was required for the Divine Protections ritual to be taken to the temple. The ritual itself would take place tomorrow. Lady Rozemyne, Lenore said, I repeated the ritual after graduation, so I will go to the training grounds instead of participating tomorrow. As did I, Leiselang agreed. For that reason, I would prefer to focus on business in the castle. What will you do, Judith? I asked. I don't think I've prayed enough yet, so I'll pass this time, she replied. I would go to the training ground as well. Or if you need guards, I could still go with you to the temple. I will have more than enough guards, so you may train instead. I suppose I should contact Audley and Brunhilde as well. I sent them ordinances and received 2 refusals in response. Audley hadn't bothered to pray enough to warrant her repeating the ritual. Brunhilde was much too busy working with Groschel and sorting out the training of attendants. Not to mention she would be repeating the ceremony after her graduation anyway. Well, Grisha, since you're required to participate, don't forget to come to the temple, I said. Understood. We were reasonably confident that Roderick had become omni-elemental as a result of swearing his name to me, but we didn't yet have any concrete proof. The plan was for those who were name-sworn to perform their rituals after the adults. I wonder if Mother will come. If she did, we would be able to investigate whether changing whom a person was sworn to would impact the divine protections they received. Miriella would need to repeat the ritual again, but we really needed the data. I sent an ordinance to Elvira asking what her schedule was like. She replied that she would have some time in the afternoon. I shall accept a new sweets recipe in return, she added teasingly. Now that Cornelius has graduated, I no longer have a means of obtaining them. It was decided then I would give her the recipe for mousse, which we had also provided as this year's reward. The next day, my retainers who were going to perform the ritual gathered before the third bell even rang. I opened the door to the workshop in my high bishop's chambers, handed out face-stone brooches so that everyone could come inside, then began preparing the magic circle and such for being moved. Lady Rozemyne, shall we take these to the chapel? Fran asked. Please. I've also told Hartman to go there after delegating the paperwork. Ideally, our ritual will be largely identical to the one performed at the Royal Academy. Because moving everything to the chapel involved manual labor, we called Gil and French from the workshop to help Fran. They soon met up with Hartman's attendants, and the luggage was gone in the blink of an eye. Monica, has the orphanage been informed of our business? I asked. Yes, milady, they've been told not to enter the chapel today. I needed to focus on making sure nobody entered the workshop, so the rest of the preparations were being left to Hartman and Daniel. Miriella, Roderick, and Feline were acting as their scholar assistants. Once the luggage was all en route, I retrieved the face-stone brooches from everyone, closed the door to the workshop, and then headed to the chapel. Hartman and the others were already there, carrying out the preparations as instructed. The shrine was adorned with cloth and fruit. The incense burners were lit, and a faint, sweet scent drifted through the air. A red carpet stretched through the altar, and the cloth with the magic circle on it was spread out. The circle at the Royal Academy had been embroidered, but this one was simply drawn with ink. It seemed that not even Ferdinand had wanted to go through that much effort. To test whether this magic circle functions and protections from each element can be obtained one at a time, I would like Angelica to try using it first, I said. Because the circle was only drawn on, it was possible that parts had faded or rubbed away over the years. Or maybe it needed to be in a certain position to be used at all. I shall observe her ritual, but everyone else will perform alone as a standard in the Royal Academy. Perhaps the ritual is meant to be more private, or maybe complete focus is required. Someone needed to watch Angelica to ensure that she actually chanted the prayer, but everyone else could perform alone. We all shared her looks of concern. She had steely determination in her eyes and was exuding confidence, but that didn't mean a thing. At times like this, nobody had any faith in her. I will have Hartman perform after Angelica, I said. Not me? Cornelius asked, curious. The first performance was only a test, so it was fine for Angelica to do the honors, but tradition would dictate that we then go in order of status. Yes, as Hartman needs to return to his high priest work, I said. There were plenty of people who could stand in for Cornelius and guard me. But Hartman was the only one who could give out orders as the high priest. Plus, even though we were performing these rituals now, that was only to appease Wilfred and Hartman. Things in the temple were very busy at the moment, what with the baptism ceremonies and spring prayer right around the corner. I see, Cornelius replied. It certainly is more efficient to have Hartman go first, but for future reference, distributing the proper order of things is seldom received well in noble society. Or disturbing the proper order of things. He was accepting my methods, while at the same time taking care to remind me that most others will find it extremely offensive. I'll return to my workshop after observing Angelica's ritual, I said. Hartman will perform next, then Cornelius, Matthias, Lorenz, Muriella, Gracia, and Daniel. Report to me once everyone is finished. Muriella will need to repeat hers after Mother arrives. Understood. After confirming that everyone followed, I pointed to a crate by my feet. In this box are some mana rejuvenation potions. Do not forget that the circle must be completely and utterly filled for your mana. That was the last of my advice, so everyone stepped outside the chapel, leaving Angelica and me alone. The guard knights would be keeping watch while the rituals were performed. I took a rejuvenation potion from the crate and held it out to Angelica. Now, let us begin. You will speak the names of the specified gods so that we can confirm whether the ritual works. If all goes well, you will receive the divine protections you desire. Right. Angelica accepted the rejuvenation potion from me, then stood atop the magic circle. She knelt in the direction of the altar, touched the circle, and started channeling her mana into it. I am one who offers prayer and gratitude to the gods who have created the world, Angelica began. She then chanted the names of the 7 primary gods, speaking slowly and carefully so as to not make any mistakes. The symbols for fire and wind, her affinities, began to shine. Then 2 rather short pillars of light shot up from the magic circle. Seeing someone else perform the ritual made me realize just how weird my own head ended up being. Every element had started to shine from the start, and the pillars that followed had been twice as large as Angelica's. Comparing with others truly was important. My ritual must have been pretty unique. The pillars of light just kept growing when I obtained the divine protections of the subordinate gods. Next, Angelica started praying the names of the subordinates. Stife-breast, the goddess of the gale. Angraf, the god of war. Let me be granted the protection of those divinities who graced my prayers with their approval. Is she seriously only praying to the 2 gods she cares about? Angelica must have wanted nothing more than divine protection of those 2 gods, because she ended the prayer immediately after speaking their names. The pillars of light didn't grow in response. On the contrary, they were sucked into the magic circle and vanished entirely. I think that was a failure, I observed. So I do need to memorize the names of all the gods, Angelica muttered, her expression clouded. This isn't good. Today I discovered that filling the magic circle with mana didn't mean a thing if you disregarded the traditional method of the ritual or tried to shorten it. That was probably why even now, 3rd years of the Royal Academy had a shared class devoted to memorizing the names of all the gods. The time-honored process likely would have faded into obscurity had it not been made absolutely necessary. Let's try again, I said. See if the ritual will work if you repeat after Stenlook. Life returned to Angelica's eyes. As you will, she replied. I entrust everything to Stenlook. Master, I will comply because this is an experiment, but you must learn to do this yourself. Stenlook chattered in his very familiar voice as Angelica chugged the potion I'd given her. His reason for cooperating made me wonder whether he was somehow taking after the personality he was based on. I'll make sure to send Ferdinand the results of my research. Here we go, Angelica said. She got back into position atop the circle. Her mana now recovered and started again. I am one who offers prayers and gratitude to the gods who have created the world. It seemed that at this point even Angelica could remember the names of the 7 primary gods without issue. The problem was the subordinate gods. The subordinates. Oh, subordinates of darkness. Chaosville, the god of warding. Verbergen, the god of concealment. Angelica repeated after Stenlook there were gods whom she had never prayed to, so the magic circle didn't react at all. Incidentally, both of these subordinate gods had given me their divine protection. The fact that I was supposed to have Chaosville looking out for me made me wonder why I was still getting bounced from one tragedy to another. Oh, subordinate of fire, Angraf, the god of war. That was the first name to get a reaction. The blue pillar representing the god of fire rose up a little. Wakelbren, the god of guidance, also reacted, and the pillar grew taller. Seeing this brought a smile to Angelica's face. She must have been feeling motivated because her voice became more upbeat as she continued to repeat after Stenlook. O subordinates of wind, Dragonard, the goddess of time, Stibref, the goddess of the gale. This time the yellow pillar rose. It seemed that Angelica had received Stibrife's protection. I had thought that she would also receive the protection of Ordosconelli, the goddess of couriers, given her association with speed, but that ultimately wasn't the case. No other names produced a reaction from the magic circle, and Angelica reached the end of the ritual without incident. Let me be granted the protection of these divine divinities who grant my prayers with their presence. Grace my approval with their prayers with their approval. I cannot talk right. Sorry, I accidentally hit my thing. The blue and yellow pillars stretched up into the air, spun around, and scattered the light of their blessings over Angelica. The mana that had been filling the magic circle then streamed along the carpet to the shrine, where it was absorbed into the statues of the gods. That was a success, I said. If my own ritual was any indication, then Angelica had obviously obtained some divine protections. I couldn't tell whether she had received the protection of the gods of wind, however. Did you obtain Shutsaria's divine protection by chance, I asked. I did. The yellow pillar vanished when I attempted to destroy the academy, so I think it worked this time. So the pillars just disappear if you don't get the divine protections of the primary gods, huh? The more you know. Angelica had experienced something rare during her first attempt at the ritual. Rare, but not particularly desirable. Nobody would want to see their hard-earned pillars of light vanish without giving any divine protections. Your success today was because of Stenlook, I said. Be sure to grant him mana, praise him, or some such. Right, it was because of you as well, Lady Rozemyne, since you granted me Stenlook in the first place. I can't wait to go to the training ground to see whether I've gotten any stronger. I also want to try beating Master, even just once. Angelica was practically buzzing with excitement, but while her new divine protections would have an immediately noticeable effect on her mana efficiency, that itself didn't make her any stronger. Unless the protection of Ongraf actually does work like that? The nice reporting on Ongraf's divine blessing hadn't mentioned anything of the sort, so I wasn't convinced that she would receive a sudden buff or something. Still, needing to expand less mana when using Stenlook was a huge deal to Angelica. There are plenty of guard knights here at the temple, so you may go to the training grounds, I said. Be sure to tell Grandfather that you've obtained new divine protections. Perhaps that will encourage him to come to the temple as well? Bonifacius seemed pretty openly against the temple, but maybe hearing about Angelica's progress would change that? I exited the chapel to find my retainers waiting outside, watching over the door in their assigned order. Angelica succeeded, and the ritual seemed to be working as intended, I announced. Hartman, and you go. Come to my chambers after to report your results. Understood, Hartman replied, if you'll excuse me. He waved to Cornelius and then entered the chapel. Cornelius, you can wait here since you're next in line. Angelica, you may head to the training grounds. Everyone else, return to your duties for now. Roderick, Feline, Muriela, and Damiel went to help in the high priest's chambers while Matthias and Lorenz guarded me. Gracia was waiting in the high bishop's chambers. As for Angelica, she had already vanished. Once we were back in the high bishop's chambers, I went straight to my workshop. I gave Gracia a face stone brooch so she could enter as well. Then told her to guide my retainers through to me as they returned from their rituals. Gracia would need to be present during any reports from my male retainer so that I wasn't alone in the workshop with the boy. I'll prepare sound-blocking magic tools so that you won't hear what divine protections everyone obtained, I said to Gracia. Oh, and Fran. Return to your normal duties. Gracia will handle our visitors. He would normally be working in the high priest's chambers, but he had waited to welcome me back for the ritual. Fran declined with a smile. It would not be acceptable for you to be alone in the high bishop's chambers without a single temple attendant. Lady Rozemyne, what are you making in the workshop? Gracia asked. Charms. She gave me a curious look. Were you not also making charms in the library's workshop? The ones I made yesterday were for the Gutenbergs. I needed some for nobles as well. Ferdinand had given me ingredients when cleaning out his temple workshop, but he had prioritized putting the ones with high mana capacities and multiple elements in my chambers. That meant I could make charms better suited for nobles here than I would have been able to make in my library. Please bring Hartman to me when he returns, I said. As you wish. Inside the workshop, I chose the least mana expensive of all the charms I was wearing and started to replicate it. I would need two kinds, one that reflected mana attacks and one that reflected physical attacks. If we can offer some protections against an ambush, I'm sure the guard knights can deal with the rest. Bonifacius had trained the absolute heck out of the Archducal family's guard knights. As I understand it, the only thing they wouldn't have been able to deal with was an attack they couldn't see coming. After finishing the charms for Wolfred and Charlotte, I exhaled. My two siblings both had plenty of mana thanks to the compression method, but Melchior wasn't going to be compared to them anytime soon. Simply controlling his mana was too much for him at the moment, so I would need to make him an even less demanding charm. After all, I always told Ferdinand not to use me as a benchmark when dealing with kids. I remember everything perfectly. Wow, am I amazing or what? Lady Rozemyne, are those the charms you intend to give the Lord Wolfred and Lady Charlotte for spring prayer? Came a voice. Oh, Hartman, I put down the ingredients for Melchior's charms, stepped down from my stand, then went over to my desk. You finished your ritual, I take it? Hartman looked at my newly made charms and smiled. You know, I will also be participating in spring prayer. I didn't really mind the thought of him giving them to him, but this was my chance to make a request of my own. Consider them yours, I replied with a grin, but only if you stop that weird prayer of yours. Teaching that thing to kids must be blasphemous. To my surprise, Hartman refused. He said that the children of the former Veronica faction needed to know who had saved their lives, and if they remained ignorant of the fact and continued to complain about me, no amount of hard work would be enough for them to return to noble society. In his words, the prayer was an act of kindness to save them from that fate. Still, there must be other ways you could teach them that, I retorted. Doing it through prayer just didn't seem right. Hartman cast his eyes down in thought, then looked up again with a suspiciously dashing smile. Uh-oh. Understood, Lady Rozemyne. Your wish is my command. I do not know how the children will behave toward their enemies in the archducal family, nor can I see how nobles will respond to their aggression, but as long as I receive your charm as a gift, their futures mean nothing to me. I shall stop at once. Oh, wait, what? Would getting rid of that prayer really cause such chaos? Is keeping it actually important for the children's future? Hold on a second. My head was starting to spin. Maybe he was right. Continuing the prayer was the right move. Before my thoughts could veer any further out of control, Grisha put a hand on my shoulder. Lady Rozemyne, stay strong. Teaching the children to feel grateful to the archducal family is admirable enough, but teaching them a modified prayer will only do them harm. Right, I muttered. Thank you, Grisha. You've cleared away the fog that was clouding my mind. Hartman, you are to stop reciting that prayer at once, as I understood. Hartman gave a regretful shrug and agreed. Moving on, I gave Hartman a sound-blocking magic tool, then prepared a pen and some paper. Did you receive any divine protections from the subordinate gods? Yes, my lady. For my elements, I obtained the divine protections of the light subordinate, Gebordnung, the goddess of order, the fire subordinate, Onwalks, the god of growth, and the wind subordinate, Ordoshnelli, the goddess of couriers. Since you clarify that those are from your elements, can I assume that you obtained protections from other elements too? I asked, taking notes. Hartman nodded, beaming. I obtained the life element through the divine protections of Dorleben, the god of longevity, and Schlaftram, the god of dreams. I'm told that having the life element is rather rare, so that's interesting. Perhaps because he had participated in the harvest festival and the predication ritual? Hartman had to obtain divine protections from subordinates I would never have expected. I obtained this many new divine protections after not even a year of performing religious ceremonies, he said. It seems that I would do well to participate in them even more fervently. A few more years of prayer here, and I may surpass Lord Wolfried. There weren't many ceremonies in the temple that involved offering up one's mana, which explained why Wolfried, who had spent years supplying minutes of the foundational magics, had ended up attaining more divine protections than Hartman. Of course, Hartman wasn't all too pleased about this fact. Wolfried gives his mana on a daily basis, so you won't have an easy time catching up to him, I said. I look forward to seeing which divine protections Charlotte obtains next year. Oh. So the only way he'll get more is if he becomes omni-elemental like Roderick. So, that would probably spur him to want to be name sworn to you even more. Because he was already wanting to do that anyway, but the fact that he could become omni-elemental, once you guys figure this out, is, gonna be interesting. I'd gathered all the information I needed from Hartman, so I told him to leave the workshop before I could resume work on Melchior's charm. However, Cornelius was brought in by Grisha. I used the sound blockers to ask him the same questions. Just like Lenore, I obtained divine protections from Angraf, the god of war, and Stiffbreast, the goddess of the gale. Cornelius informed me. I am relieved to have maintained my honor as your guard knight. Cornelius had started to feel a little anxious about after his fiancée Lenore received Angraf's divine protection before he did. Men had their pride, I supposed. He must want to look cool in front of Lenore. I smiled at Cornelius, feeling heartened. He must have noticed the meaning behind my look because he averted his gaze and said, I also obtained divine protections of the darkness subordinate, Verdreos. So you had the darkness element now, then. Congratulations. Verdreos was the god of deliverance, entrusting with dispelling the goddess of chaos, if my memory served me right. He was certainly a suitable god for a knight to receive divine protections from. It was a pleasant surprise, Cornelius said. I didn't expect to get any new elements. Mother's going to be here this afternoon. Perhaps you could report this to her as well. Or shall we instead send an ordinance to Lenore, I asked, eyeing him while chuckling to myself. Cornelius waved me away and refused. Then, after pinching my cheek, he left the workshop. I wondered, why does everyone pinch my cheeks? I've used aloud, rubbing my face. It really smarted, but I try my best to resume brewing Melchior's charm. I guess the name-sworn group is next. I'm eager to see how things went for them. After I chanted the names of the two supreme gods and the Eternal Five, the symbols of every single element began to shine, Matthias reported, while gripping a sound blocker. The magic circle had reacted before he had even spoken the names of the subordinate gods, which reminded me of what Roderick had said happened during his own ritual. Matthias continued, fire, wind, and earth were my only affinities to begin with, so I didn't expect all the elements to shine from the start. Most men nobles only had 2 elements, but Matthias had 3. I still remembered what a surprise it had been to see that his name-swearing stone was tricolor. Matthias' grandmother was an arch-attendant who had moved with Gabriel from Ahrensbach to Ehrenfest, and she had greatly influenced the mana of the rest of her family. Gerlach had been none too pleased about the Leisegang lording themselves over his kin, who possessed arch-noble level power. I personally wouldn't have minded waiting for my graduation to perform the ritual, Matthias said, but I assume you are having all of your names sworn repeated now to see whether our being sworn to you has made us only elemental. I nodded. That was the case for Roderick, but I wanted more evidence. We should know for certain after Muriela swears herself to another and repeats the ritual. Doing that will prove fairly demanding, Matthias murmured. Yes, the process will place a tremendous burden on Muriela, but she was the only one who ever received permission to swear her name again. The answer to our question, whether one's elements were dependent on the person to whom one was sworn, would surely have a massive impact on the children currently in the orphanage and the playroom. Roderick felt a small boost after his name swearing, enough that he was able to brew with a little more success. I said, Did you notice anything after yours? In retrospect, I suppose I did start to feel the slightest bit more capable at brewing with elements I didn't have an affinity for. Based on that response, the impact of elements gained through name swearing was largely insignificant. Those who were closer to being lay nobles than standard men nobles, like Roderick, noticed the change very well, but for someone like Matthias, who was closer to being an arch-noble, the improvement was almost negligible. Incidentally, which subordinates did you gain divine protections from, I asked. Roderick had gained all the elements after swearing his name to me, but he hadn't obtained any new subordinates. Would the same hold true for Matthias? He smiled a little. I obtained divine protections from Angraf, the god of war, and Verdreos, the god of deliverance. As we continued our conversation, I noticed Fran waiting at the door of Grisha, who informed me that there was fourth bell. Fran says it's time for lunch, HG explained. Please come out of the workshop when you're done. I concluded things with Matthias and exited the workshop as instructed. Among those waiting for me were Lorenz and Muriela. They had evidently returned from the chapel. I had just finished my ritual and was drinking a rejuvenation potion when fourth bell chimed. Lorenz reported. Muriela decided that she would wait until this afternoon to perform hers. Very well, I said. I will wait until then to hear your results. Muriela will start the ritual. Very well, I said. I will wait until then to hear your results. Muriela will start the ritual, then Grisha will perform hers, so I will entrust Feline with guiding visitors to my workshop instead. Fred and Monica were preparing lunch when an ordnance flew into the room. The white bird landed in front of me and said, This is Lenore. Lord Bonifacius will accompany Lady Elvira to the temple. Grandfather? We continued. My apologies. He decided that today would be a good time to visit. Any nobles would speak to the benefits of obtaining new divine protection, so I could see why he had decided to come. Perhaps I was to blame for having told Angelica to brag to him, but I hadn't expected him to react so suddenly. There would be plenty of tea and sweets since we were already expecting Elvira, but it wasn't really emotionally. I need to do my best to show him all the temple's good points. Bonifacius was far from being an advocate of the temple, so I needed to make the most of this chance to win him over. He was a member of the archducal family to boot, so changing his opinion would surely influence the rest of his generation as well. This is a lot of pressure. After briskly finishing lunch, I returned to the workshop with Feline and Lorenz and got straight to questioning the latter. Quickly, tell me which divine protections you obtained, I said. I'm afraid we won't have time to speak like this once my mother and grandfather arrive. Lorenz gripped the magic tool and gave me a teasing smile. Do you mean to say that you would rather spend more time with me, Lady Rozemyne? I sighed and my eyes flitted to Feline. I merely thought it would be best to have this conversation while Grisha's away. Lorenz said nothing in response. He merely raised an eyebrow at me to indicate his confusion. Grisha gets uncomfortable when boys tease her, I explained. So don't go taking that same tone with her, Lorenz. In fact, Grisha was uncomfortable around boys in general. She wanted to stay as far away from my male retainers as possible, according to a report from Leisegang. She would also grimace whenever Lorenz tried to joke with her, as he did with me. Lorenz faltered, then sighed and adopted a more serious expression. I'll take more care with her. As it turned out, Lorenz had ended up with identical results to Matthias. Swearing his name to me had made him omni-elemental, and he had obtained divine protections from Angraf and Verdreos. If considered alongside Cornelius as well, that made him the third person to have received Verdreos' protection. Lenore didn't get that one, but maybe it's the easiest of the darkness subordinates for a knight to receive? Wait, no, I got it as well. I don't see the connection. Lorenz interrupted my thoughts with a mutter. If more people learn that you can get more divine protections by praying in the temple, my little brother and the others might not have such a hard time after they're baptized as the ops charges. Yes, though such great change will not come anytime soon, I noted. Please do tell Bertram how much praying has benefited you, since you are his brother by blood. He should be more inclined to believe you. I saw Lorenz off to the orphanage, then Feline entered again. She had with her a very nervous-looking Muriela who accepted the sound blocker with trembling hands and then stammered, Lady Rozemyne, you became omni-elemental, I assume. It is a result of the name swearing. Oh, I see. On top of that, I obtained the divine protection of Blonde for the goddess of sprouts. I'm glad since I spent so much time praying to her with Lady Luridie. Students from various duchies had started praying after participating in our dedication ritual, but Luridie was the only third year among them who had obtained a new divine protection from its subordinate god. She and Muriela seemed to be fairly close friends. They both wanted the protection of gods who often appeared in love stories, so they both wore charms around their necks at all times. Muriela had shown me hers. Please continue to work hard for more divine protections, I said. Furthermore, once Mother arrives, you will need to give your name to her and repeat the protection ritual. I imagine it will be beyond strenuous, but I trust that you have the strength to endure it. Yes, my lady, Muriela replied, looking a bit tense. Gracia had yet to return from the chapel when Elvira arrived with Bonifacius and Lenore. Bonifacius had his retainers with him, so they made for a much larger crowd than I expected. I couldn't help but feel a little hesitant as I welcomed my mother and grandfather both. Fran poured us all some tea while Nicola brought in the sweets we had prepared. Bonifacius watched them with a hard expression. Perhaps trying to ease the atmosphere, Elvira let out a chuckle. I was ever so surprised when Lenore told me you wanted to come along, Lord Bonifacius. It seemed a good opportunity to see the temple while at the same time acting as your guest, he replied. This is no place for a woman to be alone. Oh, but I am quite fine on my own. Rozemyne and Cornelius come here often, and it was Karstead who furnished the rooms. She had received a very thorough description of the temple after Karstead and Eckert scoped the place out, so she no longer held any reservation about visiting. The temple was well cleaned, and, thanks to my superb attendance, you are both perfectly comfortable, I said. Would you not agree? Bonifacius drank the tea that Fran had poured for him, ate one of the cookies that Nicola had brought over, then gave a curt nod. He seemed to understand that life here wasn't all that different from life in the castle. Moving forward, the temple will be hosting more children, including Melchior and those from the playroom, I said. They can study from the written lessons here, but I'm afraid they will lack for physical training. I would like for you to remedy that if you are willing. You want me to train the children of the former Veronica faction? Bonifacius murmured. Indeed, most of them will be sworn to the Archducal family. They have quite literally entrusted us with their lives so that they can serve as our retainers. How could we not train them in return? Those who were now living in the temple were a lot more likely to end up serving Melchior or me. I had struggled to secure retainers while I was asleep in the Dreve because none of the children had really known me, and it had been up to them to decide whom they served. Meeting with them often was therefore very important. Moreover, I continued, your grandson Nikolaus has entered the temple as an apprentice blue priest. Please grant his wish to become a knight. I shall consider it. I thank you ever so much. Even if he only came by every now and then, Bonifacius' presence would instill hope in the kids who wanted to be knights. Not to mention, Melchior's and my guards could take turns watching their training. Incidentally, grandfather, have Angelica's divine protections made her any stronger? It wasn't by much, but she became faster. Stenlich also seemed longer than before. Although most people wouldn't even notice these things for someone as skilled as Angelica, these slight improvements meant everything. I still won, of course, but it was reasonably hard fought. Angelica had moved faster and attacked more ferociously than Bonifacius was used to. He maintained that he hadn't even come close to being defeated, but her improvements had been enough to make him curious about the rituals we were performing and the steadily increasing strength of my retainers. Mother, grandfather, since you come all this way, would you like to perform the ritual for obtaining divine protections? Grandfather, with all the time you've spent offering monarchs of the Foundation magic, I am sure you will receive protections aplenty. No, I don't think I will, Bonifacius replied, his expression dark and menacing all of a sudden. I was shocked to realize just how much he hated rituals. Elvira giggled and stepped in to explain things. Rozemyne, as much as I would love to participate, not even I, a writer, can recall the names of all the gods. It was decades ago that I learned them and the prayers in class, but Lord Bonifacius and I would both need a lot more time and practice before we can perform the ritual. Isn't that right, Lord Bonifacius? Right, I am interested, since Rozemyne says that performing mana replenishment is enough to secure more divine protections, but I'll give it a try once I'm better prepared. Elvira hadn't forgotten the names she needed to know for her love stories, but she couldn't remember all the minor gods. To her, even the words and order of the prayer were hazy at best. Well, that's fair. After all, even Daniel had said that he would need to relearn the prayer for the ritual. For nobles who had memorized the names of the gods decades ago, and then had no use for most of them since, it seemed entirely reasonable that some review would be needed. Rozemyne, we have here a letter from the Ob, Elvira said. He has granted me permission to assist with this ritual and said that he will entrust this business with Muriela to us. She handed the letter in question to Feline, who then passed it to me. And once I started to read this new correspondence from Sylvester, it could be summarized quite simply. I'll turn a blind eye to any less than traditional dealings with Muriela, but only if you immediately share your results and allow me to perform the ritual too. It makes sense to have him redo the ritual sooner rather than later. He'll benefit greatly from being able to use his mana more efficiently. Making sure the Archducal family had more mana at its disposal was one of our top priorities at the moment. In an ideal world, Bonifacius would join Sylvester and secure new divine protections alongside him. Grandfather, would you be here when Sylvester comes for the ritual, I asked? It would be very convenient if he could attend, but he would need to learn the prayer and the names of the gods in quite a hurry. I would think so, he replied, then looked at the letter with a deep frown. That said, I didn't think Sylvester would be willing to come to the temple. I suppose I'm not as young and sprightly anymore. I wanted to shout that isn't the problem at the top of my lungs, but I just barely managed to hold my tongue. I mean, Sylvester came to the temple wearing blue robes and tagged along for spring prayer forever ago. He was even pumped up about hunting in the lower cities for us. I don't think age has anything to do with it. You couldn't pay me to reveal that my first meeting with Sylvester had been in the temple, but it was news that would shock anyone else as speechless. An Archduke putting on a disguise and to participate in spring prayer was just unthinkable. Only now that I was accustomed to noble culture could I appreciate the pure craziness of Sylvester's past actions. Now then, Mother, let me give Mariella to you so that we can report back to the Ob. Grandfather, could you wait here? Name swearing wasn't something to be mentioned in public, so I made sure to speak directly. We will perform it privately in the workshop. I want to see this ritual for obtaining divine protections again, Bonifacius said, a stern look on his face. Would it be problematic for me to watch one? He was still somewhat on guard against the temple and its rituals, but he seemed interested. Daniel was about to begin his, so you could ask for his permission to attend. I was well aware that Daniel would never refuse Bonifacius, not in a million years. He was a noble sacrifice, thrust into the firing line to spare Gracia from having a man intrude on her ritual. If we sent word ahead of time, he'd at least be able to prepare emotionally. The ritual is not to be performed in public, and you are surely too considerate to enter the chapel alone with two women, I continued. In the temple, it was seldom appropriate to leave men and women alone together. Daniel is my only male retainer who has not yet performed the ritual, so please ask him. Bonifacius nodded. Cornelius said, guide our grandfather to the chapel if you would. Do not let anybody else attend the ritual, though. Daniel will not be able to concentrate with too many eyes on him. Got it, Bonifacius replied in his stead. I'll get my retainers to wait outside the chapel. Come on, Cornelius. And with that, Bonifacius practically dragged Cornelius out of the room. I watched them go, then took Elvira and Muriel to my workshop. Lenore accompanied us both as an observer and a guard. I unlocked a box sitting atop one of my shelves, then peered around at the namestones neatly arranged inside. After a moment, I picked up the one belonging to Muriella and said, Muriella, I return your name to you. From there, I pretty much performed this name-swearing ritual, or swearing ceremony in reverse. I stuck the namestone's mana back to me, and watched as the white cocoon surrounding it slowly disappeared, revealing an equally white box. As expected, Muriella's name was inside. I am honored, Muriella said. She looked closely at her returned name, then inhaled sharply and knelt before Elvira. Lady Elvira, I ask that you accept my name. I spent my days immersed in your stories, and thought then I could feel the visits of Blanfa from the very bottom of my heart. I desire nothing more than to weave beautiful stories with you, to spread them throughout the world, and teach as many people as we can. Oh, Muriella, my kindred soul, I accept your name, Elvira answered, extending a hand to the white box. She then poured her mana into it all at once as I instructed. Muriella had expected another wave of pain, but it never came. She looked at Elvira in shock, not having suffered at all. That concludes the name-swearing, Elvira said. Muriella, would you please repeat the protection ritual? Yes, my lady. We left the workshop to find that Gracia had returned from performing her ritual. She had apparently been very taken aback when, upon coming out of the chapel, she found herself standing face-to-face with Bonifacius and his retainers. Daniel was very troubled when he heard that you granted Lord Bonifacius permission to watch his ritual, she said. I thought it better that his ritual be intruded upon than yours, Gracia. Daniel is an honorable sacrifice whom we shall not forget. Gracia placed a hand on her ample chest and sighed in relief, having no doubt just pictured Bonifacius bursting into the chapel during her ritual. I must find a way to express my thanks to him later. You could offer to be his bride, I suggested with a cackle. He genuinely cried tears of joy. Gracia shook her head with a solemn expression. I am too uncomfortable around men to ever want a husband. I will refuse to marry unless you order it. Too bad, Daniel. She didn't consider you for a second. Oh, poor guy. Well, they're still fleeing. So, I mean... Thanks to Muriella's assistance, we have determined that one's elements are tied to the person one is sworn to, I announced. On top of that, everyone obtained additional protections. Many even obtained new elements. Our experiment here has provided astounding results. Hartman had obtained the life element and divine protections from various subordinates. Cornelius had obtained the divine darkness element and protections from primarily fighting-type gods. Matthias and Lorenz had essentially become omni-elemental after swearing their names to me. Gracia had as well, and she obtained the divine protection of Verbergern, the god of concealment. As for Muriella, she had ceased being omni-elemental once she was no longer name-sworn to me. Her elements were now being influenced by Elvira's instead, though she still had the divine protection of Blonde for the goddess of sprouts. I gave Roderick a report consolidating all these new findings with the names redacted, of course, and told him to deliver to Sylvester in the castle. The ceremony was interesting enough, Bonifacius remarked. I'll work on remembering the prayer and the names of the gods. As will I, Elvira agreed. It would be wonderful to have the divine protection of Blonde for the goddess of sprouts and Gamarter, the goddess of language. Both appeared to be satisfied, Bonifacius because he had seen Daniel's ritual, and Elvira because she had obtained a new loyal vassal and found out about Cornelius obtaining the darkness element. It was great to see such optimism from two members of an older generation that reviled the temple. Perhaps their enthusiasm would help shift the general opinion among nobles. Even after seeing it with my own eyes, I'm struggled to believe that someone can receive new elements, Bonifacius said, then shot a glance at Daniel, who was slumped over in disappointment. He knew which protections Daniel had obtained because he had been there for the ritual. Whereas I knew because I'd put together the report for Sylvester. There isn't much I can say except that they were very appropriate for him. Daniel had obtained the divine protection of Liebeskelf, the goddess of binding, and the light element with it. From the wind element, which he had already possessed, he obtained the protection of Dragana, the goddess of time, and Jugarius, the goddess of separation. He had prayed desperately to Liebeskelf in the past, hoping that he would get to marry Bridget, but he hadn't prayed to Jugarius at all. The fact that she had given him her protection anyway no doubt meant she had taken a liking to him. Oh, the goddess of separation! I'm never getting married, Daniel murmured, his grievance made all the more serious by the vacant look in his eyes. Oh, poor guy, I want to hug him. Can we not give him a hug? Oh, I gotta stop, though! Clarissa's invasion. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, oh boy. Clarissa's invasion. Everything's perfect, I said. It was the day of our meeting with the lower city merchants, so I gathered together the many charms I'd made, including some spares, and prepared a list of topics to be discussed. Also with me were some recipes. The Offmer Company had suggested an exchange of recipes between Lace and Hugo. Laces were going to make up this summer's menu for the Italian restaurant, so I was going to use this opportunity to judge them as an investor. New recipes! Yippee! Come third bell, I will be going to the meeting with Roderick, Feline, Melchior, his retainers, Brunhilde, and a combination of young scholars as well as adult scholars from Groschel. The merchants were due to come before us, so as to not keep any of us nobles waiting. Someone announced their arrival and guided us to the meeting room when the time came. Lady Rozemyne, Fran said, the high priest is requesting permission to enter. I granted it, then he opened the door. Hartman entered at once, his usual self-assured smile replaced with a rarely seen look of concern. What's wrong? I asked. My intention was to wait until after your meeting to report this, as I understand its importance to you, but I cannot shake the feeling that things are even worse than I thought. I'm afraid that Clarissa has left Dunkelfelder. Excuse me? Clarissa had chosen Hartman as her fiancé so that she could become my retainer, only for him to enter the temple and take over for Ferdinand as the high priest. Priests and shrinemaids were forbidden from getting married, meaning Hartman would need to wait until I came of age, and we both left the temple. Upon hearing this, Clarissa had become furious. I don't mind postponing our wedding, but you must allow me to move to Ehrenfest as your bride-to-be. I won't let you delay my becoming Lady Rozemyne's retainer. As with all women, Clarissa will be expected to resign from her workplace to have and raise a child at some point after her marriage. If she could get into Ehrenfest using her position as Hartman's fiancé, however, then she would be able to serve me non-stop for as long as their wedding was delayed. She had been quite forceful about how she wanted to move here as soon as possible. Under normal circumstances, their engagement would have been cancelled in a heartbeat. But these were no normal circumstances. Dunkelfelder had agreed with Clarissa's bizarre claims that she had won the engagement through battle as a tradition, and that only she could cancel it as a result. Only in Dunkelfelder, folks. Hartman had told me that after discussing things with her family, and Dunkelfelder at the introductory tournament, they had come to an agreement that Clarissa could move to Ehrenfest during the Archduke Conference. With Sylvester's permission, of course. And did he give this permission, I asked? He did. Ehrenfest seems to have said that he would welcome Clarissa with open arms, since you were in dire straits with that Lord Ferdinand, and a retainer from a top-ranking duchy would be an enormous boon. There was nothing strange about that. It was true that I was struggling without Ferdinand, and that the assistance of a top-ranking scholar like Clarissa would benefit me greatly. Why did she leave now, I asked? The Archduke Conference hasn't happened yet, has it? Is she coming through the Royal Academy? Knights would take turns guarding the teleportation circles within the Royal Academy was out, while the Royal Academy was out, but they were generally sealed off. To get Clarissa here, we would need to open the sealed doors and storage arranged for all the relevant people to be in position, a significant change of plans. We didn't receive any notice from Dunkelfelder, did we? I asked. The Ob and I only found out last night. It would seem that Dunkelfelder deeply regrets his duchy's involvement in what has happened to Lord Ferdinand. He muttered that if Clarissa's early arrival would assist Ehrenfest in any capacity, that would be good too. Dunkelfelder? Come on! Clarissa's trained ears had not missed this idle remark, and she had gleefully departed her home duchy with only a single female guard knight in tow for protection. Not wanting to trouble Ehrenfest any further, she had elected to take a land route rather than go through the Royal Academy. On top of everything else, she had left bright and early the day after the feast celebrating spring. Clarissa's parents had awoken one sleepy morning, expecting a comfortable day now that the coming-of-age ceremony and winter socializing were over, only to discover that their daughter had departed. They had immediately rushed to the Ob to inform him. The Archducal couple had paled upon hearing the news, thinking that Dunkelfelder would once again be troubling Ehrenfest. Then contacted Sylvester using an Archduke exclusive line of communication to inform him of the situation and apologize. A very apologetic Dunkelfelder asked Ehrenfest to fetch Clarissa from Fredbeltag's border gate, Hartman continued. Clarissa's parents are chasing after her as fast as they can, while Mother hurried home last night to prepare a room and everything, and she needed to welcome her. On the one hand, Clarissa's abrupt change of plans was troublesome indeed, but on the other, we really were lacking manpower. There was no point weighing on the pros and cons, though. She and her parents had already departed, so there was no helping it now. Plus, it was the duty of a bride or groom to welcome their partner at the border gate. Clarissa was going on a rampage, but she was at least being considerate. She had chosen not to use our border gate with Ahrensbach, which was closest to her, and was instead going to meet us at the one nearest to the city of Ehrenfest, our border gate with Fredbeltag. It would take her several days to travel through old Workstock and Fredbeltag to arrive there, which meant we had time to prepare. Hartman, when will you be leaving and returning? I asked. I expect our plans for spring prayer will need to be adjusted. The fact that the bridal brigade had left now meant that they would arrive at Fredbeltag's border gate around the time we were going to leave for spring prayer. I will need to discuss matters with my parents before I can say anything for sure, Hartman answered. I wonder if there's a law in Dunkelfelder requiring all acts of kindness to be equally bothersome, I mused aloud. We will need to give Clarissa a sharp word or two about checking others' plans before acting. Having to change plans was always a pain in the neck, and that only became more true the more people were involved. For something like spring prayer, which required a tremendous amount of manpower, any change to our schedule was a nightmare. I sighed just as Zom entered the room. The Hart merchants had arrived. Clarissa won't be arriving immediately, Hartman said. I will send word once we have more detailed plans. For now, let us go to the meeting room. It will be best to distribute the commoner charms before the scholars arrive. I nodded and went to the meeting room with Cornelius and Monica, the latter of whom was carrying out the boxes of charms. Everyone from Zom's report had arrived. The Guildmaster, Frida, and Cosimo from the Offmer Company, Otto, Tully, and Theo from the Gilberta Company, and Benno, Lutz, and Mark from the Planting Company. Seeing so many familiar faces in one place really does ease my heart. The last time we had met like this was when we had revealed that Ferdinand would be moving to Ahrensbach. Tully and the others standing at the back looked so much more like adults than before, which made sense given that their coming of age was just around the corner. I was growing too, but I could only hope they noticed. Yay! Lady Rozemyne, the Guildmaster said. He brought his right hand, balled into a fist to his left palm, then introduced himself as the merchant's representative. I recognized his gesture as the spring greeting for merchants and did the same. Blessed be the melting of the snow. May the goddess of spring's boundless magnanimity grace you. During this exchange, Fran and Zom poured tea and brought in sweets. I directed Monica to place the box of charms on the table and told everyone about Ferdinand's concerns. I expect you all know a lot more about interacting with the visiting merchants than I do. But still, out of concern for the worst-case scenario, I have prepared some protective charms that even commoners can use. It would be my pleasure to gift them all to you. You are the central pillars of our duchy's merchant community, and I want nothing more than to keep you safe. We will accept them with honor, Benno replied, carefully mulling over my warning. It certainly is true that the visiting merchants will be more familiar with Ehrenfest this time around, which will make incidents more likely. We shall hone our senses and exercise the utmost caution during the summer. Monica then distributed the charms. Most of the recipients were focused on their gifts, but Tully and Lutz alone shot me concerned glances that seemed to say, are these going to do anything? Are they safe? To them, I was the same helpless mind who couldn't do anything for herself. It was kind of nostalgic, but also kind of little vexing. You're both so mean. I've grown too, you know. At least a little bit, and I came first in class again. Those charms you're holding, they work perfectly. I made sure they had no problems at all. I couldn't actually say any of that, so I merely picked up one of the spare charms and started to explain how they were used. Of course, in the process, I made sure to stress that I thought everything through myself. I wasn't just following some instructions from Ferdinand. The charms that I and other members of the Archducal family use are sensitive enough to activate from forcefully bumping shoulders with someone, I said. I realized that would affect their day-to-day activities, which is why I made sure that it would only activate against forces that would otherwise cause great harm. Ferdinand would have made the charms to noble standards. I, on the other hand, had properly considered the demands of everyday life in the lower cities, something that no other noble would be able to do. Tully gave me a bit of an impressed look, so I puffed out my chest. Impressive, right? We are grateful beyond words for your consideration. I made more for the Gutenbergs, I said, and I will distribute them before we leave for Karnburgger. Also, hide them from sight before the other nobles arrive. Many will think they are too much for commoners to have. The remaining charms were then put away, and I pivoted to a more innocuous topic of conversation. At the start of winter, the orphanage welcomed new children who are henceforth going to be visiting the workshop. While they are offering their assistance, would you be able to teach them how to speak with merchants? I want there to be scholars who can properly understand commoners by the time I leave my post as High Bishop. Oh, that sounds like quite an important request, Benno said with a look of amusement that seemed to add, "You can count on me. You doubtless understood that the new children in the orphanage had noble blood and would grow up to be nobles. We are going to be joined today by several scholars whom I will also hope to train into my replacements. Their objective is simply to observe the nature of these meetings, so they likely will not speak," I explained, though I had made sure to specify that Brunhilde and her scholars would chime in when the topic of Groschel came up. Furthermore, I plan to spend the bulk of my time until next winter in the temple and would like the Gilberta Company to visit me. I will need outfits and hair ornaments. Understood, Otto said. It made sense that you will need new outfits, Lady Rozemyne. It is apparent that you have grown since we met last season. His validation brought a smile to my face. I asked that he visit the temple after the baptism ceremony before spring prayer, and it was then that Zom entered the room. It was seen the scholars from the castle had arrived. Benno, Otto, and the guildmasters rose from their seats, then knelt with those who had been standing behind them to welcome the nobles. Once everyone was in position, I stood as well, and granted the new nobles permission to enter. They trudged in with Melchior taking the lead. I didn't recognize several of the scholars. "Allow me to begin the introductions," I said. "This is Melchior, the son of Ab Ehrenfest. He will take off my place as High Bishop after I come of age, so we have begun the handover process for both temple work and meetings such as this one. Blessed be the waves of Lutrain, the goddess of water, who guided us toward this serendipitous meeting," the merchants said collectively. This was likely the first time Melchior had ever needed to give a blessing after being greeted by commodores. He looked slightly tense as he produced a green light from his ring. I continued, "This is Brunhilde, daughter of Guy Groschel. She is currently my retainer, but will not remain in my service for long. She was recently engaged to the Abbess's second wife. I'll be working with some of you for Groschel's renovation and look forward to your cooperation," Brunhilde said. After that, I offered everyone seats. On the nobles' side, only Brunhilde, Melchior, and I sat down. Everyone else stood behind us as retainers and scholars. The merchants returned to their feet, then returned to their original positions. Benno, Otto, and the guildmaster were sitting while Thule and the others stood. "First," I said, "let us begin with the topic most important to you all, renovating Groschel." I explained our plan to recreate the province in a cleaner image as we had done with the lower city to welcome new merchants, then listed the suggestion I had given to Sylvester. We plan to finish the work by next year and maintain our current business partners until then. "That is very welcome news," the guildmaster said, looking a little relieved. "The city is already filled to the brim." "Indeed, that is why I must ask you to recruit merchants for branch stores while the Overlord Company establishes a second Italian restaurant. The first is rather popular with merchants of other duchies, no? We believe that Groschel will need one of its own. Naturally, I intend to invest as well." The guildmaster glanced at Frida. She sought permission to speak, then asked about the plan for training chefs and waiters. "This won't be until after spring prayer," I replied, "but we expect more apprentice priests and shrine ministers to join the temple. How would you feel about having chefs commute to serve them and gain experience that way?" "I would appreciate the opportunity to supplement our kitchen staff, and my intention is to leave training them to Hugo." Frida cast her eyes down for a moment, no doubt performing a few calculations in her head. "There are more and more apprentice chefs among the Eatery Guild who wish to work at the Italian restaurant, owing to its popularity among those from other duchies," she said. "Many would be willing to commute to the temple if doing so meant being taught by Hugo himself. I will seek them out." I was then asked a plethora of questions: how many chefs would be trained at once, what their wages and work hours would be, what their work environment was going to be like, and so on. I answered them all one by one, recalling Hugo and Ella's accommodations from when I was an apprentice blue shrine maiden. "A branch store is a very appealing idea," Benno remarked, "but it may be difficult to have it up and running by next summer. If the Groschel renovation is to be done in autumn, then the orders for new furnishings will not be ready in time." He was speaking from his own painful experience setting up a high-class eatery in the monastery. Brunhilde took this opportunity to describe the furniture we had confiscated. "There are some furnishings and cooking implements we can move from noble estates under the Ob's authority. Using these will resolve the furniture problem, would it not? We plan to build new inns in Groschel and use the same approach to furnish them," I said. "We are also in the process of recruiting individuals to work in these inns and train new servers. Is that not right, Brunhilde?" She nodded. "Lady Rozemyne came up with the idea herself. We will bring individuals recruited from around Groschel to Ehrenfest via carriages, which the Giebs will arrange for. We hope for these recruits to have their new duties ingrained into them by the spring, and to be taught what to expect during the busy summer. I cannot imagine this being an easy feat to accomplish, but in addition to training staff to work in everyone's second stores, it will give us more personnel to staff the inns this year. An excellent idea, is it not?" "There can be no doubting that it came from you, Lady Rozemyne," Benno replied, his lips curving into a smirk. "I am in favor." As we cackled together, Brunhilde carefully interjected to address the merchants. "Attention, everyone, a moment of your time. I participated in a discussion with the Ob, wherein we concluded that it would be best for you to design the schematics for the branch stores yourselves, before the end of summer. That will make ordering the furnishings much easier." And once the guildmaster leaned forward, "Will that not inspire others to establish secondary stores of their own?" Rarely were Entwicklon used to remake an entire city. Merchants often had no choice but to make do with and sometimes modify buildings made long ago. But this opportunity to come up with their own designs would save them immense amounts of money on internal renovations. On cue, one of the scholars standing behind Brunhilde produced a piece of paper. It was a list of stores they wanted to expand into Groschel. We would appreciate having the Merchants Guild assist us in motivating these businesses to set up new stores in Groschel, Brunhilde said. Without these popular establishments that our visitors from other duchies have come to expect, Groschel will be a merchant city in name alone, with nothing but inns to garner interest that will do nothing to reduce the burden on Ehrenfest's lower city. She sure is working super hard on this, considering that she's a rich arch-noble girl who had never been in the lower city before. I was moved to see Brunhilde speaking directly to commoner merchants instead of communicating through her scholars. She had changed a shocking amount in just 2 years. Brunhilde had spoken to Guy Groschel and Sylvester in private, and so most of her plans for Groschel were news to me as well. I decided to let her take the lead and instead use the opportunity to look over the meeting room. The scholars listening from behind her were making various expressions. One was observing the exchange in wide-eyed surprise. Another was watching intently in an attempt to learn what he would be expected to do himself moving forward. And another was grimacing ever so slightly. It came as a relief to see that Melchior looked as genuinely interested. After the discussion about Groschel settled down, I turned to Lutz. Now, the matter of the sprinting industry. Lutz of the Planting Company, is everything ready for the Karnburgger trip, as it was last year? There are several points that we would seek permission to change, Lutz replied, then took out his diptych. The leave and return dates can remain as they are. However, Heidi from the Ink Guild cannot accompany us. Because she is pregnant, she has asked to send her disciple instead. Come again? Heidi's pregnant? Joseph will be staying behind as well to stop her from going crazy. Heidi was apparently bemoaning the poor timing of it all. She had wanted to join the others so that she could witness the new resources and research, but sending her on a long-distance trip while she was pregnant was out of the question. Giving birth in Karnburgger. Heidi has my leave to remain behind, I said. I will consult Keep Karnburgger and ask that materials be sent back with you as a gift. Your consideration is much appreciated, Les replied with a half-smile. He must have envisioned Heidi quite literally jumping for joy. Zack the Smith also asked to send a disciple in his place. He is to be married during this year's Star Festival. Ah, right, he's around that age now. I wonder who it is. Is it anybody we know? Women of the lower city often got married before they turned 20, much like women in noble society. Commoner men, on the other hand, tended not to get married until their early 20s. This was a bit later than their noble counterparts, but only because it generally took them longer to earn enough to support a family. Johann and Zack had been on the verge of becoming adults when I first met them, so it made sense that they were now reaching the prime age for getting married. How fares Johann, I asked. His personality had made it hard enough for him to secure a patron. I couldn't help but worry that his neuroticism would affect his love life, too. Let's gave a brisk nod. His Star Festival will be 2 years from now at the earliest. I'm told he'll be marrying the foreman's granddaughter once she comes of age. Oh, so he does have a partner. I guess that makes sense considering his amazing talents. I understand the foreman not wanting to let him go. Johann is requested to bring his disciple Danilo this year. Let's continue. He wishes to secure time to train him for a handover, as he knows from experience the hardships of dealing with other workshops. Zack and Johann both have my leave, I said. Please ask Ingo to bring a disciple as well. I intend to order from him furnishings for Groschel's Inn and bookshelves for my library. Because the Ob was leading this reconstruction as his adopted daughter, I needed to have my personnel take part as well. I'll be leaving for Karnburgger after the Central District Spring Prayers is complete, I announced. So tell everyone to have their disciples ready for their first long-distance trip. I should note that we will once again be using this opportunity to exchange personnel with Haas's orphanage, so please arrange for the usual carriages and guards to be hired. Understood, Let's said with a nod, writing everything down. Melchior gave me a curious look. There's another orphanage? Indeed, I replied, there's an orphanage in Haas, a neighboring city. It works closely with the citizens there, so its culture varies somewhat from our own. We exchange 5 or so grey priests each year, and their influence remains positive for us both. Children could conceive of much better education at the Ehrenfest orphanage. Books were always close at hand, and plenty of the grey priests and shrine maidens there had once served as attendants. Haas's orphanage had its own benefits as well, though. It offered an environment rarely visited by nobles, which meant they could socialize with commoners, keep farms, and so on. I want to visit this second orphanage at least once, Melchior said. If you can get your father's permission, then I can take you there during spring prayer. Really? I can go? I am sure he would grant you permission to observe Haas's spring prayer, tour the monastery's orphanage, and then return with one of your retainers on their high beast. Nothing bad could come from learning more about spring prayer and how rituals are performed. I turned to Lutz and Thule. Merchants and craftspeople use family connections to see how trades are done ahead of time, do they not? They nodded. Seeing the work being done with your own eyes is more inspiring and provides a great chance to familiarize yourself with the job, Thule said, smiling. It really is important. Let's quickly took out a board as if realizing that this was a perfect opportunity. We hope to have children interested in becoming apprentices at the planting company toward the workshop. Might we receive your permission? There is technically a rule that forbids pre-baptism children from entering the temple, I answered. Then I saw a familiar name among the list of apprentice hopefuls. What? Camille? Am I seeing things? I'm not. Is it really him? Is it just someone else with the same name? I stared at Les doing all that I could to prevent the emotions flooding through me from showing on my face. The hint of pride in his Jane green eyes made it clear to me this was my Camille. Wow, he's already old enough to start looking for apprentice jobs. I knew that, but at the same time, wow, this really is a surprise. In my head, I still saw Camille as a toddler, always stumbling around in his lumpy diaper. I hadn't even known whether he was hoping to join the planting company as an apprentice. I want to permit this so bad. I want to do it right now. However, this wasn't a decision to be made lightly. Camille wasn't the only name on the list. I needed to make sure we would be able to host any other applicants as well. I shall look into this, I replied. We are grateful. Assuming that Camille does become a planting company apprentice, that would give me a good excuse to meet with him, right? Woohoo! Praise be to the gods! An ordinance flew into the room just as a storm of blessings rolled inside my heart. The merchants not used to these white birds recoiled a little while we nobles extended our arms and waited to see on whom it would land. Hartman was the intended recipient. Uh-oh. This is Clarissa, the ordinance said. But how? Ordinances couldn't cross duchy borders, which could only mean one thing. Clarissa was in Ehrenfest at this very moment. How, though, when we had only been told about her departure this morning? She must have booked it. She didn't even wait. I just arrived at Ehrenfest West Gate, the bird continued, but the guards aren't letting me through. Nobles from other duchies require a permit from the Abbot, apparently. What should I do? The West Gate? She's not just at Ehrenfest, she's right on our doorstep. Holy crap, this is scary. Hartman and I exchanged looks. We were all surprised, merchants and scholars alike. My excitement over possibly meeting with Camille had been blown away in an instant, replaced only with shock, fear, and confusion. Jeez, now I knew why Ferdinand and the others always ended up with headaches during my rampages. I needed to take Clarissa by the reins and get her back under control. It was clear to me now I needed to be like Ferdinand. I shot my head up and Hartman swiftly presented me with the ordinance's face stone. A quick tap of my staff turned it back into a bird. This is Rozemyne, I said. Clarissa, obey the soldiers and stay where you are. If you defy them, I will have you sent straight back to Dunkelfelder. I swung my staff and sent the ordinance flying off. I then turned to Cornelius, who was standing behind me, and got him to summon Daniel and Angelica. They came briskly into the room. Clarissa is too much for the soldiers to handle on their own for much longer, I told them. Hurry to the gate and take control of the situation, then have Clarissa wait for my arrival. I will leave as soon as this meeting is over. Understood. Oh my god! I was not expecting her to show up right then. I was expecting her to wait at the gate to Framwell tag like she was planning on doing. And no! She couldn't wait! Makes sense, though. She arrived immediately. My ordinance was en route to the west gate, as were Daniel and Angelica. Hearing my order would probably stop Clarissa from making any unreasonable demands of the soldiers or turning this into an even bigger mess. And with the gate's emergency dealt with, next up was tackling the nobility side of things. I would need to send word to Sylvester. Hartman, contact Abbot Ehrenfest, I said. Understood, Hartman replied with a brisk nod that exited the room. This was a matter to do with his fiancée, and his recent work with Sylvester meant that he was better equipped for the task than anyone else. If an ordinance didn't work, Hartman would likely head straight to the castle. That was the most I could do for now. I shook my head to dispel any lingering thoughts of Clarissa, sat up straight, and then resumed our meeting with the merchants. I couldn't leave until we had covered everything of importance. The guildmaster met my gaze, and then searched for words while eyeing the surrounding scholars. Lady Rozemyne, it appears that something urgent has occurred. Shall we take our leave? Some of the scholars almost nodded in response, but I firmly shook my head. No, let us finish our discussion now. We are all going to be very busy preparing for the merchants visiting this summer, and the second stores in Groschel, are you not? We are grateful for your concern, but... He hesitated, then continued in a more reserved tone. I do believe I heard the name Dunkelfelder. A scholar nodded. This man is entirely correct, Lady Rozemyne. A noble from Dunkelfelder clearly takes priority over meeting with merchants. We can summon them again later. No, I repeated. Groschel's renovation is already fast approaching. If we wish for it to succeed, we cannot waste the valuable time of those who will actually be carrying out the preparations. Failure will harm not only the merchants but stores in this lower city, but Abbot Ehrenfest and Gieb Groschel. Brunhilde looked up with a start. She understood, but many of the scholars were still unconvinced, as set in their belief that nobles should be prioritized over commoners. I sighed, then looked at her. She nodded in response before addressing the room. Everyone, Lady Rozemyne is not acting out of mere deference to the merchants. Abbot Ehrenfest is directing the reconstruction of Groschel, and any discussions about it will require Lady Rozemyne and me, as well as many others, to be present. Her point is that with Ehrenfest in its current state, there's unlikely to be a time when our schedules overlap again. Brunhilde needed to arbitrate between Guy Groschel and Ob Ehrenfest, work with Charlotte to assist Florencia with her duties, and prepare for her own ascent to second wifedom. She would greatly benefit from making friends to the right places before coming into power. To my knowledge, she continued, Lady Rozemyne is going to be quite busy with religious ceremonies moving forward. By royal decree, she is also due to attend the Starbine ceremony of the upcoming Archduke Conference. By the time she has returned from all that, the merchants from other duchies will already be arriving. There is absolutely no need for Lady Rozemyne, an Archduke candidate, to change her current plans for the sake of an Archnoble. Especially one who has appeared on such short notice. Is that not the case? And with that brilliant performance, Brunhilde wins the scholar's approval. My way of phrasing things meant I always struggle to convince nobles, but she has succeeded with aplomb. I would need to learn her talents myself. At the same time, however, I wanted the scholars to understand that not giving the merchants enough time to complete their jobs would cause Guy Groschel and the Ob to fail spectacularly. Clarissa of Dunkelfelder will manage just fine with my retainers hosting her, I said. Furthermore, Ob Ehrenfest has been contacted. I expect he will ensure that something is done about all this. I was sympathetic to the soldiers, meaning the gate who was now having to deal with Clarissa, but they wouldn't need to hold up for too much longer. Daniel and Angelica weren't the type to lord themselves over commoners, so their arrival will make things a lot more manageable. I continued, I shan't bring this meeting to a premature end, but I would appreciate a swift conclusion. Gustav, I must ask that you report on concrete solutions to the problems mentioned in autumn. In the autumn, the merchants would put forward any issue they had experienced. Then they will propose their solutions come spring. It was wonderful to see how much they improved each year. I asked them what changes they hoped to make this time, their sales figures for last year, and their goals for this year. Frida always seemed overjoyed when she met the targets that were set for her. Seeing her enthusiasm each summer was heartwarming. Oh, also, I said, I have an important message for the planting company. And what might that be, Benno asked. His tone was polite, but I could tell from the way he was leaning forward that he was expecting the worst. I didn't think he needed to be on edge about a simple message. The other day, the Ob informed me of the will of our duchy's nobles. I have accepted it and hereby permit you to sell the many educational materials that were previously forbidden from being distributed to nobles of other duchies. Picture book Bibles, cards up, playing cards, and so on. Ehrenfest no longer wanted to climb the duchy rankings, and this decision seemed ideal for supporting the adults' decisions without wasting the hard work and enthusiasm of the students. If the general consensus was for us to reduce the gap between our grades and those of other duchies, then we simply needed to bring them closer to our level. Scoring between 90 and 100 on 70 every test not only made us stand out when the average was like 70. In short, rather than dragging ourselves down, we'll pull everyone else up. In the right hands, I expect these products to generate enormous profits, I said. I have known that since the day I purchased the rights to them from you, Benno replied with a grin, his eyes like those of a capitalist carnivore about to pounce on his gold-plated prey. He might as well have cackled, I'm gonna be rich! Seeing him so enthusiastic, I couldn't help but grin in response. Thus concluded our meeting. Brunhilde's group returned to the castle while I went to my High Bishop's chambers. Lady Rozemyne, we have word from the High Priest, Monica said upon my arrival. She hadn't accompanied us to the meeting. As it turned out, Hartmann had departed for the castle after all. That was understandable. He needed to report the current situation to the Archduke, figure out why his bride-to-be hadn't waited at the border gate, consult his parents on what to do with her, and get the Ob's permission for her to enter the city. Even if we went to meet her, we wouldn't be able to get her through on the gate on favoritism alone. Sylvester's authority was absolutely essential. Then let us wait for Hartmann to return, I said. The soldiers will only be thrown into disarray if we head to the gate without the form necessary for Clarissa to come through. I sent Hartmann an ordinance informing him that our meeting with the merchants was over and stating that I wanted him to return to the temple before going to fetch Clarissa. His response came immediately. I am on my way with my parents. Our apologies for the trouble, Lady Rozemyne, Hartmann's parents said upon their arrival. It seemed more accurate to say that I was causing them trouble, though, since Clarissa was only here to become my retainer. Hartmann, what did the Ob say, I asked. He was unaware of Clarissa's arrival when I sent my ordinance. The knight's order had gone to investigate a tool-produced rot sent up by the soldiers of the West Gate, and my correspondents arrived just as they returned to give their report. Hartmann had ended up questioning Fernbeltag and Dunkelfelder about the matter, and his search for whichever scholar had permitted Clarissa to pass through the border gate had kept him very busy indeed. He continued, according to Fernbeltag's knights, Clarissa appeared at the gate between their duchy and Old Rookstock with only a single guard knight. Clarissa had a travel permit from Ob Dunkelfelder, but she was an archnoble marrying into another duchy. Most would travel with their parents in an entire procession of carriages containing their things. It was unthinkable that she had arrived at the border gate alone and with just one guard. Dubious, the Fernbeltag knights had contacted Dunkelfelder asking whether this archnoble named Clarissa truly was from their duchy, and whether she really had permission to marry into Ehrenfest. Dunkelfelder had responded simply, Clarissa is indeed an archnoble from our duchy, and she does have permission to marry into Ehrenfest, the Ehrenfest archnoble Hartmann. We would never know if the suspicious Fernbeltag knights had worded their questions poorly, or the Dunkelberger scholar who had received them hadn't known about Clarissa's departure. After receiving the confirmation they had wanted and checking the medal that Clarissa had brought to prove her identity, the Fernbotag Knights had concluded there was no reason to prevent the bride-to-be from continuing her journey to her new home duchy. They had given her permission to pass through their gate, though due to the extremely suspicious circumstances they had also assigned a guard of their own to watch her. From there, Clarissa and her guard knight had flown straight to the Ehrenfest Fernbotag border gate, not stopping even once. The brutal journey had pushed the knights to his absolute limits, to the point that he had collapsed almost immediately upon arriving at the gate. In his last moments before losing consciousness, he had declared only that Clarissa's legitimacy was confirmed. Of course, this assertion had done painfully little to help Clarissa's case, especially when there was no bridal procession awaiting her at the gate. Fernbotag's and Ehrenfest Knight has also watched Clarissa and her guard knight with skepticism as the two chugged rejuvenation potions. Hartman continued, they questioned our castle as well, asking whether Clarissa truly had permission to marry into Ehrenfest and whether the fact that nobody had come to welcome her indicated some kind of problem. By this point, Clarissa's name had come up almost non-stop during emergency meetings, so a response had come immediately. We have indeed received word from Dunkelberger that Lady Clarissa had departed from Ehrenfest. Outside of extremely urgent scenarios, such communications were compiled and then reported all at once. After all, one could not inform the Ob of every single ordinance. Plus, the news that nobody had come to welcome Clarissa came as no surprise to the scholar in the correspondence with the border gate. Hartman and his parents had only been informed of her departure last night, so it was obvious that a bridal procession hadn't yet been put together. The guards at the border gate, having determined that the Obs were in contact and agreement, decided to let Clarissa through, Hartman explained. Only when she reached the city's west gate was she finally stopped. As a noble from the duchy and without an entry permit from the Ob, she did not have the necessary clearance to go any further. Ever since the Count Bindewald incident, Ehrenfest had exercised a lot more caution when it came to letting nobles from other duchies into the city. That, coupled with the fact that we were all on high alert because of the Winter Purge, meant that not even nobles of top-ranking duchies were being allowed through. If not for these circumstances, Clarissa might have gotten all the way to the temple. Everyone thought Clarissa was suspicious as heck, but she still got all the way. In the sense, it's kind of amazing. As I was admiring her exploitation of so many imperfect human systems, Hartman's father, Lamprecht, frowned and sighed. Our hands are tied now that she has come with both Ob's approval. Sending her back would be equivalent to calling off the engagement entirely and dishonoring all parties in the process. All we can do now is welcome her into Ehrenfest and propagate the story that she raced here out of concern and respect for Hartman and Lady Rozemyne. As he had said, sending Clarissa away now would shame both Obs who had permitted the marriage, the border gates who had put their suspicions aside to let her through, the scholars who had responded to the guards' questions, Clarissa's parents for having let their daughter race off to begin with, and Hartman's parents for having not been there to welcome her. Make no mistake, Lamprecht continued, we will thoroughly scold Clarissa for what she has done and send a formal complaint to Dunkelberger for the good of us all. However, we should disguise her arrival as a passionate quest to aid her fiancé in need, rather than a misguided rampage performed during a fit of madness. His position was the result of much discussion with Sylvester and Florencia, so I had no reason to refuse. He was also the head of the household that would be deciding whether to accept Clarissa. As we have decided to welcome her, he said, we have no choice but to suffer the consequences. The question is how we shall treat her going forward. During our discussion at the castle, we concluded that it would be best to embrace her as a proper fiancé, give her a place in our estate, and entrust Audley with looking after her, and bringing her home each day. Hartman would continue frequenting the temple, while Clarissa would instead accompany Audley to and from the castle. Lamprecht concluded, we cannot send an archnoble daughter from another duchy to the temple. We hope you understand this, Lady Rozemyne. I do, I replied. It was already my intention to have Clarissa work in the castle as a scholar. The archducal couple is tragically short-handed, no? Lamprecht, I must ask that you train Clarissa and Feline to help lessen their burden. Lamprecht gave a slight frown. He was Florencia's scholar and had already had more than enough on his plate, so this response to train not only just Clarissa but Feline as well must have come as an unpleasant surprise. This called for an explanation. If all of my scholars are working in the temple, it is highly unlikely that Clarissa will agree to work in the castle. Plus, Clarissa is sure to feel more comfortable in the castle if she has at least one person she knows there with her. She and Feline worked together at the Royal Academy during one of our joint research projects. This will also serve as good rivals for one another. Feline is a lay noble without too much mana, but she was trained by Ferdinand and is an excellent at paperwork. Feline had generally focused on temple work, so having her work in the castle would surely be a good experience for her. My aim was for her to carry out various jobs in the castle while keeping an eye out for motivated, promising youth. Lady Rozemyne, Hartman said, I think Clarissa may lose her mind if she is unable to spend time with you. I paused for a moment. One solution would be to visit Clarissa at the castle on a semi-regular basis, but that would undo my efforts to prove that I didn't want to become the next Ob. And then it hit me. In that case, every 3 days I will listen to a report from her in my library. That should also give me a good excuse to sneak in some reading time. This concluded our discussion. I sent an ordinance to the west gate announcing that I would soon arrive, and made my way there in my high beast. Gathered on the lookout was a large crowd consisting of Angelica, Daniel, Clarissa, her guard knight, and many soldiers. Dad? I got out of my high beast, trying to keep a smile from forming. Clarissa had made a race over me, but I raised a hand to stop her and then tapped my chest twice in salute to the line of soldiers. You have done well to stop an outsider noble from entering the city without a permit, I said. Your dedication to your duties is wonderful. As a member of the Archducal family, I am proud of you all. Dad gave me a dutiful nod. We managed simply because when word of the emergency was sent, the commanders of the gates were all gathered together for our spring meeting about our posts being reassigned. He then looked at the other commanders. Had she arrived any later, it would have been my problem to deal with. It was pretty clear what was going on here. Dad wanted me to stress that we nobles were satisfied with the soldiers' response to their problem and wouldn't be handing out punishments. One man in particular was quite obviously holding his stomach, though he was making an honest effort to pass it off as a salute. I could only assume he was the current commander of the West Gate. I took Clarissa's entry permit from Hartmut, then presented it to the nervous commander. This is a permit from Clarissa, approved by the Ob himself. So it is, he replied. She may not enter the city. You soldiers here have worked hard to protect Ehrenfest, and we would never punish you for that. In fact, I believe some praise is in order. I took 2 large silvers from my pouch and put them in the commander's hand. They may not be much, but we use it to reward the soldiers who have worked so hard for your sake. The Ob has been informed of all of you have done. I was trying to reassure the commander, but the mere presence of nobles was enough to keep him on edge. Thankfully for him, it was time for us to leave. I tightened my expression and turned to Clarissa. No longer was her braid swaying freely at her back. It was now coiled behind her head, making her look more like an adult. It was a shame she wasn't acting like one. Let us go, Clarissa, I said. We have much to discuss about the future. I didn't intend to take her to the temple, so we went out to my library instead. Losfam welcomed us upon our arrival and poured us some tea. It once belonged to Ferdinand, so it seemed like the perfect location for a Ferdinand-style scolding. Now then, I began. Allow me to be asked frankly, why have you come here? Clarissa stiffened and said, because I thought I could be of use to you, Lady Rozemyne. This evidently wasn't the warm welcome she had expected. Meanwhile, the guard knight waiting behind Clarissa was wearing an expression that screamed, I told you so! I could imagine she had tried time and time again to stop her charge's rampage before ultimately accepting defeat and accompanying her as a guard. Was the plan not for you to come during the Archduke conference, I asked. I could not bear to wait that long. Plus, I heard Ob Dunkelfeger say that my early arrival would benefit you. So you decided to set off on your high beast and come here without warning. Not only that, but you brought no luggage, carriages, or attendants, and didn't even think to meet with your parents on the way. Saying it all aloud made me realize the true craziness of our situation. Clarissa slumped her shoulders and hung her head, seeming to realize the true severity of her actions now that the moment had passed. My apologies. People always tell me that I lose sight of my surroundings when I get invested in something, but once again I failed to heed their warnings. I said those very same words on so many occasions. I went quiet. How was I meant to scold Clarissa for doing something I was always guilty of myself? Audley must have noticed my sudden hesitancy because she continued on my behalf. Changes of plans trouble all those involved, so be sure to provide plenty of notice in the future, she said. Then she explained that this early departure would have forced us to gather at the border gate just as spring prayer was beginning, and we needed to circle the central district. Hartmut was agonizing over how to resolve this overlap. As the high priest, he could not afford to miss spring prayer, doing so would only increase Lady Rozemyne's burden as the high bishop. Far from helping her, you were about to make things worse. Clarissa paled. To most nobles, there was no important religious ceremonies between the spring and baptisms and the Starbind ceremony. She hadn't thought to consider what other duties the temple might perform. Furthermore, Hartmut said, when you sent word of your arrival at the West Gate, the Archducal family was in the middle of a critical meeting with Ehrenfest's merchants. We had you wait so that it could continue, but I was required to leave midway through to question the Ob and confirm the details of the situation. That prevented me from performing my duties as Lady Rozemyne's scholar. Do you now understand the pain you caused me? Clarissa somehow went an even ghastlier shade of white. She nodded over and over again. I feel your pain as though it were my own, she practically chanted. I did not know what kind of understanding Hartmut and you have reached, Lamprecht said, but I hope you are aware just how many people you have troubled. A normal bride-to-be does not intimidate border guards or appear so suspicious that the castle officials of not just one but 2 duchies are consulted about her legitimacy. Both Obs were forced to deal with the consequences of your actions, as were so many knights. The Ob Dunkelfeger used the method of emergency communication between Obs to inform us of your departure. You will need to apologize to him and Ob Ehrenfest both in the future. My sincerest apologies. Oh, wait. What's that? That's Hartmut's dad! We finally get a picture of him! Nice! Only after Clarissa had completely shrunk into herself did Lamprecht inform her that she would be allowed to stay in Ehrenfest and not be turned away. Then, as we had discussed, he had said that she was to move into Hartmann's estate as his fiancée and commute to the castle with Audley. There, Clarissa and Feline would work under Lamprecht as scholars. May I work in the temple instead? Clarissa asked. I wish to be useful to Lady Rozemyne. You may not, I replied without missing a beat. I require not a blue shrine maiden, but a skilled, top-ranking scholar who could take on the work done in the castle. Clarissa froze, taken aback by my sudden rejection, and looked to Hartmann, but I heard that the temple needed more people. He shook his head. No matter how great the demand for new priests and shrine maidens may be, we could not ever have you serve as a blue shrine maiden. Not with how other duchies view their temples. Clarissa had come to Ehrenfest as Hartmann's fiancée, so it was easy to imagine how her parents would react to her being made a blue shrine maiden and thereby unable to get married. Sending an adult woman from another duchy to the temple would also cause more bad rumors about Ehrenfest to circulate. Tell me, Clarissa, what would society say about Hartmann's parents if they sent you to be a blue shrine maiden? I asked. By entering the temple, you would cater to nobody's interests but your own. Furthermore, I paused to look between Clarissa and her guard knight. Ferdinand, who was still only a guest in Ahrensbach, had received an order from Lady Detlinde to perform Ahrensbach's spring prayer. There is no way to treat someone from another duchy who is waiting to be married, is it? Clarissa's guard knights looked especially shocked. It was as if she couldn't believe that Ferdinand wasn't being treated as a proper guest and proved to be. I continued, Ehrenfest is infuriated that Ferdinand is receiving such poor treatment and is preparing to protest during the upcoming Archduke Conference. We cannot risk acting like hypocrites before then. But nothing is being forced upon me, Clarissa protested, fixing me with a determined stare. I am requesting this. Such minor details will not matter to outsiders. They will see only that you have been forced into the temple, and any attempts to explain the situation will fall on deaf ears. If anything, they would assume that we told you to deny it. I experienced this myself during tea parties at the Royal Academy. My failed attempts to dispel the bad rumors plaguing Sylvester was still fresh in my mind. Clarissa was all too familiar with noble tea parties and the persistence of the rumors that spread through them. She bit her lip, cast her eyes down, and murmured, I truly wish to be useful to you, Lady Rozemyne, and I truly appreciate that fact. Ferdinand himself acknowledged the quality of your research. I do not doubt that, when it comes to scholars, you are among the best of the best. Please join Feline in the castle as one of my own scholar retainers. Clarissa stared at me for a moment, then she stood up, come over and respectfully knelt before me. Your wish is my command. I came to Ehrenfest to be useful to you, and that is what I shall do. Though you are forbidden from visiting the temple, I will create opportunities to meet with you. Bearing the time I am away for religious ceremonies and the like, we shall convene here every now and again, and each time you shall give me a report. I will prepare delicious sweets as well. Yes, my lady. And so it was decided that after barging her way into Ehrenfest, Clarissa was to be looked after by Hartmann and his family. Incidentally, Austerley interjected, when is your luggage going to arrive, Clarissa? Nobody had an answer, of course. She didn't even think to bring luggage! Oh my god! Oh boy. I'll get to work on everything, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, part 7. Melchior and Spring Prayer. Just as I had requested, Clarissa began working in the castle with Feline. Matthias and Lorenz were instructed to continue working with the Knight's Order, while Brunhilde was taking Bertilde with her on trips to and from Groschel. All in all, my retainers were quite busy, and as expected, so was I. Ferdinand had been doing about half of the High Bishop's workload before his departure, and it wasn't an option to dump all that at Hartmann. My intention was to complete it all myself, but that was proving even harder than I'd anticipated. Only as my time continued to slip away between discussions with Elvira about printing industry minutiae, and preparations for our trip to Karnburgger did it occur to me just how much Ferdinand had been supporting me when it came to the noble side of things. Each day was as frustratingly busy as the last, overrun with scheduling into the fine details. I know this isn't possible, but Ferdinand, please come back! I want him to come back. The poor guy doesn't deserve to be in Ahrensbach. He needs to be home where he belongs. On the day after the spring baptisms, we were going to receive a visit from the Gilberta Company. Because I was going to be ordering new outfits and hair ornaments, they had even requested that Mom be allowed to attend the meeting. In their words, they thought it best to change the designs and colors of the dyes to complement how much I'd grown. Craftspeople who hadn't learned how to interact with nobles couldn't be brought to the castle, but the temple had areas that commoners could enter. That was where they'd asked to meet, to my immediate agreement. Lady Rozemyne, Hartmann said, would the orphanage director's chambers not be more accessible to commoner craftspeople? Someone unable to visit the castle would surely struggle in the noble section of the temple. He made a reasonable point, so I agreed that I would order my clothes there instead. The fact that he always picked up on these little details made him feel so reliable, which compelled me to ask about permitting Camille to tour the temple despite Fran and Zom having said the pre-baptism children weren't allowed inside. I would appreciate being able to grant the planting company's request if possible, I said. Hartman lowered his eyes in thought, then hesitantly said that would not be wise. Fran and Zom both gave looks of relief. Is that because pre-baptism children can't be let into the temple, I asked, quite aggressively. Hartman shook his head. No, my lady, I do not care about that in the least. Rather, we are receiving more apprentice blue priests, and Lord Melchior is going to be visiting with his retainers on a regular basis. If our visitors were put in a position wherein they were treated unfairly, would you be able to act as a member of the archducal family? Or would you forget everything in your rush to protect the commoners? If you care for this planting company, I would advise not putting them in unnecessary danger. He's right, I would forget everything. If something were to endanger Camille, I wasn't at all confident that I wouldn't lose control to protect him. Seeing someone treat him as subhuman or expect him to follow unreasonable orders simply because he hadn't yet been baptized would cause me to leave noble etiquette by the wayside. I understand, I said. I will apologize to the planting company for my lack of strength. Camille's going to be so disappointed. If it's any consolation, I'm super sad too. As I drooped my head and continued my desk work, Hartman called my name, sounding a little apprehensive. It might be worth noting that it would be relatively safe if they came before spring prayer, which is when more nobles will start visiting. High priest! Fran and Zom exclaimed wide-eyed. Hartman responded with a casual, completely perturbed smile. There is no helping it, he said. My duty is to grant Lady Rozemyne's every wish. Holy cow! Hartman's actually super cool! Though, he's still kind of weird, too. He is. Hartman, that was probably not a good idea. I know you want to grant her wishes, but, you gotta draw the line here. Fran and Zom were forced to accede to Hartman, so I received permission for Camille to visit the temple. That was great, but I was currently treading the very fine line that Ferdinand had drawn for me, and the thought of diverging from it made my heart race. A chill ran down my spine as I was struck with the urge to exercise restraint and not take the final step. On second thought, let us not. I do not want to risk endangering the planting company. Now that is a shame, Hartman said. Wait, why are you disappointed, I asked. I was giving up the chance to see my little brother by blood, but I didn't understand why Hartman would care. He gave me an exceedingly fishy smile, and a glint appeared in his orange eyes. Oh, I meant nothing in particular. He knows! He's gotta know! Why else would he be so okay with letting Camille, not all the children that are supposed to be wanting to be apprentices, but Camille in general? He has to know. He knows about all this. How did he figure it out, though? That's what I wonder. Did he see the magic contract that they had signed before making her Rozemyne? There's no way. How? I am so confused. Does he know? And if he does, how did he figure it out? Because he apparently does not care. He loves it. He loves that there's even deep in layer to Rozemyne than that he knew. If anything, that would drive her sainthood to even further heights. That she would give up everything to protect her family and be adopted by the Archduke. He definitely meant something. That look in his eyes is terrifying. Run, Camille, run! Our final conclusion was that Camille would tour the workshop only once he was baptized and formally working as a planting company apprentice. I was a little sad about this since I had been looking forward to seeing him, but it came as a relief to know that I was protecting my darling little brother from Hartman and the other nobles. I think if he does know the truth, I think he would love to meet Camille, but then again, that would risk Camille finding out about this whole thing, and we can't have that. Blessed be the melting of the snow. May the goddess of spring's boundless magnanimities grace you. It was the day of my meeting with the Gilberta Company, and I'd arrived at the orphanage director's chambers with only female guard knights in attendance. Karina had stepped forward and given the usual merchant greeting. Tuli was standing among the many seamstresses behind her, and so was Mom. It had been such a long time since I'd last seen her up close. Hey, Mom! No time, no see! Look over here! Oh, our H-isn't it? Mom offered me a gentle smile. She was staying at the back of the group, but just seeing her face again warmed my heart. My eyes barely strayed from her as the seamstresses measured me all over. In the meantime, Leisegang, who was by this point very used to doing business with the Gilberta Company, spoke with Karina about what outfits I would need. Grisha listened carefully all the while. Might I assume that Lady Rozemyne's spring prayer outfits will need to be altered as well, Karina asked. If we want to lengthen her garments, then we will either need to add some lace or replace the bottom part entirely. Indeed, Leiselang replied. In addition, would you be able to replace the bottom on the back with lace, buttons on the back with lace? Once the measuring was complete, I started to discuss hairpins with Thule. Lenore and Judith must have been interested in our conversation. They were standing behind, but I could feel their eyes on my back. Angelica was guarding the door, as always, so she wasn't nearby. Lady Rozemyne, Thule said, I see that your facial features have matured as well. Do you have anything in mind for your summer hairpin? Are there any particular flowers you would like me to use? My tastes are largely the same, so you may choose whichever flowers will suit me as I am now. If possible, I would like them to match the dyed cloth. The summer cloth had yet to be dyed, and my intention was to bring Mom into our conversation. Rather than coming over, however, she simply received the message through Thule. She hadn't been taught the proper language and attitude to adopt when speaking with nobles, so this was the only way we could communicate when my noble retainers were around. I understood that there was no avoiding it. We couldn't risk her being rude or impolite in some way, but it was tragic all the same. At least I get to see her. I won't even get that much with Camille. Yeah, you'll have to wait until his baptism, which I'm assuming is right around the corner. Once we had finished discussing my hairpins and winter outfit, Monica stepped forward and requested that Karina alter my high bishop robes as well. The ceremonial robes must be completed before spring prayer, she said. As for the everyday robes, they would ideally be altered during spring prayer when she will not need them. Karina wrote everything down in her... Oh, she's got a diptych now! She was going to have her hands full with my needing to complete my summer outfits before the end of spring. Though the ceremonial robes shouldn't be too bad, she only needs to lengthen them, not make them anew. These are charms I am giving to all of my personnel, I said. I offer them to Karina and my Renaissance. Please try to keep them on you at all times. We are honored. I gave charms to Mom and Karina, thereby concluding our meeting. As the days passed, more and more carriages came to the temple, bearing furniture for the apprentice blue priests and shrine maidens who would be attending spring prayer. It wasn't long before I saw Melchior's attendants busily making sure that his furnishings were brought inside and arranging his room. Rozemyne. Welcome, Melchior. 2 days ago, I had received word that Melchior would be visiting the temple to check on his room. His noble and temple attendants were busy discussing the matter, so I got him to offer 2 small face stones worth of mana to a divine instrument. He needed to begin with smaller amounts that wouldn't place too great a strain on his body. Once the mana offering was complete, we drank tea together. Leaving Melchior with an empty stomach would put him at risk of collapsing. In all things, negligence was one's greatest foe. The Alchemist company has sent a chef to be trained, I said. He is currently at work in my kitchen, but he will start making food in yours once he has learned the fundamentals. Right. Also, I asked Father whether I could come with you for spring prayer. He said I'm not allowed to stay overnight. We needed carriages to transport our temple attendants, as well as ingredients and chefs to prepare them. It was costing enough time and money to prepare Melchior's chambers in the temple, so Sylvester had decided against spending even more to give him spring prayer accommodations. Plus, he barely has any retainers his age. Melchior had 3 elder siblings, so there weren't many student retainers left over for him to choose from. As I recall, there were only 2, both of whom were younger than I. He continued, I thought that riding on my retainer's high beast and coming back the same day would be enough to get his permission, but he asked how I planned to go with that ceremonial robes to wear. Wolfried told me I could just borrow your blue robes, but... Can I? You can, but they're covered in flowers. Wolfried got his own robes made just so that he wouldn't need to wear them. Oh, flowers, Melchior repeated. He made a strange face and appeared to steal his resolve as he said, Please lend them to me. Charlotte said that once I start participating in ceremonies, we'll be working too hard for me to sit back and observe. She told me I could take this opportunity to watch you perform, since there is so much I can learn from you. Wait, what? Charlotte's praising me? Melchior sees me as a role model? It was settled then. I needed to try extra hard. I got Monica to fetch the carefully stored blue robes and lent them to Melchior. So I can watch the ceremonies now, he asked. That's right, I said. Be sure to watch closely. You're the next High Bishop, after all. Days after Melchior's visit, Freytake was released. I climbed into my high beast and headed to the Knight's Order for the handover, then flew him back to the temple. Camphor seemed more pleased about having his colleague resume his own workload than Freytake did about having avoided punishment. Freytake thus became a blue priest who would need to earn his own money instead of receiving support from his family. He wasn't going to be much worse off, though, not when he was receiving funding from the Ob, income from the Harvest Festival, money for his work, and a little extra for transcribing books. I borrowed from the Royal Academy. That realization only made him more determined to work his hardest. Nice. This year, because he hadn't been afforded any time to prepare, Freytag was going to stay at the temple and do desk work instead of participating in spring prayer. After we leave, Wilfred and Charlotte will come to fetch chalices, I said. Please ensure they receive them. Wilfred and Charlotte were going to be visiting all the provinces except Karnburgger. Freytag's duty was to get them the chalices they would require. It wouldn't be too complicated. Every count received 3, every viscount 2, and every baron 1. But he was likely feeling very tense about interacting with the archducal family. Hartmann would have managed this without issue, but he was absent at the moment. He had gone with his family and Clarissa to the border gate to apologize to Fremdbeltag and collect his bride-to-be's luggage. The temple was going to be busier than ever during spring prayer, so I had contacted Florencia and asked her to return Feline to the temple for that period. I wasn't sure how Feline would feel about that. Apparently she was overjoyed to be doing transcriptions again. I totally understand. Transcribing is so much more fun than normal work, isn't it? Feline and Clarissa were meeting me in my library every now and then to give me reports, and it was clear to me that they were working hard. As an adult, Clarissa was going to be attending the Archduke conference, so she was trying to memorize as many documents that might help her negotiate with Dunkelfelder as she could. For your sake, Lady Rozemyne, I will pour my heart and soul into ensuring that Ehrenfest receives the most favorable terms, she had said. Clarissa was fishing through papers with an almost demonic countenance and asking questions about even the slightest concerns, and her enthusiasm was apparently contagious. Feline told me that Clarissa had a habit of delving into the most trivial-seeming details which will really influence the younger scholars. It sounds like Justice to me. He does that too, doesn't he? Feline couldn't attend the Archduke conference, so she was primarily taking care of day-to-day matters. They weren't too unlike the work she did in the temple, so she wasn't having much trouble with them. She also had plenty of opportunities to converse with Riarda, through which she had found out about a fairly intense shouting match between Wilfred and Sylvester the other day. Ooh! Riarda had said that such behavior was normal for boys who were Wilfred's age, but she was still very worried. I wonder, is Wilfred going through a rebellious phase? I wonder what the arguing was about. I want to know. Come on, give me a hint here. I was already well aware of how annoying boys could get when they reached a certain age. My time as a Rano had made sure of that. It probably wasn't the same for all boys, but they tended to adopt razor-sharp attitudes. It really made me not want to be around them. As always, spring prayer began with my seeing off the carriages, and then with my attendants, grey priests, chefs, food, and clothes. I watched as they shrank into the distance while Dad and a bunch of his soldiers guarded them. Haas's monastery had already received word from the planting company that Melchior was due to visit. Everyone there was presumably busy with their preparations. From there I returned to the High Bishop's chambers. Camphor came to see me before leaving for the Central District. I gave him a man a packed face stone and the big chalice, then saw him off. It wasn't until after lunch that Melchior and his retainers arrived and we started toward Haas. Accompanying me in my pandibus were Melchior, one of his guard knights, Fran, Angelica, and a box of potions. Damiel and Angelica were guarding me for this year's spring prayer. Cornelius had wanted to come too, but I'd ordered him to prepare his estate for his new life with Lenore. He had tried to argue that I needed to bring as many guards as possible during this tumultuous period, but there wouldn't be enough room to accommodate so many noble knights, and I refused to listen to anyone complain about being too close to commoners. Cornelius really wanted to prioritize my safety over preparing his estate, but I wasn't going to accept that, for good reason. Or for good measure. I told him to return home to see Aurelia and her baby, then speak to Lamprecht about the current situation with Wilfred. Being and Leslie meant our surroundings passed in the blink of an eye, and it wasn't long at all before we arrived in Haas. Is that Haas? Melchior asked. It's surprisingly close. It feels that way when traveling by high beast, I said, but carriages take a detour around the forest, so their journey takes much longer. On foot it would take half a day. I slowly began to descend while repeating what my attendants had said about the trip. The weather was good, so the plaza had already been prepared, and the citizens were all there waiting for us. We landed in the plaza to excited cheers and fervent waving, a reaction that took Melchior by surprise. I prompted him to climb out of my pandibus, then headed up the stage to meet with the mayor. Lady Rozemyne, Rick intoned, we have been waiting for you. We exchanged greetings, and I said, Rick, this is my little brother Melchior. He's here today to observe the ceremony. I told Melchior where to stand and signaled Fran with a nod. Spring prayer shall now begin, Fran announced. Town chiefs, come to the stage. 5 people holding lidded 10-liter buckets ascended the stage, then faltered. The large gold chalice, that divine instrument known to all, was nowhere to be seen. I looked between me and where the chalice should have been, clearly troubled. I stood atop the stand and chanted Erdegrol. At once the missing chalice appeared, and many of the spectators cried out in surprise. Not just the people of Haas, but also the noble retainers who hadn't participated in the Royal Academy's dedication ritual. I paid them no mind and started praying to Flutrain. O goddess of water, Flutrain, bringer of healing and change. O 12 goddesses who served by her side. A chalice flashed with golden light as I poured my mana into it. I continued the prayer, channeling mana into the vessel of all the while. The goddess of earth, Geduld, has been freed from the god of life, Avaglabe. I pray that you grant your younger sister the power to birth new life. I offer to you our joy and songs of glee. I offer to you our prayers and gratitude that we may be blessed with your purifying protection. I ask that you fill all the lives upon the wide mortal realm with your divine color. Fran then tilted the chalice, and as we had done the year before, poured a radiant green liquid into the town chief's buckets. Praise be to Geduld, the goddess of earth, and Flutrain, the goddess of water. Yep, homemade chalices work just fine. I gave a satisfied nod and then noticed that Melchior was watching me with concerned eyes. Rozemyne, he said, am I going to be able to make a chalice by next year? Absolutely not, I replied. You must first obtain a staff at the Royal Academy. Besides, there's no need for you to learn to make chalices. Wilfred and Charlotte both use the divine instrument in the temple to perform their rite ceremonies. Amused, I produced my panda bust and climbed inside. Melchior followed with his guard knights. It was a direct path from here to the monastery. We offered our mana to the divine instrument the other day, remember, I said. If you make such offerings on a regular basis while praying to the gods, then the divine instrument's magic circle will appear in your head whenever you wish to use it. There are some among my retainers who have learned to use the instruments themselves. I can make Lindenstaff's spear now, Angelica interjected, her voice tinged with pride. She couldn't maintain the instrument for very long, but she wanted to use it to perform the blessing ceremony. Her hopes and dreams didn't end there, though. She also wanted to use that same spear to one day defeat Bonifacius. It was good to know that she had a lofty ambition to work toward. If you want to wield divine instruments yourself, Melchior, then you would need to work hard to compress your mana, I said, but offerings and prayer come first. I'll do my best, Melchior exclaimed, brimming with determination. It was a good, honest answer. Upon our arrival at the monastery, everyone came out to welcome us. I introduced Melchior, then we all went inside. The attendants will be preparing our rooms, so I decided to give a quick tour. Are there not any children here? Melchior asked. I shook my head. Even the youngest apprentices are close to coming of age. We often only exchanged adults between Haas and Ehrenfest, and even the former Haas orphan Marth was now close to coming of age. In other words, Melchior would struggle to find another kid. As a result of its Archduke candidates circling the central district, the harvest improved, and parents no longer found themselves needing to abandon their children, I explained. Had the winter purge not happened, I imagine there wouldn't have been many children in Ehrenfest's orphanage either. Oh, I see. I showed Melchior the boys' building where the adult soldiers were preparing to sleep, the workshop and its operations, and finally the great fields where the monastery farmed tasty vegetables. Melchior, this is your first time seeing a farm, is it not? I asked. This is how the produce you eat is grown. Vegetables from Haas's fields are positively delicious, and all sorts of goods can be gathered in the nearby forest. On that note, I think gathering in the noble forest would be a good experience for you. After finishing our casual tour, we went inside and had tea. The nobles and soldiers were seated at separate tables, but Melchior's retainers looked surprised that we were even sharing the same dining hall. Their eyes kept flitting between Dad and the other soldiers' table and our own. Priest has separate quarters in the Winter Mansion and the summer estates at Gibe, I said, but here in Haas we all eat together. At the very least, could they not eat at another time? One of Melchior's guard knights asked. Shut up. I gazed up at him with a smile. Their opinions are much too valuable for that. It was here that I spoke with the soldiers and asked for their support in ensuring that the lower cities and Twicon succeeded. Melchior's indigo eyes began to sparkle. His enormous desire to be useful meant he was hanging on my every word. It was our father who made this place, I said to him. One of Ob Ehrenfest's finest points is that he actually acknowledged the opinions of the people I encountered across the central district and in this monastery. Rather than disregarding the commoners for being beneath him, he used their perspective to strengthen the duchy. You would do well to emulate his good traits and become a high bishop who can understand and draw value from the opinions of commoners even after I depart. Melchior nodded solemnly. The disciples of the Gutenbergs. I brought Melchior to the table with Dad and the others, introduced him as the son of the Archduke and the next High Bishop, then said that he would be speaking with them as my successor. Ah, so Lord Melchior is the one who will take your place when you come of age, Dad said. That is heartening to hear. We have found it much easier to coordinate with the Archduke and the Knights Order thanks to these conversations with you. We found it very beneficial during the winter, and when that noble from another duchy came to the western gate. Dad then looked at Daniel, who was standing behind me. Might I use this opportunity to thank Lord Daniel in person? I don't know when I'll next have a chance. I turned around to see what Daniel thought. He seemed a bit troubled by the idea, but he didn't speak out against it. I returned my attention to Dad, ready to give him permission, only to find that he wasn't the only person now focused on my knight. The soldiers all stood up, then knelt before the two of us. Though you said you were only acting on Lady Rozemyne's orders, Lord Daniel, we soldiers of the lower city hold you in the highest esteem. Thank you. What in the world happened? That's what I want to know. Come on, give us a side story for this. I want to know what the heck happened. Taken aback by this unusually intense thank you, I turned to Daniel and Angelica. In retrospect, there was no point in expecting anything from Angelica. Her head was profoundly empty. and her bright smile was a clear indicator that she had no idea what was going on. Gunter, I said, what was it that Daniel did exactly? I performed my duty and nothing more, Daniel interjected. If that were true, I doubt the soldiers would have thought to thank you. As your lady, I absolutely must hear these tales of your heroics. Dad shot a glance at Daniel, who clearly didn't want to discuss this matter, then began to explain. In the winter, we received a command to stop any nobles from escaping through the north gate. The Knight's Order distributed plenty of magic tools for us soldiers to use, so many that, by the time they were done, we each had one for summoning aid. The issue was that any fleeing nobles could simply mount their high beasts and fly over the gate. Plus, even if we called for aid with our new tools, the north gate is at the very edge of the nobles' quarter. There was no guarantee that help would immediately arrive. During the winter, most of the Knight's Order had mobilized for the purge. There were always 2 knights stationed at the north gate, but they were alone wouldn't have been able to stop the flood of escaping nobles. Thankfully, when the call for aid had come, Daniel had arrived immediately and before anyone else. It wasn't anything special, Daniel said modestly. I was in the temple preparing for the dedication ritual, so I just happened to be close to the north gate. Though he was doing his best to downplay it, Daniel had arrived in a flash and attacked the fleeing nobles from behind, supporting the commoner soldiers who had wilted in the face of their onslaught. He had come across as quite the savior. Thanks to Lord Daniel, none of the soldiers manning the north gate sustained any fatal wounds, Dad explained. He was also first to arrive in response to the west gate incident. The soldiers are all extremely thankful. I was surprised to hear just how much Daniel had done, and just how much trust and gratitude he had earned from everyone as a result. Moved, I asked the soldiers to resume their seats. Then I asked about the status of the lower city, and conveyed the Grashel would soon be reconstructed, which meant we were going to have enormous work orders for some of the craftspeople. Melchior listened as well with great interest. As I continued to speak with the soldiers, time got away from me. A retainer whispered something to Melchior, who then rose from his chair and announced, I must be going now. I promised Father that I would return in time for dinner. Rozemyne, thank you for today. I learned so much. I was glad to see you showing such a thirst for knowledge, I replied. This is my gift to you, my hard-working little brother. A protective charm. I had given the charms for Wilfred and Charlotte to Feline so that she could distribute them before they left. Thank you very much, Melchior replied, sounding all proper. Also, I'll speak with Father about what the soldiers said today. If we could check the accuracy of my reports upon your return, I would appreciate that greatly. Now, if you'll excuse me. And with that polite farewell, he hurried up onto his retainer's high beast and went home. Wait, what? He wants me to check his reports? Am I just imagining it, or is Melchior way too mature? Am I actually doing a good job of being a reliable older sister? Yes, you are. He looks up to you so much. This is insane. I saw Melchior off, so in awe of his maturity that I started to feel uneasy about myself. The next morning, when as expected, I saw my attendants and chefs into a carriage, then watched as the Grey Priest started their return journey to Ehrenfest. Soldiers, I said, once again I must praise your excellent guard work. Please accept this token of my thanks. I started to hand money to each of the soldiers, then when it came time to give Dad his share, I discreetly slipped him a pouch containing 2 charms as well. He seemed to notice right away, and thanked me while sliding it into his chest pocket. Mom and Tully had already received their charms from me, and since the commoner charms were all the same, Dad could just consult one of them if he wanted any help using his. I was also pretty confident that he would be able to guess whom he needed to give the second charm to. Yeah, Camille! Just to make sure. From there, I continued to hand small pouches of money to the rest of the soldiers, keeping half an eye on Dad all the while. He barked for everyone to stand at attention, then informed that their job here wasn't done yet. We will see them safely to the temple, he assured me. Thank you, Gunter. I wish you a smooth journey. I had only been brief, but I was glad to have had another opportunity to speak with Dad. I watched it disappear into the distance with his men and the carriages, then climbed into my high beast and made my way to the next winter mansion. After finishing my assigned portion of spring prayer and returning to the temple, I sent word to the planting company. I'd expected to need 3 days to recover from the trip, but I was feeling right as rain after only 2. My health really was getting better, to the point I no longer felt ill simply from traveling around. On top of that, I was only bedridden 3 times while we were traveling around the duchy. Good, you're getting better! Lady Rozemyne, the Gutenbergs have arrived, Gil announced. Most of the luggage has been brought out of the workshop. We expect to be leaving soon. And once I exited the meeting room and started toward the front entrance with my retainers who were accompanying me to Karnburgger and the scholars working in the printing industry in tow. Leiselang and Gracia were serving as attendants, Hartman and Roderick as scholars, and Cornelius, Lenore, and Judith as guard knights. Judith was still underage, but she was being allowed to tag along because Karnburgger was her home province. Daniel and Angelica had circled the central district for this year's spring prayer, so they were taking some well-deserved time off. As for Ottilie and Feline, they were staying behind to keep Clarissa under control. Good luck! To be honest, I wish that Hartman was staying at the temple instead of coming with us, but he'd somehow managed to worm his way into our group. He was right that I probably need an arch scholar with me, but I'm still not too pleased about this. Also coming with us were Heinrich and the other lay scholars already familiar with the printing industry. By this point, I recognized all their faces. Muriella was going to be accompanying Elvira as her scholar. It was good to see that this printing and the knowledge she had acquired at the Royal Academy was benefiting her. "I've been working really hard," Judith called to me with a proud smile, her orange ponytail swaying from side to side. "Ever since it was decided that Karnburgger would be our next destination, I've been gathering intelligence from Brunhilde and Lenore and making arrangements through Theodore so that everything was ready for our arrival." Judith went on to explain that she had told Keith Karnburgger about the issues faced in Leisegang and Groschel, as well as how to avoid them. Keith Karnburgger was very receptive, she continued, especially after learning that he would be blamed for any imperfections in the commoner craftspeople's work environment. Brunhilde had apparently argued that there was no fault in the Gutenberg's teaching methods or the tools they brought with them, indicating the progress made in Ilgner and Haldensdale as evidence. She had then stated that provinces only struggled to adopt the printing industry when they were unprepared or unwilling to learn. The problems faced in Groschel had apparently left a great impression on her. "Karnburgger has everything ready for the Gutenbergs to do their job," Judith concluded. "Excellent work," I said. "That is wonderful to hear." Judith puffed out her chest in response. Ehrenfest would only continue to improve now that we had more nobles bridging the gap between us and the commoners. We headed toward the front entrance to find the luggage all ready to be loaded and the Gutenbergs kneeling in very neat rows. Bennett was acting as a representative. He greeted me and then turned to look behind him. "Lady Rozemyne, please allow us to introduce the disciples who are accompanying us for the first time," he said. "Blessed be the ways of Flute Train, the goddess of water who guided us toward this serendipitous meeting." I cast an eye over all those kneeling before me. The people behind the Gutenbergs were probably the disciples. They were all young boys who looked close to coming of age, and seeing them reminded me of Johann and Zach when I first met them. "Ingo," Benno called. The carpenter stood up in response along with his disciple. "Lady Rozemyne, this is my disciple Demo," Ingo explained. "He has been involved in the creation of your printing presses since the very beginning. He knows everything there is to know about their design, and making them comes as easily to him as breathing." "Wow, cool." I took a closer look at Demo and instantly recognized him. He was one of the carpenters who had been with Ingo back when he set up printing presses in the Rozemyne workshop in Haas's monastery. "Demo, is it?" I asked. "I remember the extreme care of which you sanded down the temple workshop's first printing press. Also that we wouldn't need to worry about splinters. I was aware that Ingo had his eye on you, but not that you were now trusted enough to join him on these excursions." Ingo and Demo both stared at me as if surprised that I'd remembered the young disciple. It was a pretty unnecessary reaction, if you ask me. I remembered everyone who had been involved in the making of that first printing press, in the same way that I remember just how much its creation had moved me. "I gave Demo the printing press schematics," Ingo said. "I also taught him the process and how to coordinate with the workshops of the provinces. As per your request, I'm going to stay in Ehrenfest and focus on my work here. Indeed, your task is going to require the collective efforts of every carpenter in the city of Ehrenfest. I trust you will once again demonstrate why I chose to give you my exclusive business. I also wanted Ingo to make bookshelves for my library, but that could wait. For now, he needed to focus on the competition between the carpentry workshops, so they all tried to make the best furniture for Groschel's high-class inns. They were going to be extremely busy in the lead-up to the autumn Entwickeln. Demo, I expect great things from you as well," I said. "I will do my best to be recognized as a Gutenberg." It was good to see him so motivated. I gave him an affirming nod just as Benno called for Joseph. Ingo and Demo knelt down again while Joseph and his disciple stood up instead. "Lady Rozemyne, this is Horace," Joseph said. "He is going to be replacing Heidi and me on this trip." Horace was a completely new face to me. He certainly wasn't the crass person I remembered seeing back when I visited Heidi at her ink workshop. He was chosen based on the fact that he can focus on his work without acting out or becoming absorbed in research, Joseph noted. He shouldn't encounter any issues when teaching others, and there is no risk of him becoming obsessed with new ink as Heidi would. Any research will take place back here in Ehrenfest, assuming any materials are brought back from Karnburgger. Sending an ink fanatic like Heidi to Karnburgger would have been much too dangerous, especially if she had gone without someone to rein her in. That was why Joseph had chosen Horace to go instead. He needed someone who could stand on an equal footing with the Gutenbergs and operate without constant supervision. His struggles as a husband were never seemed to end. "Joseph," I said, "allow me to congratulate you on your wife's pregnancy. Has she calmed down at all, I wonder?" "Thank you," he replied, then flashed me a look of complete exhaustion. If she were the kind of person to exercise more caution now that she's with a child, I would be going to Karnburgger instead of Horace. It seemed that not even pregnancy could slow down the unstoppable force that was Heidi. Wow! I can imagine Rozemyne being somewhat like that, too. She wouldn't be stopped even by pregnancy. That would be funny to see. She had even wanted to come here today to greet me. The only reason she had refrained was because Joseph and Lutz had desperately explained that pregnant women weren't welcome in the temple. "Horace, for Joseph's sake, be sure to focus on your duties," I said with a smile. "Do not become so obsessed with research that you forget to eat." Horace had seemed particularly tense, perhaps because he had yet to produce any meaningful results in the field of new ink. Seeing my smile made him relax, though, and he nodded in response. After my conversation with Joseph and Horace, it came time for Zack and his disciple to stand. Lady Rozemyne, this is Seed, whatever, Zack said. He may not be quite as skilled as Danilo, but his personality makes him the best person to arbitrate between Johann and Karnburgger. Seed appeared to be amicable enough, a desirable trait for someone who was good to support Johann as he taught everyone how to make metal letter types. Putting two quiet, stubborn craftspeople together would have been a recipe for disaster, so even the smallest disagreement would have likely spiraled into complete chaos. Instead, Johann needed someone whom we could lean on and who could make his life easier for the next half year. Zack continued, to be honest, Lady Rozemyne, I simply think I could be of more use to you here in Ehrenfest. He was a creative through and through, and excelled in designing schematics, so he wanted to spend his time inventing rather than managing Johann's interpersonal relationships. Zack had accompanied us in the past. We wanted the nobles we were dealing with to recognize him as Gutenberg, but he made a good point. He certainly would be better off staying in Ehrenfest and designing schematics. Perhaps I should give you a new order then, I mused aloud. What am I thinking? You must be busy enough preparing for your marriage. The new invention can wait until next year. Please focus on getting ready for your new life with your bride-to-be, and expect a flood of blessings on the day of your wedding. Zack was the first of my Gutenbergs to be getting married, and would need to put my all into blessing him and his partner. He smiled in response and said that he would make sure to brag about it when the time came. Seed, I said, opportunities to experience the craftsmanship of other workshops are few and far between. You can expect to find things in Karnburgger that you would never encounter in Ehrenfest, Lower City. Please be sure to absorb as much as you can. Understood. The last arrives were Johann and Danilo. I was already familiar with Danilo. His name and progress had been brought up before, but this is the first time he was going on one of these trips. Lady Rozemyne, this is Danilo, Johann said. I am bringing him with me so that he can learn to be my successor. Can I take this to mean he has finally mastered making letter types, I asked. I remember hearing that Danilo had just barely failed to meet Johann's expectations, but his presence here today must have been a good sign. Johann nodded. I intend to have Danilo do as much as possible while I take a back seat and focus on training Seed. Rather than being entirely focused on honing his craft, he was now putting in as much thought into training his disciple. Everyone had grown so much. We can now never have enough skilled smiths, I said. I wish you luck in training both Danilo and Seed. You are the oldest of your peers, after all. Johann gulped. He had always left dealing with the others to Zack, but then gave me a resolved nod. I turned to his disciple. Johann and the others have told me much about your growth, Danilo. Please continue to improve as one with my exclusive business. Ever since our exchange with these craftspeople from Groschel, I've been asking to travel to other places, Danilo said. Then, brimming with enthusiasm, he exclaimed, That day has finally come! Now that I've come of age and secured a place on this trip, I promise to do my best. Danilo was the very antithesis of the quieter and more introverted Johann. It was so much fun comparing all the craftspeople's unique personalities. This concluded our introductions. I distributed charms to the lay scholars as well as to the retainers and the Gutenbergs. The nobles received different charms from the commoners for obvious manner-related reasons. Consider these protective charms a show of my appreciation of your consistent hard work, I said. Now let us prepare to leave. I made a huge panda bust and asked that the luggage be moved into it. The disciples followed the directions of the more experienced Gutenbergs and got straight to work. They appeared a bit hesitant, but the fact that they didn't kick up a fuss seemed to indicate that they had been told what to expect. The atmosphere was quite peaceful while the luggage was being loaded into my high beast, but then we took off. No sooner were we airborne than Danilo began flailing his arms around. His face looked in a silent scream. He had picked a great time to learn that he was scared of heights. Great! Johann looked at his disciple and then put his head in his hands and said, You could stop looking out the window to start with. He seemed pretty exasperated, but that wasn't big of a deal. Poor guy. Oh, boy. Dang, only 35 minutes? Really? Huh. Okay. I guess I'll keep going. Karnburgger's country gate. Theodore, this is Judith. We're almost there. From the passenger seat of my panda bus, Judith sent an ordonnance ahead to Karnburgger. By the time she received a response and assertion that everything was ready for our arrival, the province's summer estate had already come into view. There it is, Judith said. The Geeves should be waiting for us in the side building for priests. We soon reached the summer estate and convened with Game Karnburgger, who had been with him the two scholars in charge of the province's printing industry and several others. The Geeb looked and carried himself a lot like a knight, but he had a large muscular build and a rather stern face. His father and predecessor had very openly maintained that Bonifacius was best suited to serve as Ehrenfest's archduke, and it seemed that his passion had rubbed off on his son. The current Gabe Karnburgger was said to hold Bonifacius in extremely high regard. So he's a musclehead, I guess. After we exchanged greetings, Gabe Karnburgger started giving instructions. Fran, Monica, and the chefs were to be guided to the side building for priests, while the scholars by his side would show the Gutenbergs to the lower city. As I understand it, the Gutenbergs had brought much luggage with them, Gabe Karnburgger said. I think it would be best for them to go to the lower city first. The chalices and our meeting can come later. What do you think? I agree, I replied. The Gutenbergs will surely want to see their new accommodations. I thank you ever so much for being so considerate. Fran and the others started moving our luggage, at which point Lisetta approached me. Lady Rozemyne, she said, rather than venture to the lower city with the others, Grisha and I would like to prepare your chambers for dinner. May we? I gave them permission. As attendants, they had their own duties to take care of, and they were led away by members of the estate. In the meantime, I asked the Karnburgger servants to help carry our luggage. Now then, let us go to the lower city. Karnburger's lower city had seemed so very large and populous from above, but actually traveling through it revealed that not many people lived there. An almost eerie silence hung in the air. If your Gutenbergs have any issues, they need to only let us know, Gabe Karnburgger announced, then chuckled and said, we have more than enough vacant buildings, so we can have them moved to another house in no time. The accommodations we were shown to looked perfectly fine, and the Gutenbergs promptly began moving their things into their new home and place of work. Gil and the other great priests helped as well. Their movements were smooth and elegant that even without their robes on, they stood out as a little here in the lower city. Though by the time we come to retrieve them, they always blend right in. I did not expect such a massive city to have so few residents. Is there a particular reason? I asked the Gabe, hoping to kill some time. He gave me a warm smile, like an old man gazing upon his beloved granddaughter. This city used to be so much more animated. There was international trade abounding and a never-ending flood of people going to and fro. But then, long ago, the ruling Zent sealed the country gate. It was a time before Ehrenfest, I should add, that we were a province within the greater duchy of Eisen Reach. I was taught the history of Ehrenfest, but the name Eisen Reach received no more than a passing mention at the start, I mused aloud. I certainly didn't know it was a greater duchy. If the country gate hadn't been opened since the days of Eisen Reach, then it means that it had been closed for at least 200 years. Several of the other gates were closed too, but that was only because the missing Gruterscheid was required to open them. The Gabe assured me that Karnburgger had its own unique reason for its gate being closed, and that alone filled me with excitement. I could smell one heck of a story. Oh no, I'm starting to get too amped up. What should I do? Can you tell me more about these unusual circumstances? I asked, staring up at the Gabe. I couldn't wait to find out more, but then Lutz announced that everyone had finished moving the luggage. Gabe Karnburgger snorted in amusement and gazed toward the far end of the city. Judith did mention your interest in the country gate. How about we go there after we discuss the printing industry? It should make an excellent backdrop for the tale. I'll need to get a notepad ready. I smiled and gave a simple nod, though on the inside my heart raced at the very thought of learning a new story. After showing the Gutenbergs to their new home, we visited the Gabe's summer estate. There, Benno and the planting company discussed the establishment of guilds with Karnburgger scholars while I delivered the chalices to Gabe Karnburgger and concluded spring prayer. This was an annual occurrence for me, so I was more than used to it. Now let us go to the country gate at once, Gabe Karnburgger said. I climbed into my panda bus and we were off. Seeing the province from above for a second time, I couldn't help but compare it to Ehrenfest. The buildings were as one would expect, largely wooden structures built atop foundations of white stone, but everything else was backward. Back in Ehrenfest, reaching the Ob's castle would require one to pass to the lower city and then the nobles' quarter. Here in Karnburgger, however, the city's entrance led straight into the nobles' quarter and to the Gabe's estate. The farther you ventured, the more common the city became. It intrigues me that Karnburgger has its estate so close to the front of the city, I said. The estates in Ilgner, Leisegang, and Groschel all are much further back. A long time ago, visitors from other countries used to flock to Karnburgger, Judith explained from the passenger seat. As a result, the inns for foreign merchants and the homes for the commoners doing business with them were built on the side of the city closest to the country gate, with the Gabe's estate securely behind them. That's what I was taught, anyway. All of a sudden, she pointed ahead of us. Oh, there it is! Can you see that gate with the weird hue on the other side of the white one made by the Ob? That's our destination. Beyond the white border gate, which looked just like the one leading into Ahrensbach, I saw another gate of a similar size. Wow, I murmured. The ivory structure made by the Ob are beautiful, but gates and walls made by the Zent are on another level entirely. The border gate and Karnburgger's outer walls were pure white, like the walls around the city of Ehrenfest, but the structures beyond them blew me away. They shone with a faint mother-of-pearl iridescence and seemed to stretch in both directions, as far as the eye could see. It brought to mind the Great Wall of China, but rather than twisting and adopting to the continent's contours of the land, it continued in an unnaturally straight line. A single glance was all that was necessary to realize it was an artificial creation, and seeing it was terribly disconcerting. This border was definitely drawn by the first Zent. It was taught in geography that Jürgen Schmidt and the barrier around it was perfectly circular. like someone had pressed a round cookie cutter into a bigger continent, but this was my first time seeing the country's border gate with my own eyes. I'd assumed it would be invisible like the borders and duchies, but even the walls were awash with a plethora of colors. The country gate truly is beautiful, Judith said. You can't really see it from within the city limits. The lower city's wooden extensions get in the way. I remembered visiting Karnburgger during my first spring prayer, but I'd never seen the country's border gate before. The lower city's 4-story buildings were about as tall as the gate, so it couldn't really be seen from the keep's estate. Of course, it probably hadn't helped that Ferdinand had been in charge of greeting the keep, and most of my time had been spent drinking rejuvenation potions in the carriage, or being told to keep my head down. The grand white doors of the border gate were completely open, with what looked to be knights guarding it from the front. Farther beyond it were the iridescent, firmly closed doors of the country gate. They were covered with complex patterns and must have served the same purpose as the designs on Schwartz and Weiss's clothes, disguising the magic circles beneath. Is the Karnburgger border gate always open like this? I asked Judith. No, today's a special occasion. According to Theodore, Keep Karnburgger asked for the Alp's permission to open it so that you could see the country gate. I'm so moved. I really wasn't expecting to see it up close like this. The border gate was said to be closed most of the time, meaning one rarely had a chance to see the country gate head on. Even growing up in Karnburgger, all you ever see are the closed border gate and the walls around it, Judith grumbled. The border gate is basically the same height as the country one, so you need to stand at the perfect angle just to catch a glimpse of the colorful glow. As a kid, Judith had been desperate to see the country gate. Becoming a knight had simply been an excuse for her to get close to it. She continued, I got to see the country gate for the first time after getting a high beast in the Royal Academy. It was so impressive that I almost cried. By the way, this is true for most knights from Karnburgger. I'm not strange or anything. Theodore's the same way. Judith's orange ponytail swished around as she repeated over and over again that she wasn't alone in her obsession. I could tell she was wishing she hadn't revealed her entire motivation for being a knight. And seeing her trying to backpedal was amusing beyond words. Is that so? I asked with a small smile, but as I recall, Theodore said that he wished to serve Keep Karnburgger as his father does. He was just acting cool. In truth, he feels the same way I do. Honest. He sounded so desperate that I decided to let it go for now. I'll double check with Theodore later. Lady Rozemyne, remember to lend your high beast after the gate. Or land your high beast after the gate, Judith said. I did as instructed and touched down atop the border gate. A few Karnburgger knights greeted us upon our arrival, waiting in a neat line, and among them I saw Theodore. I smiled at him and then he smiled back. It was good to see him enjoying his apprentice work. Lady Rozemyne, allow me, Keep Karnburgger said after I pulled away my panda bus, then slowly escorted me to the edge of the gate. Perhaps because we were so high up, the wind was strong and very chilly. The country gate glimmered in front of us. Border and city gates often contained several work and waiting rooms, but the country gate had looked to be only 3 or 4 meters thick. Plus, while the roof of the border gate beneath me was flat and large enough for several knights in their high beasts, its iridescent counterpart had a pitched roof. It hadn't been designed to be landed on. Beyond this point, we see what is known only to the knights of Karnburgger, the keep explained, as we took one more step toward the edge of the gate. From there, we could see what existed beyond Jürgensmith, a sprawling ocean of sand. It reminded me of the dust that formed when something was completely empty of mana. I expected to see another country beyond the wall, I said. Didn't you say the Karnburgger used to trade with foreign visitors? Did the country run out of mana and end up a desert? A small part of me didn't want an answer, especially when I thought about how much Arensbach was degenerating from its lack of mana. Maybe the neighboring country had turned to sand after the gate was closed? Keep Karnburgger shook his head and smiled. No, I don't believe so. The country gate is a massive teleportation circle for connecting 2 countries. One cannot pass through it without the Zent's permission, no matter how much mana one has. I only know this from tales that have survived the generations, but when the gate is open, there is an enormous magic circle that floats above it. Foreigners from other countries would teleport to Jürgensmith throughout the country gate, then pass through the border gate to enter Karnburgger. In short, one had needed the permission of the Zent and the ruling Ob to access the province. Dang it. Was there ever anyone who's ended up stuck between the 2 gates, I asked? Perhaps someone who had permission from the Zent but not the Ob? Keep Karnburgger laughed. Maybe he hadn't expected such a question, or maybe he was imagining a merchant floundering between the 2 gates. Perhaps a merchant that foolishly existed at one time, but we have no records of such an entertaining tale or anything like it ever happening. Besides, anyone in that situation would need only return through the gate from whence they came. In that case, what stories can you tell me? I asked, taking my diptych out and eagerly looking up at him. We have many tales about the celebrations that were held to welcome the Zent. The country gate would be opened in spring and then closed again at the end of autumn, and the Zent would come each time to perform the process. Karnburgger's lower city still passed down tales of spring from long ago. The season had once marked the beginning of trade for the year, since foreign merchants would pour in when the gates opened. So the residents had needed to prepare themselves. It followed that there was also plenty of stories about merchants hurrying home in the autumn. Those who had failed to leave before the Zent closed the gate would need to endure a harsh winter for which they hadn't prepared. There were plenty of stories sympathizing with them, making fun of merchants who had needed to spend all their earnings to survive the cold. The visiting merchants would also forget all sorts of belongings in their rush to leave, the Giba continued. Jurgensmith has quite a few country gates, doesn't it? I asked. The Zent must have been very busy having to open and close them all each year. I feel nothing but sympathy for him. I ended up bedridden just from circling Airfest. The Zent had an astoundingly hard job. Even traveling by high beast, having to tour the country with a huge retinue of guards and retainers sounded exhausting. There's no need to worry about that, Karnburgger cackled. To my knowledge, there are teleportation circles within each gate. They can be used only by Zents wielding the Gruchscheid. Oh, of course! The Zent had the power to create teleportation circles between duchies, and since the country gates existed outside of the Ob's borders, he probably hadn't even needed their permission to make them. Oh, is it just me, or is it having the Gruchscheid a game changer? It is. I really hadn't understood why so many people were up in arms about Charcoal not having the Gruchscheid, and it seemed to me that the country was doing at least okay under his rule. Now that I was finding out more about the duties expected of the Zent, however, I was starting to understand its importance. Still, why was Eisen Reach, his country gate, closed? I asked. It must have been crucial for trade. Ahrensburg was maintaining its reasonably high rank almost exclusively because it had the last open country gate to Jurgensmith. Such gates were clearly of tremendous importance, so what had happened to warrant this one's closure? Geeb Karnburgger pointed at the gate and said, "These doors once led to a country known as Bozjes, whatever. During those days, this land was a greater duchy known as Eisen Reach, and its territory included most of what is today known as Fremdeltag. The border also reached even further north than Haldensdale, into an area with a colossal mine which produced the duchy's exports. Eisen Reach had sold ore from the mine and products made from the extracted metal to Bozjes, and it also used some of the metal to fashion weapons, which the people of Haldensdale had used to defeat Fabies. There is one key factor to note, the Geeb explained. Any country doing business with Jurgensmith wants one export above all else: face stones. They don't seem to exist elsewhere, or are exceptionally rare at least. So even the small stones from Fabies weak enough for commoners to slay can be sold for a considerable profit. This is my first time hearing about such countries, and my mind was immediately flooded with questions. How did they use face stones if they didn't have them otherwise? Did this mean that Ehrensbach was selling face stones to Lazanov? I noted them down on my diptych as Geeb Karnburgger continued in a quiet voice. The duchy's decline all started with Bozjes convinced Eisen Reach to overthrow the Zent, he said. I stared up at him in shock, but he merely stroked his chin for a moment before continuing his tale. The Ob of the time wielded enough power to realize this goal, so he invited the instigation from Bozjes to Eisen Reach and established a foothold in the sovereignty. His focus? Securing the Gruchscheid for himself. Ob Eisen Reach had wanted to depose not a contentious ruler like a current king, but a true Zent who had actually carried the Gruchscheid. Bozjes had sent Eisen Reach tons of provisions and other resources, while the Ob had used the teleportation circle to the dormitory to gradually move knights and supplies to the sovereignty. Did nobody warn the Ob against taking such extreme actions? I asked. Many tried, but he ignored them all. His daughter sensed that he could not be stopped, so she flew to the sovereignty on her own, and in secret informed the Zent of the trouble that was brewing. Her news enraged the Zent, who immediately closed the country gate before returning to the sovereignty, and with the Sovereign Knight's order, launched a surprise attack on the Eisen Reach dormitory. The onslaught continued until the Ob was dead, and the Eisen Reach archducal family was executed for treason, as were all the important Eisen Reach nobles who had moved to the sovereignty. What happened to the Ob's daughter, the one who informed the Zent? I asked. Was she also deemed guilty by association? She alone narrowly escaped execution. In fact, to show his appreciation for her loyalty and her decision to reveal her father's scheme, the Zent declared her the new Ob Eisen Reach. That was a huge relief. Had she been executed as well, it would have left an awful taste in my mouth, but the Geeb's tale didn't end there. You must understand, however, that post was no great honor. The greater duchy Eisen Reach was divided in two, becoming a middle duchy and giving rise to Fremdeltag. As for the Ore-Ridge Mountains to the north, they were given to Klassenberg. The daughter had also been engaged to a member of the royal family, but that union was swiftly cancelled. Instead, she was paired with an archduchate more appropriate for a mere middle duchy. The daughter's life had been spared, but she had been made the Ob of a torn duchy that had lost its core industries. Her loved ones had also been executed, leaving the duchy without an archducal family to support it, and she had even lost her engagement to a prince. Worst of all, no matter how much Eisen Reach had struggled, the Zent had refused to offer even the slightest assistance. Her assignment had come as more of a brutal punishment than anything else. Gebe Karnburgger continued, Eisen Reach was scorned as a duchy of traitors, and it quickly became a shadow of its former self. Losing ore as an industry also thrust farming into the limelight, so the Leisegang's power swelled almost overnight. Of course, there were Eisen Reach nobles who were none too pleased about this. The Archducal family and the key nobles had all been executed, but plenty more Eisen Reach nobles had remained. Most had yearned for their former glory and complained ceaselessly about the current state of the duchy. And the duchy's nobles hadn't been the only ones to complain. The abrupt closing of the country gate had stranded countless visitors from Bosges. Those who had wished to return to their former home gathered in Karnburgger, the province closest to the gate. Minstrels came as well, eager to hear first-hand accounts of such a grand event and spread them through song. Songs about the suffering of the Bosges citizens and the foolishness of Ob Eisen Reach's decision had apparently become a tremendous hit all throughout Jurgensmith. The descendants of the late Ob Eisen Reach formed a new Archducal family. They grew up hearing of tales of their duchy's former glory, as well as the minstrel songs, so when it came time to choose the next Ob, they fell into two camps. 2 camps, I repeated, tilting my head at him. Gebe Karnburgger offered a grave nod. One wanted to beg the Zent to reopen the country gate so that the Bosges visitors could return home. The other believed that the visitors should be punished for having corrupted the former Ob in the first place. The Archduke candidates had taken one of 2 sides, recruiting either those who wished to reclaim the duchy's former glory or those who thought it wiser to simply write out their punishment. This had culminated in a war that split the duchy in 2. The Ob bemoaned her lack of power, that Gebe said. After failing to stop her father from plotting treason, she had then failed to keep her dead children and grandchildren from ripping the ailing duchy in 2. She gave her position and status back to the Zent and requested that someone else be assigned to rule. The Zent had come to Eisen Reach with the Sovereignty's Knight's Order and the first ever Ob Ehrenfest. Together they had crushed the Eisen Reach nobles who had wished for the gate to be opened again. They used the Gruterscheid to change the location of the foundation such that Eisen Reach would never again seek its former glory. Its name was changed as well. It is said that Eisen Reach Castle was once located somewhere in the province we now know as Groschel. With that in mind, perhaps Groschel was indeed a fitting location to house Lady Gabriel when she came from Ehrensbach. I wrote everything down and gave my notes a quick look over. These events don't quite add up with what I was taught. As I understood it, the first Ob Ehrenfest attacked Eisen Reach and stole the foundation himself. That isn't entirely incorrect. He did come with the Zent and the Sovereign Knight's Order to take the foundation from the ruling Ob. But it certainly does give a different impression. I shut my diptych with a snap and looked up at the Gebe. I happen to know about Eisen Reach already. Many of the stories I collected speak of a foolish Ob who defied the Zent, but they used the name of a separate duchy that I'd never associated with Ehrenfest. In truth, I'd assumed that it was no more than an educational tale meant to deter people from committing treason. I never would have imagined that it was actually based on ancient Ehrenfest. I wanted to compare it with the stories told in other duchies. Does Karnburgger have any written records of this story, I asked. It has mostly been preserved through oral tradition, with parents telling their children and Gebes telling those who serve them. We have records, but they are rather old, and the antiquated language makes them difficult to read. They exist? I wanted to read these records from where the event had taken place, so I made my appeal with that most hesitation. Gebe Karnburgger, would you allow me to read them? I am something of an expert when it comes to ancient language. I also wish to compare the oral accounts, the Archducal family's version of events, and the records that remain with the royal family. Gebe Karnburgger took a step back. Of course if he wished. He seemed a bit put off, but I didn't care about it. He had given me his word that I could delve into the records. I thank you ever so much, Gebe Karnburgger. I will need to transcribe them during my short stay here. The Gebe looked down at me quietly. And what do you think of the story? Well, it made me realize the true importance of the Gruterscheid. A king without one cannot open country gates, redraw borders, or remake foundations. If an Ob attempted to depose our current Zent, he would not be able to respond as forcefully as the Zent from long ago. I can only imagine how much he is struggling to rule Jurgensmith. And it really hit home for me that the Zent's authority came from the Gruterscheid. Because the current king lacked it, he had no choice but to endure slights against him and couldn't take firm action against greater duchies. Charcoal sure had it rough. Gebe Karnburgger must not have expected my answer. He looked taken aback. It sounds as if you are focusing on King Charcoal specifically. Is there something wrong with that? I asked so quizzically. The Gebe sighed and looked at me intently and said, allow me to change the question. What quality would you say is required of Ob Ehrenfest who must rule a duchy that can no longer use its country gate after an act of treason against the Zent? What quality? I repeated. This must have been one of those questions that I couldn't afford to get wrong, so I paused to seriously consider my answer. Could it be the capacity to understand that foreign trade is no longer an option? A skilled Ob would surely focus on improving the duchy without it. Gebe Karnburgger gazed toward not the gate but the sprawling city in the opposite direction. As he who rules Karnburgger, it is my belief that Ob Ehrenfest is expected to serve the Grutterscheid-wielding Zent without allowing others to influence their position. That is why I remain uneasy about Lord Wolfried taking the role. He is too easily swayed by the Leisegangs, nobles of his own duchy. Wolfried was working so hard to earn the Leisegang's support, but his efforts were having the opposite effect on Karnburgger. That reminded me, one of the Geeb's sons served Wolfried as a retainer. Did you hear something from your son by chance, I asked? Nothing that you haven't already been made aware of, I imagine. The Geeb then fell silent and showed no signs of elaborating. He couldn't provide any more details, but his source was already clear to me. I would need to gather the information I required myself. I'll need to listen to Cornelius' report later. Lord Wolfried may have my son in his service, but that doesn't mean he automatically has my support, the Geeb said, his voice now low and stern. I straightened my back. This was a discussion about my fiancé, and it was my duty to support him. Before I could speak, however, Geeb Karnburgger continued. Tell me, who convinced the Ob to marry Geeb Grossel's daughter after he so foolishly and obstinately refused to take a second wife? Who decided to give up members of their own retinue to support the archducal couple, her own retinue, and even retreated to the temple to avoid any unnecessary conflict? Lady Rozemyne will ask that you become the next Ob. No! No! Sylvester's decision to take a second wife was entirely the result of Brunhilde's go-getting attitude. Riarda had returned to the Ob's side entirely of her own volition, and Clarissa was only working with Ferdinand under Lamprecht because taking her to the temple would have been a political disaster. Geeb Karnburgger, I am afraid you are mistaken on several counts, I said. The Ob came to his own decision to take a second wife after considering the duchy's needs and circumstances. In fact, I even tried to stop Brunhilde, knowing that the Ob had eyes for only his first wife. The Geeb received this news with a look of surprise, so I pressed the attack. I explained why Riarda and the others were working alongside the archducal couple, but even then he didn't seem convinced. So you say, Lady Rozemyne, but the royal family trusts you more than they do any other Ehrenfest archduke candidate. Geeb Karnburgger, I said, broadening my smile. I started my life in this world as a commoner. I was not going to become the next Ob Ehrenfest. Is it not obvious that my brother, the next Ob, would seek to obtain the Leisegang's support? Furthermore, were I to accept your request, would I not be allowing another person to influence me, thereby demonstrating my unworthiness to rule? How are you hoping I'd answer exactly? The Geeb's eyes widened, and after a moment of silence he laughed. I now understand your position, Lady Rozemyne. The wind is quite strong here. Let us return to my estate. I will ask for those records to be dug up for you. At last he seemed to have realized that he would never convince me, no matter how much he tried. I produced my high beast and climbed inside, relieved. Soon after our return to the Geeb's estate, the records I'd sought were delivered to me. I skimmed the old-looking boards, then Roderick and Hartman helped me transcribe them. We needed to work as quickly as we could. We were going to leave Karnburgger once Benno and the scholars finished their meetings and negotiations, and the Gutenbergs set up their new place of work. This process became quicker each year as the scholars working in the printing industry adjusted to their jobs, so we really needed to hurry. The surviving records weren't collections of stories, but rather simple descriptions of what had occurred each year, focusing in particular on the lives of the former Eisen Reach nobles and those who had been unable to return home to Bajis. They seemed to be transcriptions of reports that had previously been given to the Zent. As expected, these records don't quite match the oral history. The events were covered impassively and in chronological order, which made everything seem much drier than in verbal accounts. The records did, however, elaborate on the role that Bajis had played, which had received almost no mention in my history lessons and the Geeb's retelling. In the years before Eisen reached his treason, there had apparently been a massive increase in the number of merchants visiting from other countries, with the same merchants visiting several times from spring to autumn. This had also aligned with an increase in how much food was traded. After the gate was closed, however, the gate was closed because only the absolute richest of the Strand's Bajis merchants had been able to afford citizenship. Most had become traveling merchants and scattered to the four winds to earn a living. That makes sense. Not having citizenship means they wouldn't have been able to rent homes or stores, find employment, or get married. How many years had passed since Otto first told me about traveling merchants? Vague memories of all that he had said to me came to mind. Perhaps he was a descendant of the Bajti stragglers? Maybe? In the end, we managed to complete our transcription with time to spare. It soon came time for us to leave, so I returned to the temple with Benno as per usual. I asked him to deliver some of Karnburgger's specialty materials to Heidi in her ink workshop. We discussed the training of those from Groschel, then I saw him off. And thus concludes my spring prayer, I announced to Zom and Fran upon returning to my High Bishop's chambers. I should have a bit more free time now. Lady Rozemyne, Zom replied, we will soon be accepting the apprentice blue priest, so things are sure to get busier again. Oh, but you and Fritz took the lead in directing the Grey Priest who will soon be their attendants, did you not? I would assume those preparations are already complete. Zom nodded with a wryly amused smile. The chef's hat we had received from Frida and the Grey Shrine Maiden's assistants had already begun their training, which meant there was more food in the orphanage. We could also expect new vendors to come by the temple, as ingredients were being brought from stores favored by the home families of the apprentice blue priests. Their rooms now contain furniture and study implements, Zom informed me. We have arranged their schedule so that they will have as much freedom as possible while adjusting to the ways of the temple. Lady Feline even offered to advise us on what is needed to educate noble children. Despite my absence, Feline had taught my temple attendants all sorts of things. Well, the preparations have all been made, I suppose I shall welcome the children, I said. The temple will get much busier starting tomorrow. I wanted to be around to keep an eye on things when the apprentice blues moved into the temple, which was why I'd asked for them to stay in the playroom while I was away for spring prayer. I sent an ordinance to the castle and asked for the children to be brought over by carriage. That should take care of them. As for the rest... Now then, Cornelius, how is Wolfried doing, I asked. It was a question that I hadn't been able to get posed in the Gibbs estate, where anyone might have been listening. All of my retainers twitched, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a lot heavier. Uh-oh. Everyone was hiding their true feelings behind a mask of composure, but I started to feel tense. Is it as Geeb Karnburgger said, I pressed? Is he being unduly influenced by Leisegang? Cornelius gave a slight smile and shook his head to calm me down, then answered in a bright tone. It seems that rather than being influenced by them, he is caught between his pride and duties. And what does that mean exactly? I'm not sure if I follow, but is there anything I can do? I asked, my brow furrowed. Lamprecht did ask for our help. I don't mind assisting them in ways that don't interfere with my temple duties, but I don't know what I can actually do. Cornelius shrugged. To put it simply, Lord Wolfried will need to settle these matters himself. It would be best for him if he did not interfere. I gave him a searching look. Sure that he was hiding something from me. Is that really true? Did Lamprecht say that? I then turned to Lenore, who had been with him. Wolfried seems to be unsatisfied in various regards, she added with a smile. Largely as a result of the Ob speaking about his Leisegang task and taking Lady Brunhilde as a second wife. He has not voiced these concerns to the Ob, but he does often mumble them to his retainers. To make matters worse, though we expected this from the start, the Leisegang nobles whose provinces he visited from spring prayer did not have any kind words for him. They spoke at length about why you should be the next Ob. Oh, that's putting a knife in there and twisting it there. The key members of the Form Veronica faction had all been punished in some form or another, so it didn't surprise me that the Leisegangs had chosen to demean Wolfried at every opportunity. Presumably through obscure noble euphemisms. He was, after all, the only Archduke candidate to have been raised by Veronica herself. It wouldn't have been easy on my schedule, but perhaps I should have found a way to accompany him on those visits, I said. I might have been able to protect him. Maybe I could have managed with enough rejuvenation potions and some carefully timed visits? Or timed rests? Cornelius grimaced and shook his head. That wouldn't have helped. If Lord Wolfried wants to become the next Ob, he needs to follow the Leisegangs himself. Having to rely on you would have wounded his pride and undermined his attempts to improve his reputation. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps, but the Leisegangs wouldn't have been so openly critical. I would have been able to help Wolfried get in their good graces, but I could have at least stopped them. Wouldn't have been able to do that, but I could have at least stopped them from disrespecting him so much. Cornelius raised an eyebrow at me. This isn't something for you to worry about, Rozemyne. The temple isn't in an unfortunate state with so few blue priests, and you already have enough on your plate. Plus, it was Lord Wolfried who offered to circle the province for spring prayer so that he could meet with the Gibbs. He could have just traveled around the central district and then had you accompany him on his visits to the Leisegangs, but he opted against it. I knew that Cornelius was trying to comfort me, and even though he was making some very reasonable points, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was being too hard on Wolfried. In that case, I said, perhaps I could advise him that he doesn't need to improve his reputation with the Leisegangs right away. The Ob may need to piece our shattered duchy back together post-haste, but Wolfried should have plenty of time to gain support before he needs to become the next Ob. Maybe he would feel more at ease after being told that he didn't need to rush. Lenore gave me a troubled look. I agree that he does not require their support right away, but I believe it would be best for you to keep your distance from him when you can. According to Riarda, he's at a complicated age. If you interfere now, it might end badly for everyone. I cocked my head at her, not really understanding her concerns. Hartman stepped in to explain for me. Lenore is worried that Wolfried, still wounded by his failure to obtain the Leisegang support, won't be able to take your advice sincerely. Especially when you are the candidate they want as the next Ob. Oh, right. Even my best advice might come across as an insult to him. If my retainers were being this vocal, I could only assume that Wolfried was losing his mind over his inability to secure the Leisegang support. I wanted him to overcome that misery and get back on his feet, so I made a mental note that I was determined to follow. Avoid unnecessary contact with Wolfried. Oh, the epilogue! Okay, that's gonna have to wait until the next video, and I'll see you on the next one. Okay. Part 8. The epilogue and the 2 side stories. I think there was 2 side stories, but whatever. It was either 2 or 3. Anyway, the epilogue. A lone high beast flew toward Karnburgger. The sky had been bright blue when it departed from Ehrenfest, but now there were dark clouds amassing overhead. Alexis glanced up at the charging heavens, then grabbed a rejuvenation potion from his hip and gulped it down. He wanted to reach Karnburgger before the rain began to fall. So he channeled Mormon into the reins he was holding and made his high beast accelerate. I wonder, what will Father say when he's heard my piece? Alexis was both a guard knight serving Wilfried and the son of King Karnburgger's second wife. Tonight he had an order from his lord to find out what the Geeb thought about Rozemyne after their spring prayer meeting, and to secure his cooperation if possible. Geeb Karnburgger had openly declared that he wouldn't support an Archduke candidate simply because his son was in their service, and Alexis was certain that nothing he could say would change that. The most he could do was pray that Rozemyne had made a poor impression. Such news would do wonders to cheer up his lord, who had been in a sour mood for quite some time. But he knew that such a wish was craven and despairing. Alexis had never thought he would one day return home with such a heavy heart. He wanted to delay his arrival at Karnburgger, even if only a little, but the sky continued to fill with dark clouds. The only choice he had was to accelerate. Ah, Lord Alexis, we are glad you made it before the rain got any worse. Alexis had arrived while the rain was still only a light shower, and was immediately welcomed by knights in service to Geeb Karnburgger. These same knights had served as his instructors before he came to work under Wilfried, so he knew them all well. He accepted the towel they held out to him and started drying his red-orange hair. So you finally come of age, Alexis, one of the knights said. How quickly time travels. Are you here on a mission? Yep. I wouldn't have been able to leave the noble's quarter without an order from my lord. Underage retainers were normally forbidden from leaving the noble's quarter, even when ordered to. The rule had been slightly more relaxed as of late, but only to accommodate the underage Archduke candidates involved with the printing industry and religious ceremonies. Alexis was now a new adult, having graduated only at the end of last winter, and this was his first time returning to Karnburgger after the end of spring prayer. Being welcomed home by so many familiar faces made him feel proud that he was finally old enough to complete missions on his own. Before he knew it, the burden of his duty felt a little bit more manageable. Lord Alexis, how is Judith doing? She accompanied Lady Rozemyne on her recent visit, but spoke almost entirely about her lady. As I recall, she barely said a word about herself. The inquiry had come from a veteran knight who had given Alexis a special training session when he was first chosen to be a guard knight. Alexis knew him well, but not his daughter, Judith, since she hadn't been able to visit the Geeb's estate before her baptism. Despite them both being from Karnburgger, Alexis had seen Judith for the first time in the castle's playroom. They now shared a professor working as the guard knights of Archduke candidates, but their interactions were still few and far between. On top of being different ages and genders, they served different individuals. I'm just glad she's an apprentice knight. Had she been born an apprentice attendant or scholar, they wouldn't have had any opportunities to meet, and Alexis wouldn't have had anything to say in response to the veteran knight. In the current situation, he could at least see her at the training grounds of the Knight's Order. Judith was also famous for her tremendous accuracy, a skill that she had brought her the attention of Bonifacius, who spoke about her on occasion. Lord Wilfried is usually in the castle, and Lady Rozemyne in the temple, so their retainers seldom have a chance to interact, Alexis explained. I only see Judith at the training grounds, but she is an excellent knight in the making. She even receives frequent praise from Lord Bonifacius. I greatly admire her accuracy and focus. I see, the veteran knight replied, pleased to hear that his daughter was doing well. To think that Lord Bonifacius is praising her. Alexis was immediately reminded of the days when the veteran knight had declared that his son would follow in his footsteps and grow up to become a knight to serve in service of the Geeb. The boy in question was Theodore, who was currently in an unusual situation wherein he served Rozemyne only at the Royal Academy. Alexis smiled to himself, glad to see that the family was as close as ever, then asked after Geeb Karnburgger. Is my father in his office? I did send word before leaving Ehrenfest, but... He is. Allow us to take you there. No need, you can get back to training. Alexis hadn't found many opportunities to return home as of late, but he had grown up in the estate he didn't need to be led to his father's office. Still, the attendant and the other knights said that the Geeb would scold them if a guest were allowed to wander around without a guide. So he had no choice but to follow them. Excuse me, Geeb Karnburgger, they said. Geeb Karnburgger often flew around the province on patrol, so his office was usually swarming with visitors whenever he was in the estate. This time, however, perhaps because Alexis had sent word that he was coming, the office was completely empty except for an attendant serving tea, the Geeb himself, and a scholar standing behind him. Come in, Geeb Karnburgger said. Alexis had expected his father to be busy with work as usual, but this meeting seemed nothing like their ones before. Geeb Karnburgger was acting not as a father welcoming his son home, but as a Geeb hosting an archducal retainer who had arrived on official business. The realization that he was being treated first and foremost as a guard knight made Alexis feel the weight of his duty even more keenly than before. He stood up straight as if attempting to shoulder it better. Geeb Karnburgger, Alexis said, Lord Wolfrid has ordered me here to gather intelligence on Lady Rozemyne's visit during spring prayer. In response to his son's formal declaration, Geeb Karnburgger raised an eyebrow, then gave a curt nod and offered the boy a seat. It seemed that Alexis' attitude had received a passing mark. I see, the Geeb replied with a scrutinizing look. And what intelligence does your lord seek, exactly? Was there some kind of problem with Lady Rozemyne's spring prayer report? Alexis stiffened. This was his first time facing Geeb Karnburgger, not his father. Engaging in serious conversation with nobles in the castle had always been the work of scholars in attendance, and those he had interacted with at the Royal Academy had all been underage. In other words, he had very little experience with direct confrontations or needing to weigh up his conversation partner while they did the same with him. He could only swallow nervously under the sharp, experienced eyes of a seasoned noble. There was no problem with her report on spring prayer, Alexis said. Lord Wolfrid simply wishes for more information. I understand that several of his retainers relieved the duty over the winter. Is this really an urgent enough matter to warrant sending a guard knight who has recently come of age away from the nobles' quarter? Probably not. Venturing off to gather intelligence was the duty of scholars. Of course, a knight who happened to notice something important while on an expedition would report as much to their lord or lady, but it was rare for them to be explicitly tasked with collecting information. Geeb Karnburgger understood all this as well, which is why he had assumed that the circumstances were serious. Alexis gave a careful nod. The impact of the purge has been significant. The archducal family cannot remain as it once was. I received your report that the relationship between the archduke candidates has changed, but did not detect any signs of that from Lady Rozemyne during spring prayer. She spoke in support of Lord Wolfrid becoming the next Ob, and made it clear that she does not seek the position herself. Alexis felt a wave of relief wash away all of the tension in his body. His lord had been making all kinds of accusatory remarks. The Leisegangs aren't the only ones pushing for Rozemyne to become the next Ob. She's vying for the position herself, he had said. She got father to adopt her purely so that she could take his place. That's so stupid! All she wants is to read books. Do you really think she would have time to do her duties as an archduchess if she was to do that? Really? No! All she wants to do is read. If she can do that and not be the archduke, or archduchess, whatever, then she would love to do that. Things had gotten so bad that only Rozemyne's retainers and Lamprecht were trying to refute his claims. The purge had completely shifted the balance of power, such that barely any nobles of the Veronica faction remained in the castle. Now it was dominated by neutral parties and those of the Leisegang faction, meaning that Wolfrid was isolated and unpopular despite his supposed position as the next Ob. Perhaps this news from Geeb Karnburgger would ease his concerns to some degree. As a Geeb, how did Lady Rozemyne seem to you? Alexis asked, then shyly added, as an archduke candidate is. Lady Rozemyne, The Geeb replied, stroking his chin with a smile. She was even better suited to becoming the Ob than I had expected. She has all the innate qualities necessary for the role. She did not cower when meeting me for the first time, and she clearly stated her thoughts. She also considered the opinions of others without allowing them to sway her. I would expect nothing less from Lord Bonifacio's granddaughter. She would make for a talented archduchess who would take good advantage of her faction without needing to worry about becoming its puppet. Alexis took in a sharp breath. The Geeb had seen through him and realized that his son was secretly on edge about facing his father in this formal setting. Furthermore, the Geeb continued, as far as the reports on her actions in the Royal Academy and the development of the printing industry indicate, Lady Rozemyne is driven by the desire to create a more comfortable future. She wants to raise all the students' grades, ensure that nobles have more mana at their disposal, change society's views on the temple and religious ceremonies, improve the position of commoners, and she wants more books. Someone with such clear goals will find it easier to secure people who are willing to work for them. As a faraway Geeb, I can trust that she won't simply allow her retainers to take control. That was higher praise than Alexis had expected. Geeb Karnburgger had only met Rozemyne once, though. She may have been an ideal archduke candidate on the outside, but a closer look would surely reveal some faults. Perhaps the Geeb's opinion would turn on its head once he knew more of the truth? I agree that Lady Rozemyne's grades and ideals are splendid, but she is far too much of a dissident, Alexis said. Her actions and requests are sudden and incomprehensible to the point that she troubles all those around her. Or should she become the next Ob Ehrenfest, none of us would be able to keep up with her. This did nothing to faze Geeb Karnburgger. Instead, he scoffed. It is the duty of retainers and spouses to grip the reins of such people, to soften the blows such that their desires can be realized. That is why the archducal family takes the best of the best as retainers, is it not? In fact, we can already see for ourselves that Lady Rozemyne is doing well. Her successful relationship with those in her service are why the entire duchy's grades have risen, not just her own, and why she has managed to connect with top-ranking duchies and the royal family. You will note that the retainers in question are not at all disapproving of their lady. My own Judith and Theodore are proud to be serving her. If you mean to tell me that Lord Wolfrid takes issue with this, he must be jealous and nothing more. Ooh! Oh! What is Wolfrid gonna say if he hears this? Oh! Alexis shook his head, his bright blue eyes fixed on the Gibe. Some of her retainers and some of the Leisegangs have taken issue as well. Lord Traugott resigned after saying he could not keep up with her at all. That is a lie. He resigned because she told him to. Because, essentially, the only reason he was in her service is because he wanted her mana compression method, and then he was going to drop her like a hot potato. Or a hot potato full, I should say. Because she was so sickly. That was the only reason he was in her service. And when she finally realized this, and he insulted Daniel, she dropped him like a hot potato full. It was not because he couldn't keep up with her, it's because he didn't like her. And this was coming from a recommendation from Riarda. Riarda vouched for Traugott, saying that he would be good for her. So this was not because he couldn't keep up with her. And the Leisegang supporting her are pushing for the Ehrenfest students to lower their grades at the Royal Academy. It is hard to imagine her being a successful OB. You would use Traugott as an example? Thank you. As I recall, Lord Bonifacius was enraged at his grandson and fully blamed him for the incident. I was also informed via reports that the Leisegangs would support higher grades under Lady Rozemyne's rule. Now, whose words were those? Not yours, I expect. Alexis faltered. His father was situated in Karnburgger, a backwater province, yet he seemed to know quite a bit about Ehrenfest's current state of affairs. Minor nitpicks would do nothing to sway him. Ha. After a moment spent in silence, Alexis gave a bitter nod, though he found his father's tenacity to be somewhat assuring. They were the words of my lord's former head attendant Oswald. He would describe Lord Wolfrid as a far superior archduke candidate, one who does not trouble others with unconventional demands. Moronic, the Gibe said. They may be convenient for retainers, but it will do nothing to benefit the duchy. Ha. To his own surprise, Alexis was overcome with the feeling that he had just confirmed an important suspicion. There was a massive gap between what his fellow retainers and everybody else understood as common sense. Their position was heavily biased in favor of the Forum Veronica faction, and the current political climate that had only made them more obstinate. It was constricting and at times suffocating. An OB needs the will to decide upon and advance toward a goal, and the resolve to make hard decisions and accept responsibility for the consequences, Karnburgger declared. As an honor student, Lord Wolfrid would make for a safe archduke, but someone who is a slave to his retainers' opinions would never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with top-ranking duchies or execute revolutionary ideas. In that sense, I consider Lady Rozemyne better suited to becoming an archduchess than a first wife. Alexis sighed. Then I suppose I cannot give Lord Wolfrid the answer he seeks. Father, if my lord holds me responsible for your assessment, will you welcome me home to Karnburgger? I can't say I follow. You would be held responsible for my opinions? I would assume so. Lamprecht was rebuked after meetings with the Leisegang faction and did poorly. Wolfrid had resolved to use spring prayer to get the nobles of the Leisegang faction on his side. He had assumed that his engagement to Rozemyne would make them more likely to accept him, citing the fact that during his trips to the printing industry and such, he had actually been respected as the next OB. Rozemyne's retainers and Lamprecht had attempted to advise Wolfrid against the idea, stressing that it would end in failure, but he had chosen to go through with it anyway. He had sincerely believed that he could get through to the Leisegangs once they were standing face to face. Alexis hadn't been among those trying to stop his lord. He had appreciated the enthusiasm, if anything. He would simply focus on his duty as a guard knight, or as a guard. Besides, Wolfrid couldn't expect things to go well right off the bat. Or so he had thought. The Gibes among the Leisegang faction had all given Wolfrid cold stares and rejected him so harshly that he had come away distraught. Their support was for Rozemyne alone, and they had made it perfectly clear that even with his engagement, they would eliminate Wolfrid without a second thought if doing so would make their preferred candidate the next OB. In his anger, Wolfrid had been quick to pass the buck. This plan failed because Lamprecht didn't lay the proper groundwork. Rozemyne's to blame as well. She's always so uncooperative, even though she's my fiancée. Shut up. Guy Karnburgger shook his head. It should have come as no surprise to Lord Wolfried that the current Leisegang nobles would reject him. If he truly believed that he would win them over so easily, then he is tragically optimistic. Does he have zero understanding of what his grandmother did to them? He knows the facts, but he has yet to grasp how much the Leisegangs hate her or how much resentment has accumulated over the years, Alexis replied. I am aware of the grave injustice that Lady Veronica inflicted upon Mother, but as I never experienced them firsthand, I never think about them too deeply. Alexis's mother was a Leisegang noble. In her keenness to escape Veronica's abuse, she had consulted Boniface's first wife directly, and with Boniface's support, married into Karnburgger. Veronica's methods had put his mother at her wit's end, but she had resolved not to waste any time dwelling on those she disliked once she was free of them. All that Alexis knew about his mother's past were things he had pieced together from the warnings he had received prior to visiting the castle for the first time for his debut. One that he still clearly remembered was his mother telling him not to get close to her during their visit, as it would only bring him harm. He had been introduced as Guy Karnburgger's son and spent his time in the castle with his father and his father's first wife rather than with his mother. Thus, his connection to the Leisegangs has appeared to be non-existent. Now that Alexis was older, he could see just how far his parents and his father's first wife had gone to keep Veronica from noticing him, to keep him safe. It had been wise of Alexis' parents to act with such caution. At the time, Veronica had considered it far more important to eliminate key figures within the Leisegang faction than to target the son of a neutral Guy. As a result, Alexis had spoken to her once when first greeting her, and then never again. Even when it had come time to seek out potential retainers for her beloved grandson, she had seen him only as the son of the ever-stubborn Guy Karnburgger. In short, Alexis had very little experience with Veronica. He had seen her as someone who was by some means more powerful than Lord Sylvester, the Ob himself, but his opinion of her had run no deeper than that. As a result, he had thought almost nothing about her later disposition. He hadn't been able to empathize with either the Leisegangs or the Veronica faction, so he hadn't found it strange that Wilfrid was so unattached to his grandmother's pure past deeds. I won't deny that Lord Wilfrid is dispassionate about past events that didn't involve him, Alexis said. He is also optimistic to a fault. However, he truly was an exemplary lord before he'd returned from the Royal Academy and witnessed the impact of the Purge. What changed exactly? Above all else, he began to view Lady Rozemyne as an enemy, and in the strangest of ways. He also suddenly began demanding that the other Archduke candidates support him when necessary and give him the credit for their accomplishments, since he's the next Ob. Alexis knew that Oswald had spent years laying the groundwork for his lord to take the Archducal seat, but Wilfrid had never before tried to steal the other candidates' achievements. On the contrary, he had been actively against it. Yeah, he was actively against it when Oswald first suggested it to him. That we saw, anyway. He had said as much to Rozemyne during the Royal Academy's award ceremony, yet now he was arguing that it was only common sense for one's fiancé and younger siblings to surrender their accomplishments. Lord Wilfrid confidently declares that such is the way of greater duchies, and that Ehrenfest has followed this practice since long ago, Alexis said. Still, I cannot say it feels right to me. The way of greater duchies, Guy Karnburgger mused. It is certainly the case that when half-siblings are competing for the position of Ob, full siblings trade credit among one another. Trade credit, not steal credit. However, throughout his engagement, Lord Wilfrid has already secured his position as the next Archduke. There's no need for him to steal the achievements of others. He then paused, a distant look in his eyes, and let out a heavy sigh. It is widely known that Lady Veronica gave Lord Sylvester the credit for his retainer's work. So one could say that Ehrenfest's archducal family has been using such methods for quite some time. Alexis was struck with the urge to put his head in his hands and groan. In a sense, Wilfrid had been right. The problem was that his long ago referred specifically to the height of Veronica's power. Such horrible behavior, which was common among retainers of the former Veronica faction, was precisely the reason why so many thought Wilfrid was carrying on Veronica's legacy. At this rate, the Leisegang nobles will only think less and less of him. Could I have prevented this by taking more interest in Lady Veronica's actions, Alexis asked, searching for potential culpability. You would have struggled to challenge Lord Wilfrid alone, the Gabe replied. That said, his change is all too sudden. Do you have any idea what might have inspired it? Even the Archduke lost retainers. Lord Wilfrid was certainly no exception. Alexis immediately understood his assignment, identify the source of the change, and eliminate it. He fell into thought so much had happened that might have been responsible. In his day-to-day life, the biggest change has been that his head attendant Oswald was removed from service, though it was presented as his resignation. He had said to his fellow retainers, I am being relieved of duty for fear that my faction may cause problems. The Ob has ordered that I present it as my willing resignation so that our lord does not grow to resent his father. Then shortly after he had begged Wilfrid for permission to resign, saying with tears in his eyes, my service is no longer what's best for you. His family had been told to stand down for similar reasons, so Wilfrid had lost 4 adult retainers in total. Lord Wilfrid cursed himself for being too weak to save his longest-serving and most loyal vassal, Alexis continued. It seemed to me that it was because his fiancée didn't share his frustration and pain during the feast celebrating spring that he lost his temper. Sometime after, Alexis had seen Wilfrid being consoled by his name-sworn retainer, Bartold. The Princess of the Leisegang is surely celebrating that Oswald has finally been torn away from you, Bartold had said. She is of a faction that loathes Lady Veronica after all. Wow, Bartold! Jerk! What are you doing that for? You're supposed to be on their side here. Hello? Alexis went on, I would assume that his emotional instability has come from losing the man who was serving as his son, him even before his baptism. Lord Wilfrid was raised by Lady Veronica as he was much, much closer to Oswald than the archducal couple. Guy Karnburgger pondered. There is a chance that, without his head attended to scold or comfort him, the selfishness mounting within Lord Wilfrid is finally leaking out. Could this be an unconscious protest demanding that the Ob return his retainers to him? Possibly. Alexis crossed his arms. He knew that the sudden change in his lord was troublesome, but he had never considered the situation from his father's perspective. Seeking the advice of a third party was always important. Wanting to make the most of such a rare opportunity to get his father's advice, Alexis put forward a few other theories. I think the change in his work assessment environment has been significant as well. Neutral and Leisegang nobles are now the most prominent figures in the castle, thus Lord Wilfrid is no longer surrounded by nobles of the former Veronica faction. In other words, he's no longer surrounded by those who will praise his every move, the Geeb said. Alexis nodded, though he was taken aback by his father's harsh tone. Overall, his retainers are of the opinion that positive reinforcement is the most productive approach, but Lord Bonifacius now barks at him almost non-stop. Lord Bonifacius? Yes, the work that Lord Ferdinand did in the temple has been given to Lady Rozemyne, while his duties in the castle have been given to Lord Bonifacius and Lord Wilfrid. Wilfrid has found himself with dramatically more work and dramatically less free time. He also needed to meet with Bonifacius whenever it was time to carry out his new duties, and it seemed that the big old granddad, overflowing with love for his granddaughter, was suffocating him. Alexis understood why his lord was so frustrated, but he couldn't wrap his head around the complaints that Wilfrid so often made. I wish Rozemyne would do this work instead. Rozemyne sure has it easy. She gets to relax in the temple. Rozemyne is going to be the next first wife, yet she doesn't take her duties seriously. Hello? She does not get to relax in the temple. Did you not remember that when you went to the temple for a day? She's got even more work now because she's having to help because Ferdinand's gone. Probably not as much as it would have been had Hartman and the others not been there and been trained. But still, she still has more work to do. So it's not like she's just sitting there reading while you get to do work. No. She has to do work. A lot. To where I think she's still giving up a lot of her free time for reading. For this. So yeah, don't be saying things you don't even understand that. Wilfrid always voiced these gripes with such confidence, but Ferdinand had rarely spent much time in the castle. Anyone could guess that his temple work was the greater burden. On top of that, Rozemyne only had one adult scholar, Hartmut. Even including her apprentice scholars when it came to desk work, she was absolutely starved of manpower. Lord Wilfrid has 3 adult scholars and 3 apprentice scholars, Alexis continued. If working with Lord Bonifacius is causing him so much trouble, could he not just order them to take care over for him? Did you make that suggestion? The scholars refused. They said they couldn't possibly do such work without the necessary experience, especially as they would need to take the blame for any errors they might make. That's the whole problem here. You gotta take responsibility for the work you do. Just as Melchior's retainers needed to undergo training before they could start performing their duties in the temple, Wilfrid and his retainers would need to be trained for their handover. The problem was that Ehrenfest's archducal family was small, and the archducal couple couldn't spend their time educating their son when they were so short-staffed themselves. Bonifacius had been the only person they could ask to give Wilfrid archducal lessons. Geeb Karnburgger shook his head. If your lord desires better working conditions and his only option is to speed along his handover training, has anything else changed? Alexis paused, trying to remember what else Wilfrid had complained about, then clapped his hands together in realization. He seems to be immensely unhappy about the Ob taking a second wife. Really? I thought it was a welcome move by Ob Ehrenfest, considering how long he spent stubbornly refusing the idea. What in the world does Lord Wolfried take issue with? Wolfried hadn't said anything in the dining hall when he first learned about the engagement, but he had grumbled nonstop upon returning to his chambers. Rozemyne's already a Leisegang bride, he had said. I would rather see father take her as a second wife than Brunhilde. Really? Dude! Oh my god! You would rather your father take your adopted sister as his second wife. Dude, what is wrong with you? That's messed up. She's supposed to be your fiancé. This is Rozemyne's fault. She's the princess of the Leisegangs, but can't even keep them under control. Duh! She's been trying to avoid them. What do you expect? Alexis' heart sank as he remembered what had happened next. Wolfried had said to Charlotte to help him convince the Ob to rethink his decision, then asked Brunhilde to cancel the engagement. They had both refused, of course, and Alexis had struggled to console his lord after the fact. Wolfried had been on the verge of a panic attack. I think he was so displeased because Lady Brunhilde is more or less his age, Alexis said, and her engagement to the Ob means that one of Lady Rozemyne's retainers is joining the Archducal family. Still, taking a second wife to gain control over a faction and assist with the delegation of desk work is the duty of an Ob. The day shall come when Lord Boylfriend would need to take one himself. Ehrenfest's Archducal family was already unusually small. It was hard to imagine the next Archduke going without a second wife as well. Correct, Alexis replied. I personally agreed with Ob Ehrenfest's decision to marry a Leisegang, but the idea is unpopular among my fellow retainers. Many of them oppose the thought of giving the Leisegangs more power and putting Lady Rozemyne one step closer to becoming the next Ob. All of a sudden, Alexis realized something. Out of everyone in Ehrenfest, Wolfried and his retainers were the only ones opposed to Sylvester taking Brunhilde as his second wife. Most of the former Veronica faction had already been detained and punished, so every single Gieb understood and approved of the Archduke's decision to take a Leisegang bride to gain more control over the duchy's dominant faction. Perhaps his distaste for second wives is another lingering consequence of being educated by Lady Veronica, the Gieb mused. That woman refused to allow her husband to take one and came to Lord Wolfried's defense, or Sylvester's defense, whenever he refused to remarry. If what you say is true, then it will be almost impossible for Lord Wolfried to escape Lady Veronica's shadow. His recent change in attitude has led him to being identified as a devout member of the former Veronica faction. In fact, Alexis fell silent, cast his eyes down, and then muttered, now he views even Lamprecht as an enemy, simply because the latter is Lady Rozemyne's elder brother. Lamprecht had tried to warn Wolfried that circling the Leisegang-ruled provinces for spring prayer was a bad idea. And he's a Leisegang! He's a biological member of the Leisegangs. So him telling you that that's not a good idea it should be founded here. Hello? It's not like it was the former Veronica faction telling him to do that. Or telling him not to do that, because then that would be suspicious. But since it's a Leisegang telling you not to go to the Leisegang areas because they will not be happy to see you, it's kind of a bad sign there. And the other retainers had doubted his loyalty ever since. Alexis had at one point tried to stand up for his colleague, only for Bartol to ask, does this mean that Karnburgger stands with Lady Rozemyne then? Lamprecht had even told Alexis not to bother. I'm used to this, he had said. Worry about yourself, else you'll end up in the same situation. From that point on, Alexis had tried not to interfere, and things had gone exactly as he had expected. Wolfried's attempt to bond with the Giebs had ended in failure, forcing him to return to the castle with his tail between his legs. Of course, he had immediately tried to blame Lamprecht. My lord, Lamprecht had responded, your failure was a result of your own refusal to heed our warnings, and your underestimation of the Leisegang's pent-up frustration. You would never have been able to undo years of suffering through our one spring prayer. This is something that must be worked through gradually. Yeah, you're not going to be able to fix this, overnight. You're going to have to be able to fix this over time. It's going to be a gradual thing. It's not going to be something that's going to be fixed real quickly. Alexis had considered that a reasonable explanation. Wolfried would simply need to reflect on his actions and try to do better next time. However, everyone else had dismissed Lamprecht as being cold and stony-hearted. I was right not to speak my thoughts, Alexis concluded. Well, what had you wanted to say? There's no use pouting about it now. Lamprecht and Lady Rozemyne's retainers warned you what would happen, but you charged ahead anyway. An outburst like that would absolutely lead to Karnburgger being treated as an enemy. Continue to keep your mouth shut. Nice, you actually kept your mouth shut at a good time. After grousing even more about Lamprecht's evaluation, Wilfrid had gone straight to his name-sworn retainer Bartold, who had consoled him and stressed that he wasn't to blame. It really is a shame that nobody ever appreciates your hard work, he had said. If only Lady Rozemyne and Lamprecht had done their jobs properly and laid the groundwork for your visits, this never would have happened. Shut up! Bartold, you're awful! And here I thought the name-sworn people would actually be nice. No! They're not helping with this. That had cheered up Wilfrid and encouraged the other retainers to agree. Soon enough, they had all thrust the blame upon Lamprecht. It was also ridiculous that Alexis had started to wonder whether it was some kind of surreal comedy act. Lamprecht was in a far more pitiable situation than Wilfrid, since he was being blamed for something that wasn't at all his fault. Did your lord say nothing to you, even knowing that you had a Leisegang mother, the Geeb asked? It seemed that, like Lady Veronica, Lord Wilfrid views me only as a son of Geeb Karnburgger. He seems to count me among our province's nobles who flatly declare themselves to be neutral, and cast aside any and all involvement in faction politics. It was true that Alexis wanted to guard his lord above all else. Unnecessary thoughts about faction politics would serve only as a distraction. At the same time, however, he had only been able to secure his current position because of an invitation from Lamprecht. His fellow retainer had said that following Veronica's deposition, Wilfrid needed more neutral and Leisegang nobles in his service. Alexis had gone along with it. These events were why Alexis was none too pleased about Lamprecht receiving so much undeserved ire. But Lamprecht had said that it would only be temporary. The Archducal family would soon finish regular organizing their retainers, he had declared, and the punished nobles with the Veronica faction would return to work. Then Lord Wilfrid and the Leisegangs would finally calm down. I doubt that'll happen anytime soon. Especially with the whole Leisegang issue. Despite it all, Lord Wilfrid has been working hard, Alexis said. Even after the Ivory Tower incident, his lord had tried to restore his lost honor instead of simply conceding and wallowing in his misery. Because Rozemyne actually helped him. So anything, he should be happy that she was actually helping him. Wilfrid was in an unfathomably difficult position. He was in the same grade as Rozemyne, meaning he was constantly being compared to her, but he had still secured high enough grades to be recognized as an honor student. He has also been doing an excellent job of uniting the dormitory and was, at least until recently, on good terms with his younger siblings. Even while being reproached by the students whose families had been purged, he had carried out his duties as an Archduke candidate and taken Dunkelfelder's dinner challenge to his in his stride, even leading the knights to victory. That is precisely why seeing my lord degrade himself makes me so frustrated and miserable, Alexis continued. I cannot bear it. I loathe it. Where is the boy who did everything in his power to protect Lady Rozemyne? I fought by his side during our match against Dunkelfelder and could hardly express the pride I felt after our victory. From the bottom of my heart, I was glad to be a guard knight, to have taken on the challenge, and to have won. Back then, Alexis had said, that was recent too! That was before the introductory tournament! Things have changed, apparently, in the past, couple weeks? A week? Jesus! Back then, Alexis had sincerely believed that everything would be okay no matter how bad the purge turned out to be. He had blindly assumed that Ehrenfest was unifying around Wilfrid and that his lord would guide everyone into a bright future. By this point, however, clinging to such a dream was foolish. Father, I now understand why you always describe factions as troublesome business. I neither know nor understand what has driven Lord Wilfrid to single-handedly revive Lady Veronica's cursed legacy, but the atmosphere in the castle is suffocating. I wish for nothing more than to resign and return to Karnburgger. The Geeb sighed, then crossed his arms and tightly knit his brow. It was the same pose he always made before giving out new tasks, so Alexis straightened up on an instinct. This is as simple as you wishing to abandon your duties as a retainer simply because your lord no longer suits your preference, Geeb Karnburgger said in a low voice. In that regard, you are no different from Lord Wilfrid throwing a tantrum because things have not gone as you hoped. Yes, but I think he's allowed to vent at times about how crazy things are. But he can't really abandon. He's got to try and persevere. And even if he can't, he's got to do it till the end. Until Wilfrid dismisses him. Alexis inhaled sharply. He wanted to protect, but couldn't think of a reasonable comeback. Or protest, couldn't come up with a reasonable comeback. Think of the head attendant who was dismissed, his father went on. Was he really trying to make his lord more considerate, or does he secretly continue to whisper poison in his ear, hoping to not rot him from the inside out? You mentioned that one of Lord Wilfrid's scholars gave his name to avoid punishment. Have you questioned whether this boy can be trusted? What? A name sworn can't defy their lord, can they? Not directly, but they can sabotage them without them knowing, which is what Barthold is doing. The life of a name-sworn retainer was quite literally in the hands of whoever they served. Alexis had not even thought to doubt Barthold. Those children were forced to give their names. The only alternative was death. They acted out of not loyalty, but self-preservation. Lady Veronica forced many to give their names to her, but there were some among them who weren't completely faithful to her. They might not be able to disobey orders, but none can say what they are thinking on the inside. Keep that danger in mind and close to heart. Once again, Alexis thought about Barthold, who had always seemed to be currying favor with his lord. Now that Karnburgger mentioned it, the name-swearing had made Wilfrid especially trusting of the scholar. Barthold had given many more important roles than a new retainer would normally deserve. Focus on Lord Wilfrid's work environment, Karnburgger said. If paperwork meant only to support the Ob is too much for him, then he surely won't be able to function when the day comes that he is the Ob proper. Unless... Could someone be tampering with his work? Ensure that no Leisegang nobles are causing trouble behind the scenes. It generally fell to scholars to help their lord or lady with paperwork, but the Guide maintained that knights were meant to have, eyes everywhere. Alexis reflected on his own naivete. Standing in the room searching for signs of potential attack weren't enough. He needed to keep an eye on the paperwork itself. That said, Karnburgger continued, you must also reflect on your own words and deeds to ensure that you aren't provoking the Leisegangs. Have you ever given them the impression that you've forgotten the cruelties Lady Veronica inflicted upon their faction? Alexis considered that to be very likely. He didn't know much about them to begin with, but he also hadn't made an effort to learn. Open your eyes and observe all that your lord does, the Guide said, his tone chastising. Open your ears to the voices of all who speak to him. Pay close attention to Lord Wilfrid, whom you must protect as his knight. If you see him stray from his path, drag him back onto it. That is your job as a retainer. I do not want you to return home as a coward who would rather run away from the unpleasant than face it head on. Again, Alexis swallowed hard, but what if my absolute best still isn't enough? That's simple. Gather enough evidence to prove that your lord is a failed archduke candidate, then petition the Ob to disinherit him and relieve his retainers of duty. If you return under those circumstances, I will welcome you with open arms. Take responsibility for your work. It would be easy for Alexis to resign, whereas proving that Wilfrid was an incompetent lord would be anything but. He would need to observe him carefully and investigate his surroundings closely. After speaking with his father, Alexis had realized that he hadn't been trying hard enough as a retainer. People would surely label him a failure of a guard knight before they even considered branding Lord Wilfrid a failed archduke candidate. I apologize for my shameful remarks, Alexis said to the Guide. From this day forth, I will put my absolute all into serving Lord Wilfrid. In truth, he was frustrated to have been scolded and accused of working in half measures, but he now saw a future he could advance toward. Alexis had arrived at Karnburgger feeling suffocated, but now he knew what needed to be done. First, he would carefully investigate Wilfrid's surroundings. Then he would work with Lamprecht to figure out what had caused our lord to change so drastically. His lips curled into a competitive smile. He now had something that he needed to do. Reflection and envy. Okay, this is Wilfrid's point of view, I think. Reflection and envy. The news that father would be taking Brunhilde as his second wife had made the blood drain from my face. A fake smile and superficial congratulations weren't enough to get me through the rest of our meal, but my calm quickly fell apart once I was back in my chambers. Vanessa, what should we do? I asked my head attendant. At this rate, father is going to take Brunhilde as a second wife, and this will be all my fault. How is it your fault? During our family meeting, my frustrations had finally become too much to bear. I had exploded at my parents and criticized my father for not taking a second wife to ease the growing fears of the nobility. My outburst was surely the reason he had been now rushed into this engagement with Brunhilde, a member of the Leisegang faction who had yet to take a fiancé and was young enough not to impact mother's pregnancy or delivery. Lady Charlotte. Oh, this is Charlotte. Never mind. Lady Charlotte, do calm down, Vanessa replied. Regardless of whether your criticisms played a role in this, it was ultimately the Ob's decision to take a second wife. Furthermore, there is no mistaking that he needs to marry a Leisegang to put the other nobles back in order. I see no reason for your unease when, after years of skirting the issue, your father has finally listened to you. She was right. I certainly had said that to my father that my father needed to take a Leisegang as a second wife. As a result, one of my sister's precious retainers was now in a terribly difficult position. She suggested it! But then again, they don't know that. So that's a moot point right there. This new engagement would do plenty to benefit the archducal family, but Brunhilde had very little to gain from it. She would be welcomed as a second wife to put the Leisegangs in order, but she was still underage. I struggled to see how she would manage to control the older members of her family. It was equivalent to someone ordering me to make Lord Bonifacius and my uncle agree with one another, despite my being so much younger than them both. The very thought made me dizzy. To make matters worse, although everyone had agreed that bringing Brunhilde into the family fold would make the Groschel reconstruction a lot easier to manage, nobody had acknowledged that my parents had disrupted the schedule to begin with. No matter how one dressed it, Brunhilde was being made to marry father to remedy the consequences of my mother's pregnancy. As I understood it, Brunhilde had accepted such active roles in the printing industry and reconstruction effort because she was due to become the next Guy Groschel. No matter how much her new engagement benefited the province, she was surely devastated to be losing her position simply to satisfy father's son demands. All you have to do is talk to Brunhilde and ask her what's going on. I don't know if she would say anything, but at the very least you should pose the question. What is going on? Why is this happening? I recalled my own heartache after losing my chance to become the next Ob because of my brother's engagement. Father has a tendency not to realize how people feel on the inside. He likely has no idea how much I detest his prioritizing Wolfried over me. Because it was already decided that Wolfried would become the next Ob Ehrenfest, Brunhilde would never ever have a chance to mother the duchy's next ruler. A great honor in itself. The future that most second wives would wish for and strive toward would be closed off to her from the outset. On top of everything else, father was completely devoted to mother and had spent so very long declaring that he would neither wanted nor needed a second wife. Not even someone as young and attractive as Brunhilde was likely to win his affections. Perhaps this was uncouth for me to say about my own father, but his love had always bordered on the obsessive. Brunhilde was a dazzling star of the Royal Academy with plenty of admirers, not only from other duchies but from the sovereignty as well. Yet here she was, resigning herself to a loveless marriage, and to a man old enough to be her father. The mere thought of ending up in such a position myself sent a shiver down my spine. Rather than taking Brunhilde, father should have found an older widow unable to bear a child, I concluded. Vanessa shook her head to me. You may not approve of this engagement, Lady Charlotte, but there is nothing that you can do to prevent it. Guy Groschel has already expressed his approval. If you feel that you have wronged Brunhilde, then think of ways to improve her future. Help her in ways she would sincerely appreciate. The feast celebrating spring ended in the commotion after father's engagement to Brunhilde was announced. The nobles then started returning to their respective provinces, and the castle became a little bit quieter. In the meantime, I summoned Brunhilde to my room. She was visiting the castle to examine the western building. I realize that these are busy times, so please forgive this inconvenience, I said. Oh no, I was overjoyed to receive your invitation, Brunhilde replied and sat down with a smile. I too have much to discuss with you. I got my attendant to pour us some tea, and my eyes wandered to the necklace adorning Brunhilde's breast. It contained the engagement face-stone that father had given her, and as long as she wore it, she was in an equivalent position to the rest of the Archducal family. First of all, allow me to apologize, I said. It was likely my fault that you were asked to become the second wife to begin with. I never thought that my outburst would cause you to shoulder such an immense burden. My actions were unforgivably shallow. There's nothing for you to worry about, Lady Charlotte. The Ob made this decision himself. I shook my head, conscious that she was only being considerate. If my father desired a Leisegang woman who would not affect mother's pregnancy, he could have chosen an older widow with more socializing experience. At the very least, she would have found it easier to make your family comply. That much was a given. I wouldn't be able to face off against Uncle or Lord Bonifacius, but I could easily be able to deal with Wolfried, Melchior, or their future children. Not to mention, nobody would bat an eye about a widow older than mother not receiving father's love or favor. Lady Charlotte, do you expect my socializing to be inadequate? Brunhilde asked. Not in the least. We have arranged tea parties together in the Royal Academy. I'm well aware of your talents. Brunhilde's assistance had allowed me to smoothly interact with top-ranking duchies when I was still only a first year. Ehrenfest had socialized only as a bottom-ranking duchy before then, but she had advised me on how to act and guided me through the unknown. I could no longer count how many times Rozemyne's retainers had saved me, be it through their experience attending tea parties with top-ranking duchies or their knack for providing tea and sweets to the taste of our guests. Bringing the Leisegangs under one banner will save Ehrenfest and do much to assist father and me, I said. However, I cannot see what you gain from it. Uniting an entire faction is an overwhelming task for an adult, much less a mere student. After sipping her tea, Brunhilde gave me a troubled smile. Though I appreciate your concern for me, Lady Charlotte, an aged widow simply would not do. Plus, there is no need to unify the Leisegangs. I was stunned, unable to respond with anything more than a quizzical stare. We didn't need to unify the Leisegangs? I wanted to ask what she meant, but she continued unprompted. Lady Veronica's reign of tyranny over the Leisegangs lasted much too long. The elders among them, those who endured her abuse the longest, are too angry and resentful to even consider agreeing with the Archducal family. To be frank with you, if we did allow the Leisegangs to unite under a second wife, it would inspire them to take drastic action, to eliminate as much of the current Archducal family as would be necessary to position Lady Rozemyne as the next Ob with Lord Bonifacius as her support base. The situation could get much worse than it already is. Her warning shook me to my core. Would the Leisegangs target Mother and me as well? We also suffered grandmother's abuse. The two of you would potentially escape their wrath, but not Lord Melchior. Because he is male, they would consider him a threat. Perhaps it was because Mother and I had been victims ourselves, or because we had so many Leisegangs in our service, but I was shocked to hear that Melchior and I would also be scorned. As it turned out, the Leisegangs hated the Archducal family as a whole, irrespective of our individual relationships with Veronica. Right now, she continued, Ehrenfest needs a second wife from the younger generation. Someone who considers Lady Veronica's reign a thing of the past, who understands that Lady Rozemyne does not want to be the next Ob, and who can work with the Archducal family to move our duchy forward instead of merely serving as a figurehead so that her family can sow dissent. I couldn't help but sigh in awe. Brunhilde understood the dangers of the Leisegang so much better than I did as a member of the Archducal family. My engagement was announced, and it subsequently became known that I am taking a more active role in the reconstruction of Grosschel, Brunhilde said. As a result, the internal power balance has split between those who desire Lady Rozemyne as the next Ob and those who wish to maintain the status quo now that the Archduke is more pliable to our desires. My intention is not to unify the Leisegangs under one banner, quite the opposite. I want to keep them apart so that they don't pose a threat to the Archducal family. Brunhilde was carefully observing her house and considering her every move, but I could not understand why she was so devoted to the Archducal family. You were meant to become the next Guy Grosschel, and with any luck, take a groom of your own, I said. Surely becoming my father's second wife is not what you truly desire. One of my guard knights, Lengert, was a Grosschel native, so I consider myself quite knowledgeable about the province. Brunhilde was the daughter of the Guib's first wife, and was being raised as his successor since he had no male heirs to speak of. The kind of education needed to rule was not the same one needed to be married into another house. As someone who had gone from being a potential archduchess to merely the future wife of a foreign noble, I was well aware of the troubles that came with a sudden change of position. On top of everything else, Guy Grosschel surely hadn't accounted for his daughter being taken by the Ob. The province was bound to struggle without a successor, I thought, but Brunhilde gave a faint smile and shook her head. There is no need for you to be so troubled, Lady Charlotte. The truth is, this engagement is my only hope. I simply blinked at her, not having expected that at all. Brunhilde's expression turned contemplative, then she gave me a sound-blocking magic tool. Her bright, noble smile never so much as faltered as she said, You must keep this a secret from everyone, even Lungert. My father's second wife has given birth to a son. I took a sharp breath. In other words, Brunhilde was losing her chance to become the next Guy Grosschel, irrespective of this engagement. I was no stranger to the heartache of one's hard work suddenly coming to a naught, simply because of an unfair disparity between the genders. Heck, Georgine suffered that same thing, because she was set to be the next Archduchess of Ehrenfest, but then Sylvester was born, and, well, we all know what happened with that. Back then, nothing had worked to console me, so I could only stare at Brunhilde as I racked my brain for a response. I do not know what to say, was my eventual reply. At the very least, I can understand how you feel. There have been times when I wished that I were born a man. Ah, yes, you were in an unfortunate position yourself. I relate to your feelings of powerlessness all too well. We gave each other wooden smiles. Though we had only exchanged a few words, our similar plights had given us something to bond over. Father rejoiced at the birth of his son, then coincidentally decided to postpone the announcement of his successor, Brunhilde explained. My replacement has not yet been made official, but neither can I take a husband in Grosschel. Doing so would give rise to all sorts of conflict. On that path, my only option is to wait for the future. When either my little sister takes a groom or the boy starts to grow up, in either case, I will not be the Guib. Oh, what a fit mother threw. Were the son to become the next Guib Grosschel, his mother, the second wife, would take precedence over the first. Brunhilde's mother would become more and more neglected after her daughters were married off. Ah, that reminds me. One of the reasons father put Wilfried with Rozemyne was to protect mother's position. I sighed. The moment Brunhilde was ousted from her position as the next Guib Grosschel, she would need to start worrying about her mother's future. She wouldn't even have a chance to grieve her own loss. But of course, Brunhilde continued, Mother rejoiced when I told her about my engagement to Ob Ehrenfest. The mother of the Archduke's second wife would never be neglected, would she? I don't know. Becoming the Archduke's second wife was now normally cause for concern. How would one's status change when the position of Ob passed to the next generation? Brunhilde, however, was a retainer serving my sister, our duchy's future first wife. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, she would continue to thrive even after the generational shift. Thus, I'd rather welcome this engagement, Brunhilde remarked. You must consider my situation from every angle. Would you not agree that such an influential position, one that will give me power over future Giebs, is something to be excited about? I will stand above even my own father, whose whims I have for so long been a slave to. Her amber eyes narrowed into a mischievous squint, and an impish smile spread across her lips. Like me, she was losing the future she had spent her entire life working toward, but she showed not a trace of despair. How are we so different? Compared to me, she was like a dazzling light, refusing to let the present drag her down as she marched over onward. More than Groschel, she continued, I worry about how you and Lady Florencia feel. Is my Sunrise's second wife not displeasing to either of you? Oh no, how could we ever be displeased about this engagement? You were giving us such crucial assistance during these formidable times. Only a true fool would speak ill of your decision. And no sooner had the words passed my lips than I clapped a hand over my mouth in realization. There was one member of the Archducal family who had been protesting Brunhilde's new position. Could it be that Wolfried said something to you? Brunhilde's smile widened ever so slightly, a silent yes. Wolfried had told me that he was going to protest to father, but it had never even crossed my mind that he might complain to Brunhilde. The engagement was a decision to be made between parents. No matter what he said to her, she was unable to end it herself. My brother, the next Archduke, would complain to you about an engagement decided by the Ob for the sake of the duchy, I muttered. Unbelievable. I cannot express how sorry I am. Perhaps because of the education they received from grandmother, neither my father nor Wolfried views second wives in a positive light. Wolfried was so opposed to the idea that he had even tried to make us come together as siblings to protest the engagement. He had gotten very emotional, saying things like, no good can come from taking a second wife. Aren't you worried about mother? That's cold, and Rozemyne could take care of unifying the Leisegangs. It concerned me that he prioritized his emotions over political decision-making. And it was fairly exasperating when he told me that our sharing a mother obligates me to obey him. Yeah, right. The Purge had greatly reduced the size of the Veronica faction, and now mother and father were doing their best to get the Leisegangs, our next big threat, under control. This was all to ensure that Wolfried would become the next Ob, but he seemed painfully oblivious to that fact. Lady Veronica's education, Brunhilde asked, covering her mouth wide with her mouth with her hand to indicate surprise. I never would have expected such opinions from Lord Wolfried, considering how hard he fought for Hannelore to become his second wife. I agreed. It was surprisingly common for Wolfried to say one thing and didn't do the complete opposite. In the past, whenever he said or did something that concerned me, I assumed that he was letting Oswald manipulate him. He seemed concerned about Leisegang nobles securing more power, which suggests that his former Veronica faction retainers are continuing to influence him. I had thought that his twisted thought process would improve after Oswald relieved of duty. Now we can only hope. Relieved of duty, Brunhilde repeated, her eyes wide. I was told that Oswald resigned. He was relieved of duty in secret and allowed to pass it off as a resignation. Wolfried is guaranteed to become the next Ob now that he is engaged to Rozemyne, but Oswald was simply too dedicated to Lady Veronica's methods. For that reason, I pleaded with Mother to remove him, but we could not act so openly. Relieving him of duty before the purge would have risked him leaking information to others in the former Veronica faction. So Mother determined it best to instead isolate him from the others at the Royal Academy. There he was cornered and told to choose between resigning or being relieved of duty upon his return. He chose the former, though due to keep all this a secret. I thank you ever so much, Brunhilde said, smiling. It seemed that I had obtained her trust by offering her a secret in return for the one she had given me. Even now that Oswald is gone, Wolfried comes across as far more emotional of late. Do you know why that is? He had started ordering me to help him as his full sister, but I wasn't sure whether he was making similar demands of those in Rozemyne's service. Perhaps there is an issue with the new head attendant? Oswald would often tell me to cede my accomplishments, but Wolfried was unaware of this. Now, however, we should conclude that rather than working in the shadows, Lord Wolfried's retainers are directly instigating him to act in this way. Through this discussion with Brunhilde, it felt like I was beginning to see the truth beneath my brother's irritating behavior. Our conclusions were little more than baseless extrapolations, however. Further investigation was necessary. I do not know the details myself, I said, but it seems very likely. This is so blatantly unnatural that even Wolfried will come to distrust his retainers. I shall keep an eye on this situation. It really is worrisome that the supposed next Ob is the most concerning factor in all this. I exhaled slowly and picked up my teacup. We both took a moment to enjoy our drinks, and thus ended our discussion about my brother. To return to your original concern, Brunhilde, fear not, my mother and I take no issue with your engagement. I still maintain that the burden is too great for someone of your age to bear alone, and I regret taking such a capable attendant for my sister, but these are separate matters. Not only was Brunhilde leaving to become a second wife, but Riarda had also returned to father's service. Rozemyne had already been in desperate need of more retainers, but so her situation right now was surely dire. I intend to serve Lady Rozemyne until I graduate, Brunhilde assured me with a consoling smile. And if you're concerned about Riarda, she returned to the Archduke's service of her own volition. She said that Lady Rozemyne spends very little time in the castle and would scarcely feel her absence as a result. So my father hadn't ordered Rozemyne to give up Riarda. Perhaps I was viewing him a little too harshly. Lady Charlotte, does Lady Florencia truly welcome me? Brunhilde asked. Certainly, Mother has been pushing Father to take a second wife for years to help resolve the archducal family mana shortage. For that second wife to be of the same faction and capable of dealing with the Leisegangs, well, what more could she ask for? You are very welcome indeed. Finding a second wife who would not butt heads with the first was no easy task, but Brunhilde was perfect. She was of the same faction and could provide support to both Mother and Rozemyne, not to mention, unlike my sister, there was no need to teach her about the female socializing. Her being underage also removed any worries of the engagement affecting Mother's pregnancy. Indeed, there was no better choice in the world. It is relieving to hear that, Brunhilde said. In which case, might I ask you to help me integrate into the archducal family? I would have asked Lady Rozemyne, but she isn't here in the castle for me to consult. And the last thing I want to do is burden her further. Naturally, I will provide you with my full support, I replied at once with a firm nod. If you ever require my assistance, then you need only contact me. I, too, would like to make things easier for my sister. To say that Rozemyne was busy right now was an understatement. She was having to take on Uncle's temple work and educate Melchior. She had also mentioned taking the playroom children into the temple. Of course, that was still only scratching the surface. Even when it came to the printing industry or welcoming merchants from other duchies, Rozemyne was expected to do far too much. In particular, Mother and Father were focusing on internal noble politics this year, which meant that Rozemyne was almost entirely responsible for the more hands-on duties such as directing the commoners. In an ideal world, I said, I would be helping Rozemyne in the temple, but there is no such desk work to be done here in the castle as a result of the purge. Or so much desk work. Plus, I must admit, I am not yet used to how things operate there. I would only drag everyone else down. Lady Rozemyne believes that people should focus on their strengths and allow others to compensate for their weaknesses, so evidenced by Feline and Daniel playing such valuable roles in her retinue, she giggled, a teasing look in her eyes. To be honest with you, Lady Charlotte, you have already been tremendously useful to us. Lady Rozemyne works with such dedication that when we say it's all for your sake. It seemed that I was being useful to Rozemyne after all. How wonderful. She continued, I would also like to assist my lady. Lady Rozemyne cannot socialize with the Leisegangs, or rather any such socializing would not benefit either party. What do you mean, I asked. Rozemyne was often unpredictable, but there was always a reason for her actions, and in the end, her ideas would usually lead to good conclusions. As you know, Lady Rozemyne was raised in the temple. She didn't spend any time with her wider family before her baptism. Even after she was baptized, the political climate meant she was forbidden from meeting with them at all but a few carefully selected occasions. I cannot say I have ever seen her socialize with them. I knew that Rozemyne had been keeping her distance from most of her family to avoid them hailing her as the next Ob Ehrenfest, but it was news to me that she had never socialized with them at all. As a result, Brunhilde continued, Lady Rozemyne cannot empathize with her house's anger toward and obsession with Lady Veronica, nor can she truly understand what they desire. In all likelihood, the Leisegangs will end up disillusioned with her and in despair. I speak from experience, for I went through such a period myself. Again, I was surprised. In my eyes, Brunhilde had always been Rozemyne's loyal retainer. She elaborated, not only is Lady Rozemyne unable to grasp her house's desires, but she also seems ill-equipped for a conventional socializing. Likely because she was asleep in her dream for 2 years and entered the Royal Academy without proper experience. But she made use of her own unique methods to obtain connections with top-ranking duchies and the royal family. I could not hope to mimic that form of socializing myself. Even after seeing it up close in the Royal Academy, I cannot say that I understand it. Unlike my sister, Brunhilde had socialized with her family since she was a child, as was normal. Furthermore, because she had received a Gives education, she was an expert at using traditional methods to deal with other nobles. Then there was my sister, who had been raised in the temple, was completely unpredictable, and was very difficult to secure a meeting with. It was easy to guess that which one a Leisegang who wanted influence over the archducal family would prefer working with. That said, I continued, I agreed that Rozemyne would struggle to perform the more traditional socializing that the Leisegangs expect of her, Brunhilde. Because she had received no formal training and had needed to learn on the spot, her socializing was entirely unlike that of a normal bottom-ranking duchy. Hold on, how far have I gotten? As stated earlier, I wish to keep the Leisegangs divided, but Lady Rozemyne is not suited to such delicate maneuvering. It seems best to have her stick to socializing with other duchies. I agreed. Going forward, Ehrenfest needed to present itself as not a spineless duchy eager to obey those at the top of the rankings, but a strong duchy that was determined to make its own voice heard. At present, I do not believe there is much point in teaching bottom-ranking socializing to my sister, I said. Doing so will only cause confusion when she is meeting with the royal family or top-ranking duchies. Instead, we should push for the generational shift and start bringing the rest of the duchy up to her level. Brunhilde gave a firm nod of agreement. It was reassuring to know that we shared the same goal, but I wished I could share her strength as well. Were you not frustrated to lose your position as the next Geeb and to have the job of containing the Leisegangs forced upon you, I asked. When my future as an archduchess was taken from me, it was quite some time before I regained my footing. I was hoping to learn from your experience so that I could do better in the future. Brunhilde knit her brow as if pondering her answer. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't disheartened. Even now I wish to help Groschel grow and turn it into a city that can post merchants from other duchies. However, while I may have lost my future as a Geeb, I am still Lady Rozemyne's attendant. There are duties for me to complete and a path for me to tread. Her lips curled into a bitter smile. In truth, I was so busy attending my lady at the Royal Academy that I seldom had time to feel down. In that case, will you not feel the loss more keenly once you become a second wife and cease being her retainer? Not at all. I do feel some pressure due to the lack of time, but I do not feel sad. The lack of time? Yes, there are only 3, maybe 4 years before Lady Rozemyne comes of age, resigns from her position as High Bishop, and starts living in the castle as the next Ob's future wife. That is how long I have to take control of the Leisegangs for her and learn to socialize like a proper woman of the archducal family. I must compensate for Lady Rozemyne's weaknesses and ensure that she can live a life of comfort. Those are my duties as a retainer. 3-4 years. How old is Rozemyne? Was in her 3rd year, so she would be 12 right now, and once she goes into her 4th year, she'll be 13. So yeah, she does have 3 years at least. Even after her graduation, Brunhilde would remain Lady Rozemyne's retainer at heart and do everything in her power as the Archduke's second wife to make her days easier. Her resolve was stronger than I expected, and seeing her proud, confident smile made me feel envious and inferior. Lady Charlotte, will you offer me your assistance? But of course, let us support Rozemyne together. I gave Brunhilde a smile and a nod, but my facade did nothing to ease the discomfort inside of me. It was like there was a heavy weight pulling down on my heart. I now understood why Brunhilde wanted to become Ehrenfest's second wife, and that she had her own reasons for supporting the archducal family. My initial concerns had been resolved, but I was still in low spirits long after our discussion concluded. Vanessa eyed me carefully. You still seem down, milady. Might I ask what the two of you discussed? I know nothing of what transpired after the sound blockers came out. She sounded concerned, but what could I say to her? I proceeded with the utmost caution, not wanting to spill any of the secrets we had promised to keep. Just as Langert feared, Brunhilde will no longer be the next Geeb Groschel. But she is not particularly depressed about that fact. She said that she remains Rozemyne's attendant and still has that path to follow. I was ever so shocked. Vanessa gave me a look of surprise. She knew exactly how I felt after losing my future as an archduchess. I was aware that Lady Brunhilde had a strong spirit, but even so. She told me that she is becoming the second wife for Lady Rozemyne's sake to help her when she comes of age and leaves the temple. I promised to assist her with this effort. Your discussion was productive then, Vanessa asked, watching me closely. I nodded. Speaking with Brunhilde really had eased my initial concern. There is no need for me to worry about her. Brunhilde is strong but has a clear goal in mind and will put her all into her duties. All of my fears have been allayed, so why am I still so forlorn? I cannot help but feel that I've lost her in some way, and it makes me all the more envious. Vanessa cast her eyes down and contemplated my admission. Were you engaged in some form of competition, milady? Not at all, but, well, I've been trying to be useful to Rozemyne, but I can offer only a pale shadow of the resolve and proactiveness that Brunhilde embodies. Now I feel as though my determination to repay my sister has been much too weak. Retainers and sisters have different roles to perform, Vanessa replied with a chuckle. But there was more to my concerns. Being able to work with Brunhilde to support Rozemyne was exactly what I wanted, but For some reason, I felt as though I had been left out. I am overcome with nothing but envy for Brunhilde. Is your envy tinged with admiration, or does it feel more akin to jealousy? Vanessa probed. She was urging me to reflect on my feelings, so I thought back to the first time they had plagued me. My feelings were most similar to admiration. There was such a determination in her eyes as she told me her plan to continue supporting my sister long into the future, and it made me feel so incapable. I simply do not know how to face the future with such courage. There's only so far you can plan ahead, milady. You are due to marry into another duchy, and your partner has not even been decided yet. This is not something worth fretting over. Ah, that was true. I would eventually marry into another duchy to benefit Ehrenfest. In other words, while Brunhilde and my sister were going to have a future together, I was destined to be sent away. I had hoped that Brunhilde, Rozemyne, and I would never be separated, I murmured. That we would always work together like we did in the Royal Academy. Female members of archducal families were tasked with marrying into other duchies to strengthen diplomatic ties. Small archducal families had the option of bringing a groom into their duchy so that he could offer support, but with Melchior growing up and having a skilled politician such as Brunhilde supporting Rozemyne as a second wife, Ehrenfest no longer needed me. My value would come entirely from the connections made through my future marriage. I understood that it was my duty to marry into another duchy, but I disliked the thought from the bottom of my heart. Learning that fact about myself was troubling. It seems that I have grown so sad and envious precisely because Brunhilde is such a splendid retainer, I said. I will one day need to leave Ehrenfest, meaning I cannot remain Rozemyne's sister forever. You need not corner yourself, my lady. I smiled at Vanessa in response, but she must have seen through my charade. Her brow furrowed in a way that made it clear she was hurting. It was the same face she had made when I was taken out of the running to become the next Ob. At this rate, I will simply worry my retainers again. I must get back on my feet somehow. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, I remembered what Brunhilde had said to me. However, while I may have lost my future as a Gibe, I am still Lady Rozemyne's attendant. There are duties for me to complete and a path for me to tread. Be honest with me, Vanessa. Will Rozemyne still be my big sister even when I'm in another duchy and no longer a member of the archducal family? That goes without saying. Given how close you are, I can confidently declare that not even duchy borders will sever your bond as siblings. Those words alone filled me with hope. And will I still be able to support her? But of course! The purpose of your marriage will be to tie Ehrenfest to another duchy. It will depend on where you end up, but once Lady Rozemyne becomes the first wife, the two of you will have opportunities to support one another. Father said that he will do everything in his power to grant my requests when deciding which duchy I am to marry into. My desire is to go somewhere where I can continue working with my sister. If my sibling bond with Rozemyne would survive even after my departure from Ehrenfest, then I had no reason to lose to Brunhilde. There would surely be times when the first wife of another duchy would be more helpful than the second wife of the previous Ob. Now that I had something to work toward, the feelings of envy and inferiority that had tormented my heart were nowhere to be found. Oh boy. 27 pages left. Defense of the West Gate. And that's all the East Gate has to report, its commander said. This is probably, I'm guessing, when Clarissa showed up. Roughly once per season, every commander in the city would gather in a meeting room near the central plaza. Today was one of those days. The summer meeting was normally the most stressful of all since it took place right after the Nobles Archduke Conference, but this year's spring meeting was causing us more than enough grief. There were reports about the tense atmosphere that had plagued winter, and the triennial shift of commanders was being done. Right, said the commander of the East Gate. Next up is the North Gate. Gunter, how's the North? I stood up. The North Gate was connected to the Nobles' Quarter, and there were knights working shifts there, too. They made it the easiest place for us to get intel on nobles. Plus, the knights often had messages for the lower city. It was the duty of soldiers stationed at the North Gate to discreetly ask about noble affairs, so when a commander asked how's the North, they really wanted to know about the Nobles' Quarter and the nobles even further north. Well, I said, I don't have any details, but the nobles who committed grave crimes were apparently caught and punished. There's still some discord on the noble side, but we don't need to be so on edge anymore, not for now at least. They finished taking back the magic tools they lent us and said that we could ease our guard. I'm also told that Lady Rozemyne returned to the temple after keeping her distance all winter for her own safety. My report included details from the temple guards on top of what the knights of the North Gate had told us, which earned me some chuckles from the others. You're always so quick to get intel about Lady Rozemyne, someone said. You're not troubling the temple guards, are you? Asked another. Shut it. Now that Les and Tully both live in Laharls, I don't get as much intel on mine as I used to. What choice did I have but to drop by the temple while on patrol and ask around? And, nah, I wasn't bothering them in return for what they told me. I was putting in good words for them at the south gate, and even occasionally showing my face there when the new noble orphans wanted to venture into the forest. Tit for tat. If we can ease our guard, that means we can shift commanders now, right? Asked the staff commander. Probably, I replied with a shrug. Anytime we changed places, there was an adjustment period of sorts during which communication and maneuvering was more laggard than usual. We hadn't wanted to take any chances, so we decided not to move the commanders until we were no longer on high alert. No. How about we just leave it for next year, the East commander said. Then grimaced. I don't want to go north while the nobles are still tense and everything. Nobody does, the West commander interjected. The north gate's the worst, what with nobles always being there. The west and south ones are way more comfortable. He was laughing as though it wasn't his business at all. That was when a soldier rushed in, gasping for breath. Bad news, Commander, he exclaimed. We were all commanders, so it wasn't clear which one of us he was addressing. I was going to ask when the West commander shot up and cried, What happened? A noble from the duchy has arrived without a permit. What? In mere moments, the West commander had gone from laughing at his colleague to looking white as a sheet. You didn't let them in, did you? I demanded. No, sir, the soldier replied. I did my best to stop her. She went no further, maybe because of the Archduke's barrier? Noble troubles had come out of nowhere. Worst of all, it reminded me of the incidents back when mine had been an apprentice blue shrine maiden, not being thorough back then had cost me my daughter. Then, half a year ago, a carriage with the noble crest had forced its way into the city and kidnapped some of the Grey priests. A noble without a permit was sure to be bad news. The noble says that she's engaged to Lord Hartmut, the High Priest, and that she's Lady Rozemyne's retainer, but can nobles from other duchies really be retainers? The noble spluttered. I won't get punished for stopping her, right? At no point had mine, Thule Lutz, or even the temple guards mentioned someone like that. Forget that noble sob story, I snapped. No permit, no entry, it's that simple. The soldier and the other commanders all stared at me in shock. Then they nodded in agreement. They must have remembered what had happened to the last commander who broke the rules. Did you use the magic tool to inform the Knight's Order, I asked? That's why I came to get the commander. There's no apprentice, and there are apprentices waiting outside. Now that the tools distributed to every soldier over the winter had been taken back, the only one that remained was those requiring the commander's permission to be used. For that reason, the soldier had run here with apprentices in tow. The Westgate commander rushed over to the window, threw it open, and started waving his arms around in a frantic display. I give permission, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. He gives permission, cried the apprentice, waving closest to the window, flailing his arms in the same way. The adults passing by must have seen the gathered soldiers and deduced that something serious was happening, because they started relaying the message as well. Soon a wave of shouts and gesturing rolled down the main street toward the west gate. As for me, I sped out of the meeting room as soon as the first apprentice had shouted in response. I raced down the stairs and rushed outside. Everyone was staring toward the western gate. I did the same just in time to see a red light shoot up into the air. The magic tool had been activated. All right, I shouted, then looked to the north gate. Another light narrowing the one from the magic tool shot up in response, signaling that the knight stationed there had acknowledged the call and would send it word to the Knight's Order. After seeing both lights, the nearby apprentices smiled up at the grave-looking commander, still watching from the window, then waved a red cloth. The north gate couldn't be seen from the meeting room, so he was indicating that a light had appeared there as well. We're running to the west gate, I shouted to the other commanders at the window. No matter what happens, we can't let that noble through. I don't care what it takes. She's not getting into the city. Before they could even respond, I started sprinting to the west gate. The apprentice soldiers followed after me. Be on your guard, everyone. A noble from another duchy is trying to enter the city, I shouted to the citizens we passed on the street. In the sky above, 2 hybees flew over our heads. By the time I reached the west gate, the north gate's knights were questioning the noble and the girl accompanying her. One of the girls was wearing her hair up, meaning she had come of age, but she still looked fairly young. The other looked closer to 20. Now this is rare. I couldn't believe my eyes. Most noble women didn't even want to be seen by commoners. They would refuse to come out of their carriages and instead communicate through their servants. These 2 girls, however, were speaking with the knights directly. Even their attire was unusual, at least by noble standards. They were wearing fairly plain clothes that looked to be traveling attire. They were clearly suspicious. The women were both wearing blue capes, which I'm pretty sure confirmed that they were from another duchy. I wasn't sure which duchy wore the color blue, but the knights definitely were. They're being a lot more polite than usual. Are these nobles from a big deal duchy? The knights were speaking with the older woman, but the younger one seemed to be the main noble, based on how everyone kept double-checking things with her at least. I understood a few bits and pieces about noble hierarchy from watching mine and her guard knights, as well as from her temple attendants, but that was about it. I was really out of my depth here. Hold on, shouldn't we be searching their carriage right about now? I nudged one of the Westgate soldiers, all the while keeping an eye on the knights and the women, and whispered, Hey, where's their carriage? Seeing the quality of their transport or the crest emblazoned on it would surely tell me something about the girl making all these wild assertions. If she really was mine's retainer, maybe we'd even find one of Tule's hairpins in her luggage. Unfortunately for me, things weren't that simple. They don't have a carriage, answered the soldier. How don't they have a carriage? They flew here on those, what's the word again? High beasts, right? Because they're always so high in the air or something. Anyway, they swooped down on those. They did what? That is too suspicious, I murmured. The girls were so strange, in fact, that I started to doubt they were noble women at all. I was given permission to be Lady Rozemyne's retainer, the younger of the girls said. Do not tell me that nobody informed you. My apologies, Lady Clarissa, but your medal proves they are only an archnoble from Dunkelfelder, one of the knights replied. We've seen nothing to indicate you are Lady Rozemyne's retainer, and you cannot enter the city without a permit from the Ob. We shall send word to him now and see what he says. In the meantime, we must ask you to wait. The knight then turned to me and said, we need to go deliver a report and see about this permit. Guide these two to the waiting room for nobles, will you? After leaving us with the troublesome task of supervising the outsider nobles, the knight and a few others took off. We'd need to keep the girls busy until they returned, it seemed. The West Commander forced a smile and stepped in front of our unexpected guests. Follow me if you would. Do people still not know I am Lady Rozemyne's retainer? Clarissa grumbled that once we'd arrived in the waiting room, her cheeks puffed out. Just what has Hartman been doing? How many times have I told him that I want to serve her as soon as possible? Her phrasing made me grimace. Not even a noble from a top-ranking duchy can enter Ehrenfest without the Archduke's permission. How can you claim to be Lady Rozemyne's retainer when you don't even have that? Or don't even know that? Or Lord Hartman's fiancé, for that matter. The least you can do is start being honest with us. No, Gunter, stop, shouted the West Commander. It would have you take back those words and apologize, declared the older woman. She must have been a knight because a weapon suddenly appeared in her hand, and it was pointed right at me. The West Commander was floundering about, but I refused to back down. You two are already suspicious for not having a permit, and now you're pointing a weapon at a soldier? You must not even know how much Lady Rozemyne treasures commoners. Do you know what she would say if you attacked us on the job, and then forced your way into the city? If you claim to be her retainer, then at least act in a way that won't damage her reputation. I wasn't just being dramatic. A bad retainer really could damage the reputation of their lord or lady. If these idiots couldn't even understand that, then I really didn't want them any getting near mine. The last thing she needed was retainers who looked down on commoners. Having people like that around would keep us from being able to speak at the monastery. Instead, she needed more retainers like Lord Daniel. Put that thing away, Griselda. But Lady Clarissa, I already know that Lady Rozemyne treasures commoners. She has favored merchants and is respected by the people. The soldier is likely speaking the truth, though he is not the rudest commoner I have ever met. Lady Clarissa then shot me a triumphant grin and said, however, it is absolutely true that I am engaged to Hartman and have been permitted to serve Lady Rozemyne. If you know so much about her, then you should also know that she likes her retainers to be treated with respect. You would do well to speak with more care. I suggest you still might not believe me, though. As a commoner soldier, you must be oblivious to the deals and promises made at the Royal Academy. Her taunting smile really ticked me off, partly because she was right. I was just a soldier and didn't know much about noble society. As much as I wanted to know more about the world my daughter now lived in, my opinions were painfully limited. Options were painfully limited. Still, there were some things I could learn at work. I still don't believe that you're engaged to Hartman. If you were, you would have come with your bridal luggage, and the groom's family would have welcomed you at the border gate with the permit you needed. In all my time as a guard, I've seen plenty of noblewomen marrying to Ehrenfest, but never have I seen one arrive without her partner or any family. How can we not deem you suspicious? I must have struck a nerve because Lady Clarissa's blue eyes shot wide open. Excuse me? She cried. How rude! Coming from someone trying to force her way in without a permit. As we growled and glared at each other, Lady Griselda shook her head in exasperation. Lady Clarissa, in this exchange at least, the soldier is entirely correct. What? You're taking his side, Griselda? I simply cannot agree with you. Neither one of us can deny that you came here out of the blue. All of a sudden, they were arguing with each other. I no longer felt hostile toward them. They were strange, but they didn't seem like bad people. I sighed. If you want us to trust you, then I'd suggest getting in contact with your fiancé, Lord Hartman. Nobles have those talking birds they can send off, right? If you really aren't getting married, he should reply. Just be warned, I know what his voice sounds like. You won't be able to trick me. Would a commoner here truly know his voice, I wonder? Of course, I said. We speak to him at the temple. Whenever we soldiers met with mine before leaving for spring prayer or the harvest festival, and whenever we returned with Grey Priest from Haas, Lord Hartman would always greet us, assuming he was there at the temple. Then he'd start asking us about mine, eager to learn everything he could. I had initially kept my guard up, wondering what he was after, but Lutz and Tully had since explained that he was her loyal vassal. And that made him seem like even more of a suspicious weirdo. Even her dad thinks he's a weirdo. With a flick of the wrist, Lady Clarissa produced one of those sticks that all nobles have, then created a white bird. I just arrived at Ehrenfest's west gate, she said to him, but the guards aren't letting me through. Nobles from other duchies require a permit from the Ob, apparently. What should I do? She then swung her stick, sending the white bird through the wall and out of sight. It wasn't long before a return with a response. "This is Rozemyne." The bird had been addressed to Lord Hartman, but the message was clearly from mine. I could never mistake my daughter's voice. The way she addressed Lady Clarissa was at least proof that they knew each other. Lady Clarissa saw my surprise and gave me a smug look. "See? I am Lady Rozemyne's retainer." Then the bird continued. "Clarissa, obey the soldiers and stay where you are. If you defy them, I will have you sent straight back to Dunkelfelder." Mine was very obviously furious. Lady Clarissa faltered, her arrogance turning into unease. She really hadn't expected to get scolded. "So you've got to stay here and obey our orders, huh?" I scoffed. "Good to know. Expect me to obey you? That is clearly crossing a line. You heard the bird, didn't you?" "I shall obey Lady Rozemyne, but not any of you." As we glared at each other, Lord Daniel and Lady Angelica arrived. "Gunter, leave it at that," Lord Daniel said. "We've come here on Lady Rozemyne's orders, since a noble from a top-ranking duchy is a bit much for commoners to deal with. We'll take care of the rest." The soldiers began to cheer. "That's Lady Rozemyne for you. She knows what's up." "Lord Daniel, thank you so much." "Hey, go tell the citizens that everything's safe now." Whenever Lady Rozemyne had business in the lower city, she sent Lord Daniel. He was a nice person and wasn't the least bit arrogant, unlike so many other nobles. On top of that, he knew about mine's past. He really was the knight I could trust most. The other soldiers shared my opinion. Lord Daniel and Lady Angelica were always assigned to accompany us during religious ceremonies, so most of us were familiar with them. After conveying Lady Rozemyne's message, Lord Daniel knelt before Lady Clarissa and the knight accompanying her. "I am a Daniel, a lay noble. May I pray for a blessing in appreciation of the serendipitous meeting ordained by the pure rivers flowing from Lutrain, the goddess of water." "You may. O Lutrain, goddess of water, may you grant this meeting your blessing." A green light came out of the ring Lord Daniel was wearing. You were seeing how nobles greeted each other. High beasts were cool and perfect for knights, but kneeling and offering blessings was really cool too. I wonder whether I could somehow imitate their proposal face stones. You kind of already did, because from what we saw in F's side story, I think back in, don't remember which volume it was, he proposed to her with a magic stone he got from a creature he killed. So that's a face stone right there, so that could have been a proposal face stone. Why would you want it, though? You've already proposed to Effa, so why would you need it? As I considered that thought, Lord Daniel started telling Lady Clarissa what the plan was. Apparently she was going to have to wait a while before the permit could be sent over. Hartman and Lady Rozemyne are in a meeting right now, and they're asked to wait here. Lady Rozemyne will come as soon as the meeting is over, and she has obtained the permit. "Oh, is that so?" Lady Clarissa replied with a smile. "Understood, then. I shall wait patiently until Lady Rozemyne comes for me." She had been unrelenting in her attempts to get to the gate when we soldiers and the knights from the north had tried to stop her, but now she was being unusually obedient. Lord Daniel started to relax, but it was short-lived. Lady Clarissa continued to smile, but her blue eyes had the glint of a carnivore that had just found its prey. "In the meantime," she said, "can you please tell me what you can about Lady Rozemyne and Ehrenfest? There must be things I should know before I start serving her here." Lord Daniel was clearly overcome with fear. Seeing him in such a state made me feel bad for him, but at the same time, "That's a good idea, Lady Clarissa. I want to hear too." I clenched my fist. There was a rare opportunity to hear about mine's life as a noble. She wasn't meeting with the merchants as so much these days, and it was even harder to speak openly with her now that she has those nobles accompanying her. In other words, I was starved of news. It didn't help that Les and Tully were coming here less often as a result of their apprenticeships. "This way, Lord Daniel. Do come with us, Lady Angelica." Lady Angelica shook her head. "I shall focus on guarding the door, Daniel. I entrust you with hosting Clarissa." She then placed her feet firmly in front of the waiting room door, placed a hand on the hilt of her sword, and started scanning the room. Her movements were so practiced that it was clear how faithfully she guarded mine each day. I'd hoped to get news from her too, but I would need to settle for what I could get from the others. "Gunter, are you?" Daniel asked. "I'll stay until the permit arrives," I replied. "We'll take care of security." Then I thumped my right fist against the left side of my chest a few times as a show of respect. Guess it'll be a good way to kill some time," Lord Daniel said with a half smile, then turned to face Lady Clarissa again. "However, as I would not know where to begin otherwise, could I ask you to at least give me some questions to answer? And my apologies, I will not be able to discuss Ehrenfest Industries in significant detail. I hope you can understand." Lady Clarissa nodded and said, "Naturally. Now first, tell me about Lady Rozemyne's daily routine. I am already familiar with how her days flow in the Royal Academy, but how do things compare here in Ehrenfest? Are there any notable differences between her temple and castle schedules? How often does she visit the temple?" Her questions were flowing out like a river. "One at a time, please," Lord Daniel said weakly. "Her life in the castle isn't all that different from her life in the Royal Academy. Her retainers meet at second bell, which is when she goes out of bed." "Oh, that is rather late," Lady Griselda remarked, looking surprised. "How does she have time for her morning training?" "They don't do that here," Lady Clarissa replied with a knowing expression. "Those from Ehrenfest don't train in the morning." Not even in the Royal Academy. I didn't have any clue what they were on about morning training. Surely that wasn't something for a noblewoman who wasn't even a soldier or a knight to be doing. Wait. I remember hearing that mine would wander around the night training grounds to improve her stamina. Maybe all noble girls do that? I should note the second bell is when Lady Rozemyne rises, not when she first opens her eyes, Lord Daniel clarified. She often wakes up much earlier so that she can read in bed. Felina has informed me that one of the scholar's primary duties is managing to tease books away from Lady Rozemyne when comes time for her to get out of bed. Oh, Lady Clarissa brightly exclaimed. I will need to help them with that task then. From what I could gather, most noble women didn't spend every morning reading in bed, nor did their scholars need to perform morning duties. Lady Clarissa had a distinct sparkle in her eyes as she took in this flurry of new information about mine. Something told me that we might actually be able to get along after all. Then, once Lady Rozemyne is ready for the day ahead, it's time for breakfast, Lord Daniel concluded. That is when male retainers are allowed to start entering our chambers. It was a blissful conversation. All in all, I got to spend some time finding out about my daughter's life in the world of nobles, that is, until another one of those white birds arrived for Lord Daniel. Having been told that the permit had been issued and that mine was coming to the west gate, we left the noble's waiting room and went to the top of the tower, where she would have room to land her high beast. The soldiers and the west commander came with us. Not long after we had gotten into formation, mine landed with Lord Hartman and none other than some of the nobles. She raised a hand to stop Clarissa from running over to her, then tapped her chest twice and looked at the saluting soldiers. She's growing up. I usually wouldn't get to speak with her or even see her up close outside of when we went to the monastery. Maybe it was because the day of our separation had made such a lasting impression on me. A part of me still pictured mine as being the same sweet, innocent girl from back then. That was why it always surprised me to see how grown-up she was now. By this point, she carried herself completely like a noble, too. Feeling a pleasant warmth in my chest, I started mediating between mine and the West Commander. My daughter gave me a reassuring smile, then handed the permit and money to the commander. You soldiers have worked hard to protect Ehrenfest, and we would never punish you for that. In fact, I believe some praise is in order. Mine thanked the commander and the soldiers and swiftly left with Ladies Clarissa and Griselda. I wanted to spend some time with my daughter, but having her stay for too long would have caused problems for the other soldiers. It was tough. Commander, one of the soldiers called out. How much did you get from Lady Rozemyne? Let's put it to good use once you and the other commanders have finished your swap, added another. Don't go hogging it. Going all the way back to the central meeting room sounds like a pain, though. How about we head to the bar and arrange the swap there? From there, the soldiers continued chatting among themselves, more at ease now that the nobles were gone. The West Commander was going to treat everyone with the 2 large silvers that mine had given him. So yeah, I said, seems like nobles from other duchies are now gathering around Lady Rozemyne. I see, Effa replied. She really must have her hands full. Still, Gunter, if you're not going to calm down, could you at least get changed and sit down? You came back early, but I assume you're still going to drink more, right? After heading to the bar and having my free drink courtesy of the West Commander, I'd come straight home. I did as my wife asked and got changed. We hadn't even gotten into the stuff that Lord Daniel had mentioned about mine's new life, so I expected our conversation to continue long into the night. Lady Rozemyne grew a lot over the winter, I said. She's starting to look like a proper lady, if you ask me. Also, she's wearing this real stern expression today. When she came to the west gate to fetch Lady Clarissa, she was pulling a face like... We'll need to tell Tully about that later, or maybe she's already used to seeing it? Effa must have been enjoying this as much as I was, since she had also gone so long without any updates on mine. She happily listened to me ramble on while pouring some wine. Camilo, on the other hand, looked bored out of his mind. You, Mom, Tully, everyone in our family starts acting so weird whenever Lady Rozemyne is mentioned, he said while eating his dinner. He didn't remember mine, so he didn't really like hearing about her. He had decided to become an apprentice at the planting company, though, so that lack of interest was sure to change. You'll understand soon enough, Camille, just you wait. Even after I start my apprentice work, I'm not going to turn into weirdos like you guys, Camille snapped, prickly as ever. I glanced at Effa. She glanced at me and we both laughed. Camille would never recognize mine and his older sister, but his apprenticeship at the planting company meant they were destined to meet. I raised my mug while imagining what the day might be like. Praise be to Vantol. I don't know what Vantol is. Let me know. Hartman, you're crazy. Yeah, they would. They would just criticize you. Oh my god. What the fuck is that with that other one? Okay, yeah, I'll get to work on everything and I'll see you guys in the next one.